billions of individuals across the globe have collectively traversed. Each person finds themselves on a desolate floating island, armed only with a fishing rod. The sole method of procuring resources on these aerial islands is to fish for sustenance from clouds. Yet, by a stroke of fortune, Jiang Tian unexpectedly acquires a replication system. Replicate the fishing rod. Replicate resources. Replicate. While everyone else is laboring for survival, Jiang Tian has already embarked on a novel adventure upon the floating islands. Chapter 1. Transmigration to the Universal Floating Island. Am I truly on a floating island from Minecraft? Jiang Tian opens his eyes, bewildered by his surroundings. He faintly recalls spending the night immersed in the survival map of Minecraft and, after several hours of gameplay, dozing off at his computer. Now, he finds himself on an actual floating island, beneath a blue sky adorned with white clouds and warm sunlight. Jiang Tian rises from the ground, taking stock of his situation. This floating island bears an uncanny resemblance to the one in Minecraft, utterly desolate. Aside from himself, there isn't a single creature in sight. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he estimates that this floating island spans approximately 100 square meters. Beyond its edges lies an abyss. Peering cautiously over the edge reveals a staggering height. The island hovers thousands of meters above the ground, directly above an expansive ocean. Even if Jiang Tian harbors no fear of heights, he quickly steps back. Though the ocean lies below, a careless misstep could lead to a catastrophic fall, and he has no intention of endangering his life. In the next instant, Jiang Tian begins to ponder. Is this truly the floating island from Minecraft? Or is it a real aerial island existing in the physical world? No, that cannot be. Such phenomena cannot exist in reality. What is happening? Wasn't he just asleep at his home? How did he suddenly arrive here? Am I dreaming? He pinches his arm hard, wincing in pain. This is no dream. He has indeed been transported to this place while asleep, as for the reasons and mechanisms behind this relocation. Jiang Tian is not particularly concerned at this moment. His immediate priority is to devise a method to escape this unfamiliar locale. Once again surveying his surroundings, he notices a fishing rod, a loaf of bread, and a bottle of mineral water positioned near where he awoke. Additionally, a piece of parchment lies nearby, inscribed with several lines of instructions. Welcome to the global survival game. The only objective for all is to survive on the island. The clouds drifting beneath the island harbor various resources. Using your fishing rod to catch them can help you resolve many issues. On the island, natural disasters and calamities may occur. Promptly seek out resources to develop your home and protect your survival. Bread and water are initial resources. Please use them sparingly. Please note, this is not a dream. Adjust your mindset to accept reality and do not attempt to jump off the island. Cherish your life. Finally, we wish you an enjoyable game. Upon finishing the reading, the parchment disintegrates into a flurry of luminous fragments, vanishing into thin air. Simultaneously, a futuristic virtual interface materializes before him, displaying his personal information. Name, Jiang Tian. Age, 23. ID number, CNNS 1111. Several options are indicated on the screen. Chat system, trade system, alliance, guild, system. Curious, he enters the chat system, which, akin to an online game, is divided into multiple chat channels. However, some channels are grayed out, indicating they have yet to be unlocked. World channel. Receive global information. All may post messages, with a cooldown of 24 hours per entry. Alliance channel. Unlocked. Friends channel. Send private messages to fellow survivors without limit. Regional channel. A communication channel for survivors within the same region. Visible to all in that area, with a cooldown of 2.4 hours per message. Cumulative. Jiang Tian furrows his brow at the plethora of channels before him. A gaming chat template. Upon entering the world channel, he finds it bustling with activity. What the hell is this place? Oh my God, have I arrived in paradise? Lord, have you heard my prayers? Where am I? Why did I suddenly end up here? Am I dreaming? I must be dreaming. I've seen Inception. If I jump, I'll wake up. What does this parchment mean? Why has this appeared before me? Damn it. Who brought me here? Do you know who I am? You better believe I can make you regret this. Let me go. I'm terrified of heights. Can someone hold me down? Please, just let me go. I'll pay anything. I've been waiting for 3 hours. Why hasn't anyone come for us? Is this some kind of prank reality show? Mom, I'm going to be famous. Messages of astonishment, despair, frustration, and even resignation flood the chat. Some individuals still cling to the notion that they're dreaming, calling out to jump off. It remains uncertain if anyone has actually taken that leap. Jiang Tian, however, would never engage in such reckless behavior. The alliance system remains locked, prompting him to bypass it and delve into the trade system. The interface resembles the auction house from Dungeon Fighter Online. According to the description, survivors can list their resources for barter, specifying their desired trades. However, at present, no one appears to be offering anything. With a contemplative mind, he closes the interface and begins to analyze his situation, drawing several conclusions. 1. Although the reasons and methods remain unclear, everyone is participating in the so-called game. 2. It is evident that individuals from other countries are sending world messages, which are automatically translated into understandable text. 3. Each person's awakening time varies, yet their locations appear to be identical, all on the same floating island. 4. The vanished parchment and the sudden appearance of the virtual interface suggest that this world is anything but ordinary. Perhaps there are extraordinary abilities at play. 5. For now, it will be prudent to adhere to the parchment's guidelines, prioritizing his sustenance. While deep in thought, a sudden voice resonates in his mind. Ding! Hidden ability activated. Ability acquired. Replication. You may choose one item to replicate. The replicated item will be identical in quality and characteristics to the original. Once per day, replicating a certain number of times consecutively will upgrade the ability, having the cooldown. As if summoned, the concept of replication looms in Jiang Tian's mind. He glances at the ground. Currently, the items he can replicate are 3. The loaf of bread, the water, and this fishing rod. Which shall he choose to replicate? Chapter 2. Something has been hooked. Crouching down, I examined the items before me. The bread resembled the typical breakfast rolls found in supermarkets. Roughly the size of a pack of instant noodles. Nitrogen-packed, the packaging bore the brand and expiration date. The mineral water was similarly familiar, a staple in most grocery stores. Although sustenance was of paramount importance at this juncture, replicating these items felt like a mere palliative rather than a solution. 2 pieces of bread or 2 bottles of water would serve little purpose, vanishing in no time. Ultimately, my gaze settled on something else, a fishing rod. This rod, however, was no match for the fishing apparatus found in Minecraft. Yet, according to the parchment's description, this fishing rod was the sole means of resource acquisition at present. I understood the wisdom behind the adage that it is better to teach someone to fish than to simply provide them with fish. Drawing a deep breath, I lifted the rod. The fishing rod measured over 3 meters in length, its dark surface gleaming with a metallic sheen. A long black fishing line was secured at the front, attached to a bell, with a bobber and iron hook at the end. It felt remarkable in my hands, not heavy, yet exhibiting impressive resilience, akin to a fisherman's dream tool. Clearing my mind with a shake of my head, a spark of realization ignited within me. This was it. Immersing myself in concentration, I selected the option to replicate. Ding! Congratulations, host. Replication successful. With the command executed, a brilliant light flashed. In no time, I found another fishing rod in my grasp. Replication complete. Cooldown time, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Cooldown time. I glanced at the sky and quickly understood. It appeared to be around noon. In just a few hours, the clock would strike midnight, marking the onset of a new day. This indicated that my replication ability would reset with the dawn of each day. The system had also hinted that after a certain number of replications, the cooldown duration would gradually diminish. Shaking my head, I decided to set aside thoughts of replication for now and picked up another rod, scrutinizing it closely. The feel and design were identical to the first rod. It truly was a replication. At this moment, I was also curious if the multitude of individuals who had traversed here possessed other extraordinary abilities. Opening the chat interface, I found the world channel awash with noise. Amidst the anguished and furious messages, a few useful pieces of information emerged. Have any of you played Raft? I can't shake the feeling that this world bears an uncanny resemblance to it. Are you referring to the Sky Islands in Minecraft? Both games share similar mechanics. Both utilize fishing rods to procure resources, one from the sky, the other from the sea. Does this mean the fishing rod we have can actually acquire resources? But the fishing line doesn't seem long enough. My island is thousands of meters from the sea. I just tried it. It's not fishing, it's fishing for clouds. To my astonishment, there was a wooden crate within the cloud. I'll give it a shot too. It should be similar to fishing, right? Before long, numerous survivors opted to employ their fishing rods to gather resources. Wow, it really works. I fished up a plastic bag containing a loaf of bread. How come I didn't catch anything? How do I even fish? I reeled in a bag with a bucket of instant noodles, but where's the hot water? How do I prepare this? Eat it dry? No way, I just hooked a pot. Haha, I'm quite the seasoned angler. This haul is bound to be exceptional. Oh no, I just sent a message in the world channel. Where's my fishing rod? Farewell, brother. Farewell, brother. Seeing this message, I felt a blush of embarrassment. Now everyone understood that the fishing rod was the only means to acquire resources. Losing it meant certain doom. Moreover, multiple individuals lamented in the chat about accidentally dropping their rods into the sea. A series of messages followed, offering consolation, while others reveled in the misfortune of those who lost their rods. I refrained from commenting on others' misfortunes. Instead, I pondered another matter. After observing the world and regional channels for a while, I noticed no one had mentioned hidden abilities. It appeared that this replication ability was mine alone. Contemplating this, I gazed at the 2 fishing rods. A smile played at the corners of my mouth. With 2 rods at my disposal, even if I accidentally lost one, I still had the other, ensuring I wouldn't meet the same fate as the others. Having grasped the situation, it was time to take action. I picked up one of the rods and approached the edge, holding it in my right hand while gripping the middle of the fishing line with my left. As a cloud drifted close to the island below, I pointed the rod skyward and released my grip on the line, feeling its resilience. Whoosh! The fishing line sliced through the air, and the hook successfully landed within the cloud. Seeing this, I nodded in satisfaction. I had accompanied friends on fishing trips before, so I was somewhat adept at casting. I never imagined I would apply this skill here. As the hook sank into the cloud, the white mass rippled like a pond before returning to stillness. The cloud, which had been drifting slowly, ceased its movement upon being tethered by the fishing line, remaining stationary. I settled on the ground, hands firmly gripping the rod, gazing intently at the bobber on the cloud, akin to sitting by the shore while fishing. According to the information in the chat, when the bell rang, it signified that a resource had been hooked. Other clouds below drifted lazily by, time trickling away. Yet the bell and the bobber showed no signs of movement. Fortunately, having fished before, I understood that patience was paramount, and I possessed that virtue. I continued to sit cross-legged on the ground, eyes closed, relishing the fresh air and the warmth of the sunlight. It was quite pleasant. The seasons in this world seemed to be transitioning from spring to summer, and clad in a long-sleeved shirt and casual pants. I found the climate to be just right, not too hot, nor too cold. Since I couldn't leave, I might as well enjoy this moment. In my previous urban life, the hustle and bustle had seldom afforded me such leisurely respite. I lost track of time. Suddenly, the bell rang. My eyes flew open. The bobber on the cloud was quivering vigorously. Something had been hooked. Realizing this, I swiftly tightened my grip on the fishing rod. I had heard that when reeling in a large fish, its struggles could pull the rod down. Although I was uncertain if others had lost their rods for this reason, I had no intention of making the same mistake. Despite the bell ringing loudly, after a moment of holding steady, I sensed no tug from the fishing line. This indicated that whatever was within the cloud was not struggling. Indeed, as others had mentioned, the cloud contained merely bags or boxes. It could not possibly drag the rod away. Relaxing my nerves, I began to reel in. Goodness, it was heavier than expected. I exerted a bit of effort with my arms. Whoosh! The fishing line snapped taut, dragging a portion of the cloud to my feet. What was this? I cautiously inspected the cloud at my feet. Moments later, the cloud dissipated at an observable rate, revealing a large black woven bag. Was this what the World Channel referred to as resources? I cautiously opened the bag. To my astonishment, it was filled to the brim with pebbles. What on earth? A bag of stones. My mouth curled in disbelief, a feeling of exasperation washing over me. Was my luck truly this abysmal? With a sigh, I resigned myself to the situation. Jiang Tian once again lowered his fishing rod into the water. After all, possessing 2 rods meant his catch would undoubtedly be double that of others. In other words, with a few more attempts at fishing, success was surely within reach. However, after several hours of dedicated effort, Jiang Tian found himself disheartened. While he had indeed pulled up numerous woven bags, their contents were either pebbles or fragments of rock, accumulating into a small mound. Just as he was about to despair, a sudden jingle from one of the bells attached to his rod caught his attention. Taking a deep breath, he quickly prepared to reel in his line. With both hands firmly gripping the front of the rod, the weight of what he had caught bent it into an astonishing shape. The material of the fishing rod seemed exceptional, showing no signs of breaking. Drawing in a steady breath, he continued to lift the rod. At last, the cloud-like mass hooked to his line began to move toward him. Stepping back 2 paces to adjust his angle, the cloud settled before him. With a thud, it emitted a muffled sound and gradually dissipated, revealing a wooden chest reminiscent of a supply crate from Minecraft. Upon closer inspection, the chest was indeed quite large, its sides measuring over a meter in length and appearing rather hefty. Jiang Tian's heart leapt with joy as he unhooked the line from the chest's handle. He then pulled out the movable wooden lid and peered inside. Considering the chest's substantial weight, if it contained food, it could sustain him for quite some time. However, to his astonishment, he found a living person inside. I don't recall such a phenomenon in the Minecraft survival series, he exclaimed in disbelief. At that moment, a man clad in simple garments sat cross-legged within the chest, eyes closed. As the chest opened, sensing the light, he abruptly stood up, gazing intently at Jiang Tian for a brief moment before suddenly kneeling on one knee before him and clasping his fists, declaring, "I, Lu Fengxian, am here to serve." Jiang Tian was momentarily taken aback, his mind a flurry of questions. The man appeared to be in his 30s, towering nearly 2 meters tall, with sharp brows and a muscular build. "Fengxian, master? What is the meaning of this?" Jiang Tian stammered, struggling to comprehend the situation. The man nodded earnestly and addressed Jiang Tian with respect. "I am Lu Bu, at your service, my lord." Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. "Lu Bu? Are you claiming to be the famed general from the 3 kingdoms? Lu Bu paused, then replied, "Indeed, that is my name. My courtesy name is Fengxian. As for being a general from the 3 kingdoms, what does that mean, my lord?" After a moment of contemplation, he sighed heavily, his expression grave. "All I know is that you are my master." "Ah, understood." Jiang Tian nodded thoughtfully. He began to grasp the premise of this world. It appeared that characters he caught would automatically belong to him without any prior memories, thus sidestepping potential complications. However, Having a grown man refer to him as master felt rather peculiar. Jiang Tian muttered under his breath, which Lu Bu overheard. Lu Bu nodded in agreement. If that is the case, may I call you my adoptive father? Adoptive father? No, no, please don't. Jiang Tian exclaimed, waving his hands in protest. Good heavens, even Lu Bu knows the implications of such a title. If you were to call me that, it would surely bring misfortune. After a moment of consideration, he instructed, from now on, just call me my lord. Yes, my lord. Lu Bu replied, bowing his head in acknowledgement. Excellent. Now please step out of the chest. Jiang Tian nodded in satisfaction. Once Lu Bu emerged, he examined the wooden chest once more. Aside from Lu Bu, there were no other supplies within. However, the chest itself, crafted from wood, was a resource in its own right. Not only had he acquired a laborer, but he had also obtained timber, definitely a profitable endeavor. He instructed Lu Bu to drag the chest to the center of the floating island, and then brought him to the edge. Lu Bu, do you know how to fish? Jiang Tian inquired. Fish? Lu Bu looked puzzled. Jiang Tian shrugged nonchalantly, just follow my lead. With that, he swung his rod once more, casting the iron hook into a cloud. Observing this, Lu Bu imitated him, picking up another rod to attempt fishing from the clouds beneath the island. However, he was less adept, requiring several attempts before successfully casting his hook into the cloud. The two sat side by side, fishing leisurely, a serene scene indeed. Of course, they did not remain silent throughout. Jiang Tian took the opportunity to inquire about Lu Bu's background. Upon learning that Lu Bu had lost all memories of his past and held an unwavering loyalty to his new master, Jiang Tian felt a wave of relief wash over him. After all, the reputation of a three-surname servant was rather intimidating. After conversing for a while, Jiang Tian noticed that no clouds had yet been hooked. He decided to open the chat interface again. The world channel was still a cacophony of noise, filled with various chaotic messages, mostly cries for help. Shifting to the regional chat, the conversation was much more coherent, with most discussing their catches. Have you all caught anything? I pulled up a hammer. I fished for half the day and only caught some broken wood, packed in a plastic bag. Haha, I caught a bag with 3 loaves of bread. How enviable. I only caught a bottle of water. You all must be lucky. I'm completely out of resources and my stomach is growling. I caught a bag of nails, but what use is that? At this moment, Jiang Tian tentatively sent a message to inquire about the situation. CNNS 1111. Has anyone managed to catch a living creature? This alphanumeric code was Jiang Tian's designated identifier, similar to those used by others in the chat. The moment Jiang Tian's message was sent, the regional chat exploded with excitement. Wait, you can catch living creatures? My sword is itching for action. Living creatures? Does a chicken count? I just fished up a chicken. What? A chicken? You can't be serious. Cough, cough. This ISNTA kindergarten bus. Let me down. Chapter 4. My lord, I am hungry. That fellow with the ID 1111. Did you really catch a living creature? By the way you ask, it seems you must have caught a person, right? To be honest, I just fished up a person. But he seems a bit off in the head. When CNNS 4144 spoke, the attention of others in the regional chat shifted toward him. What? You really can catch people? Is that for real? Exactly. How could a person possibly be in a cloud? That's absurd. Hey, don't forget, we're currently on a floating island, which is already pretty ridiculous, so I think catching a person is not entirely out of the question. By the way, what is the point of catching people? Our main concern is food right now, isn't it? Bro, catching people can provide labor. Look around, this island is barren, and we're all modern folks. How many can endure the elements? Hey, that is true. Hey, CNNS 4144, what is your deal, man? CNNS 4144, you're the one who is crazy. I just spent a ton of effort to fish up a wooden chest, thinking it might contain food, but it didn't. Forget it. I'm going back to fishing. Survivor number 4144's remarks sparked a flurry of discussion. Indeed, the notion of reeling in a person seemed rather futile at present. With limited resources already stretched thin, sharing food with a newcomer felt more burdensome than beneficial. Unless, of course, the catch happened to be a lady, which would certainly alter the dynamics. Speaking of which, hey, my friend number 1111, did you hook a male or female? Upon being questioned, Jiang Tian pondered for a moment before responding, a male. TCH, TCH, TCH. The screen was filled with disdainful messages. Observing this scene, Jiang Tian shook his head. Most individuals remained trapped in a narrow mindset. He sensed that, although life seemed relatively tranquil now, one could not rely indefinitely on fishing for sustenance. Significant events were bound to unfold in the future. The wooden boards and nails currently being caught were merely preparations for constructing a homestead. The parchment had also stated that they must seek resources to develop their community. And for now, this barren land could hardly be deemed a home. While the growing population increased consumption, a larger workforce would undoubtedly accelerate future development. Hence, the rise in labor was unequivocally a boon. Lost in thought, a rumble emanated from Lu Bu's stomach. Turning to Jiang Tian, he bluntly stated, "My lord, I am hungry. Bear with it," Jiang Tian replied, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Although he had not yet touched the piece of bread and water, he knew he could not afford to share it with Lu Bu at this moment. That meager offering would hardly suffice, even as a snack. Focus on fishing. Food will come. Yes. What is bread? Do not concern yourself with that now. You will understand in due time. Understood, my lord. As time passed, and the sun dipped below the horizon, the moon cast a gentle glow. Jiang Tian and Lu Bu had managed to catch numerous supplies, all neatly arranged at the center of the island. Excluding the wooden box containing Lu Bu's belongings, they had collected 15 wooden planks, 1 stake, a bag of nails, 50 pieces, a lighter, a candle, a pair of scissors, 2 bags of bread, 2 packs of instant noodles, and 3 bottles of mineral water, alongside fabric wrappings and plastic bags. This constituted the entirety of their bounty for the day, aside from Lu Bu himself. During their efforts, both had consumed a bag of bread and a bottle of water, leaving the remainder for later. Though not fully satiated, they had at least quelled their hunger somewhat. Setting the fishing rod down, Jiang Tian ignited the candle with the lighter and placed it atop a wooden stake embedded in the ground. The hour was late. After finishing this round of fishing, they would retire for the night. Yes, my lord, Lu Bu replied, though his mind lingered on the taste of the bread. This delightful creation, known as bread, was soft and sweet, a true delicacy. Contemplating this, he gazed at Jiang Tian. Is this a match? It ignites with a simple strike. How wondrous. Hearing this, Jiang Tian smiled faintly. Such wonders are merely the beginning. Many more marvels await. Pay close attention and learn well, for I shall entrust you with many tasks in the future. I, Feng Xian, shall serve with utmost diligence. Lu Bu declared earnestly, now accustomed to the archaic expressions. Jiang Tian responded lightly and checked the chat room for updates. At that moment, the regional chat was awash with lamentations. Why have I fished all day without a single morsel? I only caught 2 pieces of bread, and they are long gone. After a whole day, I reeled in 3 clouds, one of which was a piece of bread. I am starving. Is there a kind soul willing to share some food? Hee hee. I caught 5 pieces of bread and 3 bottles of water. What luck! Who among you can spare me a piece of bread? I would gladly trade 10 wooden planks for 1. Dream on. In this environment, food is the most precious commodity. How could you trade for wood? Exactly. Can wood be eaten? CNNS 4144. Damn it. I reeled in 3 pieces of bread, and this guy keeps drooling at me. It's disgusting. Why don't you share with him? You have 2 pieces. Get lost. A single rod can only yield so much. Why should I share? Let him starve. How heartless. Witnessing this, Jiang Tian felt a sense of relief. Although consumption had increased, the combined efforts of 2 fishermen meant their haul was double that of others. At the very least, it ensured their own sustenance. Moreover, this was merely the first day. As time progressed, the fishing rods he could replicate would multiply. The rate of resource acquisition would increase exponentially. Chapter 5, A Box of Treasures? Reflecting on this, Jiang Tian felt a stirring in his heart and scrolled through the chat records. Most messages were cries of hunger and poverty. Some had caught only a single piece of bread, while others were fortunate enough to reel in several. A few unlucky souls had only managed to catch wooden scraps, cloth strips, and nails, while others had caught nothing at all. Occasionally, a few lucky individuals took the opportunity to boast in the chat, basking in the envy of others. While some resorted to curses, not finding the information he sought, Jiang Tian switched to the World Channel. At that moment, the World Channel echoed similar sentiments to the regional one, with most hoping others would bestow a morsel upon them. Scrolling further, Jiang Tian stumbled upon several messages. Oh my god, the yield from a fishing rod is pitifully low. Lord, grant me another rod. Has anyone caught a fishing rod today? I haven't heard of anyone reeling in a rod. Neither have I. What are these fools thinking all day? A fishing rod is surely not attainable. Sucka. I need alcohol. Davarishi. I need alcohol. Who can provide me with alcohol? I desire a smoke. Alcohol and cigarettes are trivial. We are discussing the possibility of fishing rods here. If anyone has caught one, I will trade food for it. After flipping through dozens of pages without encountering any mention of a fishing rod, Jiang Tian mused that, given its status as the primary means of production, catching one would indeed be an incredible stroke of luck. Of course, Jiang Tian's situation fell outside the realm of normality. His ability itself was a significant advantage. Suddenly, a tug on his fishing rod signaled that something had been hooked. Calmly, he closed the chat interface and lifted his rod gently. Before long, a large paper bag appeared before the two, containing a red paper tube. Jiang Tian was taken aback. Is this a KFC family bucket? Gazing at the jovial old man printed on the tube and inhaling the delectable aroma of fried chicken emanating from within, Jiang Tian and Lu Bu couldn't help but salivate. Gulp. Both swallowed in unison, particularly Lu Bu, whose eyes sparkled with delight at this new fragrance. Noticing Lu Bu's eager gaze, Jiang Tian nonchalantly declared, no worries, dig in. I cannot possibly consume all this myself. Thank you, my lord, Lu Bu exclaimed, placing his fishing rod on the ground and bowing deeply, his expression brimming with gratitude. Jiang Tian donned a pair of disposable gloves and urged Lu Bu to do the same. The two grasped their pieces of crispy chicken, one hand holding the finger-licking good chicken, the other clutching a wing, eagerly feasting. The meat was still warm, as if it had just emerged from the fryer, and with every bite, juices splattered. Wow! Lu Bu exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with wonder. This is chicken? How could it be prepared in such a way? Marvelous, marvelous. As they savored their meal, Lu Bu mumbled, his mouth glistening with oil. Not even the bones on the chicken wings were spared. They gnawed away at the crispy bits, savoring the flavors and the grease until the bones were finally discarded. In contrast, Jiang Tian, who savored his food at a leisurely pace, appeared much more composed. Before long, the two had polished off 5 finger-licking original chicken pieces and 6 spicy wings. Burp. Ah, what a comfort. Having recently devoured a bag of pillow bread, both were now burping contentedly. These fried delicacies are best enjoyed while hot, as they do not keep for long. They should be consumed promptly. As for the remaining contents of the bucket, a box of mashed potatoes, a sweet corn on the cob, and a 1.25-liter bottle of cola, they could be saved for later. There were also 10 napkins in the cardboard box. They took out 2 to wipe their mouths, leaving the rest for Lu Bu to take to the center of the island. The wooden crate that had previously housed Lu Bu was tilted at an angle and temporarily repurposed for storing food. Lu Bu pulled the movable plank of the crate to the right, placed a few items inside, and pushed the plank back. This crate functioned much like a cupboard, proving to be quite convenient. With everything stowed away, Lu Bu returned to the fishing spot. Jiang Tian was still sitting on the canvas cloth, leisurely wiping his mouth. Discarding the remnants of food into a paper bag, he tossed it over the edge. The bag, containing the leftover bones, plummeted swiftly toward the sea. Splash! Splash! Moments later, a commotion erupted on the water's surface below. The two leaned over to take a look. However, as darkness had fallen and mist enveloped the sea, they could discern nothing unusual beneath. Yet, judging by the noise, it seemed some marine creatures had reacted to something. Since they could not see, they chose not to dwell on it. Just then, Lu Bu's fishing rod also signaled a response, accompanied by a crisp sound from the bobber. Recognizing the sound, Lu Bu grasped the rod firmly, steadied himself, and pulled. Whoosh! Under the force of his might, a small cloud rushed toward them. Quick as lightning, Lu Bu slapped the cloud just before it could reach his face. Crack! The cloud dissipated, revealing a cardboard box, which Lu Bu swiftly caught. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be an ordinary cardboard box, with its packaging offering no hints as to its contents. Curiosity piqued, he opened it. Indeed, Lu Bu placed the box on the ground and deftly tore it open. What lay inside left Jiang Tian momentarily stunned. What is this? A box of Huazi? Chapter 6, Selling Huazi 1 stick. Trade something for it if you wish to smoke. Illuminated by the glow of candlelight and moonlight, the numerous red objects inside the box gleamed with a dazzling brilliance. Black marker scribbles indicated the number, 329. Yes, it was indeed Huazi, and it was from the 300 series. Lu Bu, eyeing the red packaging with curiosity, inquired, "My lord, what is Huazi?" "Just a type of cigarette, you'll find out shortly," Jiang Tian replied as he swiftly grabbed a stick, tore off the plastic wrap, and extracted a pack of soft Huazi. Upon tearing it open and bringing it to his nose, he inhaled the faint scent of plum. In that moment, it felt utterly refreshing. This was the flavor. He took a stick, placed it between his lips, and, adhering to the principle of resource conservation, brought it to the candle flame to ignite. A wisp of blue smoke wafted upward. Ah, how delightful! With a deep inhale and a leisurely exhale, the smoke billowed forth as Jiang Tian's face lit up with satisfaction. Lu Bu leaned closer to take a whiff and frowned. "My lord, this is Huazi, a type of smoke that many people enjoy." Jiang Tian offered another stick. "Care for one?" Lu Bu, still bewildered, took it and mimicked Jiang Tian's actions, bringing it to the candle flame for a puff. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Bu removed the Huazi, his expression twisted in confusion. "My lord, this is hard to smoke. If it's not to your liking, then don't smoke it." "To be honest, it's not exactly a healthy choice," Jiang Tian casually remarked as he took another puff. Lu Bu's aversion to smoking this was fortuitous, saving him from pestering Jiang Tian for more Huazi. After all, it was a rare item. Just moments ago, while reviewing the chat records, everyone had expressed a desire to smoke, yet no one had mentioned catching any. With these thoughts in mind, Lu Bu retrieved the Huazi he had just taken a puff from. In response to his puzzled gaze, Jiang Tian took a pair of scissors and snipped off the portion Lu Bu had smoked. Aside from being slightly shorter, it was still a whole cigarette. Subsequently, he opened the trading market and pointed at the Huazi, prompting the trading information to appear. 300 series Huazi, 90 new, only puffed once. Trading requirements, food or water. Once listed, the Huazi transformed into a phantom. Lu Bu observed the entire process but showed no signs of surprise. It seemed that NPCs would not interfere with matters related to the system. After more than 10 minutes passed without a trading notification, Jiang Tian sighed. At this moment, everyone was focused on eating and drinking. It seemed no one was foolish enough to trade food for a single Huazi. He then opened the regional channel, CNNS 1111, fellow comrades. "I caught a 300 series Huazi. Is anyone willing to trade it for resource items? If interested, message me directly. Act fast." As soon as this message was sent, the regional channel erupted in chaos. Trading resources for Huazi? With everyone barely having enough to eat, who would be foolish enough to do that? Hey, that's not fair. Do you know how painful it is for a smoker to go a day without smoking? Exactly. As a 10-year veteran smoker, I can tell you. I'd rather skip meals than go without a smoke. No, seriously, are you out of your mind? Skipping meals could lead to starvation. While not smoking one tea kill you. Not smoking one tea kill you, but it's worse than death. Hwazi, I really want to smoke. I just realized I haven't tea smoked all day. Talking about this makes me feel a bit uneasy. I want to smoke, but I don't have anything to light it. Do they sell lighters with Hwazi? I don't have anything to light it with. I only have a box of matches, but can't bear to use them. I can't believe I'm still trying to start a fire by rubbing sticks together. Dude, I'm a primary school student. Can you just give me one for free? I thought I was seeing things when I saw a Hwazi in the trading market. Just one. If you're fishing for it, shouldn't you at least catch a pack? If you want to trade, shouldn't you at least bring half a pack? Everyone, don't trade with him. This guy wants to exchange for lighting items, but he probably has nothing to light it with. Just let him smoke it. Seeing the barrage of disruptive replies, Jiang Tian frowned, not wanting to engage further. He swiftly opened the trading market and changed the trading conditions from any survival resources to warmth items and lighting items. Before long, a flurry of trading messages flooded in. Request ID, RSNN 4235 requesting a trade, 1 pair of thermal pants. Request ID, Amin 7461 requesting a trade, 1 pair of slippers. Glancing through the requests, he noted that they primarily consisted of warmth items, with very few lighting items available, and only a handful of flint stones. It appeared that, for the time being, no one had acquired flashlights or lanterns, and even if they had, they were reluctant to part with them. After some consideration, Jiang Tian decided to accept the trade request for the flint stone. Although he already had a lighter, keeping this as a backup was prudent. Upon agreeing to the trade, the phantom of the Hwazi vanished, and 2 circular flint stones materialized before Jiang Tian. He dragged the phantoms to a suitable position, clicked confirm, and they transformed into tangible objects in his hands. Meanwhile, on a certain sky island, a rugged man with brown hair, holding a Hwazi in his left hand, was boasting in the regional channel. Oh, look what I got, a cigarette. Ha, I finally have something to smoke. Simultaneously, the regional channel descended into utter chaos. Damn it, I saw that trading message too, but I don't have the resources he wants. I attempted to barter with a pair of socks, but he declined my offer. The only gloves I had left did not secure me any cigarettes in exchange. What did you manage to trade with him? Hey, give it a try and let us know how it tastes. Observing these messages, the brown-haired man chuckled to himself. Initially, I merely wished to test the waters and offered my 2 prized lighters. Suddenly, as he was typing, a jolt of panic surged within him. He then erupted in fury, exclaiming, damn it, my lighters are gone. How on earth am I supposed to smoke that damn cigarette now? Hey, does anyone know how to start a fire by friction? Ha. Seeing the brown-haired man's messages, the regional chat channel erupted with laughter, filled with a jovial atmosphere. Chapter 7, The Bronze Sword. Returning to Jiang Tian. After trading 6 cigarettes for 2 mattresses, 2 thin quilts, and 2 pillows, he ceased his transactions. Engaging in too many trades at once might raise suspicions. Others could deduce that his stash of cigarettes exceeds just 1 pack, potentially leading to interference. Of course, the current state of affairs is one where demand surpasses supply, especially with so many people globally willing to trade with him. Even if some sought to disrupt the process, it would not hinder his dealings. Given the prevailing hardships, cigarettes are still a means to gradually exploit others' resources. Furthermore, he himself still needs to smoke. Meanwhile, the crowd in the regional chat channel was left bewildered, merely watching as cigarettes were snatched up in the trading market while they stood by helplessly. Once the betting was arranged, Jiang Tian inquired, Lu Bu, are you tired? Not at all. Please give your orders, my lord. Lu Bu replied, understanding the implication and nodding. Jiang Tian, satisfied, nodded in return. Well, you shall stand watch tonight. If you find yourself with free time, feel free to go night fishing. Your will is my command. Lu Bu responded, straightening up and scanning the surroundings. As indicated by the parchment, anything could happen in this area. Assigning someone to keep watch would undoubtedly enhance safety. Jiang Tian contemplated for a moment before reopening the regional chat box. CNNS 1111. Selling a cigarette, in exchange for a pile of branches, leaves, and stones. Preferably seeking trades with larger quantities. Instantly, the previously quiet regional chat box erupted with activity. Wow, the cigarette lord is back. Hey, didn't you just sell several cigarettes? I just saw in the world chat that several foreigners claim to have bought cigarettes, apparently in exchange for betting. The lord is too generous. Willing to trade for branches and leaves. What were those troublemakers earlier? Lord, I have plenty of branches. Please trade with me. I want to trade too. I have leaves. In no time, Jiang Tian was inundated with countless private messages and trade requests. After carefully assessing the quantity of supplies they had hoarded, he ultimately chose 2 for trading. Using 2 cigarettes, he acquired a large bundle of branches, 2 sizable bags of leaves, and a substantial sack of stones. After completing the trade, the 2 expressed their heartfelt gratitude, proclaiming him a good person. For them, branches, leaves, and stones held little value, unable to provide sustenance or warmth. Compared to the betting they could have traded for, this was a significant gain. In truth, for Jiang Tian, 2 cigarettes were hardly a considerable loss. A box of cigarettes contains 50 sticks. Each stick yields 10 packs, and each pack contains 20 cigarettes. This amounts to a total of 10,000 cigarettes. 2 sticks are merely a gesture of goodwill to the neighbors. After the trade, Jiang Tian instructed Lu Bu to dig a circular pit, surrounding it with stones, sprinkling leaves on top, and constructing a shelter with branches. Finally, he cut several strips from a sackcloth, ignited them using a candle, and tossed them into the pit. The flames from the strips ignited the branches and leaves, culminating in a bonfire. Jiang Tian then called over Lu Bu. If this bonfire begins to dwindle, toss in some wooden planks or branches. If dawn approaches, do not worry about it. Yes, my lord. All right, you continue your watch. I shall retire to rest now. With that, Jiang Tian extinguished the candle and nestled into one of the quilts. The reason for constructing the bonfire was twofold: to facilitate Lu Bu's night fishing and to prevent him from stumbling in the dark. Though he felt Lu Bu was unlikely to be that foolish, it was better to err on the side of caution. A night devoid of dreams passed. The following day, as Jiang Tian opened his eyes, daylight had already broken. My lord, you are awake. Upon rising, he saw Lu Bu bowing before him. Jiang Tian responded nonchalantly, yes. How was the situation last night? Any anomalies? Nothing occurred. Everything was normal. Good. Jiang Tian nodded, lifting the quilt to survey his surroundings. The bonfire had extinguished, and several cardboard boxes and bundles lay on the ground. Lu Bu introduced each item. These are the spoils from last night's fishing, including 1 iron pot, 2 packets of instant noodles, 2 bottles of mineral water, and a bronze sword. The terms instant noodles and mineral water were foreign to Lu Bu prior to Jiang Tian's instruction the previous day. Hearing the first few items, Jiang Tian nodded slightly. Last night, to ensure safety, he had only entrusted Lu Bu with a single fishing rod to prevent him from losing both, as he could not replicate them. It seemed that, although his catch was modest, it was still commendable. With the iron pot, they could now boil water, meaning they could enjoy instant noodles today. At that moment, Jiang Tian's mind sparked with realization. A bronze sword? Let me see it. At your command. Lu Bu knelt before Jiang Tian, cradling a package in both hands. As he unveiled the wrapping, a long, grayish sword came into view. The blade measured approximately 3 feet 3 inches, adhering to ancient design. Devoid of a scabbard, Jiang Tian grasped the hilt, weighing it in his hand, and swung it a couple of times. It felt somewhat heavy. Approaching a fallen wooden stump, he brought the sword down in a decisive strike. The not-so-sharp blade met the stump with a resounding thud, cleaving the 3-inch thick wood in half. To say it was severed would be somewhat inaccurate. The fracture bore the appearance of having been smashed apart. Nevertheless, it was still a decent outcome, better than having nothing. However, one must ponder the purpose of providing a sword at this juncture. Was it meant for chopping firewood? Everything acquired from fishing thus far, regardless of its nature, was applicable to their current needs. Whether it was bread, instant noodles, or water, or even bedding and mats, these items addressed their immediate survival concerns. The pots and pans served a similar purpose. Wooden nails and such were accumulated for future construction. While one could comprehend the utility of an axe or saw for building shelters, the rationale behind a sword, especially a bronze one, eluded Jiang Tian. Wouldn't it become useless after a few chops? After all, the malleability of bronze is rather poor. It suffices for combat, but is hardly suited for chopping wood. Reflecting on this, Jiang Tian narrowed his eyes. Chapter 8, The Monsters of the Sea. Having grasped this point, Jiang Tian once again inquired of Lu Bu whether there was truly no unusual activity last night. Observing his lord's cautious demeanor, Lu Bu solemnly replied, I assure you. Last night, apart from a few sounds emanating from the sea below, there were indeed no disturbances in our vicinity. Not a single living creature was present, nor any sound. That's reassuring. Jiang Tian nodded, momentarily setting his mind at ease. He decided to set the bronze sword aside for the time being. One must consider that the area surrounding the island was an expanse of emptiness. Not a single bird, nor even an insect could be found. Besides the sound of the waves below, there was truly nothing else to hear. Fortunately, there exists a formidable figure like Lu Bu by my side. Otherwise, I would surely succumb to despair. Moreover, he is capable of keeping vigil for me. With his immense strength, few could contend with him. Ah, Lu Bu. Jiang Tian patted his shoulder, saying, You must have had a taxing night on watch. You should rest for a while now. Thank you, my lord. Lu Bu responded with a respectful clasp of his hands before stepping back 3 paces and turning towards the bed, eager to retire. Suddenly, a rumbling sound emanated from Lu Bu's stomach. Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. What is this? Are you hungry? Perhaps you should eat something before sleeping. Lu Bu turned around, clutching his abdomen, his expression awkward. No, my lord, I need to relieve myself. Jiang Tian fell silent. Relieve himself? Was he referring to the need to defecate? Then it struck him. Lu Bu had consumed copious amounts of fried chicken the night before. For someone unaccustomed to such greasy fare, it was no surprise that he might be experiencing digestive distress. Clearing his throat, Jiang Tian replied somewhat awkwardly, Understood. You may go. Thank you, my lord. Lu Bu said, furrowing his brow as he clutched his stomach and made his way towards the edge. Wait a moment, Jiang Tian called out, observing Lu Bu's demeanor. Where do you intend to go for that? Lu Bu gritted his teeth and managed to say, to the edge, facing downwards. Forget that, for safety's sake. You should avoid that place. Jiang Tian waved his hand, retrieving the paper bucket from last night's feast. He opened the cabinet and stuffed a few sheets of paper inside before handing it to Lu Bu. To be safe, stay a bit further from the edge and use this. Yes. Thank you for your concern, my lord. Not a problem. Hurry along. You look like you're about to burst. Jiang Tian dismissed him with a wave. As he watched Lu Bu scuttle away, Jiang Tian couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Goodness. If the renowned and invincible Lu Bu were to meet his end due to such a trivial matter as this, it would be quite the disgrace. Caution is indeed warranted. Lu Bu, being perceptive, made his way around to the opposite side of the island, crouching down just out of sight behind a wooden crate. Moments later, a series of sounds erupted from that direction as Lu Bu commenced his bodily functions. Jiang Tian felt a tinge of embarrassment upon hearing such sounds from a figure of such legendary prowess. Although his knowledge of history was limited, he had played games based on the Three Kingdoms, and it was quite disconcerting to hear such noises from a person of Lu Bu's caliber. The image was momentarily tarnished. Yet, there was little to be done. The space was confined. Just then, Jiang Tian's own stomach grumbled in response. His expression shifted to one of subtle discomfort. Goodness. Last night's meal was indeed quite greasy. Clutching his abdomen, he grabbed a few sheets of paper and a large bundle of cloth before crouching down himself. At that moment, the once tranquil island was filled with a cacophony of sounds. After several minutes, both men stood up simultaneously, adjusting their trousers, each wearing a complex expression. Lu Bu called out, "My lord, where should I dispose of this?" Jiang Tian rolled his eyes and gestured downwards. "Just toss it down." Understood. Lu Bu lifted the red paper bucket and let it fall. Moments later, a crashing sound echoed from below, followed by the roar of waves. Together, they leaned over the edge to peer down, and as the mist cleared, the surface of the sea below shimmered with ripples. They could faintly discern a green shape beneath the water, its nature unknown. Just then, Lu Bu rushed over. "My lord, what lies beneath?" "I cannot say," Jiang Tian replied. Shaking his head, he then crouched down to secure the bundle containing the unspeakable item and tossed it once more into the abyss. The purple package plummeted rapidly. In unison, Jiang Tian and Lu Bu leaned forward to watch. Just as the package was about to hit the water, suddenly a massive creature, resembling a shark from a survival game, leapt from the ocean, its gaping maw wide open, devouring the purple package in one swift motion. With a splash, the creature sank back into the depths, sending waves crashing. Both men inhaled sharply, astonished. Lu Bu exclaimed, "I did not expect such a creature to inhabit these waters. Truly an extraordinary place." "I too am taken aback," Jiang Tian mused, gazing into the depths, his expression intricate. Who would have thought it could consume such things? Before long, the surface of the sea stirred again. Two great fish erupted from the water, thrashing about and expelling fish, shrimp, and seaweed everywhere. After a while, one fish spat out a red paper bucket, while the other coughed up a yellow-tinted purple package before finally settling down. Chapter 9, Exchange. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian and Lu Bu returned to the island's center. Observing the time, it was around 8 in the morning, breakfast was due. Jiang Tian opened the food storage cabinet and retrieved the remnants of last night's meal. Handing Lu Bu some mashed potatoes, he took a corn stick for himself. "All right, eat up, my lord." Lu Bu glanced at the mashed potatoes in the plastic container, his expression awkward. I'm not particularly hungry at the moment." Upon hearing this, Jiang Tian glanced at the small, unappealing lump of potatoes, its dull yellow hue reminding him of the earlier unpleasantness. He then looked at the buttered corn stick in his hand, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him. With a sigh, he retrieved a half of a breakfast package from the initial supplies and offered it to Lu Bu. "Here, eat this first. Once you're done, you should rest. I'll go gather supplies." "Thank you, my lord," Lu Bu said, relieved as he exchanged the mashed potatoes for half a piece of bread. After they both consumed their bread and drank some water, Lu Bu crawled into bed for some much-needed rest. Jiang Tian settled down with his fishing rod, positioning himself to face the rising sun, immersing himself in contemplation. Before long, another fishing rod appeared. He cast all 3 rods into the clouds, ensuring the hooks sank into the fluffy masses before setting them down securely. Once satisfied that they wouldn't slip, Jiang Tian opened the regional chat channel, noticing that many had already awoken and were engaged in conversation. "Good morning, everyone. What's good? I'm about to starve." "Starve? Didn't you get some bread with your fishing rod yesterday? Those 2 pieces of bread are hardly sufficient." "Exactly. I'm a voracious eater. I can devour 10 of those in a single sitting. By the way, is anyone looking to trade supplies? I can exchange wood and stone for food." "Get out of here. Wood and stone are worthless now. Food is king." "Speaking of which, how did you all fare last night?" "I simply lay on the ground and covered myself with a piece of wrapping." "Same here. Luckily the weather isn't too cold. I had a bit of insomnia last night." "Insomnia?" "I fished clouds all day and was exhausted. I fell asleep immediately." To the guy with insomnia. "Did you fish for clouds last night?" "No, it was pitch dark. I was afraid I'd fall off." "Last night, Lying on the wooden board and gazing at the stars, I was reminded of my hometown. I'm so hungry, I want to go home. Yesterday, I only had a piece of breakfast bread and a bottle of water. If this continues, I'll starve. At that moment, a message from a user identified as CNNS0888 suddenly appeared. Hungry? Aren't there plenty of supplies in the clouds? You still feel hungry? This remark sent shockwaves through the regional chat channel. Are you serious? What a heartless thing to say. In the present day, many are enduring the pangs of hunger, and uttering such remarks seems rather inappropriate. Indeed, in the chat channel, a flurry of messages from those with growling stomachs began to chastise a user by the handle CNNS0888. After all, the sorrows and joys of humanity can sometimes be incomprehensible, especially within the slums, where someone flaunts their wealth. It is simply outrageous. Soon after, the voice of this individual re-emerged in the chat, CNNS0888. Yesterday I caught 5 pieces of bread, a pack of biscuits, and a packet of instant noodles. After consuming 4 pieces of bread, I was already quite satiated. I still have some left. Apologies, I thought everyone was in the same boat. Damn. How can you laugh so heartily, as if you are embarrassed? What a pretentious show-off. CNNS0066. Sigh, I too have a 2-liter bucket of mineral water and several 500-milliliter bottles. Many are seeking to trade bread for my water, but they desire something more substantial, which is quite bothersome. Goodness, another pretentious individual. I detest such show-offs. In the chat, 0888 and 0066 were playfully boasting, creating a spectacle. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Tian felt compelled to send a message. 0066, are you craving something more substantial? I have mashed potatoes and corn sticks, all generously slathered in butter, sweet and delightful. Would you like some? Gasp. Upon reading Jiang Tian's message, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply. Their stomachs emitted rumbling sounds. This early in the morning, discussing butter? If one could indulge in sweet, buttery mashed potatoes and corn sticks at this moment, what a marvelous experience that would be. Oh dear, my stomach is grumbling again. Woe is me, dear sir. I am hungry. Would you be so kind as to share some corn sticks? Oh, how revolting. CNNS 1111. How on earth did you catch such delightful provisions? I've been unable to snag anything. Seeing the inquiries flood in, Jiang Tian responded nonchalantly. I caught a bucket of KFC yesterday, and I shared it with the fellow who caught it. The mashed potatoes and corn sticks were the leftovers. We were stuffed and found it quite oily. It overwhelmed us. This declaration ignited a frenzy in the chat. Goodness, why do mashed potatoes and corn sticks sound so familiar? The bucket. Oh great one. I implore you, cease your words. I am on the brink of starvation. Oh, how you love to boast. Is this what they call Versailles? I adore it. At that moment, 0066 swiftly initiated a private chat with Jiang Tian. Of course, I desire these 2 items, but at what cost? 3 bottles of water. You must be dreaming. As soon as Jiang Tian mentioned the number 3, 0066 immediately retorted. For just these 2 items, you expect me to part with 3 bottles of water? Do you grasp what water signifies at this moment? It is the essence of life. One can survive 7 days without food, but only 3 days without water. 0066 continued to elaborate on the significance of water at this critical juncture, and Jiang Tian couldn't help but chuckle. After all that talk, was he merely attempting to haggle? He could simply block him instead of wasting breath. Ultimately, 0066 proposed a figure for the 2 items. I'll offer you 1 bottle of water at most. Take it or leave it. Oh, then I shall decline. Jiang Tian replied quite decisively. Mashed potatoes and corn sticks are rich in vitamins, salt, and sugars, providing the necessary nutrients and satiety. Additionally, fats are an essential part of our diet. A lack of them can lead to dry skin, a dull complexion, and edema. If you find them unworthy, I shall seek others to trade for bread. Wait. Seeing Jiang Tian's firm stance, 0066 quickly called out to him. After a moment of contemplation, he finally snapped. 2 bottles. That is my final offer. If you wish to trade, let us do so. If not, then be on your way. Jiang Tian smiled faintly. Deal. His initial intention was to trade the 2 items for 2 bottles of water. He merely stated 3 to allow room for negotiation. Before long, 0066 sent a trade request. The mashed potatoes and corn sticks vanished, and 2 500 milliliters bottles of mineral water appeared before him. On the other side, a girl with purple hair, clad in a white t-shirt and jeans, adorned in a trendy manner, gazed at the mashed potatoes and corn sticks, on the verge of tears. After a day of nothing but bread, she was nearly sick from it. Finally encountering something rich and sweet was a rare stroke of fortune. Though perhaps a bit cold now, it mattered not. She immediately tore open the packaging of the mashed potatoes and began to savor it. While indulging, she sent a message to Jiang Tian. By the way, 1111, since these items are so delightful, why don't you eat them yourself? Oh, it's not much. Jiang Tian replied casually. I overindulged yesterday, and this morning I had an upset stomach. The remnants resemble mashed potatoes and corn sticks too closely for me to consume. By the way, are these 2 items delicious, or do they have a gloppy texture? The girl glanced at the yellowish mashed potatoes in the box, her lips curling in disbelief. You've got to be kidding me. Chapter 10. expanding the land. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian found himself lost in thought, staring at 3 fishing rods before him. Ding ding ding. One of the bells rang, prompting Jiang Tian to grasp one of the rods and pull. He reeled in a cloud. Instantly, the cloud transformed into white mist, revealing a black soil block roughly 1 cubic meter in size before Jiang Tian's eyes. Taken aback by this object, Jiang Tian observed as it settled seamlessly into the surface of the floating island, as if it were an integral part of it. Raising an eyebrow, he pondered, "What is this?" Examining the cubic meter of soil on the ground, and then glancing at the island beneath his feet. He surmised that this black soil block resembled the stone from the survival game Minecraft, which could be used to expand land area. As for the underlying principles, Jiang Tian was not privy to them, so he chose not to dwell on them. The pressing question was, how does one utilize this? After circling the black soil several times, he extended his palm and made contact. A virtual projection appeared before him. It was a rectangular prism, 10 units long and wide, with a thickness of 3 units below the island. Upon seeing this projection, Jiang Tian understood. This was the representation of his island. In that moment, the black floating soil morphed into a virtual image, manifesting at Jiang Tian's fingertips. Please select a placement location for the soil. The system's voice startled Jiang Tian. He promptly pointed to a location on the west side of the island and clicked confirm. Placement of soil successful. The system chimed again, and the virtual image vanished. Regaining his composure, Jiang Tian walked to the left and observed a square protrusion had appeared in the previously smooth edge of the island's west side. Goodness, was it really that simple? Jiang Tian muttered. According to the specifications, this should only be 1 meter thick. I wonder if it's stable. He then took the fishing rod and prodded the protruding section. The reaction force traveled through the rod into Jiang Tian's palm, and it felt quite solid. If someone were to stand on it, the added land should not suddenly collapse. Of course, Jiang Tian would not dare to stand in such a precarious position. What if he fell? Returning to his original spot, he waved the fishing rod to hook another cloud and sat down to ponder. Previously, he had been contemplating the concept of constructing a home. Is it sufficient to construct merely a wooden cabin as a sanctuary? Regardless of how one contemplates it, a solitary wooden structure hardly qualifies as a true home, does it? Or should one aspire to erect a courtyard, or perhaps a village, or even a city? In light of this, it is evident that a mere 100 square meters would be woefully inadequate. One must undoubtedly expand their territory. To my surprise, I have stumbled upon this predicament myself. Although a mere cubic meter of land holds little utility, if I can accumulate enough land, this small plot could transform into a vast expanse of prairie. Moreover, with an ample supply of fishing rods, the rate of accumulation will multiply exponentially. Contemplating these thoughts, Jiang Tian tightened his grip on the fishing rod, reminiscent of the fishing machines in the game Minecraft. Of course, the primary focus must remain on fishing diligently, for otherwise, all would be mere idle chatter. An hour passed. Among the 3 rods set upon the ground, one began to react. It yielded a bag containing 6 350 milliliter bottles of soda. The sudden influx of over 2 liters of water resources left Jiang Tian elated. At this stage, water remains the most pressing need. Scientific research suggests that an adult requires approximately 15 liters of water daily to maintain health, and he had barely met that requirement yesterday. Furthermore, he had plans to boil water for instant noodles later. His earlier trade of mashed potatoes and corn sticks for bottled water stemmed from this necessity. Jiang Tian found another cloud formation, cast his line with a flick of his wrist, and settled down to gaze at the sky, igniting a cigarette as he opened the world channel to observe. At this moment, a new wave of individuals stirred, vocally expressing their thoughts on the world channel. I made it through the night unscathed, with no demons attacking. Thank the Lord for his blessings. Amen. Oh, come on, you're such a charlatan. What bad luck. Surely, demons do not exist? I had a restless night. I miss home. I slept quite well. The weather seems pleasant now. I didn't feel cold sleeping on a plastic sheet last night. Well, I am fortunate it did not rain while I slept. Indeed, there is currently nothing to shield us from the rain. How unfortunate. Ladies and gentlemen, I am a meteorologist, and given the clear skies, it appears we shall not see rain for some time. Is that so? How splendid. In addition, there were those putting on a facade of innocence to swindle food, and others hoping to barter food and water for other resources. Naturally, these messages garnered little attention, for food and water are currently the most precious commodities. Observing these communications, Jiang Tian exhaled a slow plume of smoke, murmuring to himself, no rain is indeed a relief. Otherwise, everything would likely become drenched. However, one cannot assess this situation by common sense alone. The parchment had indicated that anything could transpire. That said, if it were to rain, it could be advantageous to collect it in barrels. With this thought, Jiang Tian felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Rain? Chapter 11. Well, how peculiar that I would encounter a familiar face. According to the World Channel, the initial day for all had been marked by brilliant sunshine, with no instances of attack during the night. Aside from those suffering from hunger, no unusual events had unfolded, though the waters were calm. This tranquility likely served as a mere buffer, as it is improbable that such ease could persist indefinitely. According to the parchment, It was explicitly stated that this was a survival game, necessitating swift development of one's homestead for self-protection. Moreover, droughts, storms, and snow would inevitably occur. It was merely a matter of time. Whether faced with drought or tempest, one must first prepare a shelter to shield against the scorching sun and rain. Immediate arrangements must be made. Procrastination would prove disastrous when the time comes. In this state, it is essential to prepare for the future. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Jiang Tian began to strategize. Based on the current resource acquisition data, it appeared that most individuals had gathered wooden planks. No one had reported obtaining stone slabs or the like. The most feasible course of action would be to construct a wooden cabin. To do this, one must first determine the dimensions of the dwelling. At a minimum, the interior must accommodate 2 beds, along with a table and the supplies to be stored within. A simple calculation suggests that, with the available manpower, a wooden cabin of approximately 30 square meters could be completed swiftly. The height must be at least 5 meters. Correct? Jiang Tian surveyed the pitiful 101 square meters of his island. To create a spacious home was, at present, unrealistic. Currently, he possessed 15 wooden planks, each measuring 1 square meter and 1 10-centimeter diameter log, which he had just severed. With these resources, constructing a wooden cabin was surely implausible. He promptly opened the trading market in search of timber. Regardless of the type of dwelling, a solid foundation is imperative, as no bricks were visible among the individuals. Long logs would have to suffice as a substitute. If the foundation were set at 1 meter, and considering a height of 5 meters, he would require logs at least 5 meters long. Whether anyone had managed to fish such lengths remains uncertain. Reviewing the trading post, he noted an increase in available supplies since the previous day. Most items were various types of wood, stones, or a few wires and nails, all marked with trade annotations for food. However, it was evident that no one would exchange with them. Jiang Tian examined the wooden resources. Some were rectangular or square planks, each roughly 1 square meter. He decided to pass on those. The logs, mostly 10 centimeters in diameter and about the height of a person, were scarcely longer than 2 meters. These, too, were unsuitable for a foundation. He passed on them as well. Finally, Jiang Tian discovered 2 logs approximately 20 centimeters in diameter and over 5 meters long, but the trade requirements demanded food. Surely, following their script was not an option. Jiang Tian sent a message to one of the sellers. "Hello, I noticed the long logs listed in the trading post. May we converse?" The response came swiftly. "What is there to discuss?" "Bring food for trade." "Food. I regret to inform you that I cannot fulfill that request. While I am unaware of how long this log has languished in the trading post, I am certain it has gone unnoticed, as food is currently scarce. However, I possess some other intriguing items you might find interesting." What intriguing items?" Seeing the other party's interest, Jiang Tian smiled slightly and replied, "While I cannot provide food, how about a cigarette during this lonely time? It may not fill your stomach, but it could ease your weary soul. What say you? A cigarette?" The other party paused momentarily, then retaliated with a flurry of messages. "Hey, I recognize you. You're the one who sold cigarettes last night. Damn it. You were the one who traded my lighter for a smoke, leaving me unable to enjoy it. To be frank, I intended to use that log for fire starting. So if you want it, you must trade me my prized lighter in return. Also, throw in 2 more cigarettes." Jiang Tian felt somewhat exasperated upon reading these messages. "Well, it seems I have encountered a returning customer. I accidentally lost the lighter yesterday, but I can offer you an additional cigarette and teach you a method for fire starting with wood. What do you think?" After a prolonged silence, the other party finally replied, "I attempted that yesterday. Fire starting with wood is utterly futile. You cannot deceive me. I spent 2 hours trying, soaked in sweat, and nearly caught a cold, yet I saw not a single spark." Jiang Tian smirked slightly. "How about this? I will give you 1 more cigarette, totaling 4. You must understand that here, cigarettes are a non-renewable resource. As a day has passed, have you seen anyone else catch a cigarette? If you are unwilling, I shall seek others." Chapter 12. Go where it is cool. Jiang Tian was acutely aware of the significance of a single cigarette to a smoker deprived of one. The other party hesitated momentarily. "What good is it to give me 4 cigarettes? Without fire, it's all for naught." Jiang Tian rolled his eyes. "Are you foolish? Simply trade a cigarette for a lighter with someone else." Upon receiving this suggestion, the other person was taken aback for over 10 seconds. "Of course. I want to trade." Following a bout of haggling, a deal was finally struck. Jiang Tian exchanged 4 Huazi cigarettes for a long log. He also discerned that the individual opposite him was likely an old chain smoker. They subsequently exchanged IDs, agreeing to contact each other in the future for any valuable items that could be traded for cigarettes. The other party readily consented, elated with the arrangement. With the log secured, Jiang Tian proceeded to seek another. The next seller of logs was quite obstinate. Relying on the fact that he was the only one with a long log available in the trading hall, he demanded that Jiang Tian provide food in exchange, along with an additional 2 Huazi cigarettes. Jiang Tian would not indulge him and promptly closed the private chat window. He then opened the regional channel, inquiring, "Does anyone have a log longer than 5 meters available for trade?" Upon seeing Jiang Tian's message, the regional chat exploded with activity. 1111? Here comes the Huazi Master. Huazi Master, please, I beg you, give me a cigarette. I'm about to suffocate. You just had a family bucket. Don't start flaunting now. Will you? After waiting for a while, it seemed no one was prepared to trade with him. Jiang Tian sighed, thinking to himself that finding a 3.5-meter log might prove challenging. Just as he was about to close the regional chat channel, a message appeared before his eyes. CNNS 4144. Huh? What's so great about a family bucket? Just a bunch of hormone-infused chickens. Be careful, or you might end up croaking. This remark rendered the regional channel silent. 3 seconds later, a deluge of messages flooded in. Uffed. Hormone chickens? With my current situation, I devour fried rice cooked in gutter oil. Exactly. In these circumstances. Who cares if it's hormone-laden? As long as it fills my belly. Truth be told, he had a point. If something went awry, there wouldn't even be medicine available. The regional channel buzzed with a cacophony of opinions. Jiang Tian cast a glance at that message, furrowing his brow. The individual with the ID CNNS 4144 seemed to be the one who had caught someone yesterday. What a peculiar character. He hadn't even broached the subject, and besides, what concern was it of his whether one consumed a family bucket? Nevertheless, given that this was a global crossover, it was certain that all sorts of personalities would emerge. He decided not to dwell on the matter and continued reviewing the other replies. Just then, CNNS 4144 sent a private message. You are looking for a log over 3 meters long. I happen to have one. Shall we discuss? Jiang Tian remained silent for a moment before replying. How do you intend to discuss? Very simply, 4 servings of food and water, plus a pack of Huazi. Upon receiving this response, Jiang Tian rolled his eyes and promptly closed the private chat window. The previous seller only asked for 2 loaves of bread and 2 bottles of water, along with a single cigarette. Yet this individual had the audacity to demand 4 servings and a whole pack of cigarettes. Even though he deduced that Jiang Tian possessed more than 1 pack, the exorbitant demand was simply outrageous. Shortly after closing the private chat window, the other party sent another message. What does it mean to not reply? Are you unwilling? After devouring a family bucket last night, you must have a decent food stash. Right? Can't afford this price? He had seen that there was only 1 log of this length available in the trading hall, emphasizing its rarity. Once this opportunity slips away, the price will double if you wish to buy it from me again. Jiang Tian felt a bit exasperated. Forget it. You should just go where it's cool. What kind of attitude is that? Don't be so ungrateful. Ignoring the individual, he immediately placed him on his blacklist. Glancing back at the regional channel, another message emerged. CNNS 0888. Oh, isn't this the one who devoured the family bucket? You want a log, right? Haha, what luck, just caught one, and it's exactly 3.5 meters. Wow, what luck. You're a true lucky star. 6666. Judging by this situation, you must have Huazi to spare. I'm so envious. I want to catch a log and trade it for Huazi. Seeing this, Jiang Tian typed out a message. Perfect. Are you willing to trade that log with me? We can discuss. CNNS 0888. Hee. Well, with such good fortune, it seems we can chat after all. What do you intend to trade? Just to clarify, I've caught plenty of food and water in the last couple of days, so I'm not in need at the moment. However, if you wish to trade using those items, I'm open to it. Yet, 0888 continued to boast about his fishing spoils in the public chat. Noticing that the other party did not message him privately, but instead continued to flaunt in the regional channel, Jiang Tian rolled his eyes. This person was truly a braggart. Reminiscent of those who flaunted their good fortune in games. It was surprising that even in this world, he still found time to show off. Just as Jiang Tian prepared to message him privately, another message popped up in the chat channel. CNNS 4414. Let me tell you all. Such a long log is a rare resource. Don't trade with this guy. Anyone who does is a fool. What is wrong with you? 4414. Have you lost your mind? What is going on? Chapter 13. If only you had some cola. Upon seeing the message, Jiang Tian frowned again. This fellow was not trading and was now causing trouble. Was he mentally unstable? Before Jiang Tian could speak, another person began to retort. CNNS 0888. Hey kid. Who are you cursing at? Whether I trade with him is none of your business. Go where it's cool, you fool. Well said. Beautifully put. I found this guy unsavory too. He caught someone and won't even spare a bite to eat. Yet he insults others. Such a person is utterly disgusting. 4414. Stop humiliating yourself and get lost. Suddenly besieged, 4414 was not pleased. What do you mean? How dare you insult me? Do you believe I won't take you down? Ha ha. How will you take us down? Fly over from the Sky Island? Wow, are there keyboard warriors on the Sky Island too? I'm so scared. Come on over if you dare. Anyone can talk big. In an instant, 4414 and the regional chat participants were embroiled in a furious exchange of insults. But how could he contend with so many voices? He was verbally torn apart, his frustration escalating to the point where he could no longer type coherently. Ultimately, he exhausted his daily quota of 10 messages, unable to retaliate, and was left watching as others continued to berate him. Meanwhile, the other side was in turmoil. What a pathetic system that even prevents me from speaking. Damn it. A teenager clad in a beach shirt with red bangs, appearing no older than 20, was shouting at the sky. Not far behind him, a man of around 50, dressed in simple clothing and somewhat portly, crouched quietly, afraid to speak. After over 10 minutes of venting, the teenager finally grew tired and sat down on the ground. Casting a glance back at the elderly man, he scolded vehemently. "What are you staring at? Hurry up and fetch me a bottle of water." "Yes, yes, yes." The man gulped nervously and nodded vigorously. He hurried to the center of the island, picked up a bottle of mineral water, and approached to hand it over. The youth snatched it away, twisting off the cap. Gulp, gulp, gulp. After consuming more than half of the bottle, he finally began to regain his composure. Clutching the mineral water bottle, a glimmer of crimson light sparkled in his eyes. 11110888. And those regional channels, those worthless scoundrels, do they look down on me? If I find the opportunity, I shall make sure to eradicate every single one of them. Clenching his fist tightly, the plastic water bottle was distorted under his grip. Without replacing the cap, he carelessly tossed it behind him. Observing this, the middle-aged man quickly stepped forward to retrieve it, secretly drinking from it. "Now, 1111, let us continue our discussion. And ignore that fool." "All right," Jiang Tian replied, glancing at the message sent by 0888, a faint smile gracing his lips. "I never imagined you had such a fiery temper." Indeed, back in my days as a keyboard warrior and internet commentator, this kid was probably still in the shadows, he retorted. "Enough about him. What do you intend to offer in exchange for this branch I hold? Food is out of the question. After all, sustenance is paramount. Besides, you seem to have an abundance of food and water. How about I offer you 2 cigarettes instead?" Jiang Tian proposed. Of course, he had no illusions that he could so easily trade 2 cigarettes for the branch he had just exchanged for with a regular customer. Moreover, with 4144's intervention, even though the other party had retorted, they surely understood the rarity of the branch and would not part with it so easily. The 2 cigarettes were merely a tactic to express a willingness to negotiate and indicate room for price elevation. As expected, a response arrived. "Don't be ridiculous. Although I'm not entirely sure of its worth, I just checked the trading post, and it seems that such a lengthy branch is quite scarce." On the other side, a slightly overweight young man in a blue hoodie smirked as he replied to 1111. "Moreover, from last night until now, I estimate you've spent quite a bit of your cigarettes. If you had only snagged 1 pack, would you be so generous, not saving some for yourself?" "I don't smoke." "Oh really? Then what about the pack of cigarettes you put up for trade yesterday?" "All right, you caught me," he laughed. "So how do you plan to trade? 1 whole pack of cigarettes?" "No way." Jiang Tian flatly rejected the suggestion. The other party's negotiating stance was clear. Since that was the case, they would have to revert to trading food and water. Jiang Tian pondered for a moment before replying. "Yesterday, I caught a plastic bag containing 3 packs of cigarettes. After accounting for the one I've already smoked, I have only a few left. I can offer you 5 cigarettes along with a 350 milliliters bottle of soda." "Uft, you think I believe that?" The hoodie-clad man scoffed. From his perspective, 1111 must possess more than 3 packs. In terms of quantity, it should be at least a full box, even if the cigarettes were loosely packed in a plastic bag. Given his rapid consumption, he should have at least 5 packs to be so generous. After all, they were cigarettes, valuable commodities. However, the hoodie man was reluctant to sever ties with the other party. He had scoured the trading post for quite some time, and, as it stood, 1111 was the only one selling cigarettes. If they fell out, he would likely lose the opportunity to trade altogether. Besides, the conditions offered were already quite generous, particularly with a bottle of soda included. Glancing at his own supplies, he contemplated before replying. "The terms are acceptable. But could you swap the small bottle of soda for a 500 milliliters bottle of mineral water instead? I already have soda, and its flavor is rather mediocre. If only you had Coca-Cola." "Coca-Cola?" Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow, a smile creeping onto his lips. "Coca-Cola? I have that." Chapter 14. You are too candid. "What? You have?" Upon reading this message, 0888 was momentarily taken aback. Gulp. He swallowed hard. "Coca-Cola." This 1111 claimed to have Coca-Cola. Before his transmigration, 0888 was a devoted aficionado of Coca-Cola. While others consumed 2 liters of water daily, he required 2 liters of Coca-Cola. Of course, he was aware that excessive consumption of Coca-Cola was detrimental to health, but he simply couldn't resist. If he couldn't have Coca-Cola during mealtime or late-night snacks, he felt utterly miserable. For 0888, Coca-Cola was the essence of life. Regrettably, since arriving in this new world, it seemed that Coca-Cola was beyond his reach. Despite his good fortune in catching plenty of food and water yesterday, not a single bottle of Coca-Cola was among them. This morning, he did manage to catch 2 bottles of soda, which contained some carbonation and sweetness. Yet, the faint taste only intensified his longing for Coca-Cola. Just as he was wrestling with his craving, the other party, 1111, casually mentioned having Coca-Cola. It felt as though a pillow had been delivered right as he was falling asleep. Clearly, fortune was on his side. Taking a deep breath to suppress his excitement, he replied, "All right then, you bring 5 cigarettes and a bottle of Coca-Cola, and I'll trade you for the branch." "1 bottle? I don't have that much." Jiang Tian chuckled lightly, responding, This Coca-Cola is from the bucket of fried chicken I caught yesterday. I've nearly finished it, leaving only a small sip, about 200 milliliters. Impossible. I don't believe you. You must have stored the Coca-Cola well, probably not even taking a sip. What is there not to believe? Let me ask you, if you were feasting on greasy fried chicken with Coca-Cola sitting beside you, would you be able to resist the temptation to drink it? This 0888 gasped in realization. Indeed, if he were in such a situation, he would have long consumed the Coca-Cola without leaving a drop behind. It seemed that the other party might genuinely have only that much left. Just as he pondered this, Jiang Tian sent another message. Yesterday, I struggled for quite some time to save that last sip of Coca-Cola for later. Looks like today, I'm giving you a bargain. A flat rate, 200 milliliters of Coca-Cola plus 5 cigarettes for that 3.5-meter branch and a bottle of mineral water. What the hell? Why are you suddenly raising the price? Don't go too far. Too far. Jiang Tian smiled calmly, continuing, mineral water is plentiful. I wager you have plenty as well. But you must realize, this is currently the only remaining 200 milliliters of Coca-Cola. This is a fair exchange, and I'm giving you a deal. If you refuse to trade with me, I'll simply find someone else. Wait. 0888, now sweating profusely, quickly called out to Jiang Tian, I'll trade. But can we swap the mineral water for soda instead? Deal. Jiang Tian readily agreed. They both began to prepare for the transaction. Approaching the cabinet, Jiang Tian picked up an empty mineral water bottle, shook it to remove the remaining droplets, then retrieved the Coca-Cola. Twisting off the cap to pour in a little less than half, he pulled out 5 cigarettes and gestured. The 5 cigarettes and a small portion of Coca-Cola transformed into ethereal silhouettes. Meanwhile, the other party set their items up, and another ethereal silhouette appeared before Jiang Tian, a 3.5-meter branch, along with a 350 milliliters bottle of lemon-flavored soda. Jiang Tian inspected the items, confirming their authenticity, and clicked to confirm the exchange. On the other side, 0888 glanced at the ethereal silhouette containing the Coca-Cola in the mineral water bottle. Although he felt something was off, the items were right in front of him, leaving no time for further thoughts. After the transaction was finalized, 5 fragrant sticks of plum-scented cigarettes and a small bottle of black liquid materialized before him. 0888 swiftly seized the plastic bottle, twisting off the cap, to inhale deeply. A hint of sweetness intertwined with carbon dioxide filled his nostrils, causing his heart to momentarily skip a beat. Yes, it was indeed cola. Grasping the bottle, 0888 felt tears welling up. A day without it had left him yearning. Tilting his head back, he brought the bottle to his lips. The dark liquid surged into his mouth like a mighty tide, and the lively bubbles burst forth like fireworks between his teeth. After lingering for a few seconds, he swallowed, a trace of sweetness resonating in his esophagus. Burp. The effervescent carbon dioxide compelled 0888 to belch. Carbonation. Sugar. Refreshing. This was the sensation. Delightful. 0888 squinted in appreciation, then glanced at the remaining 100 milliliters of cola in the bottle. Cautiously, he twisted the plastic bottle, contorting the middle into a knot. The remaining half could be enjoyed later tonight, still brimming with fizz. He must preserve it well. As he murmured to himself, a sudden realization struck him. Something was amiss. He promptly reopened the private chat window, indignantly exclaiming, No, you deceived me. This cola is so effervescent. It cannot possibly be the remaining 200 milliliters that had been left overnight. This is the first sip after opening the cap. Isn't it? Upon reading this message, Jiang Tian was taken aback. What the hell? You can discern that. A connoisseur indeed. Of course. I've been drinking cola for years. 0888 replied smugly, adding, Although you tricked me, I'm still grateful that you allowed me to have this first sip of cola. After all, the value of cola lies predominantly in that initial taste. I don't know how much you have left, but please reserve some for me. I'll come back to trade later. No problem. Just as he closed the chat with 0888, another chat window appeared. 0066. Do you need a 3.5-meter post? Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow at the message. Oh, you have it. Indeed, I caught it last night. What do you need such a long post for? Don't ask too many questions. Do you want to trade or not? Sure. But what do you intend to offer in exchange? 3 sticks of cigarettes. 3 sticks of cigarettes. On the other end, a fashionable girl responded with exaggerated astonishment. Do you have any idea how much effort it took for me to reel in something that long and thick? I'm a girl, for goodness sake. You think you can brush me off with just 3 sticks? How outrageous. Where did you learn to speak like that? You weren't so dramatic when we chatted earlier, Jiang Tian thought, feeling a bit perplexed. Speaking of which, was the other party a girl? It's rare for women to smoke. What if she doesn't? After contemplating, he replied, How about I trade you a bottle of soda instead? Upon hearing such a miserly offer, the girl's temper flared. She had initially intended to adopt a playful tone like the person in the chat window above to gain an advantage, but was taken aback when the other party didn't fall for it. She quickly reverted to her usual self, refusing. Water? Are you joking? I've told you before. I have plenty of water. Jiang Tian wiped the cold sweat from his brow, asking, Goodness, aren't you being a bit too honest? Chapter 15, Inferior Plastic Bags. The girl paused for a moment. After a brief while, she grasped the implication of his words. Her face flushed crimson as she retorted, "What on earth are you thinking? Pervert. I swear, that was your own statement. Why are you accusing me?" "No, The girl's cheeks burned, and after a long pause, she couldn't find the words. Finally, she huffed in exasperation, "Let us not dwell on that anymore. Let us continue discussing the post." All right. Since you don't want water or cigarettes, it seems I don't have much to offer you." After sending this message, Jiang Tian smiled faintly. In such circumstances, engaging in a conversation with a girl proved to be rather entertaining. Shortly after, the other party messaged again. "Who said I didn't want cigarettes? Aren't you a girl? Can't girls smoke? I'll tell you, if you want that post, you'll need to trade me 10 sticks of cigarettes. I didn't realize you had such a strong craving." After some haggling, Jiang Tian acquired the long post for the price of 8 sticks of cigarettes. The girl's eyes sparkled as she saw the cigarettes appear. She picked one up, placing it between her lips and igniting it with a lighter, taking a deep drag. How gratifying. Jiang Tian squatted on the ground, surveying the 3 long wooden posts before him. Even so, 3 logs would still be insufficient for constructing a wooden house. However, given the scarcity of resources, acquiring more would not be easy. It was best to take it one step at a time. As for the remaining long log in the trading post, he would leave it be for now. After all, he was the only one concerned about purchasing wood for building a house, and for the time being, no one would be trading food for what appeared to be a useless item. Jiang Tian placed his cigarettes on the trading post, requesting to list various types of wood or tools such as hammers and saws. He then resumed his fishing endeavors. Time passed swiftly. The sun rose from the horizon to its zenith. Approximately 6 hours had elapsed. "Master, you're awake?" Jiang Tian, still smoking, turned to see Lu Bu bowing beside him. He gestured toward the paper bag nearby, saying, "Here, have a couple." "What is this?" Lu Bu inquired, peering into the bag, which contained 4 bamboo skewers. He picked one up and examined it. It was speared with something 2 inches long, glistening red. "It appeared to be meat," Jiang Tian casually remarked. "That's called a hot dog. Go ahead, it's quite tasty." The paper bag had been caught 3 hours earlier and contained 6 hot dogs, of which Jiang Tian had already consumed 2. The flavor was quite delightful. "Yes," Lu Bu responded, leaning closer to the hot dog to sniff. Though it had cooled down, a faint whiff of oil still lingered. It was this very scent that prompted Lu Bu, with an empty stomach, to swallow hard. Opening his mouth, he took a big bite. Uffed. The juicy meat burst forth with oil, filling his mouth with a delightful aroma. This flavor, so savory. Upon tasting it, Lu Bu's eyes widened. Gulp. In his excitement, he swallowed the hot dog whole without chewing. Glancing at the remaining hot dog, he quickly took another bite. The juice once again flooded his lips and teeth. In just 2 bites, he finished the hot dog and grabbed another one. Wiping the grease from his lips, he expressed his delight with a chorus of praises. "All right, enough with the admiration." Jiang Tian interrupted Lu Bu and pointed toward the nearby plastic bags and packages, instructing, "Take these away. Food and water should be stored in the cabinet, while the other items can be placed on the ground. Oh, and later, use the flint to start a fire, set up the iron pot, and boil 2 bottles of mineral water. We'll have instant noodles later." "Yes," Lu Bu complied, carrying several large bags away. These items were naturally what Jiang Tian had caught during those 6 hours. In addition to the bag of hot dogs, there were also 3 bags of potato chips, 4 bottles of mineral water, 1 pack of toilet paper containing 10 rolls, 1 large bag of pebbles, 2 bags of palm leaves, 1 bag of straw, and a cubic meter of black soil, along with 1 large bag of mud. Jiang Tian promptly stored the loose soil in the western section. Although the area beneath those 2 square meters remained empty, the island's total area had now reached 102 square meters. Regarding the other bag of soil, this substance, despite its resemblance to the texture of the empty soil, is merely ordinary earth and cannot float. Speaking of which, surely others have also caught the empty soil. I wonder how their lands have developed. Jiang Tian opened the world channel, where a discussion about this empty soil was taking place. "Hey, I just fished up a black soil block that can expand the area of the floating island. A black soil block can enlarge the land. Does that mean it can float like the empty island? How could such a thing exist? Are you dreaming? How could it be impossible? I just caught one. It's been personally tested and proven effective." What he said was indeed true. "I caught a piece this morning, and upon touching it, a vision appeared allowing me to arrange the land. I selected a spot, and it truly expanded by 1 square meter. Haha, I caught one too. As long as I keep fishing up these black soil blocks, I can transform my floating island into a nation." "Wait, are you all serious? Why haven't I caught any? The soil you've caught can be installed on the floating island? Why was the piece I just caught merely ordinary soil? Hee. I caught one too. It seems that only the lucky ones can possess such treasures." Upon seeing this, the user CNNS0888 commented. Jiang Tian rolled his eyes. "Goodness, this fellow truly manages to flaunt wherever he goes. This person indeed seems to have incredible luck, nearly able to fish up whatever he desires. Of course, he cannot compare to my own prowess." While perusing the chat records, ding-ling-ling, the bell rang once more. Jiang Tian closed the interface and lifted one of the fishing rods. This cloud cluster is rather small. Is it food again?" Jiang Tian tugged on the fishing rod. and a small patch of cloud gently floated over. It ultimately transformed into a low-quality plastic bag that fell into Jiang Tian's hand. Opening the plastic bag, 2 dirty items appeared before him. This is Chapter 16. Can I fish up monsters? The 2 items in the plastic bag were a dull yellow, about the size of a fist. They appeared rather unremarkable. Yet, as Jiang Tian gazed at the plastic bag bearing a label from a local agricultural market, a surge of joy filled his heart. Potatoes. What a treasure. This is the 4th most important food crop globally, not only possessing considerable nutritional value, but also boasting an exceptionally high yield and strong adaptability to various environments. Most importantly, they are easy to store and resist spoilage. With these, I need not worry about food and drink. At this moment, Lu Bu had also returned after placing the items. Upon seeing the potatoes in Jiang Tian's hand, he inquired with a classic line, "My lord, what is this?" "All right, I will explain later." Jiang Tian smiled, instructing Lu Bu to bring over the straw and scissors from earlier. He then made his way to the southern part of the island, crouching down to create 2 shallow pits, each 2 centimeters deep, with his hands. He placed the potatoes atop them. There were no obstructions on the floating island, and sunlight poured down upon the potatoes. He then evenly spread the straw over them, not too thick, allowing a few rays of sunlight to filter through the gaps. The temperature should be just right. Taking a bottle of mineral water, he gently punctured a few tiny holes in the cap with the scissors. A rudimentary spray bottle was thus created. Gently squeezing the water bottle, he sprinkled a few droplets onto the straw above the potatoes to ensure moisture. The process of encouraging the potatoes to sprout was complete. While working, Jiang Tian explained the concept of potatoes to Lu Bu, observing Lu Bu's bewildered nodding. It was apparent he was only partially comprehending. Nevertheless, that was acceptable. He would understand once he tasted the potatoes. Gazing at the location of the potatoes, Jiang Tian couldn't help but daydream. When the potatoes grow, shall I indulge in sweet and sour shredded potatoes or braised potato slices? If only I could have potatoes stewed with beef, that would be even better. Of course, all this would have to wait until the potatoes matured. I wonder how long it will take for them to be ready for harvest. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days passed. On the 9th day, the construction is nearly complete. I can proceed with the subsequent tasks. Yes, my lord. Jiang Tian waved his hand, instructing Lu Bu to fetch the materials, and began to survey the small wooden house before him. At the center of the island, it was hexagonal, topped with a conical roof made of wood. It looked quite presentable. During this time, Jiang Tian had gradually acquired several tree trunks over 3 meters in length, combining them with those he had fished up to gather a total of 12. Originally, Jiang Tian intended to construct a rectangular wooden house reminiscent of ancient times, but he could not find suitable materials, particularly long enough beams. He had no choice but to settle for this design. He used one of the 3-meter-long trunks, drawing a circle from one end as the center, and evenly divided the circle into 6 sections, thereby outlining a hexagonal shape. This defined the area of the house. After calculating, it measured approximately 30 square meters. Following his original plan, Jiang Tian dug a 1-meter foundation, placed the 6 tree trunks, and then positioned another trunk atop them, securing it with hemp rope. The same was done for the top, using slightly shorter trunks to construct it, tightly binding them with hemp rope. The framework of the small wooden house was now complete. A gentle push confirmed its sturdiness, as long as it did not face exceptionally strong winds. This wooden house should withstand any conditions. Jiang Tian nodded, glancing towards the western side of the island, where Lu Bu was busily working. There lay the various materials that had been either fished up or exchanged over the past few days. Wooden boards stacked to a height of a person, assorted sticks, branches, and stones were laid on the ground. There were also somewhat haphazardly stacked waterproof tarps and a large quantity of palm leaves, among other materials. Nearby were building tools such as iron shovels, pickaxes, and hammers, as well as living utensils like iron pots and aluminum bowls and chopsticks. These metallic items gleamed under the sunlight, shining brilliantly. A bit further along, food and water were arranged. On the black soil, 4 cardboard boxes were stacked, filled to the brim with mineral water of various brands. There was also a box containing soda, Coke, Sprite, and Minute Maid orange juice, among others. Although the quantity was not as abundant as the mineral water, there were still over 20 bottles. Adjacent to this water source were several plastic boxes, each filled with ample food resources, their exteriors labeled instant noodles, bread and biscuits, soy products, meats, and sweets. Upon seeing these meticulously organized resources that he had arranged, Jiang Tian couldn't help but smile and shake his head. Ever since arriving here, it seemed he had developed a touch of obsessive-compulsive disorder. Yet, witnessing the abundance of resources filled him with a profound sense of satisfaction. Turning his gaze south, Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. The potatoes he had planted there were now mounded with soil, and the sprouts protruding from the earth had grown quite tall, approximately 20 centimeters. To be honest, witnessing this growth rate left Jiang Tian utterly astonished. Typically, potatoes take at least 100 days from sprouting to harvest, but how long has it been? It's only been 7 or 8 days, and the sprouts have grown so tall. At this rate, the entire maturation period for the potatoes is likely only 10 days. In another 2 to 3 days, they will be ready for harvest. The fertility of this land is quite remarkable. Speaking of land, over the past 7 days, he had fished up 12 blocks of 1 cubic meter of empty soil. The total area of the island had now reached 114 square meters. Just as Jiang Tian was lost in thought, Lu Bu approached, carrying wooden boards and tools like hammers. "My lord, please command." As the framework of the wooden cabin had been completed, it was time to secure the wooden planks and construct the roof. Indeed, the two individuals picked up their hammers and nails and began to work with a rhythmic clatter. An hour later, the not yet finished cottage sported a roof fashioned from planks. After a brief respite, they resumed their labors. Another hour passed, and the main structure was adorned with wooden walls. A square opening, measuring 2 meters high and 1 meter wide, was deliberately left on the opposite wall to serve as an entrance. Once these tasks were accomplished, Jiang Tian and Lu Bu sat down on the ground to rest for a while. The wooden cabin was well on its way to completion. Although the walls, constructed from planks of varying sizes, appeared somewhat eccentric, they could be deemed to possess an abstract flair. Gazing upon their creation, Jiang Tian felt an overwhelming sense of pride swell within him. He requested Lu Bu to fetch 2 bottles of mineral water, and as he sipped, he opened the World Chat channel. As the largest communication platform in this realm, messages scrolled by at an astonishing pace. "Today marks the 9th day, and I've exhausted all my supplies. What should I do? I haven't eaten for 2 days. Can anyone help me? Ha. I'm both hungry and lonely. I can't take it anymore. Perhaps death is preferable." Don't say that. No matter what difficulties we encounter, we must face them with a smile. The best way to conquer fear is to confront it. Let's go, keep pushing on. I haven't eaten for 3 days. All I have beside me is a pile of yesterday's excrement, and my stomach is not pleased. Come on, brothers, let's persevere. Disgusted by these messages, a rather unpleasant image flashed through Jiang Tian's mind, leaving him momentarily embarrassed. Just as he was about to close the chat channel, another message caught his attention. "Help! I just caught a monster while fishing. Is there anyone who can save me?" Chapter 17. I thought it was a monster, but I was mistaken. A monster caught while fishing? Jiang Tian furrowed his brow. He continued to scan the world channel. As soon as that message was posted, the chat erupted into chaos. A monster? Are you joking? He must be hallucinating from hunger. Where would a monster come from in this world? We must be civilized, harmonious, and kind. In my opinion, this person is just trying to use a monster as an excuse for his inability to catch fish. I agree. Such a person is utterly disgusting. Wait, what if he's telling the truth? The Lord will protect me. Even if a monster appears, it shall not harm me in the slightest. Goodness, I just caught a wooden box too. When I opened it, there was a long-eared creature that bared its teeth at me. It nearly bit me. Fortunately, I acted quickly and kicked it away. Seriously? Are you all really saying this? The messages continued to flood in. The individual who first claimed to have caught a monster had fallen silent, whether due to the World Channel's daily posting limit or some other reason. He seemed unable to send any further messages. Jiang Tian's gaze sharpened. He did not believe these people were merely exaggerating. Although the past 9 days had appeared tranquil, he had remained vigilant, assigning Lu Bu to keep watch each night. As expected, today was not without its disturbances. This island was not as simple as it seemed. Suddenly, from the eastern side of the island, where 10 fishing rods had been placed, a series of intense ringing bells echoed. Ding ding ding. Upon hearing the sound, Jiang Tian's expression shifted. "It's here? Lu Bu, my lord, what are your orders? Go, grab your weapon." Understood. Seeing Jiang Tian's serious demeanor, Lu Bu's expression grew grave. He quickly moved to the northern side of the cabin, where several weapons were laid out: spears, short swords, axes, and the long sword obtained the previous day. All were crafted from bronze and radiated an aura of danger. Handing Jiang Tian the bronze sword, Lu Bu armed himself with a spear, and the two proceeded toward the eastern side. Jiang Tian focused on the fishing rod that was producing the sound. The bell continued to ring, and the seemingly innocuous cloud tethered to the fishing line was quivering violently. Drawing a deep breath, he grasped the fishing rod and lifted it. As he felt the weight on the line, the cloud was pulled toward the island. Boom! As the cloud descended, the mist dissipated, revealing a wooden box approximately 1 cubic meter in size, which fell before them. A wooden box, Jiang Tian thought, narrowing his eyes. It was quite rare to catch a wooden box while fishing. The last time had been on the first day, when it contained Lu Bu. Since then, he had not encountered another. According to the earlier chatter in the World Channel, those monsters were likely concealed within wooden boxes. Could it be that the box represented a living creature? It was certainly a possibility. If he were to open this box, perhaps a monster would spring forth to ambush him. Regardless of the creature's identity, on this isolated island, if an ordinary person were to be bitten or scratched, even if they survived, the untreated wound would pose a significant challenge. Since someone had alerted him to the potential danger, Jiang Tian could not afford to take any chances. He exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Bu, who nodded in understanding. Stepping forward, Jiang Tian grasped the movable wooden panel at the top of the box and slowly pulled it back. With his sword in hand, he kept his gaze fixed on the gap as it widened. 1 inch, 2 inches, 3 inches. Then, Lu Bu swiftly yanked the panel entirely free. gripping his spear tightly and adopting a battle-ready stance. Should a monster leap out, it would feel the sting of his spear. Jiang Tian, too, held his sword with a frigid determination. If a creature emerged from within, he would ensure it met its demise. Suddenly, whoosh, a gray figure sprang from the box. Jiang Tian and Lu Bu's expressions hardened, their arms coiling with tension, ready to strike. Their eyes were cold and menacing. At that moment, a voice called out, "Master!" A girl, clad in gray cloth, with long black hair and appearing around 15 or 16 years old, timidly gazed at Jiang Tian. "Huh, master?" Both Jiang Tian and Lu Bu were taken aback simultaneously. On the other side, after the girl spoke, she was met with the sight of weapons pointed at her by both Jiang Tian and the imposing Lu Bu, their faces etched with fierce intensity, as if they intended to skewer her alive. Petrified, she stood frozen in place, her eyes welling with tears, but thankfully, her composure held, and she did not cry out loud. However, the sight of the girl, resembling a flower weeping in the rain, left both Lu Bu and Jiang Tian momentarily flabbergasted. "Why is it a little girl? My lord, what is this?" Lu Bu glanced at the girl and then back at Jiang Tian, utterly bewildered. Just moments ago, he believed they were about to engage in a fierce battle, yet now, a young girl had appeared, and he was unsure whether to draw his weapon. Jiang Tian's expression mirrored his discomfort. The girl had called him master, indicating that, like Lu Bu, she had also been caught by him. The tranquility of the past days, coupled with the recent chat messages, had indeed left him feeling somewhat anxious. He waved his hand to Lu Bu, signaling him to lower his weapon. "Oh, I thought it was a monster. I misunderstood. Quickly, put down your weapons." "Yes." As both lowered their weapons, Jiang Tian approached the girl and gently patted her delicate shoulder. "Ahem, my apologies, young lady. I believe we've had a bit of a misunderstanding. Please don't cry, we mean you no harm." Upon hearing this, the girl rubbed her eyes. She gently wiped away the traces of tears at the corners of her eyes, biting her lip as she gazed toward Jiang Tian. With a hint of choked emotion, she asked, "A master?" "Yes, it is I," Jiang Tian replied with a nod. After the incident with Lu Bu, he was no longer taken aback by the titles bestowed upon those he rescued. However, Lu Bu had forgotten his own past experiences, leaving him uncertain whether this young girl would remember hers. He then inquired, "What is your name? Do you recall who you are?" Chapter 18, Master, I am frightened. Upon hearing Jiang Tian's question, the girl glanced at her benevolent master and the burly man beside him, who had relinquished his weapons and wore a complex expression. Instinctively, she edged closer to Jiang Tian and timidly responded, "I Jim Kai Zhaoji." Zhaoji. Upon hearing this name, Lu Bu furrowed his brow slightly. After a few moments of silence, he remarked, "I believe that name sounds somewhat familiar." An acquaintance of yours?" Jiang Tian was momentarily taken aback. He scrutinized the girl, whose hair was styled with two locks hanging down, resembling the ears of a floppy-eared rabbit. Coupled with the antiquated nature of her name, she indeed seemed reminiscent of a figure from the past. Although the name rang a bell, he could not immediately recall who it belonged to. Analyzing Lu Bu's words, it seemed she was also a personage from the Three Kingdoms era, Kai Zhaoji. Suddenly, a realization struck him. He turned to the girl and asked, "Are you Kai Yin?" "Kai Wenji." The girl widened her eyes in surprise and replied, "Indeed, my name is Kai Yin, with the courtesy name Zhaoji, not Wenji." "Oh, that is correct," Jiang Tian nodded. Kai Yin's courtesy name was indeed Zhaoji, which was later changed to Wenji to avoid the taboo of Sima Zhao's name. "Very well then. From now on, you shall be called Kai Wenji. Is that acceptable?" "Yes, master." Kai Wenji blinked her large, watery eyes and obediently nodded. Jiang Tian lifted the girl out of the wooden box and inquired about her situation. She shook her head, unable to recall anything beyond her name. Although Lu Bu and Kai Wenji found each other's names familiar, they still could not remember who the other was. Jiang Tian decided to let it go. During the recent unboxing, the sound of bells from the items laid out on the ground had become a chorus of jingles. Dingling, dingling. A few more fishing rods had caught supplies, which were then reeled in one by one. A 2-liter bottle of cola, 2 buckets of instant noodles, and a towel. Throughout this time, Kai Wenji stood nearby, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity as she watched the two men haul in the unfamiliar items. Each time she encountered these novel objects, she would echo the classic questions Lu Bu had once asked. "What is this? What is that? And what about this?" Jiang Tian, weary of explaining everything again, entrusted the task of enlightening the newcomer to Lu Bu. After a period of training, Lu Bu had become reasonably familiar with these modern items. With a hearty laugh, he pointed at each object and introduced them to Kai Wenji. At that moment, the last remaining fishing rod, still jingling with bells, pulled in a cloud. With a thud, the cloud dissipated, and a cubic object fell to the ground, a wooden box. Hearing the commotion, both Jiang Tian and Lu Bu turned their attention to the source. Kai Wenji's eyes widened with curiosity as she gazed at the box, while Lu Bu walked over, fully understanding the situation, and opened the movable wooden panel, anticipating whatever might spring forth from within. With Kai Wenji's presence, the atmosphere was no longer as tense as before. It would indeed be awkward if another new member were frightened. 2 seconds after opening the box, a completely naked, bluish-skinned humanoid creature stood up. It was approximately 5'6", hunched over, with long, pointed ears and a pronounced nose. Despite its frail limbs, its belly was round and protruding, creating a rather peculiar sight. Upon encountering this bizarre being, Lu Bu looked at Jiang Tian with a face full of confusion, unsure how to proceed. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian's expression also turned peculiar. This, with the long ears and protruding nose, could it be a goblin? He had only encountered such a creature in games before. Never had he imagined he would see one in person. It was indeed quite hideous. Nevertheless, in the games, goblins appeared as monsters, but some also played roles as NPC merchants. He wondered what kind of goblin he had just caught. Just as Jiang Tian was pondering this, suddenly, "Wee!" The goblin let out a strange cry, grinning maliciously as it leaped toward Jiang Tian. "Ah!" Kai Wenji gasped, instinctively stepping in front of Jiang Tian. "Master, be careful." Seeing this brave act from Kai Wenji, Jiang Tian felt a wave of relief. After all, in this world of survival on a deserted island, capturing a girl with low combat prowess and no special skills could be seen as a burden and a waste of resources. The fact that Kai Wenji would stand up for him warmed his heart somewhat. However, the situation was dire, and he had no time for sentimentality. Furrowing his brow, he prepared to pull Kai Wenji away from the goblin's attack. In the next moment, "You seek death," Lu Bu shouted, his fierce eyes narrowing as he swung his fist down with a rush of wind. Bang! Crack! Before the goblin could leap fully, it received a heavy blow to its shoulder and was sent crashing back into the box. Jiang Tian peered inside. The unfortunate goblin lay in an extremely contorted position, its spine seemingly broken, twitching as green blood dripped from its mouth and wounds. It was quite grotesque. Apart from the goblin, the box contained nothing else. Covered in the creature's blood, Jiang Tian had no desire to keep it. He didn't need the wood at this point. "Lu Bu, dispose of this box immediately." "Yes, my lord." Lu Bu complied, kicking the wooden box off the island. The box plummeted swiftly, landing with a splash in the sea. The goblin's body was thrown out. Floating on the surface, below, sensing the commotion, various colorful fish swam over, circling around the goblin's corpse and examining it closely. If this had been 9 days prior, they would have devoured it without a second thought. However, in the days since, the unnameable objects that had fallen from above had filled them to the brim. Now, seeing something drop, they were cautious. As the goblin's blood mixed with the seawater and reached their mouths, the taste of blood stirred them into a frenzy, and they rushed toward the goblin's carcass. Splash! The sea erupted in countless waves as the fish fought over this hard-won delicacy. On the island, Jiang Tian gazed down at the white clouds beneath him, lost in thought. It seemed that the creature they had just encountered was indeed the monster spoken of in the World Channel. His earlier conjectures had proven correct. In this place, not only would they face shortages of supplies, but their personal safety would also be at risk. Although this goblin appeared weak, any normal adult male should have no trouble dealing with it, only sustaining minor injuries at most. However, the situation was far less certain for women, children, and the elderly. Moreover, there remained the issue of sustaining injuries in such an environment, which could lead to significant complications. With these thoughts in mind, Jiang Tian opened the system shop, offering Huazi in exchange for various medicinal supplies. After a moment's consideration, he realized that news of the fishing rods catching monsters had begun to circulate. As such, acquiring precious items like medicine would likely prove difficult. He then decided to list some snacks and soda, similarly requesting in exchange for a variety of medicines. The current supply of resources is relatively abundant, and with an ample collection of fishing rods at my disposal, I can now sell some food items. The cost may be slightly higher, but that is inconsequential. As time progresses, encounters with monsters are likely to increase, and the value of medicinal supplies will soar. It is imperative to prepare for these eventualities in advance. Upon closing the trading interface, Jiang Tian sensed a slight movement behind him. Turning around, he saw Kai Wenji. She was of modest height, just reaching the level of his chest. Although her complexion was pallid, she mustered a smile when their eyes met. "Master, I am fine." Jiang Tian nodded in acknowledgement, ready to speak, when he noticed Kai Wenji pouting with a hint of vulnerability. "Master, I am scared." Chapter 19. Rain approaches. Witnessing Kai Wenji's demeanor, a warmth blossomed in Jiang Tian's heart. Even in ancient times, at the age of 14 or 15, one was already considered an adult. Setting aside the fact that Kai Wenji had lost her previous memories, it was only natural for someone of her upbringing, a refined lady of the gentry, to be startled by a creature such as a goblin. Thus, her reaction was perfectly reasonable. Not all individuals from ancient times possessed the same vivid imagination as modern people. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Tian extended his hand to gently stroke Kai Wenji's silky hair. "Do not worry, the monster has been left behind." Kai Wenji's large eyes widened as she obediently nodded. "Master, I wish to help." "Very well, you may fish here. You should be able to handle lighter objects." "How do I fish?" "Lu Bu, teach her." "Yes, my lord. I will demonstrate fishing for you." Kai Wenji, being astute, learned to cast the rod after watching Lu Bu's demonstration, mimicking his actions with surprising finesse. Jiang Tian instructed her to keep an eye on the eastern side, while he accompanied Lu Bu to the wooden cabin nearby. Surrounding the cylindrical tree trunk were irregular wooden boards, indicating that the structure was still incomplete. The first step was to fashion a door. He selected a sturdy piece of wood, calculating its dimensions. He sawed off the excess length and affixed wooden planks to areas that were insufficiently wide. After measuring against the door frame, he found the size to be just right. He then carved a half-meter circular hole on one side of the lower door frame and replicated this at the corresponding position on the frame. Taking a polished round stone rod, he inserted it as a hinge and applied a bit of cooking oil. A gentle push confirmed that it moved smoothly and silently. Entering the interior, he affixed 2 wooden blocks with grooves to serve as door bolts. With the door completed, the wooden cabin still required further enhancements. The wooden structure was not particularly insulated, and rain could easily seep through. Lu Bu, fetch the buckets, soil, and bring 2 buckets of water as well. Yes, my lord. Jiang Tian instructed Lu Bu to pour the previously gathered soil into an aluminum bucket, adding bottled water to mix and create a cohesive substance. Subsequently, he retrieved a trowel, and together with Lu Bu, they applied the moist soil evenly around the cabin and over the dome. They awaited the sun to dry the mixture, forming a protective layer. This would significantly enhance the cabin's insulation, shielding it from the biting winds and scorching sun. However, despite the current abundance of water resources, Jiang Tian felt a pang of regret at using bottled water and mud. It seemed necessary to dig a water reservoir, should it rain. It would facilitate the storage of essential water for daily use. Yet, if it were to rain, the downpour might wash away the mud. To be prudent, after the soil dried, they would need to cover it with a layer of waterproof fabric. Previously, Jiang Tian had fished up several sheets of plastic film, which he had placed on the western side with other materials. However, the total area of these plastic sheets only amounted to over 30 square meters, insufficient to cover the entire exterior of the cabin. Opening the trading system, he sought to procure additional sheets. Upon searching, he discovered a plethora of listings for plastic film. It appeared that many had grown complacent, assuming that with the pleasant weather persisting for so many days without rain, these materials were no longer deemed essential. Various exchange conditions were available, including trades for food and water, as well as weapons, healing salves, anti-inflammatory medications, and bandages. It seemed that others had also encountered monsters and sustained injuries. Though Jiang Tian had previously fished up some weapons, bandages, and anti-inflammatory medications, it was implausible to barter these for plastic film. He indeed had an abundance of food to offer in exchange. After securing sufficient waterproof fabric, he checked if the items he had listed earlier had been exchanged for medicinal supplies. None had. A smirk tugged at Jiang Tian's lips. Have people become so shrewd? No one is willing to trade medicine for food. The bags of chips and dried tofu he had listed received no inquiries. Upon reflection, it seemed that medicinal supplies had only recently appeared, and no one had managed to fish them up before. Coupled with the recent broadcast of monster attacks, the atmosphere had undoubtedly unsettled many, making it difficult to procure medicine. Very well, I shall set this aside for now. As thoughts of rain resurfaced, Jiang Tian recalled another task, sealing the gaps between the wooden boards of the walls and the ground, compressing additional soil into a sloped formation to elevate the structure at the highest point of the island. This would prevent water from seeping inside should it rain. After a busy spell, Jiang Tian decided to dig a water pit. Lu Bu, grab the shovel. Yes, my lord. After surveying the area, he selected a spot on the northern side of the island, outlining a plot of 2 by 3 meters, approximately 6 square meters. Do not dig too deep. A depth of just over a meter will suffice. Understood, my lord. Once completed, he instructed Lu Bu to compact the soil to prevent seepage. After an hour of hard labor, they successfully excavated a water pit. As the sun began to dip toward the west, the sky grew dim. Jiang Tian inspected the cabin, relieved to find the mud had dried. Now I can affix the plastic film. Just as he murmured this, a single drop of rain fell onto his face. Jiang Tian looked up, sensing something amiss with the weather. According to his calculations, it should have been around 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Compared to previous days, the sky appeared significantly darker, and the sudden descent of raindrops was alarming. Drip. Another droplet fell. Good heavens. Alarmed, Jiang Tian quickly instructed Lu Bu, hurry. It's about to rain. Quickly secure the plastic film. Understood. Lu Bu's expression was grave as he rushed to unfurl the plastic film over the roof. Forget about the bottom for now. Let's cover the roof first. Received. Lu Bu ascended to the rooftop to lay the plastic film, while Jiang Tian promptly rolled up the 2 beds situated not far from the cabin and tossed them inside. Beside the beds lay several sets of spare clothing, candles, lighters, and flint, which he hastily gathered and threw into the cabin. He glanced toward the west where supplies were stored, pondering whether there were other items susceptible to water damage. The food, water, wood, and tools were all adequately packaged in plastic, impervious to a light rain. The freshly prepared packaged delicacies are typically consumed on the same day they are made, leaving no leftovers. The immediate priority now is to ensure the waterproofing of this dwelling. Consequently, I ascended to the rooftop, working alongside Lu Bu to lay down plastic sheeting. Drip drop. More raindrops began to fall as a fine drizzle commenced from the heavens. Jiang Tian, while occupied, occasionally glanced up at the increasingly dim sky, his expression growing ever more somber. Uncertainty loomed over him regarding the magnitude of this impending rain. Instinctively, he sensed that it would be substantial. After 9 days of tranquil existence, this rain might prove extraordinary. It was imperative to swiftly gather these items, otherwise, they risked being ruined by the downpour. Should the rain be particularly heavy, objects left on the ground could even be swept away. While nothing else mattered much, the fishing rods were of utmost importance. With this thought, Jiang Tian's heart raced, and he urgently called out towards the fishing area. Kai Wenji, cease fishing. Quickly bring the rods inside. Understood, master. Upon seeing Jiang Tian's serious demeanor and the sudden change in the weather, Kai Wenji nodded earnestly and hurriedly began to lift the fishing rods one by one. Fortunately, none had caught any fish. Given Kai Wenji's delicate physique, she was able to easily pull them up and set them aside. However, as she reached for the last rod, a sudden jingle rang out. The bell on the bobber startled Kai Wenji. She patted her chest to calm herself and recalled the stance she had taken earlier while fishing, gradually raising the rod. As the tip ascended, contemplating a backward tug, the line tightened, and the rod remained immobile. Kai Wenji paused, then pulled back again. It wouldn't budge, gripping the rod tightly. She planted her feet firmly on the ground and pushed forward. Gritting her teeth, she strained her slender frame to continue tugging on the rod. What on earth is on this fishing line that is so heavy? All right, I'll handle it myself. Drip drop, drip drop. The once gentle rain intensified, the droplets growing larger by the moment. The size of the raindrops had escalated from that of rice grains to that of mung beans, creating a rustling sound as they hit the ground. The rain was now pouring down heavily, soaking Jiang Tian and Lu Bu's garments, their expressions reflecting increasing urgency. They needed to hasten and properly secure the plastic sheeting. They could not allow the rain to saturate the earth, or all their efforts would be in vain. Thankfully, the plastic sheeting atop was already secured, and half of the sheeting on the surrounding walls was in place. As they busied themselves, Jiang Tian felt an odd sense of unease, as if something crucial had slipped his mind. Instinctively, he glanced towards the fishing rods. A diminutive figure stood to the east, drenched in rainwater, yet still tugging at a rod. Jiang Tian's eyes widened in alarm as he shouted, Kai Wenji, what are you doing out there? At the sound of his voice, Kai Wenji's small frame trembled. Her eyes inexplicably reddened as she wrestled with the fishing rod, lamenting, Master, it's too heavy. I can't pull it up. Enough of that. Just leave it. Bring the other rods inside. All right. Kai Wenji pouted, reluctantly releasing the rod. She turned and hurriedly gathered the remaining 9 rods, dashing towards the shelter. With her earlier exertion having exhausted her strength, she stumbled and fell, scattering the 9 rods across the ground. Nevertheless, despite being covered in mud, Kai Wenji persevered and climbed back to her feet. She quickly retrieved the scattered fishing rods and staggered towards the wooden cottage. Witnessing this, Jiang Tian felt a pang in his heart. Lu Bu, you continue laying the plastic sheeting. I'll assist her. Yes, my lord. Releasing the plastic sheeting, Jiang Tian swiftly made his way to Kai Wenji's side. Are you all right? Did anything happen? Master, I'm sorry, I'm truly useless. Kai Wenji gazed down at the mud on her clothes and the 9 rods in her arms, her nose tinging with sorrow as her eyes glistened with tears. Enough of that for now. Let's get inside. Okay. Jiang Tian promptly scooped up the rods from Kai Wenji's arms, cradling them in one arm, while taking her hand with the other, they hurried towards the wooden cottage. Holding Jiang Tian's hand and feeling the warmth radiating from his palm, Kai Wenji felt a wave of comfort wash over her, the pain from her earlier fall fading. She placed the fishing rods inside, setting them down on the floor. Kai Wenji, you stay inside. Just as he was speaking, an alarming thought struck Jiang Tian. Oh no, Huazi and the potatoes are still outside. Without waiting for Kai Wenji's response, he dashed back out. He covered the potatoes with a waterproof cloth and weighed it down with stones. Then he rushed to the west side, hastily lifting the box containing Huazi and returning at full speed. The box was already damp, feeling soft to the touch. Fortunately, whether it was the box containing 10 packs of cigarettes or the individual packages within, they were all shielded by a layer of plastic wrap. With timely intervention, they should remain dry. Bang! He set down the box and retrieved the cigarettes, placing them inside. He then called out into the rain, Lu Bu, is the plastic sheeting secured? Reporting to you, my lord, it's all set. Good, now go fetch the other items. Yes. The two braved the rain once more, hastening to the west side to gather the lumber. Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, the rain had intensified even further. As Jiang Tian and Lu Bu were laboring, a timid voice called out from behind. Master. Jiang Tian turned to see Kai Wenji, her small figure appearing hesitant. Weren't you supposed to stay inside? It's raining. Why are you out here? Master, I want to help. Seeing Kai Wenji pouting, her eyes pleading, Jiang Tian smiled and freed one hand to ruffle her hair. All right, then you can carry those boxes of chips and instant noodles inside. They're lighter. Kai Wenji nodded, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons. Jiang Tian and Lu Bu hoisted the lumber, while Kai Wenji embraced the boxes of food. Together, the trio made their way back to the wooden cottage. Finally, we're done. Jiang Tian shook the water from his hands and lit a candle, placing it on a wooden stump. The previously darkened wooden cottage was instantly illuminated by candlelight. They then gathered on the floor, surrounding the amassed supplies, and collectively exhaled in relief. At last, their labor had borne fruit. Everything was safely inside. Aside from their clothes and some lumber being damp, it appeared that there were no significant losses. The taut nerves began to relax. Just then, achoo, Kai Wenji sneezed. Are you catching a cold? Jiang Tian inquired, casting a glance at her. Thank you for your concern, master. I'm fine. Kai Wenji looked at Jiang Tian, offering a sweet smile, though her nose betrayed her with a sniffle. Jiang Tian chuckled helplessly, handing her a towel and a set of dry clothes. All right, quickly change out of those wet clothes, dry off, and put on something fresh. We can't have you catching a chill. Okay, Lu Bu, you should also change into a dry set. Don't catch a cold. Yes, my lord. The three of them carried their clothes and towels to a corner. In the three corners of the hexagonal room, they each stood. Lu Bu on the right turned his back to the others and began to remove his garments without a care. Jiang Tian had intended to shed his wet clothes as well. But upon noticing Kai Wenji on the left, holding her clothes and looking down, she remained motionless. Her delicate face flushed crimson, glancing at herself intermittently, hesitant to speak. Jiang Tian was taken aback, recalling that there were no partitions in this place. Previously, it had been occupied by two large men, and he thought nothing of it. Hence he had not considered erecting any sort of screen. However, it was clear that such openness was inappropriate for Kai Wenji. At the very least, he needed to fashion some sort of structure to provide her with a semblance of privacy. Instinctively, he wanted to call upon Lu Bu for assistance, but upon turning around, he found Lu Bu already stripped bare, drying himself with a towel. 3 lines of black crossed Jiang Tian's forehead. If Lu Bu approached in such a state, he would surely frighten Kai Wenji into a faint. Thus, it seemed he would have to handle this matter himself. After a moment's contemplation, he picked up a fishing rod, strung the long fishing line between the two sides of the room, and draped a quilt over it. A makeshift curtain was thus created. Although the coverage was minimal, it sufficed for Kai Wenji's petite stature, effectively concealing everything from her neck down to just above her calves. Seeing this, Kai Wenji let out a sigh of relief, her sweet smile gracing her lips as she said, "Thank you, master. It's nothing. You may change now. Just remember to dry off first." Jiang Tian waved his hand dismissively and turned his back. As he returned to his position and removed his shirt, preparing for the next step, he suddenly heard Kai Wenji timidly call out to him, "Master, what is it?" He replied, This." Kai Wenji hesitated, her gaze falling on Jiang Tian's well-proportioned, fair upper body, causing her cheeks to flush anew as she pointed to her waist. Jiang Tian stepped around the curtain to investigate. On Kai Wenji, the cloth belt binding her garment had inexplicably formed a tight knot, and soaked by rainwater, she was unable to untie it. Understanding the situation, Jiang Tian crouched before her, employing deft movements to loosen the stubborn knot. With a swift motion, the constricted belt was freed, causing the edges of her garment to fall away, revealing a narrow expanse of white skin. Both Jiang Tian and Kai Wenji were momentarily stunned. "Ah!" Kai Wenji exclaimed, her face turning as red as a ripe apple. "What happened?" Lu Bu, hearing the commotion, furrowed his brow and turned sharply. Upon seeing Kai Wenji standing with her back to him behind the quilt, her clothing disheveled, and Jiang Tian crouched before her engaged in some unknown task, Lu Bu's expression turned exceedingly awkward, prompting him to quickly avert his gaze, pretending as if nothing had occurred. Chapter 21. A global deluge. The rain poured down in relentless torrents, the size of soybeans crashing upon the ground. The island lay shrouded in gloom. Inside the wooden cabin, a freshly made bonfire radiated a warm glow. The crackling of burning branches filled the air intermittently. Jiang Tian, Lu Bu, and Kai Wenji sat huddled around the fire, their hands outstretched to soak in the warmth emanating from the flames. By this time, they had changed into dry garments, their damp clothes draped over several branches across from them to dry. A cast-iron pot rested over the fire, steam rising from the pure water within. The scene was imbued with an atmosphere of tranquility and leisure. Inside and outside the cabin felt like two disparate worlds. Yet, the trio remained silent, the atmosphere tinged with awkwardness. Lu Bu sat cross-legged, his expression peculiar as he stared into the fire without uttering a word. Kai Wenji sat on the ground, her head bowed, hugging her knees, her cheeks still flushed. Every now and then, she would steal a glance at Jiang Tian. If her gaze happened to meet his, she would promptly lower her head, her face deepening in color. Recalling the earlier incident, her heart raced, reminiscent of a startled fawn. Ultimately, it was Jiang Tian who broke the silence. Looking at Kai Wenji, he inquired, "How are you feeling? Is your body warming up?" She replied, biting her lip. Jiang Tian found himself feeling somewhat awkward as well, directing his attention elsewhere. "Lu Bu, I recall we have some ginger slices. Toss a few into the pot to boil." "Yes, master." Lu Bu responded promptly, eager to escape the delicate atmosphere. Having been busy until now, he hadn't had the chance to check the chat channel, oblivious to the situation of others. As Jiang Tian pondered this, he opened the chat interface. Just as he did, before he could select a chat channel, he was astonished to find numerous private messages from people inquiring about his well-being. 11:11. It's pouring down rain here. Is it raining heavily where you are? Are you okay? I hope Huazi is unharmed. Hey, my good buddy, this cursed weather has suddenly unleashed a downpour. It's a disaster here. How's it on your end? Did you waterproof the cigarettes? Damn, it's raining. Huazi won't get soaked, will he? 11:11. You must protect Huazi at all costs. Do you hear me? Reading these messages, Jiang Tian couldn't help but smirk. The majority of those who had messaged him were 0066 and 0888, along with some loyal customers who had purchased Huazi in recent days. Jiang Tian felt somewhat exasperated. Goodness, he had thought they were concerned about him, but it turned out they were worried about Huazi. Reflecting on the information revealed through these private messages, it appeared they too were experiencing the downpour. Notably, one individual was not even in his region. Could this storm be a global phenomenon? Temporarily concealing the private message interface, he opened the world chat window. Indeed, the entire world was abuzz with discussions regarding this torrential rain. Ugh, the rain and wind are freezing me. How long is this going to last? Am I going to freeze to death? Everyone, do not panic. Quickly use planks to build a shelter to ward off the rain. It can provide some relief. Where am I supposed to find planks? I sold them all. Damn it, not only is it cold, but my supplies have been washed away by the rain. I'm in the same boat, cold and hungry. Am I going to perish here today? Buddha, Bodhisattva. It seems I'm destined to meet you in the Western paradise today. Lord, why did it rain before I could finish building my shelter? Damn it. Just a few days ago, everything was fine. Why has it suddenly started raining? Is this a plot to do me in? Fortunately, I foresaw this and sewed a tent from plastic sheeting. Damn it. Does anyone have plastic sheeting or raincoats? I'll pay any price. Is there anyone with a ready-made tent? I'm about to freeze to death. Please, kind souls, send me one. The world chat channel was a cacophony of voices, filled with various lamentations. Jiang Tian shrugged, his gaze returning to Kai Wenji, who appeared flustered, her cheeks still a vibrant red, seemingly still shaken by the earlier incident. However, her complexion was so flushed that he worried she might be falling ill. After all, she had been drenched in that torrential rain. It was prudent to be cautious. How are you feeling? Do you notice any discomfort? Kai Wenji remained silent. She indeed felt somewhat unwell, but was unsure how to articulate it. Feeling shy to speak up now. Observing her, Jiang Tian sighed. He extended the back of his hand to her forehead. But since his hand had just been warmed by the fire, he couldn't gauge her temperature. All right then, just keep warm. He reached out, adjusting the oversized collar of her garment. Thank you, master, she replied, her voice barely above a whisper, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. After a brief search, Lubu found a bag of ginger slices, tossing a handful into the pot. Jiang Tian then retrieved some meat, finally ready to prepare dinner. After a hearty meal, Jiang Tian poured himself a bowl of ginger soup, savoring it slowly. Meanwhile, the sounds of the intensifying rain outside echoed in the background. The ground crackled underfoot. The events of this day unfolded with an unexpected abruptness. The monstrous catch, the torrential rain, and Kai Wenji, each element left me somewhat unprepared. Chapter 22. Do not be upset, for he has exchanged his lifespan for this. Upon reopening the regional channel, a harmonious atmosphere seemed to envelop the conversation. The rain fell heavily. Observing the ominous skies today, I hastily constructed a rudimentary shelter out of a few planks, seeking refuge from the downpour, now sitting beneath it in a daze. Currently, I find myself crouched within the sturdy wooden crate that contained the creature I caught today. What a splendid quality it boasts, quite comfortable indeed. Here I stand, brandishing a large plank amidst the tempest, feeling rather foolish. Well, a bit of rain today is welcome, after so many dry days. I might as well consider it a bath. I fashioned a makeshift raincoat from plastic bags and am now busy hammering wood. 0066. Yesterday, I caught 2 sets of raincoats and rain boots. What luck! Wow, how fortunate. Miss, could you sell me a raincoat? Upon reading this, Jiang Tian couldn't help but smile. It appeared that the inhabitants of this region were quite clever. Moreover, judging by their tone, they seemed to be youthful and vigorous individuals. Enduring this rain should pose little issue. The group exchanged tales of their hardships and shared tips for sheltering from the rain. Just then, an ill-timed message popped up. 0888. Haha, I just caught a tent this morning, and now I'm using it. What? Incredible luck. Go away, you lucky bastard. Everyone, don't be upset. He traded his lifespan for this. Jiang Tian found himself at a loss for words. Quite the coincidence. To have rain in the afternoon after obtaining a tent that very morning. That was some extraordinary fortune. At this moment, 0888 seemed insatiable, continuing to boast in the chat channel. 0888. Sitting in my tent, listening to the rain patter against it, I can't help but feel a tinge of melancholy. Just wanting to light a cigarette for solace. Oh no, I've run out of cigarettes. 1111, how are you? Come out and sell me some. This remark sent waves of laughter through the regional channel. Haha, look who is speechless now. By the way, 1111, the big boss hasn't been active at all today. 0066. Indeed, I messaged him, but he hasn't replied. I wonder how he is faring. 4144. Hee, ignoring messages? He has probably been washed away to the island's underside. Or maybe he has frozen to death. Haha. Jiang Tian was taken aback at such a moment. 4144 had re-emerged, inexplicably launching insults as if he bore a grudge against him. The regional channel erupted once more. 0066. What kind of talk is that? You still have the audacity to make jokes at a time like this? 0888. Exactly. Is that even human? Every time I read your comments, I feel like slapping you. 4144, just go away. You make me sick. If anyone is to die first, it will be you. Witnessing these exchanges, Jiang Tian smiled faintly. Although he had maintained a transactional relationship with these individuals over the previous days, it seemed they had grown to become quite friendly. In comparison to the prices at the trading post, the items he exchanged with them were considerably more favorable. Seeing them stand up for him filled him with warmth. At that moment, 4144, brimming with arrogance, declared, I'll die first? Haha. While you all boast, I'm sitting comfortably in my 6-square-meter room, munching on sausage and watching you all pretend. What a joke, with your pathetic raincoats and tents, and some even squatting in crates. You're all useless. Just waiting to be drenched. His words elicited a brief silence in the regional channel. Indeed, compared to him, even 0888's tent seemed lacking. However, being mocked by such a person left a sour taste in everyone's mouths, prompting them to retaliate. Cut it out. What is there to be proud of? It's south just 6 square meters. Perfect for your coffin. Get lost. No matter how small, you don't deserve even 6 centimeters. The more they retorted, the more emboldened 4144 became, filling the channel with laughter. Ha ha ha, how envious you all are. You are just a bunch of drenched insects, jealous of me. And yet you ramble on about nonsense. Is it really so hard to admit you're envious? The regional channel descended into chaos once more. Observing this, Jiang Tian shook his head. It seemed 4144 had not been idle during this time. He must have stockpiled enough wood to construct a shelter in preparation for unforeseen circumstances. Yet, that 6-square-meter dwelling was hardly impressive. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to interject. Thank you all for your concern. I'm still doing just fine. The sudden downpour caught me off guard, but I'm here now to assure you of my safety. With his message, the focus of the conversation shifted back to him. Many inquired about his situation, asking if he had any surplus supplies. Even 0888 eagerly questioned whether his cigarettes had gotten wet. Noticing this, 4144 scoffed and sent another message. Isn't it just luck to draw a few packs of cigarettes? What is there to boast about? You've been busy finding a place to hide from the rain. Haven't you? With such heavy rain, your cigarettes and supplies must have been ruined by now. Ha ha ha. If your cigarettes are gone, let us see how you'll eat. You'll starve. Jiang Tian glanced at the ample supplies piled beside him and the 2 individuals nearby, both contentedly burping. A smirk crept onto his lips. Surely, there was more than enough food for the 3 of them. Chapter 23, all by the Master's command. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Tian sent a message. Indeed, this torrential downpour arrived too swiftly and unexpectedly, leaving me scrambling. Despite my frantic efforts to salvage what I could, some supplies were unfortunately ruined by the rain. Laughter erupted from 4144 upon reading this message, as others felt a pang of concern. Ruined by the rain? Could it be that his precious cigarettes were affected? Oh no. Those cigarettes must not have gotten wet. If they did, he mustn't throw them away. Once the sun comes out, they might still be usable. 0066. What is your situation now? Do you have a place to shelter from the rain? 0888. Weren't you buying plastic film for waterproofing? Didn't you sew it into a tent for shelter? 4144. Haha, sewing a tent from plastic film. Are you a beggar? 1111. You were so impressive. But now you're in dire straits, huh? I'm sitting comfortably in my wooden shelter, laughing in silence. The channel erupted into chaos once more. Throughout this, Jiang Tian was busy crafting his messages. Finally, with a faint smile, he sent out his response. Alas, my current circumstances are indeed rather dire. I managed to salvage a few boxes of snacks, spicy strips, chips, chicken legs, marinated eggs, instant noodles, and sausages, but these are all mere trifles. My cherished wooden items and cookware have been soaked. Those are my treasures. My heart aches deeply. And now I can only sit in my airtight 30-square-meter wooden house in a daze. Although there is a fire crackling before me, my heart remains cold. And I can only sip a warm bowl of ginger soup to soothe my wounded spirit. As this lengthy message emerged, the previously vibrant chat channel abruptly froze. Everyone present was momentarily taken aback by the content of this message. After several minutes of staring at the few lines, the chat channel began to scroll once more. Holy cow, holy cow, holy cow. This is utterly mind-blowing. A wooden cabin? 30 square meters. What's the big deal about pots and pans getting wet in the rain? Wait, several boxes of food. How on earth did you manage that? Damn it, keep your possessions to yourself. This is outrageous. A warm fire, ginger soup. Hey, aren't you the one who likes to show off? Come and take a look at the big shot's 30-square-meter house. 0888. I'm astonished. You can show off even better than I can. 0066. Humph, what a waste of concern. By the way, aren't there two of you over there? How could you possibly store so much food? Among them, 4144 also sent a few expletives, but was promptly ignored by everyone. Jiang Tian began to respond to the inquiries. 2 people? No, actually there are 3 now. While fishing for clouds today, I reeled in a young girl, around 15 or 16 years old, petite, about 155 centimeters tall. Upon sending this message, 0888 exploded with excitement, and the others were equally stunned. 0888. Holy moly. A loli. I adore lolis. Oh heavens, with such incredible luck. Why couldn't I have caught a loli instead? Holy cow, a girl. Big shot. Tell me more about her. 0066. A couple of days ago, I caught a woman too, but she was a middle-aged, greasy ant. Comparing people can be so disheartening. Noticing the inquiries from others, Jiang Tian instinctively glanced at the little girl beside him. Kai Wenji was still curled up, her knees hugged to her chest, gazing dreamily at her master. Suddenly making eye contact with Jiang Tian, she quickly averted her gaze, her face flushing a deep crimson. Jiang Tian smiled faintly and continued to type. Actually, there's not much to say. This little girl, aside from her big, watery eyes, long eyelashes, fair skin, and beautiful long hair, feels delightfully soft and adorable when she nestles in my arms. Other than that, she doesn't have many redeeming qualities. Moreover, she particularly enjoys following me around, making it feel like I've adopted a daughter. It's rather clingy. Sigh, how bothersome. What do you mean, not many redeeming qualities? These are all virtues. Aren't they? Haha, you've adopted a daughter? I'm so envious. I want a daughter too. 0888. 1111. I warn you to stop. You're driving me mad with jealousy. 0066. How indecent. Hey, what is indecent about wanting a daughter? It's your thoughts that are indecent, right? Exactly. The chat channel buzzed with laughter. Observing the cold and hungry state of the others, Jiang Tian seized the opportunity. No, it was more like taking advantage of the rain. He instructed Lu Bu to pour 2 bottles of water and some ginger slices into the pot to brew ginger soup. He then traded the warm ginger soup for more water. 1 cup of ginger soup, the cup was provided by others, exchanged for 2 bottles of mineral water, which were then added to the pot to brew more ginger soup, creating an infinite cycle. On this rainy day, compared to the abundant water resources around, everyone naturally preferred the comforting warmth of ginger soup, and Jiang Tian was delighted with the exchanges. Cases of mineral water filled the room to the brim, nearly overflowing. After chatting for a while, Jiang Tian closed the chat channel, cracked open a sliver of the door to let in some fresh air, and glanced outside to assess the situation. He then sighed. The sky was too dark, and with the torrential rain, lighting a campfire was impossible. Lu Bu, you need not keep watch tonight. Get some rest. Yes, my lord. Lu Bu nodded. Following Jiang Tian's instructions, he positioned the beds on either side of the room. Kai Wenji sat in the middle, glancing between the 2 beds. Upon realizing there were only 2 beds, her face turned a deep shade of red as she looked at Jiang Tian, hesitant to speak. At that moment, Jiang Tian remembered that they had an additional person today. He hadn't prepared a bed for Kai Wenji yet. Opening the trading interface, he searched for bed components and was astonished to find a plethora of bedding items available. However, they were all soaked through with rainwater, utterly unusable. Looking at Kai Wenji, he smiled helplessly and said, I can't prepare your bed for now. Would you like to squeeze in with me tonight? Upon hearing this, Kai Wenji's pupils dilated. Her cheeks flushed, and her heart raced wildly. An indescribable feeling blossomed within her. After a few seconds of eye contact with Jiang Tian, she lowered her head. Her delicate fingers twirled nervously. Finally, she murmured softly, As you command, my master. Chapter 24. Just sharing a bed. The campfire in the room had already extinguished. The only source of light was a half-burned candle resting on a wooden board. Kai Wenji knelt on Jiang Tian's bed, smoothing out the wrinkles with her small hands. Jiang Tian's bed was positioned on the left side of the room, precisely where Kai Wenji had changed her clothes earlier. The blanket was the same one used to cover her. This scene reminded Kai Wenji of the events that had just transpired. Her fingertips brushed over the bedding, sending a shiver down her spine. Not long after, she stood up and softly reported to Jiang Tian, Master, the bedding is ready. Jiang Tian observed the neatly arranged bed and nodded in satisfaction. He reached out to gently pat the top of Kai Wenji's head. Very good. Hee. Feeling the warmth from Jiang Tian's palm, Kai Wenji found it incredibly comforting. She squinted her eyes, smiling and revealing 2 adorable dimples. All right, let us sleep. Jiang Tian slipped off his slippers and climbed into bed, waving to Lu Bu, who was waiting on the other side of the room, saying, Lu Bu, you should rest early too. We need to rise early tomorrow. If the rain stops, there's work to be done. Yes, my lord. Lu Bu replied and lay down on the mattress, covering himself with the blanket, falling silent. Seeing Jiang Tian look at her, Kai Wenji felt a bit flustered and said, Master, you should rest first. I'll go blow out the candle. Jiang Tian responded without further elaboration. Kai Wenji extinguished the candle and cautiously climbed onto the bed. She gently lifted a corner of the blanket and nestled herself in. Lying on the soft mattress, feeling the warmth beside her, Kai Wenji was filled with nervous anticipation. Her body trembled slightly, her eyes tightly shut, her palms clammy with sweat, her mind racing with thoughts. Uncertain how long this state persisted. With no movement beside her and none of the imagined scenarios unfolding, Kai Wenji finally opened her eyes and tentatively whispered, "Master?" Hearing no reply, only the sound of steady breathing, she realized he had fallen asleep. Her heart, which had been in suspense, finally settled. Yet, she felt an inexplicable sense of disappointment. She wanted to reach out and touch her master, but hesitated. Just then, outside the wooden cabin, a silver streak cut across the sky. Moments later, thunder boomed. Rumbling, rumbling. The sudden roar of thunder startled Kai Wenji, already on edge. She immediately curled up, resembling a frightened little kitten. In the dim light of the night, her large eyes were filled with fear. Although in ancient times, girls her age were often already mothers of several children, the amnesiac Kai Wenji now behaved as if she were an innocent young girl. What's wrong? Hearing the commotion, Jiang Tian stirred from his half-sleep, opening his bleary eyes to inquire. "Apologies, my master, for disturbing your slumber. The thunderstorm earlier frightened me. Am I scared? Caught off guard?" Kai Wenji responded with a hint of shyness, seemingly remorseful for interrupting her master's rest. Jiang Tian shifted his position, turning toward her, and gently patted her head. "Fear not, my dear. Allow me to recite a playful rhyme for you." Kai Wenji paused in surprise, then shyly nodded in agreement. Jiang Tian's deep voice resonated softly as he began. "Little white rabbit, pure and bright, with two upright ears, so sweet a sight, loves to munch on carrots and greens, hopping about in joyous scenes." Hearing Jiang Tian recite such a childlike nursery rhyme made Kai Wenji feel even more embarrassed. "Master, I am not a child." Yet, as Jiang Tian continued, his voice momentarily faltered before he resumed. "Little white rabbit, pure and bright, with two upright ears, and when arteries are severed, veins cut through. Lying still, oh so cute. Skin peeled away, chopped into pieces, tossed in a pot to sauté with ease. Add some water, cover it tight. Sprinkle cilantro before it's served right." Kai Wenji exclaimed, "Ah, this. I was initially quite touched, but master, how could one eat such an adorable rabbit?" However, it was precisely Jiang Tian's whimsical rhyme that dispelled her fear. Thus, Kai Wenji cautiously turned her head to gaze at Jiang Tian. In the nocturnal glow, his profile appeared exceptionally gentle, leaving her momentarily entranced. Suddenly, she felt a gentle tug, and in the next instant, she found herself enveloped in a warm embrace. "Ah, master. Be good. No need to fear now," Jiang Tian murmured sleepily, ruffling her hair before drifting back to sleep. In the darkness, Kai Wenji's cheeks flushed, and she reached out her small hand to wrap around Jiang Tian's waist. The following day, Jiang Tian and his companions rose early, noting that the sounds of wind and rain had ceased. Upon opening the wooden door, they observed that the dark clouds had dispersed, and the familiar sunlight bathed the island once more. "Ah, this weather is simply delightful," Jiang Tian sighed, stretching his limbs and surveying the surroundings. Everything appeared normal, as though nothing had transpired, save for the remnants of pooled water that served as a reminder of last night's torrential downpour. Testing the ground with a cautious step, he left a muddy imprint. Frowning, Jiang Tian accessed the trading system, seeking to purchase a few sets of raincoats and boots. However, none were available for sale. Following the events of the previous night, the once inexpensive rain gear had transformed into highly sought-after commodities. With no other option, he decided to call out in the regional channel, hoping to find acquaintances willing to sell him some. At that moment, the regional channel buzzed with chatter about the clear skies following the rain. "Finally, a sunny day? It wasn't easy," someone remarked. "It was alright at first, but later the rain nearly froze me to death. I even set up a small shelter in the rain to dry hay, gather water, and warm myself. The ground is a soggy mess, and every step feels like a pitfall." CNNS 1111. Seeking to purchase a set of raincoat and boots, price negotiable. Please DM me if you have any. Jiang Tian's call caused an uproar in the regional channel. "Whoa, the big shot has arrived. How's your interaction with that little girl going? Did anything happen last night? 0066. Pervert. 0888. Damn, I don't know what transpired, but I can't help but feel envious." The messages flowed rapidly. Jiang Tian smirked, realizing no one was paying attention to his purchasing request. They were all too preoccupied with inquiries about Kai Wenji. Contemplating this, he glanced back, meeting Kai Wenji's gaze, which was accompanied by a rosy blush and a sweet smile, indicating her delight. After a moment's thought, Jiang Tian sent a message. "Last night, we shared a meal together, and then, you all sell me the rain gear first, and once I receive 3 sets of raincoats and boots, I shall regale you with the rest of the tale." "Whoa, you ought to elaborate. Who has rain gear? Quickly sell a set to the big shot." Finally, the focus shifted back to Jiang Tian's request for items. Although those who possessed rain gear were reluctant to trade after the previous night's events, a couple of individuals privately messaged Jiang Tian, willing to sell theirs in exchange for resources, as many were struggling with food shortages. Naturally, under the current circumstances, their asking price was rather steep. Each demanded a portion of instant noodles, ham, bread, and 2 packs of cigarettes. Jiang Tian acquired 2 sets of raincoats and boots. Still one more set, he murmured while scrolling through messages. At that moment, he received a private message. 0066. Are you collecting rain gear now? Do you have any? By the way, didn't you mention yesterday that you had drawn 2 sets? Yes, I have an extra set, and I believe this one would be ideal for you. Oh, what do you mean? My extra set is a children's raincoat. It might not fit most adults. But you did catch a little girl yesterday, didn't you? How convenient. Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. Sounds good. Name your price. After a moment of silence, the seller asked, what happened yesterday? Why are you so curious? Jiang Tian replied. Somewhat exasperated. Didn't I mention I'd announce in the regional channel once I receive the rain gear? This is the last set. Hurry up. Alright then. My fire pit has been extinguished and I can't boil water. Give me some plastic packaging with oily cooked food and 3 packs of cigarettes. Deal. A flicker of light signified the completion of the transaction. Before Jiang Tian appeared a set of yellow raincoat and boots, adorned with a playful dinosaur motif. The raincoat featured plastic spikes sewn along its back, exuding cuteness. Next time it rains, you can wear this. Here, try on the boots first. Wow, they're lovely. Kai Wenji exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she accepted the gift. Thank you, master. Jiang Tian smiled faintly and handed the other adult-sized raincoat to Lu Bu. He then reopened the regional chat channel, where the 3 individuals who had sold him rain gear, including 0066, were already reporting in. The channel buzzed with chatter, clamoring for Jiang Tian to share the events of the previous night. With a resigned smile, Jiang Tian sent a message, based on your enthusiasm. After we had dinner last night, nothing particularly eventful occurred. We merely shared a slumber. Chapter 25, Fine Salt, a full 200 packs. Upon hearing this, the regional channel erupted once more. Whoa, you shared a bed and claimed nothing happened. Heavens, strike this fool down. 0888. Woe is me, my little girl. How did you end up in someone else's arms? 0066. Scoundrel, return my raincoat. Jiang Tian chuckled, opting not to elaborate further. While gathering some wooden planks, he instructed. Lu Bu, grab the fishing rod. Kai Wenji, fetch a small shovel. Yes, my lord. All right, master, hee. The 3 donned their rain boots and, tools in hand, stepped out of the wooden house, first inspecting the condition of the potatoes to the south. After such a heavy downpour, they were curious if there had been any damage. Lifting stones and peeling back the rain cover, they found that the potato sprouts, nestled within the straw, were merely bent but remained healthy. Gently parting the soil, they carefully unearthed the potatoes, discovering that the 2 originally planted had sprouted into a large cluster, numbering around 30 or 40. Although the surface was smeared with mud, there were no signs of mold or decay. Fortunately, the potatoes remained unharmed. I instructed Lu Bu to fetch a bag of properly preserved new soil from the house and to pour it over the damp earth, reburying the potatoes. Given their current growth status, it seemed that by the day after tomorrow at the latest, these potatoes would be fully matured. The only precious item left outside showed no signs of trouble, which brought a sigh of relief to Jiang Tian. Next, the most crucial task awaited. Fishing for clouds. Jiang Tian instinctively glanced towards the east. A long, black object lay awkwardly on the ground, glinting with metallic sheen under the sunlight. His brows raised in surprise. The fishing rod from last night is still here? I thought it might have been washed away. It was that very rod that Kai Wenji had been tugging on during the rain yesterday. Judging by her efforts, whatever was caught must be substantial. And Jiang Tian was reluctant to waste time on this, fearing it might increase his chances of catching a cold. After all, there were plenty of rods. Even if this one got swept away, he wouldn't mourn its loss. To his astonishment, the rod remained intact. The 3 of them approached and first used a wooden plank to shovel aside the damp, waterlogged earth in the eastern area. After clearing a drier patch, they cast the hooks from the 9 fishing rods into the clouds one by one. Finally, Jiang Tian turned his attention to the remaining rod from yesterday. Gripping it, he raised it. The rod bent, and the cloud was gradually pulled upwards. Kai Wenji also gazed at the troublesome cloud from yesterday, her large eyes filled with curiosity. As the cloud was reeled into the island's vicinity, the mist dissipated. Boom! A rectangular aluminum box, measuring over 1.5 meters long, fell to the ground, splashing a few remaining droplets of water. Kai Wenji squeaked like a startled rabbit, darting behind Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian was filled with questions. An aluminum box? What could it contain? It resembled those boxes seen in films that hold money. Could it possibly contain valuable items? Patting Kai Wenji's head to soothe her, he stepped forward. Crouching down, he unfastened the mechanism of the aluminum box. Lifting the lid revealed bags filled with white substances, each marked with a large character, iodine, salt. Jiang Tian was taken aback. Upon hearing this, Lu Bu and Kai Wenji were equally astonished. What? This is salt. So fine. They simultaneously picked up a bag, marveling at the find. Seeing their reaction, Jiang Tian wasn't surprised. Although salt existed during the 3 Kingdoms period, the processing techniques were not as advanced as today, resulting in coarser salt. After briefly explaining, Jiang Tian counted the quantity of salt. Each bag weighed 500 grams, totaling 200 bags. Calculating further, that amounted to a staggering 100 kilograms. Goodness, how long would this last? No wonder Kai Wenji had struggled so long to pull it. Wait. When I reeled this salt in, it didn't feel particularly heavy. Lu Bu's weight is about the same, right? It was quite a struggle to reel him in. And yet now, pulling this weight felt much easier. Speaking of which, transporting timber had gone from being laborious at first to becoming effortless later on. Could it be that my strength is gradually increasing? Jiang Tian glanced at his not-so-muscular arms, somewhat puzzled. However, this was a good thing, and he didn't dwell on it. He instructed Lu Bu to take the box of salt back to the house, remembering last night's exchange for bottled water. The inside of the house must be overflowing with resources by now. It seemed necessary to construct another storage facility. How large would this warehouse need to be? Sighing at the thought, Jiang Tian lamented that the island was still too small, if only it were a bit bigger. Unfortunately, each time he fished up a chunk of empty soil, it was only 1 cubic meter. How long would it take to accumulate enough? He had tried before and knew that empty soil could be replicated, but he refrained from doing so. 1 cubic meter of soil was too little. It was far more advantageous to replicate fishing rods. Just as Jiang Tian was about to replicate the fishing rod in his hand, suddenly, dingling, one of the bells on a fishing rod began to jingle. Jiang Tian set down the rod he was holding and walked towards the ringing rod. Feeling a tug at the hem of his clothing, a figure bounced in front of him. Master, let me do this. Oh, sure, Jiang Tian replied, smiling at Kai Wenji's earnest expression. Hee. Kai Wenji beamed sweetly as she dashed over to the fishing rod, lifting it and giving it a tug. A large portion of cloud was pulled up, drifting towards her. Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow at the sight of the substantial cloud. What is this? How is it so large? Moreover, Kai Wenji, with her petite strength, managed to pull something of this magnitude. Could it be? While deep in thought, the clouds settled onto the island. As the mist cleared, a massive, rectangular black clod of earth landed just in front of Jiang Tian. Kai Wenji pointed at it. Her voice filled with astonishment as she tugged at Jiang Tian's sleeve, exclaiming, Ah, Master, look, is this the empty soil you mentioned before? Chapter 26. Master, what do you think this is? Upon seeing the black clod of earth, Jiang Tian's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly approached to examine it. Indeed, it was empty soil. Jiang Tian extended his fingers to measure it. A total of 6 cubic meters. How could it be so large? Jiang Tian was overjoyed, ruffling Kai Wenji's hair. Well done. Truly impressive. Hee. Kai Wenji squinted her eyes in delight, cherishing her master's praise. Jiang Tian pointed at the empty soil, mentally commanding, replicate. Radiant light appeared, transforming into a 6 cubic meter block. Once the glow dissipated, another identical black clod of earth dropped before Jiang Tian. He placed his palm upon it, selecting the western direction to set it down. Looking west again, he saw an additional rectangular plot of land. The other 6 cubic meters of soil would serve as a seed for replicating empty soil. He instructed Lu Bu to push it beside the wooden house, hammering in a few stakes to enclose it. In the future, this location would be dedicated to storing seeds of empty soil. If larger plots of empty soil were found later, they could be exchanged with this 6 cubic meter clod. Speaking of which, how did the previously caught land, which was only 1 cubic meter, suddenly multiply to 6 times that? Could it be that after the rain, the resources within the clouds had changed? Opening the world chat, he scrolled through the messages. Aside from discussions about the weather clearing after the rain, there were indeed conversations about empty soil. I just fished up a 2 cubic meter chunk of empty soil. I'm so lucky. Oh, my master. Thank you for granting me a 3 cubic meter piece of empty soil. I praise you. Why did the piece I just caught only measure 1 cubic meter? I can't seem to catch the empty soil you all are talking about. Piecing together their messages, it appeared that the size of the empty soil now fluctuated between 1 and 3 cubic meters. CNNS 0888. Your information is incorrect. Just now, I caught a 4 cubic meter chunk of empty soil. The current range for empty soil should be between 1 and 4 cubic meters. My empty island surface area is now 106 square meters. Wow, this lucky guy is at it again. I still only have 100 square meters. It's so frustrating. Jiang Tian chuckled helplessly. This 0888 character seemed to come to the world chat every day to boast. Was it too much to ask for a little humility? However, in truth, this 0888 was also mistaken. The volume of empty soil had increased significantly, likely ranging from 1 to 6 cubic meters. Because his empty land lay right before his eyes, Jiang Tian glanced at the additional plots on the western edge of the island, coupled with the previous 6 cubic meters. The surface area of the island had now reached 120 square meters. Although 20 square meters below was vacant, it was of little consequence. As long as there was this substantial expanse of empty land, along with his capabilities and the fishing rods at hand, it wouldn't take long to double the volume of the current vacant island. After setting up 10 fishing rods and asking Kai Wenji to keep an eye on them, he made his way to the northern side. The 6 square meter pit he had excavated over a meter deep was now brimming with water. After a rough calculation, the volume was approximately 10 cubic meters, equating to 10 tons of water. He crouched down to inspect the water in the pit. The rainwater here seemed different from what he had previously encountered. The water appeared quite clear. However, Jiang Tian dared not drink it directly. as it was impossible to ascertain whether it contained bacteria. Besides, he had stockpiled so much bottled water last night that he had no idea when he would consume it. This rainwater would be better suited for washing feet or perhaps watering some plants. If this candid thought were to be shared in the World Channel, it would likely infuriate other survivors who were hoarding rainwater to drink. You're using the life-sustaining water to wash your feet? How extravagant. 2 hours passed. The water stains on the island had dried somewhat. The three individuals were each engaged in their tasks. Lubu was on the western side of the wooden hut, wielding a shovel to prepare the foundation for a future warehouse. On the eastern side, Jiang Tian and Kai Wenji had reeled in several supplies: iron nails, straw, and wooden planks. Just then, the chime of a bell echoed once more. Kai Wenji gripped her fishing rod and pulled it back. A small cloud floated towards them. As the mist dissipated, a small paper box appeared on the ground. Kai Wenji opened the box and handed an item to Jiang Tian. Master, what do you think this is? Upon inspection, Jiang Tian found a transparent plastic bag containing a small handful of brown granules. They appeared to be seeds, though he could not identify the plant from which they originated. Ah, seeds? Can we plant trees now? Kai Wenji's eyes sparkled with excitement. Jiang Tian smiled and nodded. Yes, let's go. Grab the small shovel. We're off to plant trees. All right. Regardless of what they are, let us plant them and see what happens. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Tian and Kai Wenji approached the northern side, beside the water pool. They dug a small hole, scattered a few seeds within, and covered them up. If they truly grew into trees, it would help solidify the land and prevent moisture loss. Jiang Tian surveyed the island's surface. Apart from a solitary potato sprout, the rest was merely a monotonous expanse of black soil. It would be splendid to have a greater variety of seeds, adding a touch of color to his island. Since he could reel in seeds, surely others could as well? After pondering this, Jiang Tian refrained from checking the world chat channel for updates. Instead, he sent a private message to 0888. Are you there? Jiang Tian had noticed that this 0888 was quite fortunate. He had a high likelihood of catching newly emerged items in the world. For instance, the tent from yesterday and the 4 cubic meters of empty land from this morning. Of course, he could not compare with Jiang Tian, who possessed the ability to replicate this dimensional advantage. Shortly after, 0888 replied, Hey, you came just in time. I have good news for you. Did you know I just caught a 4 cubic meter patch of empty land? Yes, I know. I saw your message in the world chat. Seeing him boast, Jiang Tian smiled helplessly but refrained from mentioning his own 6 cubic meters of empty land, considering 0888's pride as a lucky individual. He soon grew tired of his boasting and directly inquired, Do you have any seeds? Seeds? The other party seemed taken aback before responding, Of course. I have plenty of those. Jiang Tian was somewhat skeptical. Plenty? Didn't the seeds just come out today? How did you catch so many? He followed up with another question. Could you spare me some? 0888 readily replied. No problem. Just send me your mailbox. Jiang Tian was perplexed. I meant the kind of seeds that grow on the ground, not the kind that leads to branching out. Oh, sorry. I'm just used to being generous with seeds and acted on impulse. After seeing the response, Jiang Tian felt exasperated. All right, did you catch any seeds or not? I caught a paper box with granules that look like seeds, but I'm not sure. It should be. Let us take a look. Following a series of exchanges, Jiang Tian traded half a bag of the seeds he had for half a bag from 0888. His seeds were oval-shaped and yellowish-white. He had no idea what they would yield. Taking Kai Wenji's hand, he moved to the other side of the water pit and buried a few of the newly acquired seeds. With the recent rain, the soil was still moist, eliminating the need for watering. Based on his experience with the potato growth, it shouldn't be long before they sprouted. After this exchange, Jiang Tian sent another message to a familiar acquaintance. Are you there? 0066, Pa? Pervert. Jiang Tian was taken aback. What is wrong with you today? Did I offend you? Why are you suddenly cursing at me? Why would I curse at you? What did you do with that little girl you caught last night? Didn't I mention that we just ate and then went to sleep together? Pa, how can you say that without feeling embarrassed? Jiang Tian was utterly confused. After a round of explanations, 0066 remarked, So you mean because there was no bed, you had her squeeze in with you? You didn't do anything? What else could we do? Jiang Tian rolled his eyes. Besides, it's none of your business. Why are you so angry, as if you've taken gunpowder? I'm just concerned for the safety of my female compatriots. After a long silence, the other party finally said, All right, enough of that. What do you want from me? Seeing the topic shift, Jiang Tian straightforwardly stated his purpose. Do you have any seeds? Pa, stinky pervert. After more explanations, 0066 finally clarified. Oh, you meant those seeds? I thought you were referring to the other kind. Jiang Tian rolled his eyes again. Good grief. Your thought process is just like 0888's. What are you all thinking about? Just tell me if you have them. Yes, and they are rice seeds. Upon reading this, Jiang Tian was somewhat astonished. I didn't recognize the seeds when I first got them. How do you know they are rice seeds? Do you have knowledge of crops? Actually, it's not me. After I caught the seeds, I encountered someone who immediately identified them. He seems quite knowledgeable about agriculture. After sharing this, 0066 added, By the way, if you want those seeds, you might be disappointed. The person I met before you contacted me already planted all the rice seeds. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Tian fell silent for a moment. Soon after, he came to terms with it. With his limited space and all the items he had stored, it would likely be challenging to cultivate such extensive crops. Regardless, he already had potatoes. He would leave the staple food like wheat to her, and they could trade for food later. After discussing the matter with 0066, both parties found themselves in perfect agreement. In the end, Jiang Tian posed another question. By the way, do you have any girls' clothing over there? Is it for that little girl? He continued. Although I had managed to catch some girls' clothes previously, I sold them, and now she is wearing my clothes, which are a bit oversized. She's wearing your clothes. Jiang Tian exclaimed in disbelief. What's the matter? Nothing much. She's about 1.4 meters tall, right? She probably can't wear my clothes either. But I can help look for something at the trading post. All right, thank you. After a brief silence with no further response from the other side, Jiang Tian closed the chat window. At that moment, he felt a gentle tug on the hem of his garment. Looking down, he saw Kai Wenji gazing up at him with a peculiar expression, her face flushed, as she murmured softly, Master, I need to relieve myself. Jiang Tian's face turned awkward. He returned to the house, retrieving a small cardboard box and a stack of paper, which he handed to Kai Wenji. Pointing towards a vacant plot behind the wooden cabin, his intentions were unmistakable. Kai Wenji took the box, glanced at the indicated spot, and froze in place. Jiang Tian gently patted her delicate shoulder, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he said, Just make do for now. I'll find a way to build a toilet later, which will be more convenient. Given the current unusual circumstances, Kai Wenji nodded obediently, holding the cardboard box as she walked away, her cheeks reddening to the tips of her ears. Jiang Tian turned away, walking to the other side of the cabin, sighing. On their first day, it was indeed a bit awkward for him and Lu Bu to encounter such matters. However, as two grown men, they had grown accustomed to it. Moreover, just a few days prior, they hadn't even managed to set up proper housing, let alone address the issue of a toilet. Now that the wooden cabin was ready and with Kai Wenji's arrival, it was time to consider the toilet as well. Jiang Tian glanced over at Lu Bu, who was busy digging the foundation for the warehouse with a shovel, and sighed again. Currently, their manpower was still insufficient. It would be splendid if they could catch another worker to alleviate some of the burden. Yet, having too many people could also be troublesome. Mealtimes would be manageable. But housing remained a concern. Well, let us take it one step at a time, he thought. 10 minutes later. Master, I'm done, you can throw it away now. All right. With a whoosh, a cardboard box plummeted from 1,000 meters above, witnessing the object descend from the heavens. A large fish in the ocean recalled the delicious morsel that had fallen from above yesterday. Seizing the opportunity, it leaped up in a flash, opening its mouth wide to swallow it before plunging back into the depths. Splash. Ugh. What the hell? Why did it turn back into the original thing again? Is this the work of humans? On the island, Jiang Tian led Kai Wenji to the pond in the north to wash their hands. The bell on the fishing rod began to ring once more. The two joined hands and made their way back to the fishing spot to gather their catch. Chapter 28. You take care of your business. I can handle the monsters myself. Ding ding ding. As the bell chimed incessantly, Jiang Tian and Kai Wenji found themselves with a plethora of supplies behind them. In addition to some timber, they had also reeled in some valuable items. A 5 cubic meter patch of bare soil, a bag of rice, and 2 packets of wide noodles. There were also some more modern items, such as a water pen, A4 paper, plastic sheets, and a stapler. After setting down a plank they had caught, Jiang Tian lifted the fishing rod once again. A cloud drifted downwards. A creature with a sharp beak and yellow feathers landed on the ground, ensnared in a net. It could only lie there, craning its neck to look around while emitting an innocent sound. Cluck, cluck. Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. A chicken? The creature they had caught was indeed a common hen. Kai Wenji crouched down, her large eyes blinking as she stroked the soft feathers of the hen, clearly fascinated by the small animal. Meanwhile, Lu Bu rushed over from the other side, cupping his fists in salute. My lord, the foundation for the warehouse has been completed. A chicken? Lu Bu stared at the bound hen, swallowing hard as he asked, My lord, shall we fry it? At this remark, Jiang Tian rolled his eyes. It seemed Lu Bu still had a lingering craving for those fried chicken pieces from the last feast. However, Jiang Tian had no intention of slaughtering the hen for its eggs. The correct approach would be to keep the hen alive to lay eggs, or perhaps catch a rooster to breed and expand their flock. Ensuring sustainable development was the rational way forward. When the time came, acquiring chicken would not be a difficult task. He promptly instructed, Let us not eat this one for now, we'll keep it for a while. You may return to your work on the warehouse. Lu Bu complied, casting one last glance at the hen before returning to the side of the cabin to sort through various timbers. Seeing this, Jiang Tian shook his head with a smile. Speaking of which, it had indeed been quite a while since he had encountered a living animal. With today's catch of seeds and a chicken, was it possible they were entering an agricultural era? He opened the World Channel to see that a number of players had also caught small animals, chickens, ducks, geese, and fish. Observing this scene further validated Jiang Tian's theories regarding the game's evolving version. He closed the interface and resumed fishing with Kai Wenji. Soon after, the bell rang again. Ding ding ding. Jiang Tian lifted the fishing rod. Bang. A wooden box fell to the ground, appearing before the two, uncertain of its contents. Kai Wenji recalled the monster that had emerged from a box yesterday, nervously hiding behind Jiang Tian. Lu Bu, hearing the commotion, rushed over with 2 weapons in hand. He handed Jiang Tian a bronze sword and stepped forward to open the box. Seeing this, Jiang Tian frowned. In this peculiar environment, he could not solely rely on others for protection. He needed to strengthen himself. According to logic, the monsters appearing on this deserted island should become increasingly formidable. He should seize the opportunity while the monsters were still relatively weak to hone his combat skills. He called out to Lu Bu, instructing, when you open the box, if the same monster from yesterday emerges, I will handle it myself. Lu Bu considered the feeble appearance of yesterday's monster and nodded in agreement. Yes, my lord. He advised Kai Wenji to stand back at a distance, and Jiang Tian instructed Lu Bu to open the box. Under everyone's watchful gaze, a humanoid creature with pointed ears and a protruding nose stood up, hunched over. It was yet another goblin, just like yesterday. Following Jiang Tian's directive, Lu Bu held his position without making a move. He stood silently, watching the goblin intently, his body taut and ready to spring into action should anything go awry. The goblin glanced at the two and, choosing the slightly shorter Jiang Tian, leaped towards him. Wee! Prepared for the goblin's attack, Jiang Tian remained calm. He swung his arm, smashing the bronze sword down upon the creature. Thud! Struck by the blow, the goblin spat forth a spray of green blood from its mouth and abdomen. Under the sheer force, its body was sent flying over 10 meters, tracing an arc before plummeting into the sea. Watching the monster soar away, Jiang Tian glanced at his own not-so-brawny arms. This goblin, though frail, must have weighed around 50 to 60 pounds, yet he had managed to send it flying so far. It seemed his strength was indeed on the rise, though he was uncertain as to the cause of this growth. While lost in thought, Lu Bu respectfully exclaimed, "My lord, you are truly formidable." Kai Wenji also hurried over, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Jiang Tian. "Wow, master, you are so amazing." Jiang Tian withdrew his thoughts with a faint smile, gently ruffling Kai Wenji's hair. It was merely a goblin, nothing to boast about. "All right, everyone, back to your tasks." "Yes, my lord." "Understood, master." After this brief interlude, tranquility returned. Jiang Tian and Kai Wenji resumed their grip on the fishing rods, while Lu Bu continued to stack wood at the construction site for the warehouse. Ding-ling-ling. The bell chimed as Kai Wenji lifted her rod. This time, she reeled in a black plastic bag. Within the bag, a fish weighing approximately 2 pounds flailed about. "Kai Wenji, please toss this fish into the pond." "Certainly, master." With the plastic bag in hand, Kai Wenji skipped merrily to the pond's edge. After releasing the fish into the water, she crouched down to observe the swimming creature, occasionally splashing the water to see its reactions, clearly enjoying herself. Meanwhile, Lu Bu, who had been leaning against the wood, suddenly froze. He set down the timber and walked into the house to retrieve a stack of tissue paper and a plastic bag, then squatted in a corner to the south. Witnessing this, Jiang Tian felt a pang of concern. We really ought to construct a toilet soon. This situation is quite untenable. But the issue of manpower remains. Just as he pondered, the bell on the fishing rod jingled once more. Ding-ling-ling. Jiang Tian lifted the rod with a tug. Bang! Another wooden box landed at his feet. Hearing the commotion, Lu Bu looked up and began to rise. Jiang Tian, bemused by Lu Bu's predicament, quickly waved his hand. "It's fine, you continue with your business. I can handle these creatures myself." Embarrassed, Lu Bu nodded and resumed his task. Jiang Tian picked up a bronze sword and slowly pried open the wooden lid. Moments later, a middle-aged man emerged from the box. Upon seeing Jiang Tian, he bowed and greeted, "Master." Seeing that the box contained not a monster but a new member who addressed him as master, Jiang Tian relaxed from his combat-ready stance. He then scrutinized the middle-aged man, who wore a blue shirt and black casual trousers. His head sported a buzz cut, with a smooth and slightly balding forehead. Noticing his attire, Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. "This seems like a modern individual." Chapter 29, a new member, skilled in civil engineering. At that moment, Kai Wenji jogged over and stood behind Jiang Tian, her eyes wide with curiosity as she assessed this new addition. After exchanging introductions, they learned his name was Shiji Gang. His name indeed bore the hallmark of contemporary naming conventions. He was familiar with items such as chips and ham, as well as televisions and computers mentioned by Jiang Tian, undeniably marking him as a modern man. This was Jiang Tian's first encounter with a contemporary individual, which piqued his interest. With genuine curiosity, he inquired, "Apart from these, do you recall anything else? What was your profession, and how did you arrive here?" "I cannot recall much." Shiji Gang shook his head. "However, I seem to have some memories related to civil engineering." "Civil engineering?" At the mention of those words, Jiang Tian's eyes brightened. He had just been troubled by a lack of labor, and now a talented individual in construction had arrived, truly a timely boon. Many future construction matters could be entrusted to him. Shiji Gang nodded, "Yes. Master, is there anything you wish for me to do?" "Indeed. I need you to construct something right away." Jiang Tian pointed to the land on the west side. Please build a toilet there. A toilet? Sure. Jiang turned to look in the direction Jiang Tian indicated. As he turned, he caught sight of Lu Bu squatting in the south. In an instant, he understood the situation and nodded. Understood. What materials and tools do we have, and are there any specifications for the scale and style of construction? No specific requirements. Just functional will suffice. Jiang Tian waved his hand dismissively. Currently, materials are limited, primarily wood. As for tools, it's not necessary to list them, just follow me. With that, Jiang Tian led Shi Jigang into the house to inspect the available tools. Afterward, he brought him to the designated area for constructing the toilet. Shi Jigang surveyed the site, then nodded. All right, I know how to proceed. First, I will sketch a rough blueprint. As he instinctively reached into the pocket of his blue shirt, he realized it was empty save for his clothing. Jiang Tian, understanding, glanced back at Kai Wenji trailing behind him. Go fetch the paper and pen we just caught. Sure. Kai Wenji beamed, skipping to the fishing spot to retrieve a box. Upon receiving it, Shi Jigang extracted a stack of paper and a pen, adeptly sketching for a moment before handing the paper to Jiang Tian. Master, does this design meet your approval? Jiang Tian took the paper and examined it. The drawing depicted a rectangular building with a triangular roof, alongside various dimensions and specifications. The structure was rectangular, measuring 2 meters in length and 1 meter in width, covering an area of 2 square meters, with an internal height of 2 meters. The foundation was, the wall thickness was, the window area and placement were. It was evident that the design was professional. Jiang Tian nodded in approval. Very good, I will leave these matters to you. Now, let us commence construction. Understood, master. Jiang Tian waved his hand. From now on, please refrain from calling me master. Refer to me as boss instead. Yes, boss. Shi Jigang replied affirmatively. He then entered the house and returned with a shovel. After marking out an area on the ground, he began to dig. Jiang Tian pondered briefly before summoning Lu Bu, who had returned to his task. He instructed him to assist Shi Jigang, the professional, in completing the toilet first, after which they would jointly work on the warehouse, thus enhancing efficiency. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian and Kai Wenji returned to the eastern side to continue fishing. On the island, the 4 individuals busied themselves with their respective tasks as time passed. The sun dipped in the west, casting a warm glow. Lu Bu and Shi Jigang approached Jiang Tian, who was still fishing, and reported, Master, the toilet has been constructed. Let us go take a look. Jiang Tian nodded and stood up. Kai Wenji also set down her rod, curiously glancing in that direction. The 4 of them made their way back to the west. By now, a small structure had indeed been erected. It was a wooden structure, over 2 meters high, with a 30-centimeter opening carved at the top for ventilation. The overall design had been smoothed over and adorned with palm leaves, presenting an aesthetically pleasing appearance. Upon opening the wooden door to inspect the interior, they found a circular hollow wooden block fashioned into a pit. Since the island itself was elevated, there was no need for elaborate plumbing. A simple hole could be drilled to connect to the ground below. In the future, any unspeakable substances could be washed away with water. Given that the depth of the land designated for the toilet was only 1 meter, excavation was not particularly troublesome. Upon exiting the building, Shi Jigang respectfully inquired, Boss, does this meet your expectations? Jiang Tian nodded. Yes, quite satisfactory. The efficiency is commendable. The most pleased of all was undoubtedly Kai Wenji. Today's events had left her feeling rather embarrassed. After all, she was a young lady, and the thought of such exposure was mortifying. With this in mind, her cheeks flushed anew. We cannot dwell on this further. It's too shameful. Boss, now that the toilet is completed, shall we proceed to construct the warehouse? Jiang Tian contemplated for a moment before shaking his head. As dusk approached, it became evident that the construction of the warehouse would not be accomplished in haste. There was no need to rush this matter. Other tasks demanded attention at present. Let us defer the warehouse until tomorrow. We have just caught some chickens and ducks. Please proceed to construct the enclosures for the domesticated fowl. Yes, my lord. Understood, boss. As night fell and the moon ascended, the day's labor came to a close. The enclosures for the poultry were completed, and a small shelter had been erected nearby to shield against rain. Lu Bu and Shi Jigang cleaned the mud from their tools before stepping inside. Kai Wenji volunteered to prepare the meal. Jiang Tian sat outside the modest dwelling, lighting a cigarette while tallying the day's haul. In addition to some materials, they had gathered 10 cubic meters of empty soil. Aside from the 6 cubic meters designated for replication, the island's surface area now amounted to 130 square meters. Additionally, they had 4 chickens, 3 ducks, and 5 fish. The chickens and ducks were tossed into their enclosures, while the fish were placed in the pond. It appeared that the day's bounty was quite substantial. However, reflecting on past fishing excursions, instant noodles, potato chips, and packaged meats, common supermarket items, had constituted over 30% of their catch. Today, it seemed that this percentage had diminished, comprising only around 15%. Among these were some rice and noodles, items that required processing before consumption. As time progressed, the availability of such ready-made supplies in supermarkets would likely decrease until they vanished entirely. Jiang Tian pondered the strong possibility of this scenario. Eventually, They might find themselves without even rice or flour, relying solely on agriculture and animal husbandry for sustenance. Furthermore, today they had also caught 5 goblins. Despite the abundance of fishing rods available, the probability of each person catching a monster had reached 50%. Perhaps in the future, the likelihood of capturing monsters would increase, and their strength would escalate as well. If this truly resembled a game, it seemed that the novice phase had already concluded. It appeared that survival would become increasingly arduous. While Jiang Tian indulged in his thoughts, a small figure darted toward him, beaming with a sweet smile. "Master, the porridge is ready. It's time to eat." "All right, let us go." Jiang Tian chuckled, taking Kai Wenji's hand as they entered the dwelling. Inside, the fire had been kindled, the branches crackling cheerfully. Occasionally, tiny sparks would drift upwards. The 4 of them gathered around a wooden crate serving as a table, upon which rested a stainless steel pot designated for the induction cooker. The pot emitted gentle steam from the white porridge within. Kai Wenji fetched a bowl and served Jiang Tian a steaming portion. "Master, here you go, freshly made." So obedient. Jiang Tian affectionately ruffled Kai Wenji's hair as he accepted the porridge. Blowing on the steaming surface, he took a sip. A warm current flowed into his stomach, enveloping him in comfort. After subsisting on instant noodles and snacks for so long, he had not savored a bowl of rice porridge in ages. The taste was indeed nostalgic. The other 3 also took their bowls and began to enjoy the warm porridge. After a day of toil, this comforting meal brought smiles of contentment to their faces. However, simply drinking porridge felt somewhat monotonous. Jiang Tian rummaged through his supplies for some marinated eggs, ham sausages, and spicy strips to complement the meal. Yet, he found the combination of porridge and snacks to be rather peculiar. It would have been splendid to have a few side dishes. With this thought, Jiang Tian shook his head in resignation. Cooking, under the current circumstances, that was not feasible. Firstly, there were no vegetables. Even the potatoes they had planted would not mature until tomorrow. Moreover, there were no conditions for cooking. Placing a frying pan over the campfire felt rather foolish. At the very least, they needed a stove. Even if they acquired a stove, they couldn't cook inside the dwelling. The smoke and grease would render it uninhabitable. This implied that a kitchen was necessary. With the warehouse still not constructed, the prospect of a kitchen seemed even more distant. Jiang Tian sighed and inquired of Shi Jigang. "How long will it take to construct a warehouse tomorrow?" "According to the specifications of 20 square meters, it won't take more than a day," Shi Jigang replied confidently. "Well then, that's good. Once the warehouse is built, we can use wood to construct a kitchen. It would be rather dull to only drink porridge." "A kitchen is indeed feasible. We have enough timber." However, Shi Jigang hesitated before continuing. "It would be best to have a stove. It would facilitate cooking and such. A stove made of wood is not practical. If only we had bricks and cement here." "Bricks and cement?" Jiang Tian reopened the trading interface. There were no such items available for sale. In the World Channel, he had not heard anyone mention catching these materials. Even when he inquired with 0888, he learned that he had not caught any either. Seeing this situation, it was evident that these items had yet to respawn in this world. Jiang Tian furrowed his brow. Was constructing a stove now impossible? He had hoped to fry some potato slices and stew a fish. Jiang Tian sighed. In that case, they would have to take things one step at a time and wait for these materials to appear. Turning his gaze, he noticed the forlorn expression on Kai Wenji's face, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Jiang Tian quickly asked, "What's wrong? Why are your eyes red?" Kai Wenji pouted. "Is it because my cooking is unsatisfactory? And you are displeased?" Jiang Tian was taken aback. He realized that his earlier words might have been inappropriate. After just finishing the porridge she had prepared, he had remarked that drinking it was uninteresting, sighing in discontent. No wonder she misunderstood. Jiang Tian chuckled, pinching Kai Wenji's cheek playfully. "How could it be unsatisfactory? This pot of porridge is the best I've ever tasted." "Really? Of course it's true." Saying this, Jiang Tian gulped down the porridge in his bowl, giving a thumbs up. "So delicious." Kai Wenji finally broke into laughter, reaching out to wipe the rice grains from Jiang Tian's lips. As the night deepened, it was time to sleep. The wooden cabin had been constructed and provided a degree of security, so Lu Bu no longer needed to keep watch. In the event of an attack on the cabin, any disturbance would awaken them. It was better for him to rest normally and expedite the warehouse construction with Shi Jigang. Of course, as for Shi Jigang, he would have to squeeze in next to Lu Bu. The 3 men settled into their respective spots, covering themselves with blankets. The candlelight flickered as Kai Wenji extinguished the flame. The room plunged into darkness, and Jiang Tian closed his eyes. In a state between wakefulness and slumber, he felt a small figure snuggle up to him, her face adorned with a sweet smile. The next day, the 4 of them ventured out to commence their tasks. Lu Bu and Shi Jigang set about constructing the warehouse, while Jiang Tian replicated the empty soil and placed it before heading out to fish. Kai Wenji took a bowl of porridge and some breadcrumbs to feed the chickens, ducks, and fish. On the island, tranquility reigned. Dingling. A bell on one of the fishing rods jingled. Pulling up the cloud, Jiang Tian discovered a bag of white and yellow soil. Momentarily taken aback, he mused, "Is this mud? No, wait, previously I had only caught black soil. Why is this so different today?" gazing at the contents of the plastic bag. A flash of insight struck him. He turned and called out behind him. Shi Jigang, come here for a moment. Startled, Shi Jigang paused his work with the wooden stakes, set down his tools, and approached. Boss, what do you need? Take a look at this. Do you recognize it? Jiang Tian handed him a bag of soil. Shi Jigang furrowed his brow as he inspected the contents. He then reached in and pulled out a clump of soil, exclaiming in surprise, Boss, is this not clay? Indeed, Jiang Tian replied with a slight smile. If this is clay, that means Shi Jigang's eyes lit up with excitement. That means we can make bricks. Chapter 31. Constructing the warehouse and enjoying fish soup. The substance they had caught was indeed clay. The red bricks used in traditional residential buildings were made from clay. Upon receiving this revelation, Shi Jigang joyfully brandished the handful of clay, his exuberance palpable. Jiang Tian, brimming with hope, gazed at the clay and mused, with bricks, we should be able to construct a brick house, right? However, upon hearing this, Shi Jigang's expression turned somber. It might not be that simple. Why so? From my recollection, a brick measures 240 millimeters in length, 115 millimeters in width, and 53 millimeters in height. To build a 100 square meter house, considering a thickness of 2 bricks and including the foundation, we would require over 20,000 bricks. As he spoke, the excitement that had initially illuminated Shi Jigang's face faded away. Looking at the clay in his hand, he sighed and continued. And this does not even account for the bricks needed to partition rooms. Even if our space is not vast, constructing a smaller house would still necessitate an astonishing quantity of bricks. With just this little bit of clay, I fear at that moment. Jiang Tian too came to a realization. Even if he had caught clay, relying solely on it to make bricks for building a house was no simple feat. To construct just the outer walls would require over 20,000 bricks. How much clay would that consume? That said, Shi Jigang had indeed struck a chord with Jiang Tian. He truly wished to build a spacious 100 square meter house. However, glancing at the meager expanse of the island, Jiang Tian couldn't help but smile wryly. Given our current circumstances, constructing a larger dwelling solely by our own efforts would indeed be a monumental undertaking. All right, you go ahead and continue your work. I will find a way to tackle this issue. Yes, boss. Shi Jigang returned to the construction warehouse to resume his work with the wooden stakes. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Tian posted a request in the trading hall, food in exchange for clay. Recognizing his limited capacity alone, he decided to seek additional assistance. At that moment, Kai Wenji returned after tending to the animals. After assigning her to watch over the fishing rods, Jiang Tian joined the other two in their efforts at the construction warehouse. Let us finish building this warehouse first, and we can figure out the rest later. With Jiang Tian's involvement, the pace of the warehouse's construction accelerated significantly as the sun dipped below the horizon. The wooden structure of the warehouse was completed and covered with a layer of mud and waterproof cloth. However, the work was far from over. The newly constructed warehouse had yet to serve its purpose. Noticing the remaining daylight, Jiang Tian seized the opportunity to help the others move the supplies stored in the wooden house into the warehouse. Once all the items were relocated, the previously cramped wooden house finally felt more spacious. After allowing Lu Bu and Shi Jigang a moment to rest inside, Jiang Tian headed back to the fishing site. Upon seeing him, Kai Wenji beamed with delight, tugging at her master's clothing as she eagerly pointed to the supplies nearby. Master, look. Today I caught 8 cubic meters of empty soil, 2 chickens, 6 fish, along with some clay and wood. Have the little animals been placed in their cages? They've been taken care of, and the fish are in the pond. Good, you've done well. Jiang Tian patted Kai Wenji's hair affectionately. Let us head back for a meal. All right, I'll make porridge. Jiang Tian pondered for a moment. With an abundance of fish available, they could indulge a bit. Let us skip the porridge today and cook rice instead. We'll stew a fish and enjoy fish soup tonight. Great. As the moon rose and stars twinkled, the 4 of them held bowls of rice in one hand and chopsticks in the other, eagerly gazing at the stainless steel pot perched over the campfire, where 2 fish simmered within. After 20 minutes of stewing, the broth had turned a milky white and was gently bubbling. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, tantalizing everyone's senses. Kai Wenji inhaled deeply and swallowed hard. Wow, it smells so good. Master, is it done? Jiang Tian prodded the fish with his chopsticks. They offered no resistance, allowing him to easily pierce through the flesh and lift tender pieces of meat. The fish is cooked. He scooped up a spoonful and took a sip. While it had a delightful flavor, he realized that the freshwater fish they had caught lacked saltiness, rendering the taste somewhat bland. An idea struck him. Wait, I have salt. And plenty of it. He instructed Lu Bu to bring him a packet of salt, tore it open, and sprinkled some into the pot, stirring gently with a spoon. After tasting it again, he smiled. The fish soup is ready. Let us enjoy it. Unable to contain their excitement, the 4 of them each grabbed another bowl and ladled generous portions of soup. Slurp. Ah, so delicious. Truly a delight. For some reason, sipping this bowl of fish soup evoked a profound sense of homeliness. The rich, fatty broth slid down their throats, enveloping them in warmth. Each of them held their bowls, their faces adorned with expressions of bliss. As they ate, Jiang Tian opened the world chat channel. The messages flowed rapidly as many others were also enjoying their evening meals, engaging in discussions about food. I'm having roasted potatoes, what about you? Haha, I caught a fish today and am enjoying sashimi now. Sashimi? Dude, that has freshwater fish. I caught a chicken. After so many days, I finally get to eat meat. What a relief. I envy you all. I'm still munching on bread. Master, I too wish for meat. Grant me a chicken. Come on, aren't you supposed to be a monk? How can you utter such coarse words? I roasted the fish, but it's a bit tasteless. Does anyone have any seasoning? I'd like to know too, who has salt or MSG? I caught a jar of chili powder. Whoa, big shot, I'm looking to trade. Seeing these messages, Jiang Tian's mind began to race. He promptly opened the trading hall, packaged a portion of salt into 10 small boxes, and listed them for exchange, requesting other seasonings or ingredients like scallions, ginger, and garlic. This was to prepare for future culinary endeavors. Glancing at the purchase request he had posted earlier that morning, he noted that he had received some clay. However, the quantity was minimal, with only a few individuals trading him for some bread and snacks. Moreover, based on others' reports, many had caught chickens, ducks, and fish since the rain, indicating that food was not in short supply at the moment. Suddenly, Jiang Tian noticed a striking absence of wood for sale in the trading hall. Following the recent downpour, everyone had realized the importance of timber. With the sun shining today, many were busy constructing their own small wooden houses, making it rare for anyone to part with their wood. Even those who did have a small supply were asking exorbitant prices. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to list some more salt and wooden planks. 5 grams of salt for 10 liters of clay. 1 wooden plank for 50 liters of clay. He then closed the interface. As he did so, he noticed a change in the scene before him. Lubu, stop eating. You're about to finish off all the fish soup and rice. But I'm still hungry. The master has scarcely eaten, and you have not yet had your fill before resorting to bread. Jiang Tian observed, and in a brief span, the fish soup in the pot had nearly evaporated, leaving only the bare bones of a fish behind, while the rice had dwindled significantly. Kai Wenji was fiercely guarding the remaining half of the fish with her chopsticks, while Lu Bu gazed longingly at his own portion. On the other hand, Shi Jigang seemed unfazed, contentedly making do with a loaf of bread. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Tian could only smile wryly. Just yesterday, he had encountered a similar dilemma when Lu Bu polished off an entire pot of porridge. As a renowned general, his appetite was certainly not one that could be compared to the average person. It was at least enough to satisfy 3 individuals. Had it not been for his surplus of fishing rods, he would have truly struggled to sustain him in the preceding days. Very well, let Lu Bu indulge himself. Shi Jigang, please go and slaughter 2 more fish to prepare a pot. Kai Wenji, in the future, prepare a larger quantity of rice. Enough to serve 6 people in a big pot. Understood, master. Very well, my lord. Awoo. Chapter 32, The Kitchen. Another day has passed. Jiang Tian's dreams were interrupted by the crowing of roosters and the sound of chatter. Oh, brother Shi Jigang, you go ahead and lay the foundation for the kitchen. I will set up the fishing rods first. Understood. The voices of Lu Bu and Shi Jigang gradually faded away. In a state of half-sleep, a small creature that had settled on his chest began to stir. Carefully, it slipped through a narrow opening of the quilt before pressing it down snugly. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Tian awoke to find the light of day streaming in through the doorway, bathing the entire room in a gentle glow. Kai Wenji knelt by the bedside, holding a towel, with a basin of clean water beside her. Master, the water is ready. Please use it. Jiang Tian sat up, took the towel, and dipped it into the water, wiping his face a few times. The temperature was just right, warming his skin. After drying his hands with the towel, he affectionately ruffled Kai Wenji's hair. Very nice, you've worked hard. Hee. Kai Wenji smiled sweetly, revealing 2 dimples. She took the towel from Jiang Tian's hand and placed it in the basin before stepping outside. Jiang Tian also rose, stretching lazily as he made his way out. Lu Bu and Shi Jigang were stationed near the western side, wielding shovels as they worked, with a heap of soil piled nearby. Further ahead stood a large wooden cage, filled with a stack of hay. Chickens and ducks pecked at the feed in the trough, occasionally making their distinctive calls. Cluck, 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 quack, 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 cluck-a-doodle-doo. To the east, 10 fishing rods had already been arranged. The bells had yet to ring, merely reflecting their metallic sheen in silence. Jiang Tian walked around the wooden house to the edge of the pond. The seeds he had sown previously had sprouted into tender seedlings, their delicate leaves adorned with glistening droplets of water as if freshly watered. Kai Wenji was beside the pond, tearing pieces of bread to feed the fish. Seeing this tranquil and harmonious scene, Jiang Tian nodded approvingly. It was beginning to resemble a quaint farmhouse. He greeted Kai Wenji, instructing her to finish feeding the animals before joining him to check the fishing rods. He then approached Lu Bu and Shi Jigang to inspect the kitchen's progress. Lu Bu and Shi Jigang had already completed the foundation and were now compacting the timber within. Nearby lay a blueprint outlining the kitchen's preliminary design. Gazing at the depicted layout, Jiang Tian recalled the conversation he had with Shi Jigang the previous day regarding the stove. He pondered for a moment and checked the status of the clay he had procured last night. Given that salt and wooden planks were currently scarce resources, the demand for these items had indeed surged. Although the clay caught by others was still insufficient, he was able to secure 2 large bags after a single trading session. He called out to Shi Jiang, placing the clay before him. Is this enough clay to construct a stove? After examining the clay, Shi Jiang rubbed his chin thoughtfully for a moment before responding. There is indeed enough clay, but it has yet to be fired into bricks, and we currently lack cement. How about this? I will first fashion a makeshift stove from this clay. What do you think? As long as it can cook, that suffices. Let us proceed as you suggest. Very well, since the clay needs time to dry and be fired, I will make the stove while we have sunlight. All right, I'll leave it to you. After receiving Jiang Tian's affirmation, they exchanged a few more words before Shi Jiang moved to another spot, digging a pit and breaking the clay into pieces to pour inside. Jiang Tian fetched 2 buckets of water and poured them in. The clay was mixed into a slurry, which was then placed back into a bucket to drain excess water. Shi Jiang approached the kitchen area to assess the layout and gradually began to mold the clay into the shape of a stove. Meanwhile, Lu Bu continued to work on the kitchen walls. However, following Shi Jiang's instructions, he did not rush to construct the roof, but instead left a section exposed to allow sunlight to dry the clay. Jiang Tian assisted both of them by handing over tools and materials as needed, occasionally checking the trading post for any spices or vegetables available for exchange. Comparatively, it was quite a leisurely endeavor. My lord, could you pass me that board? Sure, here you go. Boss, could you please hand me the trowel? I need to smooth out the edges of the stove. Coming right up. Master, I just caught another box. Step aside. Let me see what's inside. Wee. Oh, for goodness sake. Clatter. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a new 10 square meter rectangular cabin with an overhang emerged on the small island. Boss, I have inspected the ventilation and rainproofing of the kitchen. There are no issues. Moreover, these 2 stoves should be ready for use. Shi Jiang, inside the cabin, introduced the situation to Jiang Tian, who stood behind him. He then crouched down, gazing at the flames within the 2 cylindrical stoves, patting their sides to gauge their sturdiness. Nodding in approval, he remarked, it's functional, albeit a bit rudimentary. It works perfectly for cooking. That is good. Jiang Tian surveyed the interior of the kitchen and glanced at Lu Bu and Kai Wenji, who were observing from outside. With a smile, he announced, all right, everyone prepare yourselves. Tonight we shall feast. Chapter 33. I just simmered a pot of fish soup. What about you? Unbeknownst to them, the moon had risen to the edge of the sky, and stars dotted the night. In the kitchen, thud, 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 Jiang Tian wielded a knife, chopping a fish on the cutting board. He then wiped the cut fish pieces with the knife and tossed them into the iron pot on the stove. Sizzle. The fish pieces hit the hot oil, producing a bubbling sound. He picked up a spatula and stirred. Clang, clang. The spatula clashed against the iron pot, creating a series of metallic sounds. The fish pieces tumbled in the pot alongside ginger, garlic, and scallions, releasing an enticing aroma. Master, I've chopped the potatoes. I brought the 2 largest ones. Kai Wenji bounced into the kitchen, holding a potato covered in dirt. She sniffed the air, her eyes widening in delight. Wow, it smells so good. Let us wash the dirt off the potatoes first. I'll fry some potato slices for you to taste. Saying this, Jiang Tian glanced at Kai Wenji and smiled. He covered the pot, setting down the spatula, and crouched down to scrape a bit of dirt off her nose with his finger. How did you get so dirty? Don't forget to wash your little hands and face too. Hee. Kai Wenji chuckled shyly, carrying the potato outside to the large water barrel to clean it. Meanwhile, Lu Bu stood ready outside the kitchen. Shi Jiang was in front of another stove, lifting the lid to take a look. Boss, the chicken is done. You can take it inside. I'll have you fry the potatoes shortly, and I'll prepare a tomato. Ah, Lu Bu. It appears that the hens have laid eggs today. Please fetch them. Yes, my lord. 20 minutes later, within the wooden cottage, 4 steaming dishes were presented upon the freshly crafted wooden table. There was a vibrant stir-fry of tomatoes and eggs in hues of red and yellow. Glistening potato slices sautéed to perfection, succulent pieces of braised fish adorned with green onions, and a pale yellow chicken soup, shimmering with oil. The delightful aroma tantalized the appetites of the 4 individuals seated nearby. Lu Bu and Kai Wenji's eyes widened, and they swallowed hard in anticipation. Jiang Tian chuckled, gesturing towards the table. All right, let us commence our meal and savor the culinary skills from a millennium and 8 centuries hence. With that, Jiang Tian scooped a ladle of chicken soup. Shi Jiang, wearing a simple smile, reached for his chopsticks. Though Lu Bu and Kai Wenji were oblivious to the significance of the years mentioned, they eagerly joined in, grasping their chopsticks. Nom nom. Munch, munch. The group devoured their meal, their faces gleaming with grease. Boss, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. You flatter me. You are not so shabby yourself. My lord, this chicken is rich in flavor, and the chicken soup is exquisitely sweet and savory. Simply divine. Slow down, lest you choke. Ah, this stir-fried tomato and egg is both tangy and sweet. It's delightful. Master, I too wish to learn the art of cooking. Very well. You may assist us in the kitchen during meal preparations, observe, and learn. All right. Hee hee. After a little over 10 minutes, the 4 dishes on the table were completely devoured. and the four sat back, contentedly burping. After a brief respite, they resumed their respective tasks. Lu Bu and Shiji Gang began clearing the kitchen and table of refuse, while Kai Wenji took charge of washing the pots and pans. Jiang Tian leisurely strolled around the island to aid digestion, eventually sitting by the bonfire outside to light a cigarette. This life is becoming increasingly comfortable. He exhaled a cloud of smoke. Though I initially thought to rear these chickens, I never anticipated I would stew one so soon. I must admit, it is quite delectable. With my surplus of fishing rods, acquiring these resources is considerably swifter than for others. There is no need for hesitation. As he pondered, he opened the regional chat channel to check on the circumstances of others. In this world devoid of televisions or computers, utilizing this as a post-meal pastime was rather pleasant. At this moment, the channel buzzed with discussions about dinner. I just simmered a pot of fish soup. What about you? Yesterday was decent. I caught a fish, but today, I've caught nothing and feel utterly foolish. I did manage to catch a chicken today, but with two of us, it feels insufficient. 0066. May I inquire if you have any clothing for little girls? 0888. Haha, I too have two people. Yesterday I caught a fish and a duck. Today 2 chickens. My companion and I are well fed. Good heavens. The lucky one is at it again. I beg you to stop. I haven't caught any meat these past 2 days. I wonder what 1111, that big shot, is feasting on tonight. I am quite curious. Perhaps he is enjoying chicken right now? Upon seeing someone inquire about him, Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow and replied, "Thank you for the invitation. I have just finished dinner and came to have a look." This reply stirred a ripple of excitement among the crowd. Big shot, what did you eat? 0888. I am curious. Same question. Big shot, are you also having fish soup? Did you roast the chicken? With 3 of you, was there enough for dinner? Shall I trade food for some salt? Jiang Tian pondered for a moment before responding nonchalantly. If you're in need of salt, feel free to trade with me. As for dinner, it was merely some home-cooked fare, sautéed potato slices, scrambled tomatoes and eggs, braised fish, and a pot of chicken soup. By the way, we are now 4 in number, and we were all quite stuffed after the meal. Speaking of which, do you have any digestive tablets? I could trade for salt and cigarettes. This statement caused a momentary silence in the regional chat channel. Then, good heavens. 0888. Good heavens. When it comes to boasting, I cannot compete with you. The subtlety of your boasting is utterly lethal. 0066. Both of us did not fill our stomachs. Yet your 4 managed to overindulge? And you want digestive tablets? Are you serious? Did you really not misspeak? Scrambled tomatoes and eggs? Sautéed potato slices? Braised fish and chicken soup? Big shot. Did you dine at a restaurant on the floating island? Chapter 34. Each to their own. Preparing to build a brick kiln. The channel erupted with the astonished voices of various survivors, all inquiring how Jiang Tian managed to enjoy such a feast in such a barren environment. Some, envious, hoped to acquire some warm dishes from him. Naturally, Jiang Tian paid them no heed. Others sought to exchange food and materials for finished products, but Jiang Tian turned them all down. He was currently not in want of food, and trading for such items held little significance. In the chat channel, while survivors expressed their envy towards Jiang Tian's delicacies, they also began to voice their grievances, lamenting that although they had been fishing for food, with 2 people on their islands, it was hardly sufficient. That said, Jiang Tian gleaned some information from this conversation. It seemed that many individuals had gradually fished people from the cloud in recent days. Most survivors now had a companion on their islands, ranging from young to old, with both ancient and modern backgrounds. Some were ordinary individuals, while others possessed unique skills, such as greater strength or swiftness, and some, like Shiji Gang, could contribute to island construction. For instance, the one caught by 0066 had knowledge of agriculture. Could it be that not only had the area of barren land increased, but the probability of fishing up individuals had also risen? Jiang Tian was lost in thought when yet another message appeared in the channel, capturing everyone's attention. Damn, today my luck is absolutely awful. I didn't catch a single animal, but I did fish up 3 wooden boxes. I thought they were people, only to discover they were all goblins. What the? Dude, your luck is abysmal. I can only manage to catch one a day at most. I think I also had poor luck today. I caught 2. I feel like the chances of catching goblins have increased compared to before. No way. Though I catch only 1 a day, I too sense that goblins are appearing more frequently. Everyone should remain cautious in the coming days. Prepare axes and hammers when opening boxes, just in case something unexpected happens. Seeing this, Jiang Tian frowned. His earlier suspicions were confirmed. The frequency of monsters appearing in boxes had indeed increased, and it was on a gradual upward trend. The chances of fishing up wooden boxes had also risen significantly. Previously, he could catch only 5 in a day, but today he managed to reel in 10. Although these goblins posed no threat to him, it was still prudent to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. His surplus of fishing rods not only allowed him to gather resources more swiftly than others, but also increased the likelihood of catching monsters significantly. Furthermore, these creatures might grow stronger with time, making them more formidable than they currently were. Weapons needed to be prepared. Although he had a few, he hadn't managed to catch any metals like iron or in recent days, and he needed to devise a plan to gather them. As he pondered these matters while smoking, A gentle rain began to fall from the sky, the droplets pattering softly. Upon witnessing the inclement weather, the conversations within the regional chat channel shifted back to the topic at hand. After exchanging greetings, the denizens set about collecting rainwater, each with their buckets in hand. As they busied themselves, the once vibrant interface gradually descended into a tranquil hush. Drip. A raindrop struck the cigarette, butt, emitting a sizzling sound. Jiang Tian snapped back to reality from his reverie. Never mind, he thought. Let us first construct the brick kiln. Only with bricks can he ponder the matters of the blacksmith shop. Extinguishing his cigarette, he closed the interface and gazed at the rhythmic patter of raindrops. Since it was raining, it would be prudent to gather some water. These past few days of irrigating the clay and washing dishes had consumed quite a bit of water. Although he currently possessed ample resources, it was wise to conserve where possible. Furthermore, he needed more water for crafting clay. At that moment, several individuals who had been occupied with household chores returned. Jiang Tian smiled and instructed, "It's starting to rain. Kai Wenji, take those buckets outside to collect some water." "Understood, master," replied Shijigang. "I will dig a bit more into the pit where we muddied the clay." "You got it, boss," came the response. "Lu Bu, don your raincoat and expand the pond." "Yes, my lord." The following day, as everyone awoke and pushed open their doors, the sky continued to drizzle with a gentle rain. Though it was not heavy, the ground was still sprinkled with a layer of water. Shijigang volunteered to manage the drainage. Lu Bu donned his raincoat and headed eastward, setting up fishing rods one by one. Meanwhile, Kai Wenji, having just served Jiang Tian with a wash, gazed out at the drizzles. Her large eyes blinked. As though an idea had struck her, she dashed back inside, rummaging until she found a small yellow raincoat, adorned with triangular spikes on the back. A set she had procured from 0066. Donning the raincoat and slipping on rain boots, she raced over to Jiang Tian, tugging at his clothing. "Master, look." Jiang Tian chuckled, pinching her cheek. "Little dinosaur, you are truly adorable." Hee. Delighted by Jiang Tian's praise, Kai Wenji hummed a tune as she proceeded to feed the poultry to the west. Jiang Tian, on the other hand, went to inspect the pond he had expanded the previous night. The pond had now grown from 6 square meters to 10, filled to the brim with water. Over a dozen fish frolicked within, and Jiang Tian nodded in satisfaction. Another portion of water resources secured. The seedlings planted nearby had also grown considerably. He wandered to another spot where the drainage work on the island was nearly complete. The sun gradually rose higher in the sky. Toward the southern end of the island, there lay a pit brimming with rainwater, excavated during the clay oven construction, albeit now larger than before. Outside, a dozen large buckets filled with water stood waiting. This rain had indeed proven bountiful. At this moment, Jiang Tian might well be the survivor with the most water resources. Of course, his purpose for stockpiling this water diverged from that of others. He did not intend to use it for drinking. The numerous boxes of mineral water in the warehouse would last him quite a while. The reason for digging this pit was, naturally, to prepare for crafting clay bricks. Through recent acquisitions, he had amassed a significant amount of clay. Yet the water needed for mixing was still insufficient. He could hardly bear to use mineral water for this purpose. Fortunately, a timely rain had fallen last night. He glanced at Lu Bu and Shijigang, who were on standby, and smiled, saying, "Everyone, take your positions. We are about to construct the brick kiln." Chapter 35. Goodness. Are we here to survive or to vacation? They brought forth all the clay, breaking it into pieces and pouring it into the water-filled pit. Lu Bu stood at the edge of the pit, wielding a shovel to mix the clay and water into a cohesive mud. Shijigang returned to the house, retrieving the molds for the bricks he had crafted the previous night. The construction of these molds was quite simple, consisting of several wooden planks sawed to a specific length and nailed together to form a hollow rectangular shape. The prepared clay was then placed within, yielding a perfectly square clay brick. However, crafting them one by one proved inefficient. Last night, Shijigang had modified and enlarged the molds, resulting in 2 large square molds, each with a 1-meter side length, filled with rectangular hollow gaps. Placing the molds on the ground, they tossed in large chunks of clay, pressing them down firmly. They then scraped away the excess clay from the top of the molds before lifting them. This method allowed them to produce 32 bricks at once, significantly enhancing efficiency. Naturally, the freshly molded bricks would need to be dried before they could be fired. While Lu Bu mixed the clay, Jiang Tian and Shijigang set about constructing a drying rack for the bricks, 8 square meters and over 2 meters high, divided into 20 layers according to the thickness of the bricks. Calculating it out, the rack could potentially hold up to 5,000 bricks at once. With the rack complete and the clay well mixed, the trio began filling the molds and transporting bricks. From time to time, Jiang Tian would also engage in some fishing, opening boxes, battling goblins, and setting up empty soil plots. In the midst of their labors, they lost track of time. From around 7 in the morning until midday, they toiled away. Unbeknownst to them, the sun was now shining brightly. Jiang Tian and Lu Bu sat down on the sun-dried clay, exhaling a sigh of relief. Snap! Jiang Tian lit a cigarette, taking a puff as he surveyed the wooden racks laden with brick molds, exclaiming, "Who would have thought that I would survive this long?" only to find myself hauling bricks like a machine on an assembly line. I wonder how long I'll be doing this sort of work. Jiang chuckled. Boss, you'll get used to it. Although I can't recall my past experiences, I feel as though I've done this before. As they chatted, Kai Wenji and Lu Bu returned with water and food. After washing their hands, they began to satisfy their hunger. Typically, lunch was rather casual, consisting of commonplace supermarket fare. The four of them munched on bread and ham, washing it down with cola. After finishing, they reeled in the ringing fishing rods to gather their catch. Jiang Tian directed Jiang and Lu Bu to light a fire next to the wooden rack of bricks to expedite the hardening process. Subsequently, he took Kai Wenji and retreated indoors for an afternoon nap. If other survivors were to witness their current state of existence, they would surely be infuriated. Many of them were without food at this hour, juggling fishing with the necessity of further constructing their wooden shelters. When would they find time for an afternoon nap? And yet, Jiang Tian was nestled beside a lowly for a nap? Goodness, were they here to survive or to vacation? An hour later, Master, it's time to wake up, chimed the human alarm clock, Kai Wenji, rousing Jiang Tian from slumber. Stretching, he rubbed his bleary eyes and stepped outside. Approaching the crackling fire. Jiang, how are the bricks drying? Boss, they're all perfectly dried. Oh, so soon? Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. He approached the wooden rack and touched the surface. It was already dry, the moisture nearly evaporated. It seemed the materials here were quite different from those elsewhere. However, one must note that the plants here matured within days, so it was no surprise that the bricks dried quickly as well. Certainly, the bricks in their current state are not yet ready for use. They require a blazing fire to thoroughly sinter and cool the brick bodies to transform them into true bricks. This constitutes the final and most crucial step. Herein lies the necessity for a brick kiln. Having selected an appropriate location, the three gentlemen journeyed to the southern part of the island. The empty soil they had drawn from fishing, aside from a prior filling of the western side, was augmented by additional filling from the southern side. While arranging the southern land, Jiang Tian had a sudden inspiration. During the placement of the empty soil, he decided to deposit the newly acquired soil in a location at the center of the island where the thickness was considerable. He delineated a square area of 12 square meters and commenced excavating. After digging a pit 1 meter deep, he lit a fire at the center. He then began to stack clay around the edges. As the clay beneath was gradually baked and solidified, he piled another layer of clay atop it. It bore a resemblance to the previous construction of the furnace. Ultimately, after laboring until the sun dipped below the horizon, a rudimentary brick kiln was completed. The overall structure stood 2 meters tall, but it was sunken 1 meter deep to facilitate the placement of fuel. Subsequently, the three men remained industrious, stacking the bricks within the kiln, then gathering branches to produce charcoal. At last, as the moon ascended, a flicker of flame ignited within the small brick kiln. Their day's toil had reached its conclusion. Exhausted from the day's activities, the three men felt as if they had aged significantly. Finally, after much effort, they had accomplished their task, which had not been easy. Jiang Tian gazed at the brick kiln, overwhelmed with emotion. Jiang, panting, remarked, indeed, the intensity of today's labor evokes a sense of familiarity. Alas, if only we had more hands to assist us. Jiang Tian waved his hand dismissively and called out toward the fishing area. Kai Wenji, reel in your line. Coming. Upon hearing his voice, Kai Wenji lifted her fishing rods one by one. Just then, one of the rods jingled once more. Dingling. Kai Wenji paused momentarily, then quickly reacted. Grasping the fishing rod tightly, she felt a weight tugging at it, causing her heart to skip a beat. The weight resembled that of a wooden box. Thud. Just as she pondered, the clouds parted, and a wooden box indeed fell. She immediately called out to the others. Master, what is it? A box. Oh, understood. Jiang Tian sighed and stood up. How many times had they caught this box today? It seemed they had pulled up over 10, all filled with goblins. Their pointed ears, bulging noses, and peculiar cries were enough to make him feel nauseated. Just as it was time for dinner, to have one caught at this moment felt quite unfortunate. Jiang Tian thought to himself. Approaching the fishing spot, he instructed Kai Wenji to step aside and slowly pulled apart the wooden planks. 2 seconds later, a hunched figure stood up. Damn it! Jiang Tian clenched his fists, ready to strike this creature, but then he froze. An old man. Chapter 36. Goodness. What luck do you possess? The figure that emerged from the box was indeed a hunched old man. Upon seeing Jiang Tian, he slightly bowed and clasped his hands, saying, Master, a new member? Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow and retracted his fists. He had just been contemplating how beneficial it would be to have a few more people around. And unexpectedly, one had indeed been caught. However, as Jiang Tian circled the box and scrutinized the old man, his expression became somewhat ambiguous. Given his frail appearance, it seemed he would be incapable of labor, destined only to consume food. At that moment, Lu Bu and Jiang also approached curiously, glancing at the old man. Noticing Jiang Tian's discontented expression, Lu Bu frowned and said, My lord, this old man appears weak and feeble. He is clearly incapable of any work. I suggest we cast him aside to avoid wasting food. Before Jiang Tian could respond, the old man's face turned ashen, and he hastily waved his hands, exclaiming, "Young man, what do you mean by that? To say I cannot perform any work is a grave disrespect to the elderly." Kai Wenji tugged at Jiang Tian's sleeve, unable to bear it, and said, "This grandfather appears kind and gentle. He does not seem like a bad person. It would be too harsh to cast him away. Indeed, it is this young lady who understands the virtue of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young." The old man added, "Master, perhaps you could allow him to assist Shijigang with menial tasks. Being a laborer is not so bad." Kai Wenji blinked her big eyes and said, "Grandfather, I just praised you for valuing the elderly. Why are you not adhering to the script?" The old man protested, "At my age, do you think I can handle heavy labor?" Just then, Lu Bu snorted disdainfully, "I know not what it means to respect the elderly. I only know you are wasting the master's food." "Ah, young man, what do you mean by that? What constitutes wasting food? I possess a modicum of knowledge in matters of strategy and can contribute as an advisor. How can that be a waste of resources?" Lu Bu's irritation seemed to flare as he glared at the old man. Jiang Tian contemplated the situation. After all, individuals caught had a certain probability of being endowed with knowledge and skills. Perhaps this elderly man possessed some hidden talents. He then spoke, "Very well, old man. Please tell us your name." The old man pondered for a moment and respectfully clasped his hands, saying, "I am called Wang Yun. It is an honor to meet you." "Master, Wang Yun?" Lu Bu's expression became exceedingly complex. Noticing this reaction, Jiang Tian was taken aback and inquired, "Lu Bu, what troubles you? That name sounds quite familiar. Although I do not believe I have encountered him before, hearing those two characters makes my teeth itch." Jiang Tian slapped his forehead. "Wang Yun? Isn't he the one who presented Jiao Chan to that old scoundrel Dong Zhuo? No wonder Lu Bu is so antagonistic toward him. After all, the hatred of a stolen wife is irreconcilable. Chess, qin, calligraphy, and painting, aren't those mere indulgences?" Lu Bu shot a glare at Wang Yun. He then turned to Jiang Tian and clasped his hands, saying, "My lord, I still think we should cast him aside." Jiang Tian stroked his chin, appraising Wang Yun from head to toe. This scrutinizing gaze made Wang Yun feel somewhat uneasy. The old man indeed appeared quite useless. Moreover, keeping him around might incite internal discord. Jiang Tian then gestured toward the edge, saying, "Why not have you step down yourself?" Upon hearing this, Kai Wenji looked at Jiang Tian with a pained expression. Wang Yun, still puzzled, stepped out of the box and peered over the edge. He was immediately startled and jumped back 2 steps. Goodness, if he fell from such a height, he would surely break something. "Master, spare me." Wang Yun fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head to Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian chuckled lightly and waved his hand, saying, "I was merely jesting." "Very well. Take a fishing rod and try your luck with the cloud clusters." Although Wang Yun appeared feeble and lacking in utility, Jiang Tian was not particularly in need of food. Furthermore, he was not a cruel person. He decided to keep him around for now. After all, he was a notable figure from the Three Kingdoms era, and who knows, he might prove useful in the future. Witnessing this scene, Kai Wenji breathed a sigh of relief. Although she harbored no fondness for the old man, she did not wish for her master to resort to such actions. Jiang Tian, bemused, thought to himself how Kai Wenji would react if she were to learn that her father had been killed by Wang Yun. Surely, she would be even more incensed than Lu Bu. Subsequently, Jiang Tian explained to Wang Yun what it meant to fish for cloud clusters. Upon seeing Wang Yun swinging the fishing rod and casting the hook into the cloud clusters, Jiang Tian casually remarked, "All right, you can fish here for now. Just lift the rod when the bell rings. If it's too heavy, leave it for a while. We'll come back to assist you." With that, he turned away with the others, preparing to return to cook. Suddenly, a series of ringing bells echoed behind him. Jiang Tian paused in his tracks and turned around. Wang Yun's fishing rod was vibrating vigorously with the sound of its bell. He quickly urged him, "Have you caught something already? Hurry, reel it in." Oh, all right." Wang Yun grasped the rod and pulled back. A large cloud drifted towards the island, slowly approaching them. From the looks of it, he seemed to be handling it with ease. Jiang Tian's heart stirred. Could it be? As the cloud was drawn onto the island, the mist dissipated, revealing an enormous black clod of earth before them. Jiang Tian took a few steps forward, extending his hand to tug at it. His eyes widened in surprise. A massive black cube appeared before him. Such a large clod of earth. He reached out and touched it, and the data materialized before his eyes, 2 by 5. An impressive volume of 10 cubic meters. Kai Wenji also widened her eyes. Wow, such a large clod of earth, how impressive. Hearing this praise, Wang Yun smiled bashfully. Meanwhile, Lu Bu merely snorted dismissively, his expression indifferent. Jiang Tian approached Wang Yun, scrutinizing him. This time, he was indeed somewhat astonished. Although the volume of clods obtained had increased since the last heavy rain, the maximum had only been around 6 cubic meters. This was the first time he had encountered one of 10 cubic meters. He wondered if this old man was simply lucky or if he had stumbled upon something special. He then turned to Wang Yun and said, "Come on, don't dawdle. Keep going." "Oh yes, master." Wang Yun rose again, somewhat clumsily casting the hook forward. This time, Jiang Tian and the others did not rush to leave, but stood by, eager to see if the next catch would be as swift and fruitful as the last. However, after 10 minutes of waiting, the bell remained silent. The bobber on the hook remained motionless atop the cloud, showing no signs of activity. Jiang Tian frowned. Was it truly just a stroke of luck earlier? Just then, the four of them felt their stomachs rumble. Perhaps it was best to head back for a meal. They pushed the 10 cubic meter clod back to the wooden cabin, replacing the earlier 6 cubic meter clod used for replication, not wanting to dwell on it any longer. They returned to the cabin to prepare their meal, cooking rice and fish soup, enjoying a comfortable feast. After satisfying their appetites, Kai Wenji took care of the dishes. She arranged for Lu Bu and Shi Jigang to set up bunk beds while she returned to the fishing spot. Upon seeing the scene before her, she gasped in astonishment. To the east of the island, 3 black clods were neatly stacked behind Wang Yun. Each clod was as large as the one he had caught earlier. Jiang Tian stepped forward, his eyes lighting up. Clods of earth. All of them, each one measuring 10 cubic meters. As he patted the clods, he looked at Wang Yun in disbelief. My goodness, do you possess such extraordinary luck? Chapter 37. Let us fish together with these rods. To be honest, Wang Yun's peculiar ability had indeed taken Jiang Tian by surprise. Previously, he had been concerned that such a small island would not provide enough space for future construction. Little did he expect that this old man would consecutively reel in clods of earth, and of substantial size at that. If he could maintain this streak of fortune, he would never have to worry about land again. Flattered by Jiang Tian's praise, Wang Yun became somewhat bashful, stroking his beard as he replied, to be honest, I'm not quite sure what this is. I was merely fishing casually. Just then, the bell of another rod beside Wang Yun rang. The one that had not yet been reeled in since Kai Wenji had caught the box earlier. Jiang Tian's eyes brightened. Hurry, pull that one up too. Yes, master. Wang Yun obediently set down the rod he was holding and grasped the ringing rod. As he lifted it, a cloud drifted lazily towards them, and once the mist cleared, a small package was revealed. Unwrapping it, he found a few pieces of wood inside. Why isn't it a clod of earth? Jiang Tian furrowed his brows. After pondering for a moment, he hypothesized a possible explanation. Could it be that only the rod held by Wang Yun could catch clods of earth? He then grabbed several other rods nearby and handed them to Wang Yun. Here, take all these rods and fish together. Wang Yun looked at the collection of metal rods in his arms, a look of concern crossing his face. I'm rather old. I fear I can only manage so many rods at once, perhaps just 2 at most. I see. Jiang Tian glanced at the frail, gnarled hands of the old man, letting out a sigh. What a pity. If only you had a few more hands. All right then, just hold on to 2. Be careful not to drop them. Yes, master. Don't call me master. It sounds odd. From now on, just call me lord. Yes, lord. Wang Yun sat cross-legged on the ground, holding 1 rod in each hand, resting them on his thighs. The sight was quite comical. Jiang Tian continued to observe for a while, but there was still no sign of activity. This time, the fishing was not as swift as the first catch. Not wanting to dwell any longer, he retrieved the other rods and set them aside. Back in the cabin, Kai Wenji had already washed the dishes and was tidying up the bedding. Their sleeping arrangements had improved. Instead of sleeping on the floor, they now rested on a simple wooden bed that Shi Jigang had voluntarily constructed for Jiang Tian the previous evening. Although the construction was rudimentary, the surface of the wooden boards was relatively smooth, making for a comfortable sleep. On the other side of the room, Shi Jigang had prepared 4 pieces of wood of the same size, standing in one corner, resembling the legs of a bed. The plane had smoothed the originally rough edges of the wooden posts. Nearby, some polished boards and planks lay ready, as Lu Bu hammered away, making the finishing touches. Once the bunk beds were completed, the 2 of them would no longer have to sleep cramped together. Their sleeping arrangements would be greatly improved. Just then, Kai Wenji finished arranging the bedding and glanced towards the 2 working on the bunk beds. She tugged at Jiang Tian's sleeve and asked, Lord, what about that old gentleman? Where will he sleep? At this question, Jiang Tian remembered that they had indeed welcomed another person today. His attention had been so focused on the clod of earth that he had forgotten about Wang Yun's accommodation. Regardless of his past, now that he was on this floating island, he was like family and deserved care. He promptly instructed Shi Jigang, once the beds are finished, tell Wang Yun that if he feels tired, he should come back to rest. Understood, boss. Shi Jigang replied, and Jiang Tian climbed onto the wooden bed, lying down and closing his eyes. The next day, Jiang Tian yawned, opening his bleary eyes. He had been quite exhausted the previous day and fell asleep as soon as he lay down, having gone to bed early. It seemed he was the first to awaken today. The room was quiet, with only the sound of gentle breathing filling the air. As he roused, he felt something warm resting on his chest. Raising his head slightly, he discovered that Kai Wenji had fallen asleep, her head nestled comfortably against him. Her petite mouth was slightly agape, still murmuring something. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Tian could not help but smile in bemusement. He had previously risen quite late, and by the time he awoke, Kai Wenji was already up. It was unexpected to discover that her sleeping posture was so poor. As Jiang Tian made a movement, Kai Wenji was startled awake. Kai Wenji let out a soft hum, her long eyelashes fluttering as she opened her eyes. Upon seeing Jiang Tian gazing at her with a playful smile, her heart raced, and her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Master, what is the matter? Did you not wake up early today? Did you not sleep well last night? Jiang Tian inquired, gently running his fingers through Kai Wenji's long hair. Kai Wenji pouted slightly, her expression a mix of embarrassment and difficulty as she replied, I'm a light sleeper. They were banging on the beds last night, which kept me up a bit, master. I'll go heat some water first. With that, she hopped out of bed and hurried out of the room. Since the kitchen had been established, the task of boiling water was now conducted there. Once Kai Wenji left, Jiang Tian sighed. He had indeed exhausted himself yesterday and had not considered these matters. Living in such a cramped space was quite inconvenient. He needed to expedite the construction of a proper house to create separate rooms. Previously, there had been limited land available, but now that he had caught that old man, thoughts began to stir in Jiang Tian's mind. Wang Yun, he suddenly recalled, almost forgetting the little old man. He had instructed Shi Jigang to inform him to return for sleep yesterday. Had he come back? Contemplating this, Jiang Tian rose and glanced towards another part of the house. At that moment, the wooden bunk beds were already assembled. Shi Jigang occupied the upper bunk, while Lu Bu rested below. The little old man Wang Yun was sprawled on the floor beside Lu Bu's feet, covered with discarded clothing, his head resting on a sock. Who knew whose it was? The sight was rather pitiable. Jiang Tian found himself both amused and exasperated. All right then, I should hasten the expansion of this place. Not long after, Kai Wenji returned with the water she had boiled, attending to Jiang Tian as he began his morning routine. The sound of the door opening and the rushing water roused Lu Bu and Shi Jigang from their slumber. Good morning, boss. Greetings, my lord. The two greeted Jiang Tian as they climbed out of bed. Upon seeing Wang Yun still soundly asleep on the floor, Lu Bu rolled his eyes, while Shi Jigang chuckled softly, remaining silent. Jiang Tian cast a glance at Wang Yun and then asked, Shi Jigang, what time did this old man fall asleep yesterday? Shi Jigang's expression was complex. By the time we finished making the beds, he was already sprawled on the floor asleep. I had to drag him back. So, he.'s quite the heavy sleeper? Jiang Tian waved his hand. All right, hurry up and wake him. With that, Lu Bu and Shi Jigang each took an arm and called Wang Yun awake. When Wang Yun finally stirred, he rubbed his eyes, appearing quite drowsy. It was only when Lu Bu produced food and began eating breakfast that he fully awakened. Grabbing a piece of bread and a sausage, he ate with gusto, earning another eye roll from Lu Bu. After a simple breakfast, everyone set out to commence their respective tasks. Jiang Tian headed east first to check on the situation regarding Wang Yun's fishing from the previous night. To the east, 3 large black soil blocks sat quietly arranged nearby. Fortunately, before Wang Yun fell asleep, he had managed to create some land yields. Jiang Tian mused that with Wang Yun around, he no longer needed to fret over land issues and could continue replicating fishing rods. He then placed his palm on the empty soil, filling each patch onto the island. The previously caught empty soil, combined with what Wang Yun had gathered yesterday, brought the entire island's area to over 200 square meters. Moreover, this area had been sufficiently thickened to serve as a foundation for constructing a house. Next, he needed to consider the bricks. After Kai Wenji finished feeding the animals, he arranged for her and Wang Yun to head east for fishing, while he took Lu Bu and Shi Jigang to fetch clay, resuming their brick-making work. They filled the clay, mixed it, and poured it into molds, then placed the pressed bricks onto wooden racks. Since they had prepared all the necessary tools the previous day, their pace increased significantly. They toiled until noon. As Lu Bu was stirring the clay, he suddenly remarked, Master, it seems we're running low on water. Jiang Tian paused. Glancing into the pit where the clay was being mixed, it was filled with clay debris, with only a small section clumped together. Realizing that they had produced over 5,000 bricks yesterday, and that the rainwater they had stored had long been depleted, he acknowledged that even the rainwater in the barrels had been exhausted. At that moment, Shi Jigang asked, Boss, should I go fetch some from the pond? Jiang Tian pondered for a moment and then waved his hand. If we're truly going to build a house, even the water from the pond might not suffice. Forget it, I'll just go purchase some. After a brief contemplation, Jiang Tian opened the chat channel, where a discussion about their current development status was underway. Haha, through my relentless efforts, I've finally constructed a wooden house. I've just finished a small one. It's south only about 10 square meters. Be content. What is too expensive now? I've only managed to build an 8 square meter one. 1111 built a 30 square meter wooden house previously. I wonder how he is faring now. Has he expanded? Don't even mention him. Just the thought of him makes me want to scream. Yesterday, he seemed to be gathering a large amount of clay. He must be farming now, right? Farming? Why would he need so much clay for that? Who knows? We can't fathom the thoughts of that big shot. Upon reading the messages, Jiang Tian smiled faintly and replied, CNNS 1111, everyone. I am currently in urgent need of a substantial water supply. If you wish to exchange resources, feel free to trade with me. The big shot has emerged. Water? Wait a minute. Didn't you gather a lot of bottled water during the rain? Is it all gone? Perhaps he has too many people, so they drank it all. I recall he collected about 180 boxes during the rain. How did it disappear so quickly? They must drink a lot. 1111. I don't need bottled water. Just the rainwater you collected will suffice, and the price is negotiable. Rainwater? What on earth do you need that for? No. Big shot. Are you really that short on water? 4144. You fools, he previously collected clay, and now he's gathering water. It's evident he's planning to make bricks and build a house. Are you all so foolish that you'd let yourselves die of thirst just because he wants to build? Moreover, aren't you afraid he'll hoard these water resources and sell them to you during a drought? Once this message was sent, the chat channel fell into silence. Soon after, others began to respond. Big shot, thinking about it this way, the weather in this world is indeed unpredictable. What if there really is a drought? Indeed. Although we have stockpiled rainwater, it is still insufficient for our needs, especially with 2 individuals here. My apologies, esteemed one, but perhaps you should explore other options. Upon reading this, Jiang Tian let out a sigh. No worries. I can understand your predicament. I shall venture to the world channel instead. Little did he anticipate that such a creature would emerge at this moment, effectively severing his own channels. Just as he was about to switch to the world channel for a trial, another message popped up in the chat channel, brimming with audacious remarks. 4144. Ha, 1111. Are you dumbfounded? I currently have over 300 square meters, and I haven't even built a house yet. Who do you think you are to dare construct one? Over 300 square meters? Hearing this figure, Jiang Tian was taken aback. How could there be so much? Did he possess some extraordinary ability? Shortly thereafter, 4144 sent another message. Just keep collecting. Even if you manage to construct it, that house will still belong to me. Prepare to face the consequences. Chapter 39. Is there really such a method to amass wealth? Upon hearing 4144's words, everyone in the regional channel was taken aback. Even if one were to succeed, how could the house still belong to him? What did this mean? And what of the inexplicable 300 square meters he claimed? Observing this information, Jiang Tian furrowed his brow, a troubling suspicion forming in his mind. Could it be? At that moment, others also discerned the implications of 4144 statements and began to question him. What do you mean by that? Clarify yourself. Also, I only have around 130 square meters. How did you manage to acquire an additional 200? Everyone is using the same fishing rod. Why should you be the one to reel in so much empty land? How did you accomplish that? 4144. Keep guessing. You'll find out when you encounter me. Yesterday, a friend of mine messaged me, claiming an empty plot was flying towards him. He went to check it out. But after that, I never heard from him again. At this, Jiang Tian's eyes sharpened. Could it be that your floating island is mobile? 4144. Bingo. Ha. Congratulations on your correct answer. And about that friend you mentioned, did he stockpile a lot of wood? Ha, it's all mine now. What? He was indeed your friend. What have you done to him? 4144. What have I done? When you meet me, just ask your friend, and you'll find out. Ha. At this revelation, an uneasy silence fell upon everyone. His floating island can move? This implies he is exploiting this characteristic for plunder, doesn't it? Moreover, that person who was robbed, their friend, is likely. At that moment, those who had been lively in the chat grew silent, a palpable sense of unease settling in. However, this also drew out many who had previously been silent in the chat channel. Upon seeing these messages, their eyes lit up. Wow, is there really such a way to amass wealth? 4144. How did you do it? Me too. Please teach me. My luck has been abysmal. What I catch is hardly enough to sustain me. 4144. Beg me. If you plead enough, I might just share my secrets. Thereafter, the chat filled with 4144's arrogant boasts and others beseeching him for his methods, infused with a palpable ambition. The conversation only ceased once their speaking quotas were exhausted. Yet, with this interruption, others no longer felt inclined to continue chatting. This atmosphere left those who wished to develop independently feeling increasingly unnerved. They hastily exited the chat channel. Unwilling to linger, these chat records remained stagnant, akin to bloodstains inscribed on a death warrant. Seeing this, Jiang Tian too closed the regional chat channel with a sigh. Earlier, 4144 mentioned his land had exceeded 300 square meters. If that were the case, he must have already harmed 2 survivors, and it appeared many others harbored similar ambitions. Clearly, not everyone seeks to acquire resources through their own efforts. Greed and plunder are, after all, inherent flaws within human nature. Though he remained oblivious to how 4144 managed to move his floating island, the latter never disclosed his methods. Yet, he had inadvertently inspired others, many of whom would likely attempt to mobilize their islands for invasion. At this moment, a phrase from the parchment resurfaced in Jiang Tian's mind. Calamities and man-made disasters can strike at any moment. Man-made disasters, indeed. Jiang Tian's eyes narrowed. It seems the floating island survival game will become increasingly tumultuous. Weapons, equipment, and manpower. These necessities must be prepared for unforeseen circumstances. Regaining his composure, he re-entered the world channel to procure water resources. However, his message was quickly drowned out by the plethora of world messages. Only a scant few sent him trade requests. This was precisely why Jiang Tian had previously refrained from acquiring resources in the world channel. The sheer volume of messages was overwhelming, causing vital messages to be lost in the rapid refreshes. Moreover, one could only post once daily in this channel, which was quite cumbersome. After some contemplation, Jiang Tian sought out the foreign friend from whom he had previously purchased goods. He provided a few items of value and requested that he act as an intermediary to announce his needs in other regions. Fortunately, this tactic proved effective. A steady stream of rainwater trades began flowing Jiang Tian's way, allowing him to seize the opportunity to acquire some clay as well. With these resources secured, the mixing of clay could continue. Lu Bu was diligently mixing the clay when Jiang Tian called out to another individual. "Shi Jigang, come here for a moment." Shi Jigang paused, wiping the mud from his hands on the apron made of rainproof fabric before rushing over to inquire. "Boss, what is it? How much longer until this house is completed?" Upon hearing Jiang Tian's inquiry, Shi Jigang glanced at Lu Bu, who was stirring the clay, then pondered for a moment before replying. "While I have considerable experience in this area, and both you and Lu Bu work with remarkable efficiency, if we push to complete the entire set, it will likely take 4 to 5 days, and that as for a barebone structure without any decoration." 4 to 5 days? Jiang Tian's brow furrowed in contemplation. Noticing his expression, Shi Jigang asked, "Boss, what's wrong?" "Nothing. I merely hope the house can be finished soon so we can begin constructing the blacksmith shop." "The blacksmith shop? Boss, have we acquired iron already?" Shi Jigang inquired. After he spoke, Jiang Tian opened the trading post to check. Currently, there were no metals available for sale. Instinctively, he reached out to 0888. "Are you there? I have a question. Have you caught any iron ore in the past couple of days?" When the message was sent, there was no immediate reply. Jiang Tian was momentarily taken aback. He then recalled that during 4144's boastful tirade, 0888 had remained silent. Given that 4144 had already preyed upon 2 individuals, could it be that 0888? Just as Jiang Tian contemplated the possibility of the latter's misfortune, a message finally arrived. "Nope, what's up? Nothing much, just asking. What were you up to earlier? Didn't you see the messages in the regional chat?" "Not really, I was busy. Can't talk now, gotta get back to work." The reply came, and thereafter, no further messages followed. Seeing this, Jiang Tian furrowed his brow again, though unaware of the nature of the other party's busyness. The mere fact that a response had been received indicated their safety. Furthermore, it appeared that the iron ore had likely yet to respawn. At that moment, Jiang Tian recalled 0066, who seemed not to have replied as well. Chapter 40. "I am Huitsubing, at your service, master." He sent another message to 0066. After waiting for a minute without a reply, Jiang Tian furrowed his brows. Previously, this girl had been quite active, often responding almost instantaneously to his messages, giving the impression of leisure. What could be amiss today? It seemed as though she had not spoken at all, rather uncharacteristic of her. With the increased respawn rate of goblins, combined with the earlier remarks from a certain individual, it was easy to conjure unsettling possibilities. Jiang Tian sighed. In this situation, overthinking would yield no benefit. He closed the message and attempted to cast these concerns aside, redirecting his focus to the tasks at hand. He returned his gaze to Shi Jigang. While the iron ore was not currently visible, it would eventually appear. He resolved to continue constructing the brickwork, hastening the pace to erect the house and subsequently establish a blacksmith's forge. "Yes, boss," Shi Jigang acknowledged before resuming his labor. The incessant matters at hand left Jiang Tian somewhat flustered. Instead of continuing with the brickwork, he opted to circumnavigate the island, taking a leisurely stroll while observing the current state of development. His first stop was the warehouse, filled to the brim with supermarket provisions, mineral water, and various tools such as screws. Even the plastic bags used for these items were neatly stacked in a large cardboard box. Thanks to an abundance of fishing rods, they had managed to reel in a substantial amount of supplies. Even now, with the initial food resources from the supermarket nearly exhausted, Jiang Tian's stock remained plentiful. Staples like rice and flour were stored in the kitchen. To the north, over 20 fish swam joyfully in the pond, with tiny silver fry darting about. The plants previously sown along the pond's edge were thriving. Several saplings had reached over a meter in height, though they bore no fruit yet. On the opposite side, a few green vines adorned with large leaves had sprouted, blooming with small yellow flowers. The tomatoes purchased earlier had been sliced and planted, yielding young seedlings. And the potatoes unearthed at that time had also been planted, with their sprouts just breaking through the soil. In the western cage, chickens and ducks were huddled together, totaling over 10, including 2 geese caught earlier. There were also 7 or 8 chicken and duck eggs, alongside a large goose egg. Once these fowl hatched, Shi Jigang would need to expand the enclosure. As Jiang Tian listened to the clucking and quacking within, he pondered the situation. Regarding timber, due to its substantial volume, most of it had been bundled with waterproof tarpaulin and plastic bags and cast aside to the east, with only some smaller planks stored in the rooms and warehouse. After surveying the surroundings, Jiang Tian's mind settled somewhat. Food and water were abundant, and timber was in ample supply. Although clay and water were consumed rapidly, these resources could be procured relatively easily. The land area had grown sufficiently to accommodate further structures for development and habitation, and with Wang Yun, the elderly man, present, land usage was not a pressing concern. Jiang Tian appeared untroubled regarding resource demands. However, the most pressing issue remained the efficiency of labor. There were still too few people, and progress was slow. Although 5 individuals inhabited the island, only 2 possessed any combat prowess, himself and Lu Bu. This was unsustainable, as the goblin population increased. Even their combined strength would be insufficient to manage the threat. Moreover, there were those intent on plundering the island. Whether for development or to establish a defense force against external threats, more hands were needed. At that moment, a loud thud caught Jiang Tian's attention. Kai Wenji had dropped a wooden box on the ground. Turning to look, he saw Kai Wenji removing the hook. Suddenly, he recalled that her strength seemed to have increased. Previously, she had struggled to haul a wooden box containing goblins, panting heavily afterward, but now it seemed she was managing with ease. Locking eyes with Jiang Tian, Kai Wenji grinned. "Master, the box." "Yes, coming," Jiang Tian replied, picking up his bronze sword and strolling over to the fishing spot. There were a total of 11 fishing rods, 1 held by Kai Wenji, 2 by the elderly Wang Yun, while the rest lay on the ground. Since reeling in Wang Yun, Jiang Tian had shifted his strategy from replicating barren land to creating more fishing rods for resource acquisition. He instructed Kai Wenji and Wang Yun to step aside and approach the wooden box recently pulled from the water. He pried open the wooden planks and waited for a moment. To his surprise, the occupant was not a goblin. Rising from the box was a man clad in coarse garments. The instant he stood, a sharp, hawk-like glint flashed in his eyes. At that moment, Lu Bu, who had been mixing clay nearby, instinctively glanced over. Their eyes met, and both frowned slightly. The silent exchange lasted only a second before they averted their gazes. Lu Bu resumed his task, while the man turned his attention to Jiang Tian. To be honest, Jiang Tian was taken aback. One had come the previous night, and now another had surfaced. Moreover, just when he was in need of labor, it seemed fortune was on his side. He scrutinized the man before him. He was somewhat shorter but stood straight, approximately 1.7 meters tall, with a square face, fair complexion, and delicate features. Jiang Tian had also noted the brief clash of glances between this man and Lu Bu. Could he be another figure from the 3 kingdoms? Perhaps an adversary of Lu Bu? Before Jiang Tian could pose a question, the man knelt on one knee and clasped his fists in salute. "I am Huitsubing. At your service, master." "Huitsubing?" Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. "Indeed. What commands do you have for me?" Huitsubing's voice resonated with unwavering determination. Jiang Tian remained silent for a moment, observing Huitsubing again. He had not anticipated catching such an individual. This man was not an ordinary figure. He was a renowned general from the Han dynasty, famed for his victory in battle and subsequent noble title. Regrettably, his demise had come too soon, shrouded in ambiguity. Jiang Tian was tempted to inquire about the circumstances of his death, but reconsidered, deeming such a question rather impolite. Moreover, customarily, he should not possess prior memories, rendering the inquiry futile. Speaking of which, what had instigated the exchange of glances with Lu Bu? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Tian turned to Lu Bu and chuckled softly. He recalled that Dong Zhuo had once dispatched Lu Bu to plunder Emperor Wu's tomb. Ultimately, Lu Bu failed to retrieve what Dong Zhuo sought, and, in a fit of rage, had desecrated Huitsubing's grave. What a predicament this was! With Kai Wenji, Wang Yun, and now Huitsubing, it seemed that all those he had drawn from the waters, aside from Shi Jigang from the modern era, were intertwined with Lu Bu in some manner. Truly, Lu Bu was a remarkable figure. Chapter 41, The Weapon of City Defense. Having pondered these thoughts, Jiang Tian regained his composure and turned his attention back to Huitsubing. With a smile, he said, "Very well, do not address me as master. Call me lord." "Yes, my lord," Huitsubing replied with another bow. At this moment, Kai Wenji and Wang Yun drew closer, their curiosity piqued by the arrival of this new member. After assisting Huitsubing in emerging from the box and exchanging brief self-introductions, the two returned to their tasks, continuing their fishing. Jiang Tian took Huitsubing on a tour of the island, introducing him to the other 2 individuals. He then scrutinized Huitsubing once more. Historically speaking, this individual possessed remarkable psychological resilience and exceptional combat abilities. It seemed that many future endeavors could be shared with him, marking a stroke of good fortune. Even in the face of an ambush, Jiang Tian felt significantly more assured. Noticing Jiang Tian's contemplative expression, Huitsubing's gaze sharpened, and he inquired, "My lord, do you harbor any concerns?" Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. Had he been so easily discerned? It appeared the accolades regarding Huitsubing's keen intellect were indeed well-founded. Turning his head, he pondered for a moment. Since Huitsubing was now his subordinate and possessed commendable qualities, it would not be unreasonable to discuss certain matters with him. Bottling everything up was hardly a viable approach. Thus, he engaged Huitsubing in conversation about the general situation of the island, the peculiar creatures that could be caught, and the recent intimidation he had faced. With ample supplies, what need is there to fear external threats? Upon hearing this, Huitsubing frowned, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. "In my opinion, we should take the initiative to gather intelligence on the enemy. If possible, we ought to annihilate them before they can strike." Jiang Tian nodded in agreement, as this was precisely his own inclination. However, he had yet to devise a means of locating the enemy, nor was he aware of their whereabouts or appearance. Furthermore, in this bizarre world, It would be prudent to first gather information and prepare before taking action. After sharing these thoughts with Huatsubing, the latter contemplated for a moment. In that case, we might as well lie in wait for the enemy. According to your words, they conduct their plundering via floating methods. I believe we should construct long-range weaponry to eliminate them during their approach. Long-range weaponry. Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. Precisely, Huatsubing replied with a bow. Though I cannot recall my past experiences, I retain memories of crafting crossbows. If we can equip the island with powerful crossbows, we shall surely vanquish all intruders. Powerful crossbows? Jiang Tian mused for a moment, recalling the ancient siege weapons that adorned city walls. If such a device were stationed on the island, it would undoubtedly spell doom for any invaders. Naturally, Jiang Tian was wholeheartedly in favor of this suggestion. Subsequently, Huatsubing continued to construct the powerful crossbows. We require hardwood for the bow body and bronze for the mechanism. Bronze. Jiang Tian was about to mention his recent difficulties in acquiring metal when he noticed Huatsubing's gaze fixed intently on his right hand. A glance revealed that he was gripping a bronze sword. In the midst of their conversation, he had forgotten about it, and now Huatsubing had latched onto it. For a moment, Jiang Tian fell silent. How peculiar. This item had previously only been useful for chopping wood, yet now it seemed to hold greater significance. Did Huatsubing intend for him to melt the bronze down for the mechanism? Seeing Huatsubing's expectant expression, Jiang Tian contemplated for a moment. Melting down this piece was not something he was particularly loath to do. Moreover, he still possessed more than just this single piece of bronze, having an axe, a short sword, and a spear as well. Crafting a few mechanisms should suffice. However, since the blacksmith shop was not yet operational, he could not proceed with melting anything. Currently, I lack the necessary smelting skills. Please, enlighten me about the other materials. What do you mean by hardwood? Can any of those logs suffice? Jiang Tian gestured towards the timber intended for constructing houses. Huatsubing immediately shook his head. That wood will not do. We require specific types. What types of wood? Jiang Tian asked, and Huatsubing responded. Ji wood is the finest, followed by elm and oak. Jiang Tian felt somewhat exasperated. He did not possess any of those three types of wood, only the ordinary timber he had caught. It appeared that all the wood he had caught was of uniform quality, lacking any distinction. It seemed that these trees would need to be replanted. He recalled seeing someone selling saplings at the trading post, but he had not paid it much mind. On one hand, the island's space was limited, preventing him from planting every type of tree. On the other hand, he had more than enough wood, rendering the notion of planting trees somewhat pointless. Given this situation, it seemed the powerful crossbow could not be constructed at present. Jiang Tian mused aloud. Perhaps I should inquire in the chat channel? Upon opening the chat channel, he suddenly noticed a private message awaiting his response. 0066. What is up? What do you need from me today? Taken aback, Jiang Tian was surprised to receive a reply. It appeared that among the two individuals who had invaded, she was not one of them. Actually, it's nothing much. I was just casually asking if you had seen the regional chat channel. No, I was busy planting trees earlier, learning from the teacher while sowing seeds. Meanwhile, the purple-haired girl, with dirt still clinging to her hands, replied to a message, only to suddenly freeze as she glanced at the message from 1111. She stared at it for several seconds. What did he mean by casually asking? Muttering to herself, she pondered, could it be that he wanted to chat with me? But since I didn't reply, he felt dejected? Unbeknownst to her, a smile had begun to form at the corners of her lips, and her previously fatigued spirit felt rejuvenated. After some reflection, she replied, by the way, what has gotten into you today? Why are you so concerned about me? Nothing much, really just asking. Is that so? The purple-haired girl hummed a little tune, bemused. I didn't realize you were so tsundere. With a light-hearted jab, she then replied, all right then. What do you need from me? As I said, it was just a casual inquiry, really nothing at all. After typing this message, Jiang Tian paused to reflect before deleting it. Ever since the last time he had inadvertently upset Kai Wenji during a meal, he had become more cautious with his words in every conversation. He then sent, all right then, I wanted to ask how the wheat you planted is progressing. Also, have you planted any trees? What kind of trees did you plant? Upon reading this message, the purple-haired girl smirked. Humph. He using wheat as a pretext to change the subject. What a typical guy. Since he had asked, she decided to respond to that question instead. Editing her message, she sent, 0066. The wheat should be ripening soon. I'll trade you potatoes when the time comes, so no need to rush. Also, I caught a big gift bag of saplings today, which includes peach trees, rubber trees, walnut trees, and one particularly oddly named tree called a dosu. I just planted those. Is that so? Jiang Tian had intended to respond casually and close the chat window when suddenly, his eyes brightened. 1111. What did you say? Atlasu? Chapter 42. If he dares to come, I shall simply eliminate him. Seeing this message, the purple-haired girl was momentarily taken aback. What was going on with 1111 today? He seemed unusually excitable, deviating from his usual demeanor. Filled with curiosity, she replied, yes, it's a tlasu. When I caught those saplings, the teacher said this tree is extremely precious, so I hurried to plant it. What is the matter? 1111. What a stroke of luck. I happen to need that tree. Humph. The young girl let out a light hum, muttering, "Die, straight man. Your flirtation techniques are utterly cliched. You must not have a girlfriend." Chuckling to herself, she replied, "Is that so?" On the other end, Jiang Tian stared at her response, utterly baffled. Although he was certain that this 0066 had not been invaded and was now safe, her inexplicable tone left him perplexed. It felt as though she had transformed into a different person altogether. 1111. Indeed, this tree is precisely the one I require. By the way, what has gotten into you today? Your tone is rather peculiar, reminiscent of a woman. 0066. How dare you? I am a woman. So what do you mean by reminiscent of a woman? The violet-haired girl nearly spat out a mouthful of blood upon reading Jiang Tian's message. It seemed her earlier assumption had veered slightly off course. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian nodded in satisfaction. Now that's more like it. Just tell me, once this tree is planted, will you sell me some wood? On what grounds? The girl replied, reverting to her usual demeanor. Now, tell me, if you want this tree, what benefits are you offering in return? 1111. For a fully grown tree, 1 coin per meter. 0066. No way. 5 coins per meter. 1111. Deal? The girl was taken aback by this message. Wait, wasn't it customary to negotiate thoroughly and secure a favorable deal before finalizing? Why did he agree so readily to my price today? I distinctly stated I truly need this tree. Regardless, we reached an agreement. So hurry up and plant those trees, then sell them to me, alright? You sought me out solely for the wheat and trees, correct? Otherwise, how did you happen to find me just when you needed this tree? That's what I meant by what a coincidence. The violet-haired girl felt a tinge of disappointment. It seemed that she had overthought things this time. Curiously, she asked, by the way, what do you need this wood for? Upon receiving this message, Jiang Tian fell silent for a moment before typing a response. You might want to check the chat records in the area channel, you'll find out. Oh, the girl casually replied, then opened the chat logs. At that moment, while some individuals continued to engage in conversation in the regional chat channel, there were not many speakers. After flipping through a few pages, the girl stumbled upon the chat logs of 4,144 and others. Upon seeing this, her eyes widened in shock, her muddy hands instinctively covering her mouth. The mention of 4144, South Mobile Island and invasion, along with those who were jumping on the bandwagon, made her heart race wildly. Since her arrival in this world, although her life had deteriorated compared to before, fortune favored her, allowing her to catch fish-related items consistently. Through trading with others, she could at least ensure she was well-fed and warm. The first time she caught a goblin had startled her, but over time, she had grown accustomed to it. When encountering a goblin, she would simply kick it away. Although she occasionally saw messages in the chat channel about others being harassed by goblins, she found it somewhat regrettable but ultimately acceptable, for they were monsters. Even if they harmed people, it was due to differing races and stances. However now, witnessing 4,144 casually speak of such matters, and seeing those followers openly declare their intent to join 4144 in invasion, the girl's previously comforting sense of stability crumbled in an instant. It dawned on her that she was not merely experiencing life in a different world. This was a survival game. A bloody survival game. If 4144 were to find her, then she. The girl instinctively shuddered. Despite the blazing sun overhead and having just toiled, a chill suddenly enveloped her, a piercing cold that no warmth could dispel. She glanced at the mentor who had cared for her since her arrival, the one who had just imparted knowledge about these plants, now tending to the saplings. If those invaders truly came to her island, what fate awaited her and her mentor? Panic surged within her. She was uncertain whether to inform her mentor of this development. She didn't know what to do next. Just then, a private message notification popped up. 1111. So did you see? This message snapped the girl, lost in her panic. Back to reality. Swallowing hard, she replied, yes, I saw. Jiang Tian's expression returned to normal. To be frank, I require those trees to craft crossbow bolts for establishing defenses on the island. The girl pondered Jiang Tian's message in silence for a moment. Feeling her earlier anxiety diminish slightly, she inquired, you seem quite composed. Aren't you afraid? Afraid? Why should I be afraid? Of course, you should be. These aren't just silly monsters. They are bad people. What if they come after you? Besides, you've made an enemy of 4,144. Aren't you worried about retaliation? Why should I be afraid? Jiang Tian replied, perplexed. If he comes for me, I'll just take him down. Are you really that confident? Naturally. Have you heard of webtoon? At that, the violet-haired girl's eyes widened in disbelief. Webtoon? Nearby, her mentor, who was tending to the saplings, asked in confusion, what's wrong, Xiaowen? Is something the matter? Nothing. The girl waved her hand dismissively. She gulped hard. As someone who had received 9 years of compulsory education, how could she not know the illustrious webtoon, famed throughout history? Webtoon, who at 17 first entered the battlefield, captured the MVP title, becoming the center of attention, and was conferred the title of Champion Marquis. At 22, he completed the feat of sealing the wolves and never suffered defeat in his life. It was known that sealing the wolves was the lifelong goal of many historical generals. Webtoon was an unparalleled leader, unmatched in history. To think such a figure was now with the esteemed 1111. What incredible luck Jiang Tian had. The violet-haired girl took a deep breath and confirmed once more. Are you saying you caught the legendary Huotsubing? Chapter 43. If only we had some cement. Not long after, a reply came through. Yes, it's Huotsubing. I just caught him. It's really him. The girl's eye sparkled. Did you know that from what I gathered in the chat channel, most people catch only ordinary individuals, and it's rare to hear of someone notable? There was even someone who caught Pan Feng, making everyone else envious. You managed to catch Huotsubing. You're amazing. Jiang Tian paused, glancing at Huotsubing, who awaited commands before him, and then at Lu Bu, who was kneading clay nearby. Oh, is that so? Of course. Knowing that you have someone so formidable on your side fills me with envy, the girl exclaimed, then curiously asked, is Huotsubing helping you make those crossbow bolts? Yes. It seems he is crafting powerful crossbows for city defense. The girl recalled her experiences playing tower defense games, envisioning the large arrows launched from the crossbows. With such a weapon, she too would have means to protect herself, ensuring she wouldn't be so passive even if bad people came to invade. Gritting her teeth, she felt a surge of determination. Once you have completed the task, would you be able to sell me a copy? I will cover the materials. Upon reading this, Jiang Tian's eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief. It's settled. The conversation came to an end. Jiang Tian then turned his attention to Huotsubing. I have already secured the channels for TMU, but it is not yet fully developed. The strong crossbow will require some additional time before it can be crafted. At present, I have another task for you. Please issue your command, my lord. Very well. Follow me, Jiang Tian replied, leading him to the location where the brick molds were made. Prior to his conversation with Huotsubing, Jiang Tian had instructed Shi Gang to create another brick mold, which was now complete. After demonstrating the production process, the four of them began their labor. Lu Bu added several shovelfuls of clay, while Jiang Tian, Shi Gang, and Huotsubing simultaneously crafted 3 sets of brick molds, totaling 96 bricks. Their efficiency had significantly improved. A few hours later, the wooden rack designated for the bricks was fully stocked. After a simple lunch, Shi Gang ignited the nearby fire to expedite the hardening of the bricks. He instructed Huotsubing to keep watch, while Jiang Tian allowed the others to take a brief respite and indulge in an afternoon nap. Upon entering the room, Kai Wenji attended to Jiang Tian and lay down beside him. Lu Bu and Shi Gang also climbed into the bunk beds. Each face radiated a sense of contentment. Except for Wang Yun. The old man stood by the bed, glancing at the two sprawled on the bunks, then at the pile of clothes on the floor. He turned back, looking at Jiang Tian with a somewhat aggrieved expression. Jiang Tian, who was reclining in bed, couldn't he help but chuckle at the sight of Wang Yun standing there. After a moment of contemplation, he felt that this man was, after all, his subordinate and should not be neglected. Moreover, with Huotsubing now present, it wouldn't do to let them all sleep on the ground. However, asking Shi Gang to make another bed would make the room feel cramped, despite it being spacious enough. After pondering for a while, he opened the trading post to purchase 2 tents and 2 sets of bedding, allowing Wang Yun and Huotsubing to make do for the time being. Once he procured the tents and bedding, the old man finally broke into a smile and left to set up the tents. The other 4 were able to drift into a sweet slumber. An hour later, they awoke and resumed their work. Some fished while others continued bricklaying. During the process, Kai Wenji occasionally pulled up a few wooden crates. With a slightly increased workforce, Jiang Tian assigned Huotsubing the task of opening the crates. He instructed him that if he found a person, he should bring them over, and if it was a goblin with pointed ears and a prominent nose, he should simply kick it off the platform. Huotsubing complied without hesitation. With more hands on deck, Jiang Tian felt considerably relieved. Amidst the bustling activity, time flew by swiftly. Before long, the sun began to set in the west. Since the tools had been prepared the day before and a new member had joined their ranks, the results of their labor were commendable. Jiang Tian surveyed the thousands of brick molds before him, nodding in satisfaction. Noticing the time, he clapped his hands together. Well done, everyone. Let's call it a day. Upon hearing this, everyone stood up. Huotsubing remained silent, gazing at the brick molds without uttering a word. Lu Bu, stretching his wrists, glanced towards the kitchen, his stomach rumbling audibly, clearly indicating hunger. Shi Gang raised his arms, stretching his back to relieve his muscles, releasing a long sigh of relief. Wang Yun, the old man, set down his fishing rod and lay down on the ground, quickly falling into a deep sleep. Kai Wenji trotted over and leaped into Jiang Tian's embrace. Master, what shall we have for dinner tonight? What would you like to eat? I wish for braised fish. Very well, Shi Gang, go catch a few fish. Understood, boss. Hee. Master is so kind. I'll go prepare the rice and then help you learn how to cook. Yes, very good. Hurry along now. After washing off the dirt, Jiang Tian, Shi Gang, and Kai Wenji entered the kitchen. On the small island, the aroma of cooking wafted through the air. Half an hour later, they emerged from the kitchen carrying dishes that were fragrant and enticing. Even Wang Yun, who was sleeping outside, awoke to the delightful scent, wiping his mouth as he hurried towards the wooden cabin. After finishing their meal, the group sat around the table to rest and digest the food. After about half an hour, they felt sufficiently rested. Jiang Tian assigned Kai Wenji to wash the dishes, while Lu Bu and Huotsubing cleaned the kitchen. They then roused the peacefully sleeping Wang Yun, instructing him to join them at the fishing spot for extra work. Subsequently, Jiang Tian and Shi Jigang proceeded to the brick kiln to undertake the next phase of their work. They extinguished the fierce flames within and sealed the kiln to allow it to cool. Generally speaking, the newly crafted brick molds should be fired for 5 consecutive days. However, considering their previous experience with drying bricks in just 1 hour, the materials here appeared to differ from reality. Estimating the time, it seemed they were nearing completion. After filling the kiln, another hour passed. They opened the filled hole to let fresh air circulate. The bricks had nearly completed their firing. The next step was to remove the finished bricks and place the newly molded ones inside for another round of firing. At this point, the others had completed their respective tasks and were on standby. Aside from Kai Wenji and Wang Yun, Jiang Tian called the others over. Soon after, all the bricks were removed. Jiang Tian picked one up, examining it closely. The originally white-yellow clay had been transformed into vibrant red bricks. They appeared no different from the red brick houses he had seen before, merely with a slightly fresher hue. Weighing it in his hand, it seemed to match the expected weight. Shi Jigang also picked one up, placing it underfoot and standing on it. The brick showed no signs of breaking. He nodded in approval. This brick has been well made. Jiang Tian glanced at the thousands of brick molds laid out before him, raising an eyebrow. So, does this mean that at this pace, we will soon finish building the house? Theoretically, yes, Shi Jigang replied, looking at the molds, a sudden wry smile crossing his face. However, the quality of the finished house may not be particularly sturdy. If only we had cement. Chapter 44, Collecting Ashes from Wood. Cement, you say? Jiang Tian repeated to himself. He opened the trading post to search again, but still found no trace of cement. Since there were no finished products available, they would have to make it themselves. However, this thought soon brought Jiang Tian back to a quandary. The components of cement are limestone, clay, and iron ore. They had clay, but where could they find limestone and iron ore? Jiang Tian realized that within the current game version, metals had yet to respawn. Furthermore, it was not just iron ore that was absent. Even limestone was nowhere to be found. How on earth are we supposed to manage this? Was the recent influx of clay merely intended for the survivors to farm? Were they not permitted to construct brick houses in the game at this time? Noticing Jiang Tian's furrowed brow, Shi Jigang recognized that even with Jiang Tian's authority, it would be challenging to procure cement anytime soon. He then earnestly assured Jiang Tian, "Boss, rest assured, as long as I am here, even without cement, the houses we build will still be of good quality." Jiang Tian sighed. "All right then, I leave it in your hands." He instructed everyone to stack the finished bricks neatly and then place the dried brick molds into the kiln for firing. Jiang Tian strolled alone on the island, his hands clasped behind his back, seeking solace in the solitude. He glanced at the thicket and pond to the north, then turned his gaze towards the west, where chickens, ducks, and geese roamed. Before he realized it, he found himself at the warehouse. In front of him stood a series of boxes filled with supplies. He opened several boxes, revealing nails, plastic sheets, and other construction materials. This sight reminded him of the issue with cement, intensifying his feelings of vexation. As he continued to wander, he soon arrived at a corner of the warehouse. There lay a large plastic bag containing a small mound of gray powder. This was the ash from the tree bark and leaves used as fuel during his previous cooking endeavors, known scientifically as wood ash. The primary purpose of storing this material was to preserve potatoes and extend their shelf life. Additionally, it could serve as fertilizer to enhance plant yield. In this resource-scarce environment, it could even be used for staunching blood in case of injury. All in all, this substance had its merits. However, Jiang Tian had no time to ponder such matters. Observing the gray hue and the powder's texture, he couldn't help but think it resembled cement powder. Squatting down, he scooped up a handful of wood ash. "If only you were cement, how wonderful that would be," he murmured, watching the powder trickle through his fingers. After uttering this thought, he chuckled wryly to himself. "How foolish of me. Wood ash is merely wood ash. How could it ever transform into cement?" Suddenly, he paused, his eyes fixed intently on the wood ash. As if a revelation struck him, his thoughts raced through his memories, and soon several images flashed in his mind. Yes, it was indeed wood ash. Dropping the ashes from his hand, he clapped his palms together, a look of delight washing over his face as he strode out. "Shi Jigang, come here for a moment." The following day, the sun shone brightly. On the empty islands, survivors were engaged in fishing while chatting amicably. Within the regional chat channel, some were exchanging pleasantries, while others sought to acquire various supplies. Looking to buy a chicken? Interested parties, please DM. 2 fish for a wooden plank. Wooden planks can be exchanged for food. Hey, you two upstairs, can't you just DM each other? No way, I can't communicate with that jerk. Their offer is too low. 2 fish for a single plank? I'll look elsewhere. Haha, I just caught a chicken. What's your offer for it, chicken buyer? Everything seemed to revert to a state of calm, as if the events of the previous day had never transpired. However, many unfamiliar names had surfaced, and the tone of the conversations was rather brash. A closer examination would reveal that these individuals were the very ones who had sought to align themselves with the boastful 4,144 yesterday. As various purchase messages flashed across the screen, some were bickering and showing off, when suddenly a familiar acquisition message appeared in the channel. CNNS 1111, looking to buy clay, rainwater, and wood ash. This peculiar request from the well-known ID instantly captured everyone's attention. Wood ash? Boss, if you're building a house, I can understand the need for clay and water, but why wood ash? Isn't wood ash just the refuse left after burning firewood? What would you need that for? Are you planning to farm? I bet that's it. Otherwise, why would you need clay and wood ash? If you wanted this, you should have said so. I threw away all the wood ash I had left after cooking. Wait, so you're actually farming, not building a house? You really scared me yesterday. Exactly. I'm still living in a tent. I haven't even built a wooden house yet. How can you build? Haha, this guy is just acting cool. I genuinely believe that 1111 is building a house. Why don't you believe me? If this fool wants wood ash, let us trade with him. Haha. Bah. What a pretender. The regional chat channel buzzed with rapid messages, most of which mocked Jiang Tian for his earlier arrogance. Yet, the acquisition message sparked a reaction. Amidst the ridicule, several trade proposals began to pour in towards him. Jiang Tian merely smiled faintly at the derision. If you don't believe me, so be it. The house I build isn't for your approval. Ignoring the mockery, he accepted the incoming trade messages and began negotiations. As he manipulated the trading interface, he poured the wood ash into a large burlap sack. The transaction lasted over an hour, as the meager amounts of wood ash stored by others accumulated. His hands grew weary. Meanwhile, the chat channel continued to buzz with discussions. Many persisted in deriding Jiang Tian for using precious resources to collect trash. Others, who were on better terms with him, remained puzzled about his intentions for gathering wood ash. Finally, after trading some food, salt, and a small quantity of wood, he acquired 2 large bags of wood ash. A smile spread across Jiang Tian's face as he beheld the ash. At last, this is sufficient. With 1 large sack in each hand, he hurriedly made his way to the bricklaying area. Shiji Gang, come look at this. Boss, what is this? Shiji Gang appeared puzzled as he gazed at the contents of the 2 large sacks. Picking up a handful and rubbing it between his fingers, he asked with confusion, "Is this wood ash?" "No," Jiang Tian replied with a slight smile. "This is our cement." Upon hearing this, Shiji Gang's expression was one of bewilderment. While he couldn't definitively claim it was wood ash, he was certain it was not cement. His extensive knowledge of construction left him confident in this assertion. Why would his boss claim this was cement? Was it due to the unavailability of actual cement that he was driven to such a misunderstanding? A hint of concern crossed Shiji Gang's face. "Boss, you can actually do without cement. Please trust me and remain calm." Jiang Tian was taken aback, but soon realized Shiji Gang's incredulous expression. "Ah, so you don't believe me." He rolled his eyes but refrained from explaining further. Instead, he asked, "Did what we made yesterday dry?" "Yes, I just checked. It's ready for use." "That's good. Follow me." He instructed Lu Bu and Manhwaedit to continue crafting the bricks, while Jiang Tian took a handful of wood ash and led Shiji Gang away from the bricklaying area. After considering, he instructed Shiji Gang to fetch a wooden board, a plastic bucket filled with water, and a wrapping cloth. They then arrived at a spot beside the brick kiln. Compared to the previous day, a large furnace made of clay now stood there, alongside a similarly constructed large bucket. With Shiji Gang's curious eyes upon him, Jiang Tian tossed the wood ash into the bucket, then reached in to stir it until it was evenly mixed and settled. Once this was done, he took the wooden board and wrapping cloth from Shiji Gang and instructed him to light the fire in the furnace. Next, Jiang Tian placed the wooden board on the ground, laying the wrapping cloth atop it. By this time, the wood ash in the bucket had mostly settled. Jiang Tian gently skimmed the surface of the water with his hand, removing any impurities floating there. After draining some of the water, he scooped up the mixture of water and wood ash slurry and placed it on the wrapping cloth. He wrapped the slurry tightly, pressing down to expel excess water. When he opened the wrapping cloth again, the wood ash slurry had formed into a spherical shape. Shiji Gang's curiosity deepened as he asked, "Boss, what is this?" "You'll find out shortly," Jiang Tian replied. Jiang Tian chuckled softly, placing the ball of plant ash beside the fire to dry. After a careful touch, he assessed that the moisture had evaporated sufficiently and then tossed the ash ball into the flames of the furnace. Quickly, fan the fire with the wooden board to raise the temperature. "Oh, excellent." Shiji Gang, momentarily taken aback, seized a thin wooden board and vigorously fanned the flames. Jiang Tian was not idle either, as he grasped another board to join in. The fire in the furnace grew increasingly fierce, with thick smoke billowing from the chimney above. Finally, after a considerable time, Jiang Tian waved his hand to signal Shiji Gang, who was drenched in sweat, to stop. He retrieved 2 twigs and deftly extracted the now orange-red ash ball from the flames, tossing it into a bucket of water. Sizzle! The high-temperature ash ball met the water, producing a cacophony of extinguishing sounds and a flurry of bubbles. He took another clean stick and began to stir in the bucket. Soon, the thoroughly charred ash was evenly blended once more. "Shiji Gang, bring over the clay powder." "Ah, splendid." Once his companion had fetched a bag of clay, he instructed him to add it to the bucket. The water, which had been engulfed in a haze of ash, transformed into a mass of gray mud as Jiang Tian kneaded it with his hands. He finally poured the mixture onto a wooden board, pressing it into a flat cake shape, compacting it firmly with his hands. Indeed, the task is complete. Jiang Tian nodded in satisfaction at the sight of the mud cake. Observing this, Shi Jigang appeared somewhat bewildered. Boss, what does this mean? You will find out in due time, Jiang Tian teased, placing the board with the mud cake not far from the fire to hasten the evaporation of moisture. He then stood up, rubbed his muddy hands together, and waved at Shi Jigang. Come on, let us continue making bricks. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the few individuals on the island ceased their labors. Shi Jigang, stretching lazily, pondered what dish to prepare for dinner when Jiang Tian approached him with a smile. Come, Shi Jigang, let us inspect our handiwork. Huh, all right, boss. Initially taken aback, Shi Jigang soon followed Jiang Tian southward. Upon reaching the furnace where flames flickered, it dawned on him. Today, his boss had mixed ash and clay together to form a cake, yet he was still uncertain of its purpose. Kneeling by the furnace, Jiang Tian picked up the cake from the wooden board, brushing off the mud stains. With a sly grin, he confirmed, indeed, it has taken shape. Upon seeing the object in Jiang Tian's hands, Shi Jigang's eyes widened in disbelief. What is this? He squatted down and took the mud cake from Jiang Tian, his expression one of utter astonishment. At that moment, the round cake formed from mud had transformed into a solid stone-like block. When he flicked it with his finger, it emitted a crisp sound, the sound of nail meeting stone. When he squeezed it, it proved to be incredibly hard. Noticing this, Jiang Tian chuckled. Stop testing it. The stone block formed after solidification is no less formidable than cement. Is this truly made from plant ash? Shi Jigang held the stone cake in disbelief. Though he lacked prior memories, he felt as though his understanding had shifted in this moment. Boss, you actually know how to make cement this way? You are truly remarkable. What is the underlying principle? Jiang Tian smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. This method of making cement was something he had seen in a video long ago, and he never anticipated he would put it to use now. After a moment of excitement, Shi Jigang turned serious and looked at Jiang Tian. Boss, as long as we have this material, I assure you I can construct houses of exceptional quality. Well, that is all I need to hear. Jiang Tian clapped him on the shoulder. All right, let us head for a meal. With this new procedure added, we will likely be busier from now on. Understood, boss. Setting down the stone cake, the two turned towards the wooden cabin. As they walked back, Jiang Tian clasped his hands behind his back, gazing at the sky with a serene smile. Even without limestone or iron or powder, what of it? Before long, he would still be able to create the first cement brick house of the entire floating island world. Chapter 46, The Reinforced Goblin? Another night passed, and with the break of dawn, the crowing of roosters roused the inhabitants of the wooden cabin and tents from their slumber, with the exception of Wang Yun. As Jiang Tian and the others emerged from the cabin, Huitzubing was already laboring diligently at the brickmaking site, displaying remarkable perseverance. In stark contrast, Wang Yun remained comfortably asleep in his tent. Jiang Tian rolled his eyes and instructed Lu Bu to wake him up, after which everyone finally commenced their work. Those tasked with fishing did so, while others busied themselves with moving bricks. Jiang Tian, as per his usual routine, strolled around the island to inspect the current state of development. The animals located in the western area had multiplied significantly. There were now over 20 chickens and ducks, along with 4 geese. Additionally, 5 chicks and 3 ducklings had hatched at a commendable pace. Yesterday, Jiang Tian had instructed Shi Jigang to make another cage, placing the chicks and ducklings in a separate enclosure. Though the goose eggs had yet to hatch, they appeared close to doing so. Venturing to the northern section, he observed that the planted vegetation was thriving. One small tree had grown an additional 20 centimeters. The vine plants had also begun to bear small fruits, though their species remained unidentifiable. Looking towards the pond, he noticed the fish fry swimming about, appearing larger than before. As things stood, this small pond would undoubtedly be insufficient to sustain so many fish, necessitating an expansion. Originally, Jiang Tian had intended to continue digging to enlarge the pond. However, while arranging the empty soil, he conceived a time-saving and labor-saving idea. Reflecting on this, Jiang Tian smiled slightly as he gazed further north. At that moment, a square depression had emerged at the northern edge of the previous floating island, consisting entirely of empty soil, measuring 50 square meters, 2 meters above the ground, with a capacity of 100 cubic meters. While arranging the empty soil, Jiang Tian had a stroke of inspiration. He placed all the empty soil acquired over the past days at the lowest point in the northern section of the island, in front of the third piece of empty soil, forming a step-like pit. He then surrounded the edges of this area, creating a natural swimming pool-like terrain. Whenever it rained, this pit would naturally fill with rainwater, eliminating the need for any digging. Even in the absence of rain, he could pour collected rainwater into it for storage. Once filled, it would provide an additional 100 tons of backup water resources. Frankly speaking, Jiang Tian felt quite proud of this idea. Near the southern end, Lu Bu, Shi Jigang, and Huitzubing were diligently working on the brickmaking process. Nearby, stacks of finished bricks, towering over 2 meters high, basked in the sun, exuding a muted red hue. Considering the quantity produced in the previous days, there were now approximately 30,000 bricks. Once the day's quota was completed, they could prepare to lay the foundation the following day and commence large-scale cement production, officially beginning the construction of houses. Observing all this, Jiang Tian felt a sense of comfort in his heart. This small island had transformed from a barren landscape into a gradually flourishing settlement. No matter how one looked at it, a sense of accomplishment washed over him. After confirming the work status of the others, Jiang Tian opened the regional chat channel to continue acquiring resources. Clay, rainwater, plant ash. Those wishing to sell, act swiftly. Jiang Tian intended to continue collecting these items during this period. Clay and water resources were indispensable for future construction, and as for plant ash, the more he accumulated, the better. To others, this might merely be perceived as worthless refuse, a cheap sentimentality. Yet in Jiang Tian's heart, it is a treasure. The ability to produce cement is self-evident. Should limestone and iron powder remain elusive, he would still rely on it for construction. If others were to discover that ash can be transformed into cement, he might even profit from reselling it. Even if, eventually, cement could be made and the ash cement rendered obsolete, it would not be of great consequence. As the land of others gradually expands and the cultivation of plants increases, such materials will naturally be required for fertilizers, thereby elevating their value significantly. Purchasing now guarantees a profit. Upon this proclamation, the previously idle chatter in the channel shifted focus once more. Oh no, this fool is back. Ha ha ha, still collecting ash? How much land do you need to farm for that? Seriously, do you have enough land to cultivate? What good is this fertilizer for you? Hey, what does it matter what the big guy buys? Can't you speak properly? It's none of your business. You're just as foolish. Ignore them, big guy. I support you. To those who supported him, Jiang Tian expressed his gratitude with a simple thank you, silently noting their IDs. Should he engage in transactions with them in the future, he would offer some discounts. As for the mockers, he paid them no mind. Their perspectives differed, and there was little to say. In no time, countless transactions were directed toward Jiang Tian, the majority of which consisted of the ash that most deemed trash. Clay was considerably less abundant, and water was virtually non-existent. Following the earlier stir caused by the 4144, many in the area began hoarding clay and water for construction. However, this was inconsequential. Jiang Tian had foreign channels. Using 2 tokens as intermediaries, he had a foreign friend issue a call on his behalf. Soon, deals for clay and rainwater began to pour in. After over an hour, this wave of acquisitions concluded. Surrounding Jiang Tian were large bags of clay and plastic barrels filled to the brim with water. The excess that could not fit in the barrels was poured into the pond he had created. The sensation of abundance was truly gratifying. Jiang Tian paused, smiling as he decided to take a short break. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he opened the regional chat channel to pass the time. At this moment, the derisive comments regarding Jiang Tian's collection of refuse had mostly subsided. Survivors began posting their own purchasing requests or chatting about other trivial matters, such as what creatures they had recently caught or boasting about having built a wooden house of more than 10 square meters. The atmosphere appeared relatively peaceful. Suddenly, a message emerged, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Wow, I just reeled in a chest, and a goblin jumped out. Uffed, I thought it would be something special. It's just a goblin. Seriously, what are you making a fuss about? I've caught one of those ages ago. This guy must be lucky. He probably never caught one before. As others mocked the individual, the one who had caught the goblin spoke up again. No, the one I caught is not like the ordinary goblin. It's been enhanced. What? An enhanced goblin? What does that even mean? How is it enhanced? Can you clarify what's going on? In an instant, the regional chat channel erupted with excitement. Everyone clamored for the person to elaborate on this so-called enhanced goblin. Under the spotlight, he continued, I can't explain it well, but this goblin is different. Its belly is smaller, it has more muscle, seems taller too. And it's wielding a stick. It feels like it has leveled up. Can goblins level up? I just caught a regular goblin. Are you sure you're not dreaming? Wait, is this guy pulling our leg? He is telling the truth. I caught one like that too, and it hit my subordinate. Thankfully, I reacted quickly and smashed it with a rock. Wait, does that mean these things can actually level up? That raises the difficulty. If they can level up, how can we possibly fight these monsters? The regional chat buzzed with rapid messages. The initial appearance of goblins from wooden chests had indeed startled many. However, through discussions in the world and regional chat channels over the past few days, most had come to understand these creatures. The goblins everyone was catching seemed to be of similar caliber, with physical strength comparable to that of a 10-year-old child, posing little threat. Even if one were caught, a simple scuffle would suffice to dispatch them, and they were hardly regarded as formidable foes. Nonetheless, the recent increase in goblin spawn rates and the notion of their enhancement sparked a wave of commotion. Observing this, Jiang Tian switched windows to enter the world chat channel. There, discussions about the leveling of caught monsters proliferated. Hey, I just reeled in a goblin. Why has it become so muscular? Has it been hitting the gym? My god, what am I seeing? There's a moving skeleton in the chest. Ah, what the heck? There's a hyena in this box. I've been bitten. I caught a fishman in my box. Wait, isn't it a good thing to catch a fishman? That could be exciting. They mean a fishman with a fish upper body, not a mermaid with a human upper body, you fool. With this, Jiang Tian grasped the general situation. It appeared that the game had updated once more today, enhancing the monster system and significantly increasing the variety of creatures. However, some individuals had better luck, still catching the previously weaker goblins. It seemed the earlier speculation was correct. The difficulty of survival in this realm would gradually escalate. That said, since others had caught these enhanced monsters, Jiang Tian wondered if, with so many fishing rods at his disposal, he too had reeled in something notable. Recently, the task of fishing had been entrusted to Kai Wenji and Wang Yun, while the job of opening boxes had been assigned to Huotsubing. Jiang Tian was somewhat unaware of what exactly they had caught. However, he had indeed heard the sound of something heavy hitting the sea during trading. It must have been Huotsubing kicking it. At that moment, a shout from Kai Wenji at the fishing spot broke his thoughts. Wow, this thing is a bit heavy. Heavy? Upon hearing the commotion, Jiang Tian furrowed his brow. Recently, Kai Wenji's physical prowess had improved. She was considerably stronger than before. Even when reeling in larger pieces of wood, she had never exclaimed that something was heavy. What could be the matter this time? Closing the chat interface, he exchanged a glance with Huotsubing. Huotsubing set down the brick and accompanied Jiang Tian to the fishing spot. There, Kai Wenji's fishing rod was bent into a U shape. Without needing Jiang Tian's command, Huotsubing stepped forward to take the rod. With a swift motion, he pulled up a medium-sized cloud of mist. Just as Jiang Tian assumed he had reeled in a wooden chest, the fog dissipated, revealing a white pig, bound tightly and grunting on the ground. This pig appeared neither too fat nor too thin, weighing at least 200 kilograms. Upon sighting it, Jiang Tian felt a surge of interest. He had expected a monster, but instead, he had caught such a creature. Admittedly, while he had previously caught some livestock and fish, this was the first time he had hooked a pig. It appears that while the difficulty of this game has escalated, the rewards have correspondingly improved. The slaughter rate of a pig typically ranges between 72 and 80%. If we assume this pig weighs around 400 pounds, it would yield approximately 300 pounds of meat. Such a single pig could sustain several individuals for dozens of days. Moreover, it has been quite some time since I last savored braised pork. Gazing at this pig, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in Jiang Tian's eyes. Meanwhile, the old man Wang Yun was also appraising the pig, stroking his beard with his fingers and chuckling to himself. Lost in thought, on the other side, the pig lay on the ground, squealing while surveying its surroundings with its beady eyes. When it locked eyes with Jiang Tian and Wang Yun, it froze in shock. The expressions on these two individuals were decidedly menacing, as if contemplating how to butcher it. Suddenly, its cries ceased, and the pig stood paralyzed with fear. Jiang Tian smiled with satisfaction and commanded, Huotsubing, take it to the west, and set it aside. On your way, ask Shi Jigang and Lu Bu to halt their work and join us in constructing a pig pen. Yes, my lord, Huotsubing responded, lifting the pig and departing. As Wang Yun resumed his fishing, Jiang Tian turned to Kai Wenji and inquired, Kai Wenji, during this time, have you caught any boxes? I did catch one, she replied. What was inside? After pondering for a moment and blinking her large eyes, she continued, it seems to contain a goblin. Jiang Tian was taken aback by her response. Seems to? Did you not see it? I did not. Kai Wenji shook her head, explaining, since yesterday afternoon, Huotsubing has not waited by the box as he initially did. Instead, after prying it open, he leaned in to peek inside, saw it wasn't a person, and immediately punched the contents before discarding the box, so I couldn't discern what was inside. Jiang Tian found this somewhat amusing. Yet, it was indeed characteristic of Huotsubing, brash and straightforward. After contemplating for a moment, he settled down on the ground to await the next box, eager to personally open it and see what transformations these creatures had undergone. Before long, the bell rang once more. Bang! Kai Wenji had pulled up a wooden box. Jiang Tian instructed her and Wang Yun to step aside for a moment as he prepared to open the box. Just then, a commotion erupted behind him. My lord, allow me to handle it. Chapter 48. Could it be that a monster has met its demise? Jiang Tian turned to see Huotsubing hastily discarding the wooden plank and rushing towards him, his gaze fixed on the box, exuding a palpable aura of menace. He quickly reached Jiang Tian and requested permission to open the box. Jiang Tian considered it for a moment, then made space and instructed, you may open it. But if it contains a monster, do not hastily discard it. First, let me see it. Understood, my lord. Huotsubing bowed and approached the box, pulling the wooden lid aside and leaning in to peer inside. Inside the box, the creature sensed the light. It let out a shriek, only to find its neck gripped by an iron hand, lifting it into the air. Bang! A humanoid figure was thrown to the ground by Huotsubing. Jiang Tian stepped forward for a closer look. This creature was indeed a goblin, albeit one that appeared significantly more robust than those encountered previously. Its once frail arms now bore muscle, and its belly was no longer the protruding, round shape it once had. It seemed taller than before as well. In its right hand, it clutched a stone club resembling a baseball bat, which Huotsubing had effortlessly tossed aside, causing it to crash to the ground. It resembled a high-tier version of its former self, though its face remained as grotesque as ever. Upon closer inspection, One could conclude that this goblin's combat prowess had roughly doubled, and it was now armed. Such strength would scarcely pose a challenge to Jiang Tian's group. Yet it represented a significant threat to ordinary individuals unprepared for battle. Upon seeing this creature, Kai Wenji scampered behind Jiang Tian, clutching his hand tightly, appearing somewhat frightened, though her face bore a sly, fox-like grin, as if she had gained some advantage. After observing the creature, Jiang Tian nodded. Very well, let it go. Yes, my lord. Just as the goblin regained its senses, Huitzubing hurled it overboard. Splash! The sea erupted in waves as various fish congregated. At that moment, Jiang Tian felt the warmth of Kai Wenji's hand. Turning around, he affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, Be good. The monster has already been cast away. Let us continue fishing. Oh, Kai Wenji pouted slightly, reluctantly releasing her grip from Jiang Tian's palm. Next, Jiang Tian turned to Huitzubing, reflecting on his earlier actions in opening the box, and cautioned, in the future, when opening boxes, simply remove the lid and stand aside to wait. Do not lean in directly, understand? My lord, it's of no concern. Such trivial creatures are hardly worth fearing. Huitzubing dismissed the warning. Jiang Tian shook his head at this. While these monsters indeed posed no threat to him, barely even qualifying as pawns, the contents of the boxes were ever-changing. No one could predict what might spring forth at any moment. A careless misstep could lead to troublesome consequences. After issuing a few more commands to Huitzubing in a firm tone, he finally acquiesced. Subsequently, Kai Wenji and Wang Yun resumed their fishing, while Huitzubing rejoined Lu Bu and Shi Gang to build the pigpen. Before long, the pigpen was completed, and they tossed the pig inside after untying it. They promptly resumed crafting bricks, restoring their previous rhythm. However, each time a box was pulled up, Huitzubing would invariably set down his work and insist on opening it. Seeing his eagerness for battle, Jiang Tian did not intervene, merely instructing him to first pull out the monsters for inspection before discarding them into the sea. Time flowed on, and as sunset cast its golden hues across the sky, the group concluded their labors for the day. Jiang Tian headed east to tally the materials gathered from their fishing efforts. The usual supplies of wood, rice, and flour aside, the day yielded a bounty of 2 geese, 2 sheep, and 1 pig. Additionally, there were some extraordinary finds. Alongside the reinforced goblins, they had also caught skeletons wielding weapons, fishmen, and others. Jiang Tian glanced at the assortment of stone clubs, bone knives, and stone forks laid out nearby. These were the spoils left behind by the defeated monsters, representing a fortuitous windfall of equipment. After a brief respite, Jiang Tian assigned Shi Gang to prepare dinner. At that moment, Kai Wenji cheerfully approached, exclaiming, Master, let me cook this time. You wish to stir-fry? Yes, I've learned while assisting these past few days. So soon? Jiang Tian was taken aback. Yet, considering Kai Wenji's background as a talented woman, her quick learning was hardly surprising. Allowing her a chance to try was not out of the question. He affectionately ruffled her hair and smiled. Very well then, I shall await the pleasure of your culinary skills. Great. Kai Wenji beamed, skipping merrily into the kitchen. The wait for the meal was a lengthy one. Inside the wooden house, the group sat around the table, feeling somewhat listless. Shi Gang took out paper and pencil, sketching something to pass the time. Jiang Tian, feeling rather idle, once again opened the regional chat channel to take a glance. At that moment, it was still a cacophony of voices, with everyone engrossed in discussions regarding the fluctuations in the cloud resource materials and the newfound strength of the monsters. Haha. Today I caught a pig. There's plenty to eat now. Damn, I also snagged a pig, but it was a wild boar that leaped out of a chest. The moment it jumped out, it chased me around. Those tusks are terrifying. A wild boar. I've heard they can be quite formidable. How did you manage to escape? When it chased me, it couldn't stop in time and ended up plunging into the water below, where it was devoured by a giant fish. What a pity. I've heard wild boar meat is quite delicious. To enjoy that, one must live to tell the tale. Haven't you heard? 1 pig, 2 bears, 3 tigers. It's dangerous. Enough about food. I caught a chest today, and a merman popped out and stabbed me. It pierced my arm, and I'm still bleeding. It hurts so much. Does anyone have a hemostatic agent? I'm desperate. 4144. Ha! What is there to be afraid of? You lot are pathetic. Today, I caught 3 monsters, and I took them all down. As 4144's message appeared, those who previously sought to follow him immediately began to flood the chat with messages. 4144 is impressive. Truly. He is a person of great merit. Can I join you? How does your island move? Please teach me. Savoring the admiration, 4144 seemed quite pleased. After a moment of basking in the attention, he scrolled through the chat history and sent another message. Hey, where's that 1111? Why hasn't he spoken? Could he have been slain by a monster? Haha. Chapter 49. What are you two up to? With this audacious declaration, Jiang Tian rolled his eyes, deciding not to engage with such a fool. Meanwhile, those who were fawning over 4144 quickly jumped on the bandwagon. Haha, the boss is right. I think that fool must have been killed by a monster. This farming idiot probably got so scared by a monster that he couldn't move. You lot have foul mouths. It's you who are doomed. 1111 is simply busy. 0066 spa. Your whole family might perish. But 1111 will never die? You piece of trash. Oh, has 1111's dog come out to bark for its master? I've heard there are plenty of resources on his island. 4144? Hurry and seize them. With 4144 reveling in the praise, he continued to gloat. Ha ha ha. Even if he is lucky enough not to be dead, so what? If anyone knows 1111's location, let me know. Once I seize his treasures, I'll share half with you. I've disliked that pretentious little brat for a long time. Damn. What is he showing off for? Exactly. Let the boss take him down. Count me in. Such sycophants were truly nauseating. 0066. You fools, 1111 caught Huotsubing yesterday. If you dare, go challenge him. One will die after another. As soon as 0066 words were sent, the previously boisterous crowd fell into stunned silence. For a moment, the regional chat channel seemed to freeze, motionless. After a brief pause, the messages began to flow again. What? Huotsubing? Are you referring to the legendary general of the Western Han Dynasty who annihilated 110,000 Shongnu? My heavens, am I seeing this correctly? In-game. That would be akin to catching an SSSR hero. Damn it. Why did I only catch a regular mountain bandit? Why? Why can he reel in such extraordinary beings while I only snagged an ordinary one? I thought the person I caught who claimed to know Taekwondo was impressive. But this big shot caught Huotsubing? 1111 is truly remarkable. Seeing these messages, Jiang Tian felt somewhat speechless. Good heavens, how could this woman's lips be so loose? The news of catching Huotsubing was something he had only shared with her, and now the entire region was aware. This would only serve to alert 4144. Jiang Tian rolled his eyes and began to draft a private message. Meanwhile, on the other side, the purple-haired girl felt a sense of triumph as her words had taken effect. 0066. What now? Weren't you all boasting loudly just a moment ago? Where's 4144? Why has he disappeared? Come on and show off. No one replied. Seeing this, the purple-haired girl felt even more pleased, as if she had reeled in Huotsubing herself, making them all fear her. She then continued to edit her message. I'll tell you, 1111 is currently crafting weapons. As she was about to send it, she received a private message. 1111, enough already. Stop leaking my information. Are you a spy sent by 4144? The girl was taken aback, quickly realizing her mistake. Oh, I'm sorry. I accidentally let it slip. 1111. All right, keep your mouth shut in the future. Otherwise, I won't feel comfortable sharing anything with you. Understood. Once she sent the message, the purple-haired girl glanced again at Jiang Tian's words, her face suddenly flushing. Pervert. Jiang Tian, bewildered, returned to the regional chat channel. Neither he nor 0066 continued the conversation. However, others who found 4144 distasteful continued to mock him. After a short while, 4144 finally sent a message in the regional chat window. So what if it's Huotsubing? Can he fly over to fight me? Besides, if I can't take him down in a one-on-one, can't I just gang up on him? I'll tell you the truth. Today I slaughtered another one. And now that kid from that island is following me. Once I gather a group, I'll wipe you all out. Damn. As soon as he finished speaking, a message followed closely behind. Yes, I was fortunate today to encounter the illustrious 4144 on my little island. Our islands have merged. From now on, I'm with the boss. What a sycophant. Upon reading this, nearly everyone thought the same. Here was someone whose territory had been invaded, yet they were groveling so pathetically. Truly disgraceful. The two continued their banter for a while before they paused due to insufficient message counts. And the chat channel finally returned to normal. Just then, the meal was ready. Kai Wenji and Shi Jigang placed dish after dish on the table, and everyone began to prepare for dinner. Jiang Tian also closed the chat channel. Come master, try this. Kai Wenji served Jiang Tian a portion of rice and offered him a pair of chopsticks with some vegetables. Jiang Tian accepted, placing a piece of fish in his mouth, savoring it slowly before swallowing. Although the taste was somewhat inferior to before, considering it was Kai Wenji's first attempt at cooking, it was indeed quite impressive. Master, how does it taste? Kai Wenji gazed at Jiang Tian with her large, expectant eyes, eager for praise. Jiang Tian smiled, setting down his utensils to commend her. The flavor is delightful. It's very tasty. Does the master enjoy my cooking? I do. Wonderful. Upon hearing this, Kai Wenji's eyes curved into crescents of joy. In her euphoric state, she leaped into Jiang Tian's embrace, exclaiming, if you like it, then I'll cook for you every day. All right, you're working hard. Jiang Tian affectionately ruffled Kai Wenji's hair. Now let's eat. Hee master, try this too. Before long, the meal concluded. Kai Wenji went to wash the dishes while Huotsubing and Shi Jigang tidied up the kitchen. Lu Bu remained in the room, diligently cleaning the stains from the table, while Jiang Tian and the old man Wang Yun sat nearby, taking a moment to rest. In this lull, Jiang Tian recalled the scene from earlier in the chat channel. The individual whose island had been invaded, now reduced to a prisoner, still had the gall to fawn over that 4144. Such behavior is incomprehensible to any rational person. Sighing, Jiang Tian expressed his discontent. He did not feel sympathy for that person. Rather, he found the situation somewhat tragic. At that moment, Lu Bu, having caught the sound of the sigh, furrowed his brow and inquired with curiosity, "My lord, what troubles you?" After some contemplation, Jiang Tian decided to share his thoughts with Lu Bu. To ensure Lu Bu understood, he likened the island to a nation, recounting the tale of the land being invaded while the inhabitants groveled before their conquerors. "What? Such a person exists?" Lu Bu exclaimed, his anger flaring upon hearing the tale. He cursed vehemently, "A true man, living amidst the heavens and earth. How can he remain subservient for long? What a worthless wretch." Wang Yun chimed in, "Well said, Lu Bu." "Indeed," Jiang Tian replied casually, only to feel a pang of familiarity at the words. His lips twitched as he looked at Lu Bu and Wang Yun, asking, "What are you two up to?" Chapter 50. This thing should not be consumed recklessly. The following day, with the crowing of a rooster, the inhabitants of the island began to rise one by one. Wang Yun, who had been indulging in sleep, was roused by Huitsubing, who had been dispatched by Jiang Tian to summon him for fishing. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian himself remained ensconced in slumber. "Master, shall you rise and freshen up?" Kai Wenji inquired, holding a basin of water beside the bed. Half awake, Jiang Tian waved his hand dismissively, mumbling, "No, I did not sleep well last night. Allow me to rest a bit longer." "Very well, then I shall go tend to the animals," Kai Wenji replied, blinking her large eyes before setting the basin down and departing. As she walked away, she mused, "My master must be utterly exhausted. I shall prepare a sumptuous meal for him today to restore his strength." With that thought, she headed westward to select some fine poultry. Thus, Jiang Tian remained alone, continuing to sleep, snoring softly as he drifted into dreams. In his dream, he envisioned himself resting in his room while Lu Bu and Wang Yun conversed in another chamber, their voices a soft murmur. Suddenly, Lu Bu slammed his hand on the table and roared, "A true man, living amidst the heavens and earth. How can he remain subservient for long?" Wang Yun echoed, "With a general's talent, he cannot be confined by Jiang Taisher." After a brief exchange, Lu Bu seized a sword and charged toward him. In an instant, Jiang Tian jolted awake, sitting upright in bed, heart racing. "Damn it, not this nightmare again. I endured it all night." This recurring dream had startled him awake countless times, explaining his restless night. "What a ridiculous situation," Jiang Tian lamented, shaking his head in resignation as he abandoned the idea of further sleep. Leaning against the bed's edge, he opened the chat channel, seeking distraction. To his surprise, upon opening the chat system, he was inundated with numerous private messages. "Big shot, you've become a sensation. 1111. Everyone in the world channel is discussing your Huitsubing incident. You're incredible. Could you share how you caught Huitsubing? As someone who has struggled to draw good cards in mobile games, do I stand a chance of reeling in a renowned general? Do you have any other famous heroes to spare? I'm a student. Could you possibly give me Huitsubing?" Seeing these messages, Jiang Tian was left utterly bewildered. What on earth is this nonsense? Clicking into the world channel, he discovered discussions centering on his exploits. You all know, right? In the CNNS area, number 1111 caught a Huitsubing. We've known since last night. The news spread like wildfire. That 1111 must have incredible luck to catch such a figure. In our CNNS area, everyone is a big shot. I feel like I've gained immense prestige. Oh my god, are you referring to the legendary Huitsubing? I admit, your Huitsubing may be formidable, but my Miyamoto Musashi is no slouch. I too caught Oda Nobunaga yesterday. Sometimes, the monsters I reel and dwarf even these esteemed figures. I caught the infamous pirate Blackbeard, Edward Teach. Wow, he is my idol. You're incredible. But what use is catching a pirate on an empty island? That seems somewhat logical. Why do I only know your generals? Are there none from our side? In no time, the world channel erupted with those boasting of their catches, each claiming theirs was the most impressive. A few even began to bicker, urging their respective generals to battle and see whose might was superior. However, under the current circumstances, they would not be able to clash unless they discovered a method to mobilize the island. The thought of moving the island naturally led him back to that 4144. Given that individual's cowardly demeanor yesterday, it was unlikely he would trouble Jiang Tian in the short term. By the time he arrived, the island's defenses would surely be fortified. What Jiang Tian needed to do now was to wait patiently for the opportune moment to strike. With this thought, Jiang Tian felt a sense of relief wash over him. Stretching, he climbed out of bed and washed his face. Stepping outside the wooden house, he strolled around the island. Everything seemed as usual. Kai Wenji and Wang Yun were engaged in fishing, while Lu Bu, Shi Jigang, and Huitsubing busied themselves crafting bricks. Once this batch was completed, they would dig the foundation in the afternoon and prepare cement with ash and wood. The chickens, ducks, geese, fish, sheep, and pigs had been fed and were happily munching in their respective spaces. Noticing the plants by the pond, Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. The vine plants he had previously sown were beginning to bear fruit, elongated and round, a vibrant green. He could now clearly discern that these plants were cucumbers. This was indeed a valuable harvest, rich in vitamins and sugars, suitable for both cooking and eating raw, and known for its cooling and detoxifying properties. Jiang Tian was quite pleased with the successful cultivation of this produce. As for the other batch of trees, They were still growing and had yet to bear fruit. But he felt no urgency. At that moment, a shout from the fishing spot broke the tranquility. "Master, I've caught something. It's a paper tube wrapped in plastic. What do you think it is?" Jiang Tian paused, startled, and walked over to the fishing spot. Kai Wenji was holding up a plastic bag, her small nose sniffing curiously at it. "Wow, it smells so good. What is this?" Jiang Tian took the bag from her, peering inside. A yellow paper tube contained pieces of something golden and fragrant, emanating a delightful aroma. Jiang Tian's eyebrows raised in intrigue. Another bucket of fried chicken? Fried chicken? Lu Bu, who had been mixing clay, turned his head upon hearing this. Spotting the cylindrical plastic bag, he swallowed hard, tossing aside his shovel to approach, eyes fixated on the delectable chicken pieces within. As the midday sun approached, the Lord remarked, "Why don't we indulge in this?" Observing his eager demeanor, Jiang Tian could only smile helplessly. It seemed that Lu Bu had not forgotten the fried chicken they had enjoyed previously. At that moment, the elderly Wang Yun also approached, drawn by the tantalizing aroma wafting from the fried chicken. Both men awaited Jiang Tian's command, and upon receiving it, they prepared to savor the meal. However, Jiang Tian shook his head, declaring, "No, we cannot eat this fried chicken." "Why not?" Lu Bu exclaimed, his eyes widening in confusion. Jiang Tian pointed to the packaging. "This bucket of fried chicken is different from the one we had last time. The last one was KFC, and this time, it is Wallace." "My lord, what is the difference between the two?" Lu Bu inquired. "Of course," Jiang Tian replied, a mix of amusement and exasperation on his face. "Wallace's meal cannot be consumed carelessly. After eating it, one might become a jet warrior." "A jet warrior? What does that mean?" The other three looked puzzled. "Simply put, consuming this will lead to, well, to gastrointestinal distress," Jiang Tian explained vaguely. He reminisced about his own experience with Wallace's meal, delicious at first, but resulting in a night of turmoil and near collapse on the toilet. He had even heard tales of someone who suffered for 2 whole days after indulging. In their current circumstances, such an affliction could severely impede their efficiency. Once he finished explaining, Jiang Tian noticed the disheartened expressions on the faces of his companions and comforted them. "In any case, this is not something we can eat. It's just fried chicken. We can always make our own in the future." At this, their eyes sparkled once more. Lu Bu inquired, "My lord, if we cannot eat it, what should we do with it? Shall we discard it?" "Discard it? Absolutely not." Jiang Tian chuckled as he looked at the yellow paper container. "Of course, we shall sell it." He then opened the regional chat channel. In the regional chat, individuals exchanged messages seeking or offering items, sharing tidbits of life on their islands. "Buying wooden planks. DM if interested. 2 eggs for sale. My plants seem to have sprouted. Have yours grown? I planted some seeds too, but I didn't know what they were until they turned out to be cabbage." "Me too. I only realized I had planted chili seeds afterward." Haha, I caught radish seeds. Now we have plenty to eat." 0888. "My cucumbers are about to ripen, haha. Is it appropriate for you to say that? Brother, are you revealing something? By the way, why is a cucumber called a cucumber when it's green?" 0888. "I know. Although it's green, its use is rather yellow." "Huh, that explanation is hilarious. Pervert. Wow, show off. Bro." 666,666. Amidst their jovial vegetable banter, an unexpected message appeared. 1111. Selling a bucket of fried chicken. Highest bidder takes it. The chat erupted in excitement. "Wow, fried chicken. I haven't had that in ages. How much? Boss, can I trade clay and water for it? Boss, why are you suddenly selling fried chicken? Did you fish up a bucket? How do you always manage to reel in such treasures? You're selling these gems? Don't you want to eat it yourself?" In response to the inquiries, Jiang Tian contemplated before explaining, "I had it once before. It was far too greasy and not enjoyable. So I decided to sell it. That's infuriating. I want to buy it. I'll trade you 10 wooden planks. I'll offer 15, plus a bag of clay. I'll give you 20. Along with a bag of clay and a sack of ash." Messages flooded in, each competing for the highest bid. Jiang Tian received countless private messages from those eager to procure the bucket. A few familiar names also chimed in. 0888. "Wow, this isn't fair. Why didn't you talk to me first about the fried chicken? The price is negotiable." Jiang Tian could only smile helplessly. 1111. "I made it clear beforehand. This is Wallace's bucket. If you want it, I'll sell it to you." 0888. "Wait, are you talking about that jet warrior meal? Never mind." 0066. "Fried chicken? I haven't had that in ages. Can I buy it?" 1111. "This is Wallace's bucket." 0066. "Wow, I didn't realize you were pulling such a dirty trick. I don't want to suffer, so sell it to someone else." After warning a couple of acquaintances, Jiang Tian began selecting the highest bidder from the private messages. One particular message caught his attention. "I'll trade 50 wooden planks and 3 bags of clay for that bucket. Is that acceptable?" Surprised by the generous offer, Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. Such a high bid? Although he had no shortage of wood, in this environment, it was a highly valuable resource for ordinary individuals. Most bids for the bucket were around 25 planks at most. Upon checking the ID of the sender, Jiang Tian was astonished to recognize it as the sycophant of the individual who had seized land from him just the day before. What could have prompted this sudden request for fried chicken? After a moment's contemplation, he surmised it was likely the doing of the land grabber. With a smirk of amusement, Jiang Tian thought, this fellow desires the chicken but is too embarrassed to ask directly. Perhaps he fears rejection, so he sends a lackey to negotiate on his behalf. Regardless, the lackey had indeed accumulated quite a bounty. Very well, if you're willing to sacrifice, I shall oblige. He feigned ignorance as he began to negotiate with the individual. Not long after, on a floating island. My lord, the bucket has been secured, costing 70 wooden planks and 5 bags of clay. A 16 or 17-year-old boy bowed low, presenting the paper container to the land grabber. The brand name on the container had been obscured with black marker. Well done. The land grabber accepted the container, his spirits lifted as he gazed at the fried chicken inside. Ha ha, 1111 never saw this coming. The bucket he fished up is now in my possession. Not many can catch a bucket like this in the world. Its value far exceeds a pile of wood. What a fool. With a derisive chuckle, he pulled out a chicken leg and took a hearty bite. The boy watching could only drool. My lord, could you spare me a piece? Get lost. What do you think you are? This is all mine. The land grabber scoffed. Go back to your work and stop being an eyesore. Yes. The boy, dejected, cast one last glance at the chicken before silently exiting the room. After finishing his meal, the land grabber licked the grease from his fingers, clearly savoring the moment. Since arriving on the Sky Island, it had been quite some time since he last indulged in fried food. To his surprise, he had managed to seize an opportunity this time around. He owed his fortune to the foolish 1111. Otherwise, he might never have tasted fried chicken in this lifetime. Although he possessed both the chicken and oil, his previous attempts had failed miserably to replicate that delectable flavor. Indeed, nothing could compare to ready-made delicacies. With this thought, he opened the regional chat channel. 4144, 1111. You imbecile, your fried chicken is surprisingly delicious. Thank you, ha ha ha. Chapter 52. How about we slaughter that pig and craft some pigskin armor? Once the message was sent, several individuals who had failed to procure fried chicken, along with those eager to align themselves with 4144, chimed in with mockery. Aren't 1111 and 4144 rivals? Why would he sell fried chicken to him? The one who traded with 1111 was me. I bought it and then gifted it to the esteemed 4144. That fool fell for my trick, haha. Oh, you're that sycophant? How dare you speak to me like that? I simply choose a worthy master. No wonder 1111 seemed absent when 4144 announced the recruitment of followers yesterday. He was unaware of this development. It was unexpected that 4144 ended up with the fried chicken, showcasing his prowess. Ha ha ha. That pretentious 1111 unwittingly delivered such a treasure to his adversary. He must be utterly dumbfounded now. Observing these messages, 4144 felt a surge of satisfaction. He summoned the boy who occupied his territory and instructed him to dispose of the food remnants. As he leaned back, belching contentedly, a smirk crept across his lips. However, he soon sensed something amiss. After waiting for a while, he noticed that 1111 had not reacted at all. Not only that, but the protectors of 1111, 0888 and 0066, had also refrained from confronting him. Had they faltered after being deceived once? TSK, 4144 chuckled cynically, shaking his head. These little rascals were far too inexperienced to challenge him. Just as he contemplated this, a frown creased his forehead as he suddenly felt an unsettling sensation in his stomach. Gurgle. His abdomen emitted a sound akin to a vibrating phone, and his stomach began to churn ominously. This is 4144, still in a daze, suddenly felt a heavy, leaden sensation in his lower abdomen. In that moment, he sensed his intestines roiling violently. Oh no, this was an urgent call of nature. His brow furrowed, and his lower body tensed up as he hastily pushed open the wooden door, clutching his stomach and sprinting outside. In the bewildered gaze of his subordinates, he dashed to the designated spot on the island for digging a pit to relieve himself. As he liberated his trousers, a cacophony erupted. Meanwhile, in another part of the island, the boy who had received the leftover fried chicken from 4144 gazed at the remnants in the box with a sigh. Such a waste. There was still meat clinging to the bones. He couldn't eat it all and refused to share even a morsel with him. Looking around furtively, he stealthily brought the box to a secluded area and began to savor the remaining chicken. It had been ages since he last enjoyed fried chicken. Today truly felt like a stroke of luck. After savoring the last morsel, he tossed the clean bone into a bucket and discarded it. Just then, gurgle. His stomach grumbled loudly, and his brow furrowed as a tightness gripped his lower body. He dashed toward the restroom, squatting down beside 4144. The two of them, pale-faced, exchanged wide-eyed glances. Are you also? Yes, I snuck a bite, and this chicken is poisoned. Damn it, I realized the same. I've been set up. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Jiang Tian and the islanders concluded their day's work. Upon tallying their spoils, the results were quite satisfactory. In addition to clay, wood, and other materials, they had also gathered some flour and rice, as well as several plant seeds, 2 pigs, and a sheep, resources for sustainable development. Moreover, Wang Yin had surprisingly caught a man named Jiang Tian. However, this man was rather unremarkable in name, appearance, and overall qualities. He seemed just an ordinary person without anything special. Nonetheless, This was of little concern, as they were in need of manpower. Jiang Tian arranged for Shi Jigang to lead him to commence construction work. In the morning, they completed the final batch of bricks, and in the afternoon, several of them worked together to excavate the foundation. After dinner, they continued working hard, mixing ash and clay to produce cement for filling in certain areas. After tidying up and washing their hands, Kai Wenji greeted Jiang Tian before dashing into the kitchen. Huotsubing headed west to catch chickens, while Lu Bu led Zhang San to the pond to fish, each preparing ingredients to minimize the wait for their meals. Shi Jigang also entered the house, pulling out paper and pen to sketch designs for the future decoration of their homes. Everything seemed rather mundane. At that moment, Jiang Tian turned to the old man idly fishing beside him and inquired, "Wang Yun, how many monster crates did you catch today?" The old man pondered for a moment. There must be around 20, all collected by Huotsubing. 20? Were they all enhanced monsters? Mostly. There should be some ordinary goblins among them, perhaps 1 or 2. Understood. Jiang Tian stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment. Just yesterday, they had caught over a dozen monster crates, and today that number had risen to 20. It appeared that the frequency of monster appearances was steadily increasing. He opened the chat channel to check. It seemed that few had noticed this development. This was to be expected, as most individuals possessed only 1 fishing rod, averaging out to 1 monster caught per day. Those who caught 2 or 3 were merely lamenting their bad luck. Were it not for his multiple rods and ample data for analysis, he too might have remained oblivious. At this hour, it was also time for others to have their meals. The chat became livelier as people shared their culinary experiences and strategies for dealing with monsters encountered that day. Today was quite fortunate. I caught a pig. Whoa, buddy. Remember to sell me some meat when you slaughter it. It's been ages since I've had pork. Isn't that the truth? Why can't I catch such large animals? Forget pigs. I caught a goblin and a skeleton today, and nearly got stabbed. I had a similar experience yesterday. It scared me so much that I spent the night crafting wooden armor with planks and ropes. Now, opening crates feels a lot safer. Wooden armor? How do you make that? You simply carve pieces of wood to fit your body, and then tie them together with rope to wear. Wow, that sounds impressive. I'll go make one too. Seeing this, Jiang Tian nodded silently. Although the variety of materials was currently quite limited, with Lu Bu and Huotsubing's formidable strength, they didn't urgently require such protective gear. Nevertheless, some form of defense was necessary. Of course, the wooden armor described by the other survivors was best avoided, given its quality. It would likely break down quickly. Moreover, following their method would prove to be a waste of time. Lu Bu and Huotsubing wouldn't be interested in such trivialities. With no metal available, they couldn't craft iron armor for the time being. In such circumstances, what could they possibly create? Jiang Tian pondered for a moment. How about we slaughter that pig and craft some pigskin armor? Chapter 53. What on earth did you do to the fried chicken? When this thought crossed his mind, Jiang Tian couldn't help but feel a sense of absurdity. Setting aside the matter of the pigskin and its defensive qualities, donning a layer of it felt utterly peculiar. It was unlikely that figures like Lu Bu and Huotsubing would accept such a thing. Perhaps it would be best to forget about the leather armor altogether. After some contemplation, Jiang Tian decided to revisit the idea in a few days. If he could manage to fish up some metal in the meantime, he would craft a suit of armor from it. If that proved impossible, he could always gather some vines to make a vine armor instead. He promptly sent a message to 0888, requesting that he be informed should any metal be caught, as he was interested in purchasing it. Additionally, he instructed 0066 to collect some vines to sell to him later. Having arranged these matters, the meal was nearly ready. Comparatively, Kai Wenji's culinary skills had improved slightly since yesterday. The group conversed amiably while dining, enjoying a warm and harmonious atmosphere. However, the gathering had grown increasingly crowded. Once seated around the small round table, it felt rather cramped. It was a stark contrast to when only 4 people occupied the table. Now, with the addition of Wang Yun and Huotsubing, the total had risen to 7. Clearly, a new table would soon be required. Moreover, if this trend continued, their numbers would only swell. Merely crafting tables would be a temporary fix. They would need to be replaced periodically, which was quite the hassle. Additionally, accommodations would also need to be arranged for everyone. As he pondered these logistical challenges while eating, Jiang Tian soon realized that the meal had come to an end. Others began cleaning up or returning to their workstations. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian reclined leisurely on his cot, opening the chat channel to pass the time. At that moment, it appeared that others had also finished their meals, engaging in casual conversation above. They were offering to sell radish plant seeds in exchange for food or wood, fresh cabbage for other food items or wood, and spring onions and garlic. Noticing these opportunities to enrich their culinary repertoire, Jiang Tian sent out a message expressing his interest in acquiring these items. 1111. Those selling food seeds and vegetables can trade directly with me. I'm flexible on pricing. Wow, the big shot has arrived. Big shot, I have garlic. Can I exchange it for some salt and spicy strips? 1111. I have chili peppers. I heard you have chips and cola. Shall we trade? Big shot, don't forget me. I have fresh carrots. Just 10 carrots for 1 huazi. Think about it. While Jiang Tian was engaged in trading supplies, a familiar ID suddenly erupted in the regional chat channel, cursing vehemently. 4144. Damn it, everyone, don't trade with this 1111. This scoundrel poisons his food. The bucket of fried chicken I bought from him this morning nearly killed me. Upon hearing this, those who were in the midst of trading with Jiang Tian halted in shock, asking one another in disbelief. What? Poisoned? No way. I didn't have any issues after trading with the big shop before. Uffed. If 1111 truly poisoned the food, how could you still be here ranting? What if what 4144 said is true? What if 1111 really did poison the food? Are we being set up? Amidst the speculation, a sudden official announcement appeared in the regional chat window. Official notice. Any items traded through the trading system must have descriptions that fully comply with the actual conditions of the items. And no information that contradicts the original item may be concealed. For example, if wood has been dampened by rain, it must be noted as wood dampened by rain. If any chemical adulterants are present in the food traded, these must also be explicitly listed in the description. Player 4144 is hereby warned for slandering the system and concealing facts. Further violations will incur penalties. Upon reading this, those who had just traded with Jiang Tian felt a wave of relief. Indeed, even Jiang Tian's YZ had been noted, leaving no room for deception. Therefore, as long as the descriptions were accurate, the items traded were undoubtedly legitimate. Furthermore, when Jiang Tian sold the fried chicken earlier, others had also checked the trading system, which clearly stated that it was a bucket of freshly fried chicken. There was nothing amiss. It seemed that 4144 was merely attempting to frame him. However, this left 4144 utterly bewildered. Though he doubted 1111, he believed the official statement could not be false. Yet, what he said was also true. If that bucket of fried chicken had been fine, how could he still be suffering now? Enraged, he exclaimed, 4144, what do you mean it wasn't tea poisoned? How the hell did you get me then? I've been running to the bathroom since I ate that fried chicken you brought me. I've been completely drained. And I've run out of toilet paper. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tian couldn't help but chuckle. He thought to himself, explaining this to such a person is futile. It's simply impossible. Besides, if he has an upset stomach, it's hardly my fault. I offered him the genuine article. Jiang Tian felt no guilt over the resources he had gained. If 4144 wanted to blame someone, he should point fingers at the cold chain logistics or perhaps his own digestive system, which clearly wasn't robust enough. That said, it seemed 4144 had consumed an entire bucket by himself. It was likely he wouldn't recover for a couple of days. A mischievous smile crept across Jiang Tian's face as he closed the chat channel, leaving 4144 to lament and curse at him and those who mocked him. The following day, the crowing of roosters heralded the dawn, and the group arose. Master, you're awake. Jiang Tian stretched, sitting up. He allowed Kai Wenji to assist him with washing his face. Thankfully, he hadn't experienced any nightmares the previous night, and his sleep quality had finally returned to normal. Shortly after he finished washing up, Shi Jigang brought breakfast. He presented an assortment of deep-fried dough sticks, steamed buns, and boiled noodles. These dishes offered a refreshing change for those who had been accustomed to bread for breakfast. For a moment, Jiang Tian felt as though he had been transported back to his previous life. Chomp, chomp. After finishing breakfast, Jiang Tian swallowed the last bite of dough stick, wiping the grease from his mouth. If only we had soup dumplings and some meat pie soup. Meat? At the mention of meat, Lu Bu's eyes sparkled. My lord, are we going to slaughter a pig? It's worth considering. My lord, when shall we slaughter a sheep for mutton? Your thoughts are quite expansive. Let us not think about sheep for now. There's only one, and once it's gone, it's gone. Jiang Tian rolled his eyes. Stop daydreaming and get back to work. Yes, my lord. After breakfast, Kai Wenji washed the dishes and tended to the plants. Wang Yin took his fishing rod and headed to the fishing spot, while the others began their new tasks for the day. At this moment, the relentless endeavor of crafting brick molds finally came to a close. Lu Bu and Hoi Tsubing commenced the excavation of the foundation, while Shi Jigang, accompanied by Zhang San, ventured to the furnace to concoct cement from plant ash. Everything unfolded in a harmonious order. Jiang Tian strolled leisurely across the island, humming a gentle tune as he walked. The delightful springtime, reminiscent of a dream, wrapped him in the fragrance of fresh grass. With an increase in the number of people, the living conditions were somewhat inconvenient. The augmentation of laborers undeniably alleviated much of the burden. Jiang Tian could either join the labor if he so desired or relax on the sidelines, engaging in the exchange of goods. Compared to the initial days, he found himself with ample leisure time, wandering amidst the now slightly expanded empty island. He admired the fish in the pond and entertained the chickens, ducks, and geese. It had begun to take on the charm of a rural retreat. Eventually, Jiang Tian's gaze shifted toward the pig pen, which housed 3 pigs, 1 male and 2 females, grunting contentedly as they devoured their feed. At that moment, he was reminded of the delectable Xilong Bao and braised pork. It had been a long time since he had savored meat, and he found himself craving it. Nevertheless, prioritizing the maximization of benefits, he resolved to let them breed first, increasing their numbers before contemplating a feast. After a moment of reflection, Jiang Tian opened the chat channel to inquire about the availability of pork for sale. To his surprise, numerous offerings appeared, including both pigs and sheep. Fresh pork for sale? in exchange for longer-lasting food. Freshly slaughtered lamb, similar to the offerings from the upper floors, available for trade for non-perishable food or timber. 1 pound of pork could be exchanged for 5 packs of instant noodles. Pre-order quickly. Damn, I envy you all for catching pigs and sheep. As for me, my luck is so poor that I can only reel in flour. I've sent you a trade request, but why are you selling so expensively? You can't possibly consume all that meat from a single pig. Lower the price a bit. If you can't sell your meat, won't it just spoil? You might as well sell it to us at a lower price. Do you have any idea how hard it is to catch this stuff? I barely managed to reel in one, so why would I sell it cheaply? A bunch of poor folks can choose to buy or not. I won't be giving it away. Wow, that's too much. The wealthy dine on spoiled meat while the roads are littered with the bones of the frozen dead. Seeing this, Jiang Tian promptly sent a message, buying pork and lamb. Those with exorbitant prices need not approach. Whoa, the renowned 1111 has appeared. Great one, trade with me. I only need some salt. Great one, I have lamb here. Let's exchange it for salt. Me too, me too. As soon as Jiang Tian made his presence known, messages flooded in, all requesting salt in exchange for their meat. Such requests were understandable. A single pig yields hundreds of pounds of meat. With only 2 or 3 individuals on the survivors' island, including those they had caught, it was impossible to consume that much meat. It would only spoil if left unattended. Their proposal to trade for salt was aimed at preserving the meat through salting. Jiang Tian accepted without hesitation, exchanging 300 grams of salt for 30 pounds of meat. Given the appetites of the few, this amount would suffice for 5 or 6 days. Concluding the trade, he awaited the opportunity to acquire more fresh meat in a week. With the meat secured, Jiang Tian summoned Shi Gang and Zhang San, instructing them to temporarily halt their tasks and process the meat. The fatty portions would be rendered for oil, while the lean meat was to be salted for preservation. Subsequently, he turned his attention back to the chat channel, contemplating the procurement of additional materials such as clay and plant ash. Within the chat, participants continued their heated debate regarding pork prices. Just then, a new message disrupted the clamor. Whoa! When I opened a box earlier, a giant spider leaped out. The information about the creature immediately redirected everyone's attention, abruptly halting the discussion about pork as a flurry of questions erupted. A giant spider? Is that thing reappearing now? How large was the spider you saw? And what did it look like? It's a black, hairy spider, about half a meter long, with fangs. It jumped out as soon as I opened the box and bit one of my subordinates. Now his arm is bleeding. Help with a hemostatic agent. Whoa, that big. Hairy? Sounds disgusting. Thanks for the heads up. Guess I need to be more careful from now on. Is that spider venomous? What is the situation now? The spider has been killed. Whether it was venomous is still uncertain. However, my subordinate's wound is only bleeding, without any other symptoms, so it should be non-venomous. Phew, that's a relief. Upon reading this, Jiang Tian furrowed his brow. The variety of monsters was indeed becoming increasingly diverse. Moreover, according to the account of the individual, the creature had sprung forth as soon as the box was opened, leaving no time for the opener to react. It seemed prudent to advise them to exercise greater caution when opening boxes in the future. Just as he was about to close the chat channel and alert Huitsubing, another message about the wooden box appeared. Whoa, I just caught a box too, and something crawled out of it. Chapter 55, The Pigman, specializing in ravaging gardens. Jiang Tian once again focused on the chat channel. The wording was peculiar. What had crawled out of the wooden box? Why was the message left unfinished? Simultaneously, the chat erupted with inquiries. What crawled out? Please clarify. Damn it, I despise people who leave their messages half-finished. Hurry up and tell us what you found in that box. You remind me of those frustrating cliffhangers in novels. Just then, the individual who had left the ambiguous message spoke again. Actually, I don't even know what this thing is. It's plump, wearing shorts, looks somewhat human but isn't. It's hairy on its back, has an ugly face, and a big round nose, like a pig standing upright. What do you mean by a pig standing upright? Can it be eaten? Good heavens, did you just catch Shubeiji? What? Can we really catch mythical figures? I need to hurry and see if I can reel in Chang'e or the Jade Rabbit. What are you dreaming of? Is that thing a monster or a potential ally? Did it attack you? After a brief interval, the individual spoke again. It hasn't attacked me or my subordinates, but it ignores us when we try to talk. It just hums to itself while wandering around my island. What now? Did it make any moves against you? What exactly is that pig doing? Speak up. Come on. Brother, stay calm and speak coherently. The chat channel buzzed with queries. However, the person who had encountered the bizarre creature remained silent, leaving everyone in suspense about their fate. Speculation arose that the pig-like entity had possibly harmed them. Finally, after several minutes, the individual resumed speaking. Whoa. This pigman just dashed into my vegetable garden and devoured all the cabbages I painstakingly grew. Moreover, it possesses immense strength. 2 people couldn't restrain it. When my subordinate tried to stop it, he was knocked unconscious with a single punch. I couldn't do anything but watch as it ravaged my crops. And as if that weren't enough, it not only ate but also ran around, leaving a trail of excrement everywhere, creating an unspeakable mess that has now made my island reek. Damn it, I'm going to confront it. This scene is too beautiful. I can't even imagine. Though it does not actively assault humans, in some respects, it is far more detestable than goblins. Goodness, I am in the midst of breakfast. Could you refrain from such vivid descriptions? At this, Jiang Tian suddenly felt a wave of nausea. Silently, he closed the chat interface and began to analyze the events that had transpired in the game that day. The large spider was somewhat understandable, as it could be categorized as a type of monster. It sprang forth from the box without allowing survivors any time to react, thereby augmenting the ferocity of the creature hierarchy. As for that pigman, it exuded a certain subtle menace. According to the victim's account, it did not attack proactively like a monster would. However, the torment it inflicted upon survivors was not insignificant, wasting food, defecating indiscriminately. It felt akin to a mischievous child barging into one's home, shattering figurines, and installing a plethora of adware on one's computer. Its purpose for coming to the island was solely to wreak havoc. Gazing at the sky, Jiang Tian perceived that this game, beyond its brutality, was rife with a certain dark humor. One could only wonder what the developers were thinking. After striving to cleanse his mind of such vivid imagery, Jiang Tian called over Lu Bu and Huotsubing, guiding them to the fishing spot. He also instructed Kai Wenji and Wang Yun to cease their tasks and line up before him for a brief meeting. I have just received word that the monsters within the box have undergone further changes. Jiang Tian paced before the four of them, recounting the situations regarding the spider and the pigman. In summary, the characteristics of these monsters were becoming increasingly peculiar, with the emergence of creatures that would leap out without granting any time for response. It is possible that in the future, there may even be monsters that open boxes on their own or attack immediately upon being caught. Therefore, whether one is responsible for opening boxes or fishing, extra caution is imperative. Understood? Yes, my lord. Lu Bu and Huotsubing replied in unison. At that moment, the two responsible for fishing appeared somewhat apprehensive. The elderly Wang Yun, with an awkward expression, inquired, My lord, if such creatures that attack upon being caught truly exist, would that not render the fishing task perilous? May I request to be assigned to construction work instead? Jiang Tian rolled his eyes at the floating earth beside him and replied, What do you think? The old man fell silent, his lips pursed in a rather distressed manner. Kai Wenji then nestled into Jiang Tian's embrace, looking up with wide eyes, Master. That spider you mentioned sounds terrifying. I'm scared. There, Jiang Tian soothed, ruffling Kai Wenji's hair with a smile. Rest assured, I will ensure your safety. Henceforth, let us assign an additional person to oversee defenses during fishing. Just as he was halfway through his thought, Huotsubing stepped forward, kneeling on one knee with clasped fists, declaring, My lord, I volunteer to guard the borders. Observing this, Jiang Tian nodded. Huotsubing seemed to possess a peculiar obsession with vanquishing enemies, so it would be fitting to assign him this duty. All right then, from now on, you shall arm yourself and move to the fishing spot, specifically overseeing the boxes that are caught, while Lu Bu continues with construction duties for the time being. Thank you, my lord. Huotsubing responded with another clasped fist. Very well, everyone, return to your tasks. Huotsubing, if you catch a box, inform me before opening it. Do not hastily kill these monsters. Allow me to see them first. Yes. The small meeting concluded, and everyone returned to their respective duties. At the fishing spot, with Huotsubing's presence, Kai Wenji and Wang Yun felt their anxieties dissipate, no longer as fearful as they had been previously. After all, Huotsubing had been handling the monsters these past few days, and his prowess was evident. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian and Lu Bu continued their work on the foundation, accelerating their progress. As Jiang Tian dug, his thoughts wandered. Additional manpower was certainly needed. If a few more laborers could be caught, he could assign warriors like Lu Bu and Huotsubing to focus solely on the island's defenses, while delegating construction tasks to others. Just then, a loud thud echoed from the fishing spot, the sound of a wooden box hitting the ground. Huotsubing instructed Kai Wenji and Wang Yun to momentarily step aside and called out to Jiang Tian, My lord. Understood, Jiang Tian replied, putting down his shovel and approaching the wooden box. All right, let us open it, but be cautious about how you do so. And it is best to leave a living specimen. Yes, Huotsubing acknowledged with a bow. He drew his short sword and pried open the movable plank. In that instant, whoosh, a dark shadow sprang forth from the box, landing on the ground a short distance away. Chapter 56, Can Meddle or Be Caught Too? The sudden emergence of the creature startled both Kai Wenji and Wang Yun. Even Huotsubing furrowed his brow slightly. Had he been as reckless as before and peered inside, he might have faced a similar fate. Jiang Tian and Huotsubing scrutinized the creature, which was segmented into two round parts, with a furry, large abdomen and 8 legs as thick as rolling pins. The entire body measured a good half-meter in length. At the front, its head bore 2 white pincers that waved menacingly, while 4 black eyes, 2 large and 2 small, were fixated on them, devoid of pupils yet radiating a predatory gaze. Having assessed the spider, the half-meter-long shadow launched another attack. Tap, 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 tap. Its 8 legs moved rapidly across the ground as it spun around to adjust its direction. Once the angle was set, it crouched and leaped toward Huotsubing, its white fangs raised, glimmering with malice. It was swift, but Huotsubing was swifter. With a flick of his azure robes, he moved, and a bronze shadow flashed by. 4 of the spider's long legs fell to the ground, writhing slightly. The spider, now missing a portion of its body, crashed onto its back, oozing a greenish-blue blood from the severed limbs. Its abdomen quivered as its remaining legs flailed wildly, seemingly attempting to right itself. However, due to the loss of one side of its limbs, the action appeared exceedingly awkward, and the pincers scraped together, producing a hissing sound as if threatening those present. The scene was exceptionally eerie. Just then, Huitzubing moved again. A flash of light passed, and the remaining 4 limbs were severed. With another swift motion, the 2 pincers were also cut off. At last, the spider lay completely subdued. Its abdomen continued to pulse, growing ever more repulsive. Confirming there was no remaining threat, Huitzubing used his short sword to nudge the severed 8 legs and 2 pincers beside the spider, then flicked the blood from his blade before approaching Jiang Tian with a clasped fist. "My lord, the monster has been subdued. Please take a look." Excellent," Jiang Tian replied, feeling a wave of relief. It seemed Huitzubing had not forgotten his instructions to leave a specimen alive for study. He stepped closer to examine the creature. The black body writhed in agony on the ground, its severed limbs lying beside it. This sight reminded Jiang Tian of a dismembered king crab, albeit significantly more grotesque. So, this must be the spider that someone had described in the chat channel earlier. To his surprise, he encountered it so swiftly, and it was indeed quite large. This was Jiang Tian's first time seeing one. Meanwhile, Kai Wenji trotted over to steal a glance at the spider. Its compound eyes, severed limbs, and writhing body, along with the green blood, were enough to send a shiver down her spine. The bizarre scene made her face pale, and she quickly hid behind Jiang Tian. Ruffling Kai Wenji's hair, he reassured her to rest nearby for a while. Jiang Tian then resumed his examination of the spider, picking up a stick to poke at it. He prodded the severed limbs to inspect them. The front segments of the spider's legs were quite sharp and aggressive, yet its exoskeleton was not particularly sturdy. Though possessing a certain degree of aggression, its defensive capabilities are rather low, rendering it relatively easy to be dispatched. As long as one is not ambushed while opening the chest, maintains a robust mental fortitude, and is undeterred by the imposing visage of this giant spider, it is not particularly challenging to handle. As for other matters, Jiang Tian is no biologist and cannot offer much insight. Very well, let us discard it. This grotesque spider is so repulsive that even for material exchange, it is unlikely to find a taker. It would be better to simply dispose of it, benefiting the fish beneath the sky island. Indeed, my lord. Huitzubing accepted the command and used his short sword to sweep the spider's remains off the island. Wang Yun, fetch a bucket of water to wash away this spider's blood. Aye, my lord. The little old man ambled towards the pond, glancing back at the spider's dismembered limbs with evident disdain. Such a large spider is exceedingly revolting. I hope never to encounter one again. After this brief interlude, tranquility was restored. Once the ground was cleaned, Huitzubing continued to fish alongside Kai Wenji and Wang Yun. Jiang Tian returned to the construction site to contribute to the new house's development. Occasionally, when a wooden chest was pulled up at the fishing spot, Jiang Tian would wander over to take a look. The previous monsters still made appearances, with familiar goblins, skeletons, and fishmen surfacing in the chests over the past couple of days. A spider was caught again, of the same size as the previous one. However, Jiang Tian was too disinterested to study it further, finding it utterly disgusting. He instructed Huitzubing to send it flying off the island. A remarkably mundane morning passed. And just as the group finished their lunch and prepared for a midday rest, Jiang Tian received a private message. 0888. Hey, are you there? I have some good news to share with you. What good news? Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. Did you manage to fish out some metal? Shortly thereafter, the other party replied. Wow, how did you know? I just pulled up something. A purple metal block that feels cool to the touch. It should be a metal of some sort. Purple? Jiang Tian pondered and speculated. Could it be copper? 0888. I'm not sure what it is. I just fished it up. Do you want it? Certainly. Jiang Tian responded eagerly. What is the price? Let us trade and see. After sending that message, the other party sent a trade request. The system noted that it was a block of copper. Indeed, it was rectangular, measuring over 20 centimeters in length, more than 10 centimeters in width, and approximately 5 centimeters thick. Considering the density of copper, this block weighed around 20 jin. 0888 inquired. So what is your offer? 1 yuan and a Coke, deal? Wow, how stingy. I exerted a great deal of luck to fish this out. I informed you the moment I caught it. And there's a fee for the information, so offer a bit more. Alright then, how about some spicy strips? Wow. It seems like supermarket snacks can no longer be fished up. How do you still have spicy strips? Never mind that. Will you trade or not? Let us trade. Jiang Tian tossed in 1 yuan, 200 milliliters of Coke, and a small package of spicy strips. The trade was completed, and he acquired the copper ingot. Jiang Tian weighed it in his hands. Although it had a certain heft, its size was not substantial. Such a small piece would hardly suffice for crafting anything. Furthermore, it appeared to be pure copper, soft in texture and unsuitable for forging equipment. However, that was of little concern. Jiang Tian smiled faintly at the copper ingot. The fact that someone could fish up such an item indicated that metals must be starting to spawn. If they could spawn, not only could his subordinates fish them out, but they could also procure and stockpile them. There would be no need to worry about quantity. Moreover, based on his conjecture, besides copper, there should be other types of metals as well. If he could obtain some tin or iron, it would be immensely beneficial. Chapter 57. Quickly, catch it. Not long after, Jiang Tian posted messages in both the trading hall and 2 chat channels, seeking to purchase metals. He offered food, salt, wood, and other resources in exchange for various metals, inviting interested parties to contact him privately. Once the message was sent, a few individuals responded with trade requests. Although the quantities were not substantial, Jiang Tian remained patient. Based on experience, newly spawned items typically had a low appearance frequency. Furthermore, the blacksmith shop was not yet completed, so there was no urgency in the matter. Accumulating slowly was the way to go. With bright prospects for the future in mind, Jiang Tian reclined comfortably and took a midday nap. An hour later, Master, it's time to wake up. At the call of the humanoid alarm clock, Kai Wenji, Jiang Tian rubbed his eyes and got out of bed. After washing his face and following the others out, Jiang Tian opened the trading system to check the status of his metal acquisitions. In that hour, 2 more individuals had sent trade requests. Jiang Tian negotiated and successfully acquired a small copper ingot and a small piece of tin. The metals he received during lunch were mostly copper, along with 2 pieces of iron and 1 piece of tin. The quantities were pitifully small, even less than what he had obtained from 0888 earlier. Never mind, he would gather them slowly. Closing the interface, he stepped outside to resume work. Those laying foundations continued their tasks, while others mixed cement. The sounds of wooden chests colliding and various creatures splashing into the sea echoed intermittently from the fishing spot. Time passed languidly with the sun's trajectory. Around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, Kai Wenji's voice rang out from the fishing area. This thing is a bit heavy. Let me take it. Huitsubing rose to accept the fishing rod, lifting it high. A long cloud was pulled in. Bang! A wooden chest fell to the ground. The sound of its impact was louder than usual. Hearing the noise, Jiang Tian curiously approached. Judging by the commotion, the contents of this chest should be extraordinary. Moreover, this chest appeared to be of a higher quality than the previous ones. Giving Huitsubing a knowing glance, he took up his short sword and approached the wooden chest, intending to pry it open. Just then, the wooden planks on the chest began to shift on their own. Whoosh! Crack! The moving planks slid to the edge and fell to the ground. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Tian and Huitsubing exchanged glances, their expressions sharpening. Their suspicions proved correct. There indeed was something capable of opening itself. However, it remained uncertain whether what lay within was friend or foe. Ordering Kai Wenji and Wang Yun to stand aside, Jiang Tian and Huitsubing readied their weapons for battle. At that moment, from the gap of the chest, 2 chubby appendages emerged. They resembled hands with only 2 fingers, clinging to the edge of the box. Then, a large, round object protruded from the chest. With wide ears, a plump nose, and a chubby face. 2 round eyes darted about, and a wide mouth gaped open, surveying its surroundings. Jiang Tian and Huitsubing were momentarily stunned. Is that a pig's head? This bizarre sight prompted a shared glance between the two, akin to a moment of bewilderment. What a massive pig's head. Subsequently, Huitsubing fixated on the pig's head, gripping his short sword tightly. My lord, is this what you refer to as a pigman? How shall we deal with this creature? Jiang Tian contemplated for a moment before instructing. I have heard it does not attack unless provoked. Let us maintain our distance and observe for now. Understood. As the two conversed, the pig within the chest had fully risen to its feet. It was quite tall, seemingly exceeding the height of Lu Bu, likely standing around 2 meters. Its upper body was robust and stout, while its lower half remained obscured by the wooden chest. Then, this pigman clumsily leaned against the edge of the chest, attempting to emerge with a grunt. As the center of gravity shifted, the wooden crate toppled over, sending the pigman crashing down alongside it. Plop! Witnessing this spectacle, Jiang Tian furrowed his brow and clicked his tongue. That was quite a fall. Face first into the ground. How painful that must be. At that moment, aside from the onlookers Kai Wenji and Wang Yun, even Lu Bu, Shi Jigang, and Zhang San, who were engaged in construction nearby, turned their heads to observe. Their eyes widened in astonishment at the sight before them. A rather large pig sprawled on the ground. The pigman, having fallen, shuffled forward a couple of steps before rising to its feet, seemingly unfazed, grinning widely as if in sheer delight. It appeared rather dim-witted. Once upright, they noticed that the pigman wore a small skirt fashioned from hay around its waist. Despite its robust upper body, its lower half was particularly short, measuring no more than a third of its entire stature. No wonder it struggled to climb a 1-meter-high crate. As the pigman stood, it took small steps forward, curiously surveying its surroundings with an expression of joy. Jiang Tian and Huitsubing caught its glance, but the pigman merely turned away, showing no interest in them whatsoever. Indeed, as the survivor had mentioned, it exhibited no aggressive tendencies. Driven by curiosity, Jiang Tian and Huitsubing refrained from intervening, trailing behind while observing the creature's behavior. The pigman was adorned with short white bristles on its back, indistinguishable from an ordinary pig. A curved, round tail sprouted from the lower midsection of its body. As it ambled past the central wooden hut, it sniffed the air with its snout, but found nothing of interest. It skirted around the hut and continued onward, eventually reaching the western area designated for the livestock. It first inspected the chickens, ducks, and geese in their cages, grunting with amusement. Then, upon noticing a few pigs in the pen, it dashed over, crouched down, and playfully poked at their faces with its trotters. The pigs, grinning back, seemed to wear expressions of mockery. The sight of this unusual counterpart startled the pigs, their mouths agape in astonishment. What on earth is this? Why are you so extraordinary? Throughout this encounter, Jiang Tian and Huizubing remained armed and vigilant nearby. Even Lu Bu had set aside his shovel to join them. Should the pigmen harbor any ill intentions towards the other pigs, they were prepared to teach it a lesson. Fortunately, after a brief play, the pigman lost interest, standing up and glancing around. Suddenly, its round eyes lit up as if it had discovered something, and it scampered northward, saliva flying from its mouth in excitement. Seeing this, Jiang Tian gasped, "Wait, it's heading for Huizubing's plants. Quick, catch it." Chapter 58. My lord, we've caught a woman. At the command, Lu Bu and Huizubing simultaneously stepped forward, each seizing an arm of the pigman. As it trotted along, the pigman suddenly fell to halt in its momentum. Its short legs pushed desperately against the ground, but it found itself immobilized by the two. It then realized it had been thwarted. Ow! Humph! The stout creature swayed violently, struggling to free itself, but to no avail. Turning its head, it glared at the two, flailing its arms in a frenzy, yet failing to extricate itself. Its features contorted in anger, the pigman suddenly opened its mouth wide and lunged at Lu Bu. With crooked teeth and a foul breath, it charged forward. Lu Bu frowned, raising his other arm and clenching his fist to meet the pigman's fierce assault. Behave yourself. Bang! The pigman's head rolled back, its eyes turning white as its body was sent flying. Though still held by Lu Bu and Huizubing, it was slowly brought down. Upon witnessing this, they both released their grip. Thud! The pigman landed on its back, staring up at the sky. Upon closer inspection, blood and foam oozed from its mouth and ears, and its snout was visibly flattened. At this moment, the others set aside their tasks and gathered around, pointing and commenting. Goodness! How grotesque. This is the first time I've seen a humanoid pig. Could it be a monster? How on earth is this possible? Aren't pigs and humans reproductively isolated? Jiang Tian approached the pigman, crouching down to poke its plump face with a stick. Is it dead? Huizubing knelt beside him, probing the pigman's neck and nostrils. It seems to be lifeless. Jiang Tian felt somewhat incredulous. According to the individual in the chat, this pigman was formidable, resistant to being restrained by two people. Yet here it lay, felled by a single punch from Lu Bu. Lu Bu also regarded his fist with confusion. How could it be so weak despite its robust appearance? Jiang Tian scrutinized the pigman's features. Its head, limbs, and facial features were distinctly porcine. However, the proportions of its body deviated from that of a typical pig, allowing it to stand upright. Overall, it still resembled a pig, yet the prospect of consuming it was unappealing, given its human-like behavior, albeit with a certain lack of intelligence. Waving his hand, Jiang Tian declared, "Enough, let us discard it." "Yes, my lord," Huizubing replied, grasping the pigman's scruff and dragging it towards the edge. "All right, you all may return to your work. Many more peculiar entities are likely to emerge in the future. There will be ample opportunities to observe." Jiang Tian gestured dismissively, sending the curious onlookers away. Soon, everything returned to normal. Shi Jigang and Zhang San poured bucket after bucket of cement into the foundation Lu Bu had dug. After tossing the pigman off the floating island, Huizubing resumed his fishing. Jiang Tian reflected on his earlier words. There was indeed merit in them. As more monsters appeared, their characteristics would likely grow increasingly bizarre. It was prudent to gather information about these creatures to avoid future mishaps. Subsequently, Jiang Tian opened the chat system to observe the situation and procure supplies. He first accessed the world channel, where messages rapidly scrolled by, predominantly discussing the newly emerged monsters of the day. "Oh no, a humanoid pig has started ravaging my farmland on my island. A spider has devoured one of my eyes. I also encountered the pigman. It possesses high defenses and tremendous strength. If you encounter it, toss food overboard right in front of it to lure it away. I caught a monster too, but it was a fishman, not the spiders or pigmen you all mentioned. Hey, I tried battling them today and noticed my physical prowess seems to have improved. I can knock them back several steps with a single punch." "Really? I too have noticed that my strength feels greater than before. Ha ha ha. Could we be leveling up? Will we become superheroes?" After reading for a while, Jiang Tian noted that aside from goblins, fishmen, and skeletons, most discussions revolved around spiders and pigmen, indicating that these were the only two new species introduced today. He then switched to the regional chat channel, where conversations about the monsters caught that day were ongoing. "By the way, what weapons do you use when fighting those monsters?" "I fashioned a spear from wood, and it proves quite effective. Ha ha ha. I have a bone dagger dropped by a skeleton. Yesterday, while battling a goblin, I stumbled upon a stone club, though its quality was rather lacking, and it broke during today's skirmish. Goodness, I envy you. I have nothing here. I too wish for a bone dagger. That spider is utterly repulsive. I require a longer weapon. Do you happen to have any stone forks left? I beg for a stone fork. Upon reading this, Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. Weapons. He had plenty of those. Over the past few days, he had caught numerous monsters wielding such arms. When they were cast off the island, these weapons fell to the ground and were collected. Altogether, he had amassed over 40 items, including stone clubs, stone forks, and bone daggers, all piled in the east. The quality of these items was abysmal. Jiang Tian initially intended to see if they could serve as materials. To his surprise, he discovered there were others interested in such wares. Perhaps, these items could fetch a handsome price. With that thought, Jiang Tian began to compose a message, selling weapons, bone daggers, stone forks, and stone clubs available for trade with various materials, metals preferred. Limited quantity, act swiftly. As soon as the message was sent, the chat channel fell silent for a moment, only to be followed by a cacophony of exclamations. What? Less than 50 pieces? Goodness, where did you acquire so many weapons? Aren't those from the monsters? Did you fish them from a monster lair? I want to buy. I want to buy. You're amazing. I have no metal. Can I trade with clay? I have nothing. Could you spare a few? In no time, trade requests flooded in. Various bags of clay, wood, and even some seeds appeared around Jiang Tian. Seeing this, Jiang Tian felt a surge of joy. After defeating so many monsters, he finally witnessed a return on his efforts. Just then, Huatsubing approached, reporting, "My lord, we have caught a woman." Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. A woman? Chapter 59. Master, my name is Li Xioning. Jiang Tian turned to the fishing spot. Indeed, there stood a wooden box with a long-haired figure clad in green garments. She appeared to be a woman, and her attire suggested an ancient origin. Beside her stood Kai Wenji, curiously observing. In comparison, it was clear that the woman was approximately 1.7 meters tall, towering over Kai Wenji by a head. Go. Bring her over for a look. Yes, my lord. Huatsubing complied, returning to the box and speaking with the woman. She stepped out, and together they approached Jiang Tian. During their approach, Jiang Tian noted the similarity in their strides. Both walked with a confident, unhurried grace. Before long, they arrived before Jiang Tian, both clasping their hands in greeting. My lord, we have brought the person. Master. At that moment, Jiang Tian finally caught sight of the woman's features. She appeared to be around 20 years old, with a striking oval face. Beneath her willow-shaped brows were spirited phoenix eyes, and her thick black hair cascaded casually over her shoulders. Her demeanor exuded decisiveness and strength, revealing a maturity that belied her age. Indeed, one could envision her as a formidable businesswoman if clad in modern professional attire. This woman's every movement mirrored the clean efficiency of Huatsubing. Amidst the gentle sound of water, there was an underlying tenacity. Could she be a soldier? Jiang Tian squinted and inquired, "What is your name?" Replying to my master, the woman nodded, "My name is Li Xioning." Jiang Tian felt somewhat speechless. He had misjudged her identity, initially expecting a figure akin to Hua Mulan. However, this Li Xioning was no ordinary woman. She was indeed renowned. Li Xioning was the third daughter of Emperor Gaozu of Tang, Li Yuan, and the sister of Emperor Taizong, Li Shimin, known as Princess Pingyang. Of course, given the numerous siblings of Li Shimin, her fame was not merely due to familial ties. During Li Yuan's uprising, she supported her father from the rear, disguising herself as a man named Li Gongzi, rallying troops and leading a formidable female army, earning her acclaim for her significant contributions in establishing the Tang dynasty. It could be said that half of the empire was forged through her efforts. The phrase "women are no less capable than men" could not be more fitting for her. After a moment of reflection, Jiang Tian nodded. Once again, he had drawn an extraordinary individual, adding strength to his armed forces. Moreover, it had been quite some time since he had captured a female subordinate. The last was Kai Wenji on the 9th day, and now, on the 18th day, he had finally caught a princess. This balance added a harmonious dynamic to his group. He then instructed Huatsubing to return to his post, while Jiang Tian led Li Xioning on a tour of the island. They inspected the pond, the areas for planting, the livestock, the location of the latrines, and the construction site for houses. After a brief introduction, they happened upon another box being fished out. Jiang Tian took Li Xioning over and had Huatsubing open the box in their presence, dispatching the monsters within and kicking them off the island. With the island's living conditions thoroughly explained, it was time to assign work roles. Jiang Tian asked, "Li Xioning, what interests you? Would you prefer to construct houses or fish in the east?" "Master, I can do both," Li Xioning replied earnestly, resembling a soldier at the ready. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Tian made a decision. He assigned her to fishing duties, instructing her to work alongside Huatsubing to familiarize herself with the monsters. He also told Huatsubing that if Li Xioning wished to practice her skills against the monsters, she should be allowed to do so, giving her the opportunity to hone her combat techniques. With all arrangements made, Jiang Tian returned to the construction site to expedite the building of the houses. After a few hours of diligent work, the sun hung low in the sky. Jiang Tian glanced at the setting sun and dusted off his hands. Time to clock out. Dinner awaits. Oh. Shi Jigang stretched lazily. Lu Bu's stomach rumbled, his gaze fixed longingly on the kitchen. Enough staring, Jiang Tian said, patting Lu Bu. If you want to eat quickly, go prepare the ingredients. Start cooking the rice. Yes, my lord. Lu Bu clasped his hands in salute and dashed to the storeroom for rice. Master. Kai Wenji trotted over, throwing herself into Jiang Tian's embrace. With her big eyes wide open, she inquired, Master, what do you wish to eat tonight? Let me think. While Jiang Tian affectionately stroked Kai Wenji's hair, he began to contemplate the available ingredients. They had procured some pork today, and it seemed the cucumbers were ripe. A new home-cooked dish could be made. He smiled and said, let us make fish soup tonight, along with stir-fried cabbage. Oh, and we can try 2 new dishes, braised pork and stir-fried cucumbers with ham. Braised pork? Stir-fried cucumbers? Kai Wenji blinked her eyes. Master, I don't know how to make those. I'll teach you. All right. Hee. Shi Jigang, go catch 3 fish. Got it, boss. In the kitchen, the newly acquired steamer billowed with steam, cooking rice, while several cucumbers and ham lay on the table. On the cutting board lay a substantial piece of pork belly. Jiang Tian, wielding a chef's knife, meticulously sliced the meat into cubes approximately 2 centimeters in size. He then placed these morsels into a large pot filled with cold water, adding a splash of cooking wine before igniting the flame to bring it to a boil. Beside him, Kai Wenji stood quietly, observing intently. As the pork blanched, Jiang Tian commenced preparations for the next dish. Retrieving a cucumber and lifting the knife to begin his cuts. At that moment, Kai Wenji unexpectedly spoke up. Master, may I have a go at slicing? Certainly, Jiang Tian replied, stepping aside to allow her to take his place at the cutting board. Holding the knife, Kai Wenji mimicked Jiang Tian's stance, her left hand pressing down on the cucumber as she contemplated her cuts. Jiang Tian offered a gentle reminder. Slice the cucumber thinly. Do be cautious not to cut yourself. Kai Wenji paused, blinking her eyes. Master, how exactly should I cut this? I'm not very skilled at it. In that case, let me guide you in mastering the technique, Jiang Tian suggested, positioning himself behind her and placing his hands over hers. Like this. Slice it slowly and steadily to achieve a thin cut. Kai Wenji responded softly. From Jiang Tian's angle, Kai Wenji bowed her head, her cheeks flushed, her heart racing, and her lips forming a delicate pout. The warmth emanating from his presence made her eyelashes flutter involuntarily. Just then, Li Xiaoning entered the kitchen, carrying a basin of fish. Master, I can also help with cooking. The two, engrossed in their cucumber slicing, were momentarily startled, turning toward the doorway. Oh, the 3 of them exchanged wide-eyed glances. The atmosphere thick with awkwardness. Chapter 60, I will absolutely make you pay. Inside and outside the kitchen, the trio remained silent for a moment, exchanging bewildered looks. Jiang Tian broke the silence. What brings you here? Whereas Shi Jigang. Although it was entirely normal for him to teach Kai Wenji how to cook, the unexpected arrival left him feeling somewhat uneasy. I saw Shi Jigang preparing fish, so I decided to take over. I heard you were cooking, master, and I wanted to lend a hand, Li Xiaoning replied, equally flustered. Observing the two still in their current positions, she added bashfully. It seems I've come at an inopportune time. No, your timing is perfect, Jiang Tian responded unexpectedly. He had intended to lighten the mood, but the words only intensified the awkwardness. Glancing at the cucumber on the board, he quickly added, we were just slicing cucumbers. Would you like to join? Sure. Li Xiaoning eagerly replied, placing the basin of fish on the table. Stepping forward, she took the knife and brought the cutting board and cucumber closer. With swift precision, she sliced the cucumber into neat rounds. Jiang Tian nodded approvingly. Your knife skills are quite impressive. Thank you for the compliment, master, Li Xiaoning said while slicing another cucumber. In the future, you can entrust the cooking to me. That sounds good. This remark eased the previously tense atmosphere. Meanwhile, Kai Wenji watched in disbelief, her lips pouting in discontent. I was the one who came first. How could this happen? Kai Wenji, what are you mumbling about? That sounds oddly familiar. Oh, master, it's nothing. Jiang Tian noticed the subtle change in Kai Wenji's expression and pondered. Perhaps I should leave the kitchen duties to the 2 of you from now on. Is that agreeable? Yes, master. All right then, the pork is nearly done. Let us proceed with the next steps, and you both should observe closely. Subsequently, Jiang Tian began stir-frying the pork belly, adding soy sauce and hot water before simmering it over gentle heat. Throughout the process, Li Xiaoning paid close attention, while Kai Wenji's gaze was fixed on Li Xiaoning. Her cheeks puffed in silent irritation, her thoughts unknown. An hour later, an array of dishes was ready and served on the table, filling the room with the enticing aroma of food. The scent ignited the appetite of those present, especially Lu Bu, whose eyes sparkled at the sight of the braised pork. Eagerly swallowing, Jiang Tian sampled a piece of meat, nodding in approval, and smiled. All right, let us eat and savor these 2 new dishes. With that, everyone eagerly picked up their chopsticks. Master, is this the braised pork? Its vibrant color and rich flavor are exquisite. Indeed, it's savory without being greasy. And the aroma is delightful. I'm truly impressed. The familiar taste of braised pork evoked a sense of nostalgia within me. The cucumber stir-fried with sausage was crisp and refreshing. A unique flavor indeed. Master, you truly possess great talent. Sitting to Jiang Tian's left, Kai Wenji placed a piece of fish in his bowl. Master, have some fish. All right. Jiang Tian accepted the fish and took a bite. Noticing Kai Wenji appeared somewhat downcast. With a smile, he offered her a piece of braised pork. Here, try this. At that moment, Kai Wenji's eyes lit up, her long eyelashes fluttering. She opened her mouth to accept the pork from his chopsticks. How is it? Delicious? Delicious. Hee. A smile returned to Kai Wenji's face, her eyes forming crescent moons. Here, master, have this. Sure. After a long-awaited meal, they took a moment to rest. Kai Wenji washed the dishes, Li Xiaoning tidied the kitchen, and Shi Jigang cleared the table. Jiang Tian relaxed, while the others returned to their respective tasks. Everything was organized flawlessly. It was time to unwind by browsing the chat channel. Yuyo opened the chat system and accessed the regional channel, where discussions about dinner were underway. Everyone, I just boiled an egg. What about you? Ha. I roasted a duck, and it's simply delicious. I've had duck before. I haven't caught anything for days. So I'm stuck with fish. You should be grateful. I just made a bowl of noodles without salt. I caught a pig, and am currently enjoying some roast pork. Wow, I'm envious. Stop talking. I'm practically drooling. I bought a piece of pork today. And it's simmering right now. You'll be so envious. Damn, you're all so boastful. 1111, where are the big shots? Come and put them in their place. Exactly. What is so impressive about that? By the way, 1111 hasn't shared his menu lately. I'm curious about what he is eating now. With his skills. He must be roasting meat. As someone mentioned him, Jiang Tian replied, Thank you for the invitation. I'm indoors. Just finished my meal. Wow, speak of the devil. Big shot, what did you eat tonight? Do tell. I'm curious too. Bah. This guy used to love trading food for clay. Now he has nothing to eat, and is probably gnawing on dirt. You sycophant, you're the real bootlicker. Jiang Tian chuckled nonchalantly, satisfying the other survivors' curiosity. Actually, I didn't eat anything too extravagant, just some common fare. I stir-fried a cabbage, made a fish soup, and whipped up a bowl of cucumber stir-fried with sausage. Then casually prepared some braised pork. Nothing particularly remarkable. To be honest, I find braised pork a bit heavy after having it too often. I won't be making it for a while. The chat channel fell into silence once more. Then wow, a basin? The big shot is so impressive. Using a basin for cooking. You're just showing off. What is there to brag about? Big shot, I admit my mistake. Please don't say any more. I'm starving. Indeed, the tides of fortune shift every 30 years. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. My esteemed friend, do spare me a morsel. Upon reading these messages, Jiang Tian merely smiled faintly. It was they who insisted on inquiring about his dinner, and upon receiving his answer, they appeared displeased. As for the mockers, Jiang Tian chose to disregard them. In the ensuing minutes, the regional chat channel buzzed incessantly with discussions about Jiang Tian's dinner. Some even lamented to the extent of selling their possessions to procure pork, inadvertently boosting sales for the pork vendors, who expressed their gratitude through private messages. After observing for a while, Jiang Tian sensed something amiss. Where was 4144 today? This was uncharacteristic of him. Just then, it seemed that 4144 sycophant had reported back to his master. That familiar ID materialized in the chat channel. 4144, you filthy bastard. Ever since I devoured your fried chicken yesterday, I've been suffering a relentless bout of diarrhea. How dare you act so nonchalant? Damn it. I swear I will make you pay. Chapter 61. I merely instructed you to scout the way. I did not send you to confront him. Oh, 4144. You are truly repugnant. What on earth happened with that fried chicken to cause such a predicament? Was it a jet-propelled meal? Damn. 1111, you are ruthless. Once 4144 resurfaced. The regional channel erupted in laughter. 4144, damn. Laugh it up, you fools. Just wait, I will have my revenge. With this proclamation, the jovial atmosphere in the chat channel swelled. However, after uttering this statement, 4144 fell silent, perhaps rendered weak or unconscious. On the opposite side, on a small island spanning several hundred square meters, an exasperated figure exclaimed, Damn it, you bunch of worthless creatures. Dongjua, lend me a hand. Yes, my lord. A stout man with a bushy beard scurried over to assist a man clad in a beach shirt, reclining in a pit. Wipe me down. I lack the strength. Hurry. All right. Dongjua glanced with a complex expression at the man's lower body before finding a cloth to dab at the discolored area. It was not for lack of desire to use paper. All the toilet paper had been exhausted over the past few days. If this continued, they might have to resort to using leaves. After cleaning as best as he could, he tossed the cloth aside. My lord, it is done. Please help me pull up my trousers. Of course. Once everything was set, the man in the beach shirt lay back, exhaling in frustration. Damn it. I've changed pants 3 times in the last couple of days. All because of that 1111. Gazing at the starry sky, his pale face was etched with fury. Damn it. I've truly suffered this time. I was tricked into consuming that jet-propelled meal, and he dares to act so smug about it. This man in the beach shirt was indeed 4144. Despite his weakened state, his vitriolic tirade continued unabated. I must find you, and I swear I will end you. Upon hearing this, Dong Zhuo paused, a shadow of a sinister smile crossing his pudgy face. My lord, shall we go after him now? After whom? How can we pursue him when we don't even know his whereabouts? This thought only fueled 4144's rage. Damn it. That bastard has a formidable ally in Huatsubing. Do you think we could contend with him? Huatsubing? Dong Zhuo's flesh jiggled as he pondered, his eyes gazing skyward in contemplation. He didn't recall the name, but instinctively sensed its significance. But so what? My lord, regardless of who he is, he stands alone. We have many at our command. Why fear such a mere pawn? Dong Zhuo, with a sycophantic grin, advised, moreover, if that 1111's subordinates are truly formidable. As long as we can control that 111, even the mightiest among them will be ours to command. 4144 furrowed his brow and pondered for a moment before nodding. That makes sense. Very well, I shall find him. Wei, come here. Upon his command, a pallid youth stumbled over to 4144 and inquired, My lord, what is it? Not tomorrow now? 4144 commanded, take some men and set out in the spaceship to scout for that 1111. Are you referring to the one who consumes braised pork? Hearing this ID, a glimmer of greed flickered across Wei's face, but he hesitated. My lord, he is with Huatsubing. If I go there. What are you afraid of? 4144 shot him a glare. I merely instructed you to scout. I did not send you to confront him. If you encounter him, just send me his location. But how will I find him? Fool, you will search diligently. If you find another island thriving, send me a signal. I will feast on them as well. Oh, understood. My lord is wise. With that, 4144 weakly waved his arm. Wei, wearing a greedy smile, shuffled toward a section of the island. There, a small isolated patch of land, measuring over 10 square meters, awaited. As night gracefully passed, the crescent moon descended, and the myriad stars were gradually obscured by the dawn's light. Cock-a-doodle-doo. The sound of roosters heralded the awakening of Jiang Tian and his companions. Good morning, boss. Morning. My lord. Well, you all go and set things in order. Come back for breakfast shortly. Understood. Yes, my lord. Lu Bu and Shi Jigang greeted Jiang Tian, who lay in bed, before pushing open the door. Good morning, my lord. As the door swung open, Huatsubing and Li Shioning stood outside, clasping their hands in respectful greeting. Good morning to you as well. Jiang Tian lazily waved his hand. After a brief exchange, the group dispersed to attend to their tasks. Huatsubing went to retrieve fishing rods, while Li Shioning headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Lu Bu and Shi Jigang exited, immediately spotting 3 tents. Before the house was completed, the newcomers had taken refuge in the tents outside. Presently, there were 3 tents, one for Huatsubing, one for Li Shioning, and one shared by Wang Yun and Zhang San. At that moment, Zhang San had just donned his clothing and emerged from the tent, greeting Jiang Tian. Subsequently, Shi Jigang went directly to the warehouse to organize tools, while Lu Bu approached Wang Yun's tent. He crouched and dragged Wang Yun out. Hey, old man, stop sleeping. It's time to get to work. Lu Bu jovially slapped Wang Yun awake. Do you not respect your elders? The old man grumbled, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Cut the chatter. Lu Bu shot him a stern look. Hurry up, don't provoke the Lord's anger. Only then did the old man rise and head toward the fishing spot, muttering to himself. What do you mean provoke the Lord's anger? You simply find me distasteful. Back inside, my lord. Kai Wenji looked at Jiang Tian, who was still dozing with his eyes closed. I will go boil some water. Jiang Tian casually replied. Noticing her master in such a state, as well as his hand that had fallen off the bed when he waved at the others, she intentionally rubbed her cheek against his palm before getting up to boil water. Not long after, my lord, the water is ready. Jiang Tian sat up. Kai Wenji, with her small hands, dipped a towel in the warm water, wrung it out gently, and began to wipe Jiang Tian's face slowly. Quite soothing. Under the gentle stimulation of the warm water, Jiang Tian felt rejuvenated, letting out a sigh of contentment. The sensation of being served is truly delightful. Upon hearing the compliments, Kai Wenji smiled gently. Master, I shall step out to feed the little creatures now. Kai Wenji lifted the water basin and exited. Jiang Tian stretched languidly once more before also making his way outside. The first task of each day upon awakening is to replicate fishing rods, thereby augmenting income. Chapter 62. Jiang Tian sensed that something was amiss. Outside, he arrived at the fishing spot and grasped a fishing rod, silently reciting, replicate. A shimmering mirage of light appeared, and shortly thereafter, another fishing rod manifested before him. Today marked the 19th day, apart from the few days spent replicating barren land. The number of fishing rods had steadily increased with the passage of time. Presently, he possessed 16 fishing rods. Wang Yun and Huatsubing were diligently hooking them onto the clouds, one by one. Jiang Tian nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded to the construction site. The tools, clay, and water were all neatly arranged, awaiting the commencement of work. At that moment, Shi Jigang approached and announced, Boss, Li Shioning asked me to inform you that breakfast is ready. Very well, Please notify the others as well. We shall commence work after breakfast. Understood. Inside, 8 individuals were seated in a circle. On the table sat a large pot of noodles adorned with scallions, exuding the enticing aroma of rendered pork fat. Beside it were 7 bowls, each positioned before the individuals, along with a basin placed in front of Lu Bu. As the noodles were ladled out, several began to partake in their morning meal, engaging in light conversation as they slurped the noodles. While eating, Jiang Tian pondered, now that we have pork, cabbage, and scallions, perhaps we could attempt making dumplings to diversify our breakfast options? Surely Li Xiaoning knows how to make dumplings. I shall discuss it with her later. As they chatted, the meal soon concluded, and everyone returned to their respective posts, officially commencing the day's labor. Jiang Tian also activated the chat channel, as per usual, to procure a wave of supplies and to check if there were any changes in the monsters today. At this time, most individuals had risen and were exchanging greetings in the channel. Good morning, everyone. Are you all awake? Yes, just fishing in the clouds. Last night nearly frightened me to death. I pulled up a chest, and a pig's head popped out. Whoa, you two encountered a pigman? What happened? I recognized it instantly and swiftly pushed the chest off before it could crawl out. You're quite fortunate. Otherwise, I fear your island would have faced dire consequences. By the way, what happened to that guy who caught the pigman? Didn't he say he was going to confront it? Why hasn't he spoken up? Surely he hasn't been defeated by the pigman? With that remark, the chat channel buzzed with excitement. Everyone began calling out to the individual who had fished up the pigman, eager to learn of his fate. In this resource-scarce environment, their greatest amusement lay in discussing such trivial matters over meals. Even Jiang Tian found himself intrigued, wishing to know the subsequent developments regarding that individual. Before long, the brother who had encountered the pigman finally spoke up. CNNS 2345, stop guessing. I'm still alive. Whoa. Bro, quickly tell us, what is the status of the pigman on your island? Yes, do share. Did you manage to defeat the pigman? You must have taken advantage of its slumber to slay it, right? 2345 fell silent for a moment before responding. Let us not speak of such things. I actually think that pigman is rather nice. This statement left everyone astonished. What? Nice. Come on, yesterday you were saying you wanted to fight it. Did your opinion change overnight? What transpired between you and the pigman? Hey now, your words seem a bit off. The regional channel erupted with speculation, all pondering what had transpired between 2345 and the pigman that night. Some comments were deemed too vulgar and received warnings from the system. After a brief pause, 2345 finally shared an extensive account of the previous day's events. Yesterday, I mentioned confronting the pigman, but I simply couldn't overpower it and gave up, opting instead to continue fishing. Later, I caught another chest, and out sprang a spider that chased me, terrifying me. Just then, that pigman rushed over and pummeled the spider, saving my life. Sometimes, having such a companion on the island feels rather good. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. What? The pigman can act as a bodyguard? Is there such a possibility? Could it be that the pigman is on our side? Wow, if the pigman assists in combat, I want to fish for one too. And then what happened? 2345. Afterward, the pigman devoured the spider, and it seemed quite pleased afterward. I decided to keep it on my island. If nothing else, I can forego planting crops. That's remarkable. I too want to raise a pigman. So do I. Following this, a chorus of individuals expressed their desire to catch pigmen, hoping to cultivate a fighting force to support them. Observing this, Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow and switched to the World Channel to monitor the situation. Here too, discussions about pigmen assisting in combat against goblins and fishmen were rampant. After the pigmen defeated them, they would consume the corpses of the monsters. According to the conjectures of these survivors, pigmen seemed to belong to a friendly faction, offering their assistance. Upon reading this, the other survivors were filled with exhilaration. However, Jiang Tian sensed something amiss. Just yesterday, when Lu Bu and Hui Tsubing restrained the pigman from entering the vegetable garden, it had reacted with fury, threatening to bite. Could such a creature truly be an ally? Yet, it did charge at monsters without hesitation. After much contemplation, he deduced a conclusion. The pigmen likely belonged to an independent faction. They maintained neutrality with the survivors, showing little interest in humans, yet held enmity towards monsters. As long as survivors did not attack them or obstruct their feeding, they would not pose a threat to humanity, at worst merely damaging crops on the island. However, should they be hindered, they would retaliate. And if they were driven to extreme hunger, one could only imagine the lengths they might go to. In summary, Jiang Tian had no intention of raising such creatures. He had no need for pigmen to serve him. If he required muscle, he had plenty on his island. The pigman that Lu Bu had struck down with a single punch yesterday demonstrated inadequate combat prowess, rendering it more advantageous to forego such an ally. As for the others wishing to raise pigmen, they could do as they pleased. Serving as a point of reference for Jiang Tian to observe how the pigmen fared in the future, he switched back to the regional chat channel, where discussions about pigmen persisted, filled with fantasies of having such companions. Some even expressed hopes of catching more pigmen and breeding them to cultivate an armed force. Just then, a new comment emerged, redirecting everyone's attention from the topic of pigmen. Whoa, I just saw a small island flying towards me. Chapter 63, A small island is flying towards you. Wait, I think I recall someone mentioning this before. Was it 4144? Whoa, are you being targeted? The chat channel erupted in chaos. The individual who spotted the flying island continued to describe, I can't tell if it's 4144's island. It has a large sail. By the way, 4144's island is supposed to be over 300 square meters, but this one looks quite small, probably not more than 20 square meters. It likely isn't is. The island is getting closer. I'm going to check it out. Hey, my friend, do be cautious. Indeed, gather all your subordinates. Do you have any pigmen with you? Bring them along. In the following minutes, this individual fell silent. Everyone began to speculate whether he had met with misfortune. At that moment, another person who encountered the floating island spoke up. I summoned my 2 subordinates, and now this small island has drifted to the edge of my territory. I discerned its structure and comprehended how it had traversed here. Aside from a large sail harnessing the wind for propulsion, there was a manually operated wooden fan at the back, with 4 robust men seated atop, vigorously rotating the fan to generate thrust. This diminutive floating island measures less than 20 square meters, and its sides have been thinned to a mere cubic meter in thickness to reduce weight. And wait a moment, for burly men? Oh, the moment this news broke, the individual fell silent once more. The others, too, ceased their chatter, staring blankly at the message just delivered. In an instant, the regional channel was enveloped in silence. Although no one had witnessed the situation firsthand, through this message, everyone understood that this person was likely in grave peril. After an indeterminate amount of time, the regional channel buzzed back to life. What do you think has become of this fellow? I believe he must be. Could he have died? My heavens, such a living being. On the verge of vanishing before my very eyes? What kind of person has come from that moving island? Is it truly an aerial island? Goodness. So this is how an aerial island moves? At long last, I have learned something. Aerial bandits? What a splendid name. Ha ha. I have finally discovered a means to venture onto others' islands. Not you lot. What are your intentions? Ha ha ha. What do you think we intend to do? You'll find out when we come to visit you. Hey, I see your ID. Didn't you catch a pig yesterday? It seems your resources are quite abundant. Damn. Are you lot planning to emulate those few individuals and prepare for a robbery? Heh, we aim to rob this fortunate group. I shall commence crafting sails and fans immediately. Do you have any wood? Sell it all to me. We can negotiate a fair price. Don't come near me. I want to collect too. Damn, don't compete with me. Or I swear I'll fly over and deal with you. If you have the guts, come on, I'll be waiting for you. The chat channel erupted into panic and shouting. Witnessing this commotion, many realized that this area was destined for utter chaos. On the other side, above a certain region, 100 square meter island hovered in the air. Beside it, another smaller island, barely 20 square meters, sported a sail and a fan. Between the 2 islands, 2 wooden stakes secured by ropes fixed their positions. On the larger island, a young man, accompanied by 2 burly men, surveyed the situation. While 2 more sturdy fellows stood tall, their feet planted on a bound young man dressed in modern attire. Beside the young man, 2 injured men knelt, hands clasped atop their heads. The 2 men, their faces etched with fear, watched helplessly as their master was threatened, yet they dared not act rashly. The young man, head bowed and face ashen, had only intended to observe the approaching island out of curiosity. Little did he expect that 4 armed giants would leap down from above, along with a brash young fellow, storming onto his island. While he was examining the structure of the opposing aerial island, he was struck on the head, and his subordinates were beaten. By the time he regained his senses, his hands and feet were bound, and his mouth gagged. This young man was indeed the unfortunate soul who had just been besieged in the chat channel. At that moment, the imposing young man, having completed his inspection with the 2 burly companions, swaggered back to the young captive, gesturing for the strongmen to make way. With a thud, 1 foot carelessly landed upon the captive's face. Oh, well developed. You seem to have quite a few plants here. Ha ha ha. They all belong to us now. Thank you very much. Stop. Remove your foot. Upon witnessing their master being trampled, the 2 kneeling men could no longer restrain themselves and shouted, struggling to rise in defiance. Thud. Behave yourselves. As the 2 men attempted to stand, one received a swift kick from a nearby large man, sending him crashing back to his knees. Humph. Observing the 2 men's humiliation, the young man chuckled derisively, twisting his foot on the captive's face a couple of times. I advise you to behave yourself, or I cannot guarantee what fate awaits your master. Witnessing this scene, the 2 men gritted their teeth. Yet, at that moment, they were like fish on a chopping block, unable to voice their anger. Enough. The young man withdrew his foot, clapping his hands, and instructed the 2 burly men. Take this bound brat, and toss him onto the smaller boat. Yes, sir. The strong men complied, lifting the young captive and carrying him to the smaller floating island. The young man then approached the 2 kneeling men, leaning down and raising his chin with an air of arrogance. Your island is now under our command, and your master is in our custody. Soon, your new lord will arrive with a large force to claim this island. Clean it up and prepare to welcome your new master, understood? The 2 men remained silent, staring intently at the master of the small island, their faces betraying worry and anger. The young man, unfazed, turned on his heel. Let's go report back. He then returned to the small island with the two burly men. The sail was raised, the fan began to spin, and they departed. In the sky, a small island of over 10 square meters was gliding along slowly. A young man was sending a private message to someone. Master, today we discovered an island with wooden cabins and vegetable gardens. We have already claimed it. I am aware. Return for now. Meanwhile, 4144 reclined on a wooden chair, observing this private message and the debates in the regional channel. A cold smile playing on his lips. Chapter 64. Theoretically, this method is viable. On the slowly flying island in the sky, 4 burly men were strenuously shaking the fan, while beside them lay a young man bound hand and foot. At the forefront, a young boy sat on the ground, gazing at the young man with a smug smile. He was Away, dispatched by 4144 to locate Jiang Tian. Although Away had not found 1111's location, his discovery of this agriculturally focused island was still a commendable achievement. To be honest, when he first spotted the island, he contemplated whether to land directly. After all, if it turned out to be 1111's island, and he encountered that Huitzubing, he would surely meet his demise. Just then, this foolish fellow lying on the ground unwittingly revealed his ID. As long as he wasn't 1111, Away had nothing to fear. At least in this region, no one possessed greater power than him, and 4144. He couldn't help but wonder how his master would reward him upon his return. Once 4144's influence expanded, he might lead a squad to vanquish foes and perhaps become a local tyrant. Then, he could do as he pleased. On the other hand, TCH couldn't find 1111. 4144's face twisted into a defiant smirk. However, it's still advantageous to annex some other islands and laborers to bolster our strength. It was indeed this Away who, astonishingly, allowed others the time to react and divulged the method of island mobility. As he muttered to himself, 4144 stroked his chin, lost in reminiscence. In the initial days upon arriving at the empty island, 4144 found himself in a state of dire scarcity. Just as he was engulfed in frustration and fury, a young lad suddenly soared towards him on a mere 10 square meter island. The mobility device employed by that boy was, in fact, the prototype of the flight apparatus that 4144 now utilized. As for the individual who approached, he was, of course, imprisoned by 4144, confined on the island to construct fans. Initially, 4144 had contemplated gradually invading others through this method for his development, but he never anticipated that it would become common knowledge. However, before long, 4144 came to a realization, a smile resurfacing on his face. In truth, this could work to his advantage. If others were to engage in conflict and annex other factions, he could then swoop in and eliminate them all at once, effectively slaughtering multiple islands in one fell swoop. It would save him the trouble of seeking out each individual. The cycle of predation, big fish devouring small fish, and small fish feasting on shrimp. Once he had claimed this entire region, he would become the largest fish in the sky. Air pirate, indeed. Haha, what a splendid name. Upon reviewing these chat records, Jiang Tian fell into a moment of silence. He surmised he had grasped the method of island mobility, which was presumably the same technique employed by 4144. Truth be told, Jiang Tian felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had initially feared that 4144 possessed some hidden advantage. It appeared, however, that he merely employed a tool. There seemed to be nothing particularly extraordinary about it. Yet, he pondered how many resources this young rascal had plundered and how his development was faring. Moreover, Jiang Tian concluded that he should also equip his side with this method of island mobility. With these thoughts in mind, he made his way to the construction site. Sure, Jigang, come here for a moment, he called out. Boss, what's up? Sure, Jigang ran up to Jiang Tian, his face brimming with curiosity. Each time his boss summoned him, it often involved some novel discovery or new construction project for the island. Consequently, Sure Jigang's expression was filled with anticipation this time as well. Well, I just found a method for moving empty islands. See if you can adapt it for our island. The method is as follows. Jiang Tian proceeded to explain the technique he had gleaned from the chat channel. Upon hearing this, Sure Jigang raised an eyebrow. He then turned around, surveying the island with a critical eye, and furrowed his brow, addressing Jiang Tian. In theory, this method is feasible, but what? Jiang Tian inquired, intrigued. Sure Jigang responded, his brow knitted. While I'm uncertain of the underlying principle, the empty island must possess a certain degree of buoyancy. Yet it concurrently bears a considerable mass. According to your earlier explanation, that moving island is less than 20 square meters, which minimizes the resources needed to propel it. Given the size of our island and the abundance of materials here, the sails and fans required to mobilize our island would be substantial. Creating them would necessitate a significant amount of wood and labor. We have the materials, but the current labor force. He glanced at the busy individuals scattered across various tasks, his meaning unmistakable. Understood, Jiang Tian nodded. Let us shelve this for now. We need to prioritize constructing the houses. They should be nearing completion, correct? Yes, the bricks are being laid, and once the cement is applied, they should be ready by tomorrow. Good. You may return to your work. All right, boss. After Shi Jigang departed, Jiang Tian contemplated the situation. The multitude clamoring to equip their islands with mobility devices merely sought to invade others for resources. However, with his innate skill, his development naturally surpassed that of others. Disrupting his own growth to expend manpower and resources for invasions would likely prove counterproductive. It would be wiser to focus on enhancing defenses first. As long as his own strength was formidable enough, any invasions would merely result in others being devoured by him. Of course, aside from construction, he also needed to prepare weaponry. He needed to expedite the completion of the houses and, during the metal collection phase, establish a blacksmith's workshop. Subsequently, he made his way to the fishing area and instructed Huotsubing to set aside his fishing rod and assist at the construction site for a few days to accelerate progress. Now that Li Xiaoning had a grasp of these creatures, and observing the chat messages, no new monsters had emerged today, she could manage on her own. Afterward, Jiang Tian opened the chat system, intending to procure some metal. At that moment, a private message chimed in the chat system. 1111. Did you see the chat channel just now? Another person was attacked, and they revealed the method for moving empty islands. Everyone is going wild, frantically purchasing wood. It seems they are preparing to make sails and fans to invade others. What if they come after us? You must sell me some weapons quickly. Rolling his eyes at the message, Jiang Tian replied, and what of your lumber collection? I'm still waiting on your materials to craft the crossbows. Meanwhile, the purple-haired girl surveyed the towering trees around her, reaching heights of 5 to 6 meters. The plants cultivated on the empty island grow rapidly. They should be ready in a couple of days. Very well, contact me once they are ready. Chapter 65, Song Yingxing? Crisis approaches. After exchanging some potatoes and wheat, the two closed the chat interface. Subsequently, the purple-haired girl approached the edge of the farmland, calling out to the two men laboring in the field. Teacher, Uncle Wang Jian. A man clad in a white shirt and black trousers, alongside another dressed in a blue cloth robe, turned simultaneously. What is it, Xiaowen? With determination, the purple-haired girl bit her lip and recounted the potential invasion threat. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian continued his resource procurement in the warehouse, acquiring metals and clay, along with all essential building materials except for the exorbitantly priced wood. Since the revelation of the island mobility method, wood prices had skyrocketed. Jiang Tian had exchanged a minimal amount of wood for metals and clay. After more than an hour, he paused, shaking his weary arms before stepping outside for some sunlight. Just as he stepped out, he encountered Kai Wenji jogging towards him, pointing towards the fishing area. Master, someone was just fished up. Jiang Tian squinted towards the fishing area, where a wooden crate lay. Li Xiaoning was assisting a man clad in green cloth as he emerged from the crate. Let us go take a look, Jiang Tian suggested, and they approached the fishing area. Upon seeing Jiang Tian, the man in green immediately bowed. Master, Jiang Tian nodded, scrutinizing the man. His hair was somewhat grizzled, his face lined with wrinkles, and he appeared to be in his 60s or 70s. A tuft of goat-like beard adorned his chin. Unexpectedly, another elder had arrived. Jiang Tian directly inquired, Old man, what is your name? Master, the elder bowed again. I am Song Chonggong. Upon hearing this name, Jiang Tian pondered. It didn't resemble names from the Western Han or Eastern Han, nor did it seem linked to the Tang dynasty. Tang, Song, Yuan Ming. With this thought, Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow, tentatively asking, could it be Song Yingxing? Indeed. Upon hearing Jiang Tian utter his name, Song Yingxing exhibited a look of surprise. He bowed once more, saying, I, indeed, am Song Yingxing. Excellent. Jiang Tian nodded in satisfaction, feeling a sense of relief wash over his previously tumultuous emotions. The individual he had recently caught, Song Yingxing, was no ordinary person. He was an esteemed agronomist and naturalist from the late Ming dynasty, renowned for his work Tiangong Kai Wu, which is celebrated as the 17th century encyclopedia of crafts. Beyond entrusting him with tasks related to agricultural cultivation, he could also serve as a wellspring of knowledge for various intellectual inquiries. Subsequently, Jiang Tian engaged in conversation with Song Yingxing as per his usual routine. Everything felt normal. Song had seemingly forgotten his prior experiences, yet his expertise in agriculture remained vividly intact. Ah, Elder Song, from now on, please refrain from calling me master and address me as lord instead. Yes, my lord, replied Song Yingxing, bowing respectfully. Jiang Tian then turned to Kai Wenji, saying, Kai Wenji, please take Elder Song to familiarize him with the island's circumstances. And you may also delegate the care of the plants to him. Certainly, my lord, Kai Wenji replied, her large eyes blinking as she led Song Yingxing away. Although she did not know this Song Yingxing personally, she had gathered from their earlier conversation that he possessed considerable knowledge about plants. After their departure, Jiang Tian resumed his previous plans, meandering leisurely around the island. At that moment, the island had expanded to a size of 400 square meters, with land thick enough for constructing houses. When factoring in the 50 square meter water reservoir and the aquaculture area, the island's total surface area had surpassed 500 square meters. Among those diligently fishing, he felt he was the foremost. In the initial days of his arrival, he had attempted to replicate the floating island, hoping to exponentially increase his territory. However, Jiang Tian discovered that this was not feasible. Whether due to the nebulous concept of land or the island's chaotic array of resources that could not be quantified individually. He pondered about the current size of the territory held by the resourceful 4144, who thrived on plunder. As he contemplated, Jiang Tian strolled with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the distant expanse. He couldn't help but wonder when another island might drift into his sight. He also needed to designate someone to patrol the island, so he could be prepared in case such an eventuality occurred. With these thoughts in mind, Jiang Tian made his way to the construction site. Lu Bu and Hua Tsubing were busy laying bricks, while Zhang San was at the furnace preparing cement. Shi Jigang was bustling about, supervising the workflow on both sides. The manpower was still somewhat tight. Perhaps he should take on the patrolling duty himself? This task, in most respects, felt akin to a leisurely stroll, which seemed manageable. As he pondered, he ambled about, admiring the scenery. Dingling. As Jiang Tian reached the fishing area, the sound of the bell rang out. Li Xiaoning lifted her fishing rod, and a cloud drifted by, dropping a wooden box onto the island. Thud. Noticing the commotion, Jiang Tian halted, intrigued as he watched Li Xiaoning open the box, speculating about its contents. Creaking sounds followed as a skeleton slowly rose, clutching a bone dagger in its right hand. Upon seeing this, Li Xiaoning swiftly executed a kick, sending a white, oval object flying off the island. In the next moment, the creature became a headless skeleton, bewildered with its bone dagger in hand. Jiang Tian nodded. Very well, keep the bone dagger and kick the monster away. My lord, wait. A venerable voice called from behind. Turning around, he saw Song Yingxing approaching at a brisk pace. Addressing the skeleton, he suggested, my lord, instead of simply kicking it off the island, it would be wasteful. Why not grind it into bone meal for fertilizer? What do you think? Upon hearing this, Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. This creature has such a function? All right, Li Xiaoning, from now on, when you encounter a skeleton, break it apart and collect the remains in a bag. I will use cement to fashion a large stone hammer later, and we shall pulverize it all tonight. Yes, my lord. Li Xiaoning nodded and promptly took up her short sword to shatter the joints, discarding them aside. Jiang Tian then headed to the construction site, grabbing a wooden stake and a bucket of ash-laden cement to begin his work. As time passed, everything appeared tranquil and serene. Meanwhile, on a more expansive island, a youth accompanied by two burly men entered a small hut, dragging a bound young man behind them. They approached 4144, who lounged on a wooden chair clad in a beach shirt. Thud. The young man was unceremoniously tossed to the ground. The youth, somewhat obsequiously, said, Master, we have brought back a survivor, awaiting your command to claim the land. Well done this time, 4144 remarked, casting a disdainful glance at the young man on the ground before casually waving his hand. All right, confine him with the others. The two burly men nodded and took the young man out. Away, come here, 4144 beckoned to Away and inquired, how many people can we mobilize now? After a moment of thought, Away replied, excluding the survivors detained in the prison, there are 13 subordinates aside from you and me, including 3 warriors. Has our number grown so much? That should suffice, 4144 mused, narrowing his eyes in contemplation. Then, a defiant smile crept across his face. Go. Instruct them to set sail and seize that piece of land. Split into 2 groups and hunt down that 1111. Eliminate him. Yes. Chapter 66. Just you wait. I will bring you a grand surprise. As time flowed, the white clouds drifted lazily. The sun hung low in the northwest, around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Jiang Tian leaned against the edge of the hut, perusing the supplies at the trading post. At that moment, a voice called from behind, my lord. Wang Yun has fished up another person. Another one? Jiang Tian opened his eyes wide, spotting Kai Wenji leading a young man with disheveled hair, dressed in a checkered shirt and jeans, standing before him. After scrutinizing him for a moment, Jiang Tian found the individual remarkably ordinary, reminiscent of Zhang San's arrival. What is your name? My lord, I am Li Si. Do you recall what skills you possess? After a brief conversation, Jiang Tian shook his head. Oh, just an ordinary person, akin to Zhang San. Very well, from now on, you may call me boss. I will take you directly to work. Yes, boss. With that, he instructed Kai Wenji to return to fishing. Jiang Tian led Li Si to the construction site. Shi Jigang, we have another newcomer. You will mentor him. Shi Jigang nodded and asked Li Si, given your attire, you must also be a modern person. Do you know how to move bricks? I think I have some recollection. All right, I will take you to lay bricks. Observing the bustling workers and the gradually rising wall, Jiang Tian felt a sense of satisfaction. With another laborer added to the mix, progress would hasten. Tomorrow, they should be able to move into the new house. At that moment, Lu Bu yawned, appearing bored with the monotonous task of bricklaying. Indeed, it was a rather dull endeavor. Jiang Tian considered that Lu Bu had either been mixing clay or laying bricks for quite some time, seemingly lacking any vigorous activity. It might be prudent to let him engage in some sparring for exercise. He then instructed, Lu Bu, set aside the bricklaying for now. We may have external threats approaching in the coming days. Take a few fishing rods and patrol the island periodically. Yes, my lord. Lu Bu's face brightened as he abandoned the bricks and dashed off to fetch the fishing rods. Then, he grasped 4 fishing rods and hurriedly arranged them in the west. With his head held high, he began to survey the island, his mood evidently buoyant. Jiang Tian offered a faint smile, proceeding to open the trading post to commence his procurement of supplies. Today, 2 newcomers had arrived, necessitating the purchase of 2 additional tents. All positions on the small island were functioning according to standard procedures. Several hours later, the moonlight cast a gentle glow. The survivors scattered across the world had drifted into slumber. The entire CNNS region lay tranquil, with only 2 small islands, adorned with sails, gently floating in the distance. The following day, at dawn, on the flying island, Awai was roused from his dreams by a resounding male voice. Wake up! Awai groaned, rubbing his eyes. What the hell are you shouting about so early in the morning? He surveyed the 3 burly men beside him and inquired, what is the commotion about? What has happened? Look. One of the robust men pointed ahead. It seems there's a floating island over there. Awai perked up instantly, rising to his feet to peer into the distance. Indeed, several kilometers ahead, an island hovered in the air. What else could it be but a floating island? Awai exclaimed with delight. Quick, increase speed. Let us go take a look. Yes. The 3 sturdy men settled down to begin rowing vigorously. The tiny island accelerated forward, drawing closer to the distant isle. Stop. Lower the sails. As they approached within 2 kilometers of the island, the men ceased their actions. As the small island glided forward with inertia, Awai leaned forward, watching intently as the island grew larger in his line of sight, his eyes widening with astonishment. This island is quite substantial. Awai murmured to himself. It must be over 500 square meters, right? What on earth is that large pit-like structure? It appears to be surrounded by an abundance of vegetation. And that circular object in the center, could it be a wooden house? Moreover, what is that large square object beside the house, resembling a block of stone? At this moment, Awai's heart skipped a beat. Could it be a brick house? As the island continued to drift closer to the larger isle, although he couldn't examine it in detail, the massive square structure undeniably resembled a brick house. Estimating its area, it must be around 100 to 180 square meters. Just then, a familiar ID flashed in Awai's mind, causing him to gasp in shock, his eyes wide open. No way. 100 square meters? A brick house? Could this truly be the island of 1111? I thought he was just boasting. But it turns out he is genuinely building a house. This revelation stunned the 3 burly men beside him. Although they were unaware of the significance of the ID 1111, they frequently heard their island leader muttering that number, and his expression was far from amiable. Did they encounter the island of an adversary? At this moment, one of Awai's confidants stepped forward, saying, go, considering the resource richness of this area. Should we what? Awai retorted, his brows furrowed and lips twisted in a grimace. If I'm not mistaken, that is indeed the island of 1111. In this region, aside from us, there's no one richer than 1111. It must be him. They have a Huachu Bing on that island. Are you 3 sure you can defeat him? Upon hearing the name Huachu Bing, the confidant paused, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Though he couldn't recall the name, he instinctively felt that the 3 of them stood no chance against him. So what should we do now? He asked. Fools. Turn around immediately and report back. Understood. After giving the command, the burly men promptly began adjusting the sails. The small floating island gradually altered its course, heading back to where they had come from. As they departed, Awai stood in place, gazing at the figures on the opposite island, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He opened the chat system and sent a private message. Master, good news. I have located the island of 1111. On the other side, reclining in a wooden chair, 4144's eyes brightened upon reading the chat message. Are you certain? How do you know it's his island? I'm sure. I saw the house. They are constructing a building. Moreover, their island is quite large. 4144 fell silent for a moment, murmuring. How did they manage to build a house? After pondering, he asked, all right, where are they located? Didn't we swallow that new island yesterday? It's just southwest of our current position. Haha, is that so? I didn't expect to find it so swiftly. 4144 stroked his chin, a smirk playing on his lips. Come back for now. Provide me with a detailed account of the situation over there. Received, Master. After receiving the reply, 4144 closed the chat interface and rang a bell at his side. Dongjua came running from outside, bowing to 4144. Master, what is it? Go. Light the signal fire and summon the other team back. We have a significant prey this time. Upon hearing this, a dark smile crept across Dongjua's plump face. Yes, Master. With that, Dongjua turned and hurried away. 4144 watched Dongjua's retreating figure, his smile gradually transforming into something more sinister. 1111. You have finally crossed paths with me. Just wait. I shall deliver you a grand surprise. Chapter 67. Are you in a hurry? Meanwhile, on a small island of approximately 400 to 500 square meters, Jiang Tian and his companions observed the distant flying island slowly receding. My lord. Huachu Bing furrowed his brow. Is that the foreign enemy? Yes, it should be them, Jiang Tian replied, gazing intently at the distance, his gaze sharpening. The island appeared modest in size, estimated to be around 20 square meters. He could not discern how many individuals were present, but the description matched closely with that of the person who had been attacked yesterday: a large sail, a fan, and a small island. It seemed to be the same group that had assaulted other islands yesterday. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Tian opened the regional chat channel. The discussions were cacophonous, with various topics being raised. Most were inquiries about the procurement of timber or questions about how to construct fans. It was a disarray. He noticed no messages from the person who had been attacked yesterday, suggesting they had likely perished. Speaking of which, the assaulted individual had stated that their assailants charged directly onto the island. Why hadn't they done so this time? Were they intimidated by being recognized? Frightened off by Huochubing? Jiang Tian turned to glance at the nearly completed structure behind him. They must have recognized it and drawn the conclusion. However, if this was indeed 4144's group, they would not let it rest easily. According to his assertions, they would likely gather forces to assault his island. With this thought, Jiang Tian surveyed his companions, who stood ready, awaiting orders. The unknown invaders elicited varying degrees of tension among the group. Jiang Tian chuckled reassuringly. There is no need for excessive concern. Their strength is likely comparable to that of the pigmen, even if they do come. It would be like striking a stone with an egg. Our combat prowess is not something ordinary individuals can rival. Reflecting on the previous message from 0066, which hinted at the presence of Huochubing, 4144 had not boasted about having formidable subordinates, but rather indicated a desire to gather a larger crowd to collectively confront him. This implied that he did not possess an advantage in terms of quality, only in quantity. Although it is often said that quantitative changes can sometimes lead to qualitative transformations, Jiang Tian glanced at Lu Bu and Huochubing, as well as the nearby Li Xiaoning, and couldn't help but smile. To invoke a qualitative change through quantitative means in their presence requires a considerable amount of preparation, which is no simple matter. What needs to be done now is to devise a method for long-range strikes to avoid being outmatched in close combat. He promptly instructed the two beside him, Shiji Huochubing, set aside your current tasks and swiftly convert the ash furnace into a blast furnace. Then, proceed to smelt the copper to fabricate the mechanisms for the crossbow bolts. Yes, my lord. Understood, boss. The two accepted their orders and walked together toward the furnace. Lu Bu, continue your patrol. If you spot anything suspicious approaching, notify me immediately. Yes, my lord. Jiang Tian then gently rubbed the figure of Kai Wenji nestled in his arms. All right, everyone, return to your tasks. There is nothing to worry about. MHM. Kai Wenji blinked and returned to her fishing spot to pick up her rod. The others nodded and resumed their positions. Now, all that remained was to await the arrival of the timber from 0066. He opened the chat system and sent a private message. How's that timber growing? Shortly thereafter, the reply came. It's coming along well. It should be ready by tomorrow. Are you in a hurry? Jiang Tian pondered for a moment and crafted a response. A small island just flew past us. My location has likely been compromised by 4144 and his crew. Do you understand what I mean? Are you implying? Thus, I must expedite the creation of the powerful crossbows. Regardless of the timber's growth, it must be delivered to me tonight, understood? The other party fell silent for a moment before responding. All right, I understand. Jiang Tian contemplated briefly. By the way, take these items. He sent a trade invitation to the other party. What are you planning? 0066 inquired. Upon accepting the invitation, he discovered two items laid out. One was a large bag of wood ash, and the other was a sizable bag of bone meal. After reading the notes, 0066 was taken aback. Bone meal? Where did you acquire so much? Don't worry about that. You should know the purpose of these two items, right? Use them to accelerate growth. If necessary, apply some artificial fertilizer. 0066, bewildered, suddenly realized something was amiss. Hey, what do you mean by artificial fertilizer? Are you suggesting I apply it near the trees? Ugh, how indecent. Ignoring 0066 complaints, Jiang Tian approached Shiji and Huochubing, who were busy modifying the furnace, to inquire about the scale of the crossbow production and other materials needed. He then began searching for materials to make hemp rope. The atmosphere was one of bustling activity, yet everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. Unbeknownst to them, the sun gradually moved across the sky. By around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, under the vigorous efforts of the strong men hastening the pace of their work, Away and his group arrived at their relocated base. They headed directly to the central building of the island and, upon entering, addressed 4144, who was reclining in a chair. Master, we have returned. Come here and provide a detailed account of the situation. 4144 nodded, gesturing for Away to approach. Away complied, bowing slightly as he spoke. We discovered 1111's island early this morning. He then recounted all that he had seen and heard that day, describing the rough structure of the island and the more prominent buildings. Upon hearing his account, 4144 furrowed his brow and suddenly asked, You said their house is nearly completed? Are you certain? I am certain. Away nodded. Though it was quite far, the main structure was indeed nearly finished. There was even someone applying cement when I passed by. What? 4144, who had been lounging in the wooden chair, suddenly sat upright. How is this possible? I've waited so many days. And their small dwelling isn't finished while he has completed a 100-square-meter house. Damn, was he serious when he said that? Suddenly, 4144 seemed to recall something. Gripping away by the collar and tightening his brow as he asked, "Did you just say they were applying cement? Are you sure it wasn't just clay?" "Oh, I assure you, although it was quite a distance, there were indeed people applying something to the walls. It was a grayish substance, definitely not clay." Away, startled by the sudden grip on his collar, stammered but managed to relay what he had observed. Upon hearing this, 4144 released away but still retained a furrowed brow. "Damn it, I've searched for days without finding anyone selling cement. Iron is available, but there's no limestone. Where on earth did this 1111 acquire cement?" Away breathed a sigh of relief after being released and flattered, "Master, why should we concern ourselves with that? Even if he finishes the house, once we launch our attack, it will still belong to us. As for the cement, once we capture that little 1111, we can interrogate him for the method." Hearing this, 4144's brow gradually relaxed, a triumphant smile returning to his face, his eyes gleaming with greedy anticipation. He commanded, "That makes sense. Prepare a 30-square-meter vessel and gather all the equipment. We shall set sail immediately." Chapter 68. This island shall be mine today. Amidst the hustle and bustle of everyone, a day passed, and night turned to day. On the following day, under the hazy sunlight, an island of approximately 30 square meters was slowly advancing in a specific direction. "Master, look, we are almost there," Away said, leaning down to awaken the slumbering 4144. Normally, being awakened would provoke 4144's wrath, but this time he surprisingly did not react angrily. Instead, he sprang up and gazed ahead. Indeed, in his line of sight appeared a diminutive island, rendered small by the distance. "Are you certain this is 1111's island?" "I am certain," Away replied, greed gleaming in his eyes. "We followed this exact route yesterday. There's no mistake." "Good." 4144 sneered and looked at the group of men standing beside him, including those operating the fans. This time, in addition to himself and Away, he had brought along a cadre of subordinates, 12 in total. Moreover, all the martial generals were present, leaving only one trusted confidant behind to guard the base. With so many people, how could they fail to capture the diminutive 1111? He then instructed his companions, "When we arrive at their island, initiate an attack with our weapons. If they retreat, we will seize the opportunity to land. As long as we subdue 1111, everything will be under our control. Do you all understand?" "Understood." The 12 men of varying physiques replied in unison. "Very well." 4144 wore a satisfied smile. At that moment, one of his subordinates suddenly asked, "Isn't there someone named Huatsubing on their island? I've heard he is quite formidable. What if he obstructs us?" "Humph, useless." 4144 slapped the subordinate across the face and scolded, "Didn't I say last night that it was merely rumors about him having Huatsubing? Have you seen him with your own eyes? Who knows if he is merely boasting? Besides, even if he truly has Huatsubing, so what? With so many of us, and several martial generals, we can send a few capable ones to engage Huatsubing while the rest capture 1111. As he spoke, 4144 cast his gaze toward 3 men clad in simple clothing. One of them was Dong Zhuo. Upon hearing this, he took a slight step back, lowering his head as if he had not heard a word. However, this was of little consequence, as 4144 had never truly expected anything from him. Another man, clad in simple attire, furrowed his brow while gazing at the sky, seemingly deep in thought. 4144 frowned slightly, on the verge of speaking when, at that moment, the last individual, a burly man with a square face and a short beard, burst into a hearty laugh. "Ha ha ha, what the master says is true. What of Huatsubing? They are all but names without substance. I possess the strength to defeat thousands. Anyone can be vanquished beneath my blade." Upon seeing this man, 4144 nodded in satisfaction. This square-faced warrior was someone he had recruited just a few days prior. Judging by his name and appearance, he was likely a military figure. While 4144 was not well versed in history, only knowing a few particularly famous figures, he was not overly familiar with this square-faced man. Nevertheless, it mattered not. His demeanor over the past few days exuded confidence, suggesting formidable prowess. Perhaps he was a modest yet exceptional talent? In any case, after witnessing him assault ordinary individuals during previous conquests, he had indeed displayed a certain ruthlessness. Well then, should we truly encounter Huatsubing, I shall entrust the matter to you. Indeed, the square-faced man replied readily, basking in the reverent gazes of the others. As 4144 began to announce the battle plan, the island within their sights loomed ever closer. At this moment, 4144 could discern more details about the island. A wave of indescribable joy surged within him upon realization. Brick houses. There were indeed brick houses, and not just any. A fully constructed brick house spanning 100 square meters, adorned with a layer of cement. Furthermore, this island appeared to measure over 500 square meters. He could scarcely fathom that within this region, there existed land belonging to others that could reach such a size. The more he observed, the more elated he became. a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. From this day forth, this land would belong to him. Who would have thought, 1111, after all your hard work, you would ultimately provide him, 4144, with such a fine gift? With this thought, 4144 commanded his subordinates, halt, unfurl the sails. Maintain a distance of approximately 100 meters from them. Understood. The men at the helm ceased their actions, and the others began to retract the sails. The 30-square-meter empty island continued to drift forward, and the conditions on the island became clearer to 4144's eyes. Upon a glance, it appeared there were several individuals laboring on the island. To the east and north, 2 elderly men, a young girl, and a woman were present. Only one robust-looking man, armed and vigilant, was observing their approach. This must be Huatsubing. Just then, the man shouted to those behind him, prompting the young girl and the 2 elderly men to scurry back towards a wooden cabin. The woman, however, stood up with a weapon in hand, fixing her gaze upon 4144's direction. Seeing this, 4144 could not help but chuckle. Ha! An old man, a child, and a woman? Is this what passes for combat power? One Huatsubing and a defenseless woman think they can stop me? This island shall be mine today. In high spirits, he casually draped his arm over Awei's shoulder. Awei, I never imagined you would actually locate him, nor that he would have developed so splendidly. You've done well this time. Once we seize this island, there will be benefits for you. Upon hearing this, Awei's face lit up with joy. Thank you, master. Thank you, master. 4144 waved his hand dismissively, exuding an air of swagger. No need to call me that anymore. Master sounds rather fawning, don't you think? Back when I was among the rough crowd, they called me Brother Jia. You should do the same from now on. Yes, Brother Jia. The small island drew nearer, now within a distance of about 200 meters. With the island approaching, 4144's spirits soared higher. His mind was filled with images of how the warrior beside him would engage the burly man ahead, and how he would bring 1111 to his knees in supplication. Suddenly, 4144 paused, a thought striking him. If the large man was indeed Huatsubing, where was 1111 himself? Surely he hadn't hidden away? At that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. From behind the stone brick house emerged 4 more men, pushing 2 enigmatic objects covered in purple cloth towards them. Although the sudden increase in numbers startled 4144, it was of little consequence. The newcomers appeared rather unremarkable. Moreover, with their 6 individuals combined against his 14, the overwhelming disparity in strength was evident. At this juncture, the distance between the 2 islands had dwindled to just over 100 meters. A battle was imminent. 4144 smirked coldly, opening the regional chat channel. Let me share some good news. I am now beside 1111's island, and today, I shall broadcast the slaughter of 1111. As soon as 4144's message was sent, the previously cacophonous regional chat channel fell into a stunned silence. After a brief pause, messages began to flow once more. What had 4144 just said? The chat logs were right there. Did he claim to be at 1111's? Could it be? No way, 1111 is about to be slaughtered by 4144? Is this real? I wondered why 4144 hadn't spoken these past days. I thought he was exhausted, but it turns out he was seeking out 1111. Haha, perfect. I've long had a grudge against him. 4144, take down that pretentious fool. Damn, if 1111 gets slaughtered, where will I buy my goods? Am I really going to have to trade with 4144? I previously saw that 1111 seemed rather prosperous. If he were to be devoured, wouldn't 4144 ascend to unimaginable heights? Haha, 4144, take him down. Make me fly. If he consumes 1111 and then seeks us out for trouble, how would we stand a chance? Take him down, kill that wretched 1111, and dispatch all the others who act high and mighty. No, I can't remain in this area any longer. These people are terrifying. I must escape. I need to use my flying device to flee this place. But wait, how could you possibly slaughter 1111? He has Huatsubing on his side. Who do you think you are? 4144. Heh, who do you think will be broadcasting the slaughter? I am determined to take him down today. A bunch of fools. If I were unprepared, I wouldn't be standing here. The messages in the channel rolled on. A mix of delight, indignation, and panic in turn. Observing the situation in the chat channel, 4144 felt a thrill of satisfaction. This was precisely the sense of awe he sought. He waved his hand grandly. Now, adjust the sails once more. Let us advance the island a bit further. I want to berate this fool right in front of him. Yes, the men aboard the island responded in unison, resuming their efforts at the helm. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian stood upon his island, gazing at the opposite small vacant island, where a man clad in a beach shirt raised his arms and babbled incessantly. Without needing to guess, it was clear this individual was a survivor, sending chat messages. Simultaneously, Jiang Tian opened his chat channel, the chatter flowing into his sight. 4144? It truly is you. Observing the contents of the chat channel, Jiang Tian narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of cold light flashing across them. Though he had never instigated trouble, it did not imply that he was afraid of it. Since the other party had approached him, it was only natural that they would not show him any courtesy. As the saying goes, if you are willing to die, then I shall be willing to bury you. At that moment, a familiar ID emerged in the chat. 0888. What the hell? I just got up and see such a huge situation. 1111. Are you going to be taken down by 4144? Quickly report your location. I'll come to assist you. I just drew a Su Chu and a Zhang Liao these past 2 days. Let us deal with him. Oh, and I have something else to say. 4144. I'm telling you, playing is one thing, but don't joke about Huazi. If anything happens to Huazi and Kale, I swear I'll end you. At this, the chat channel erupted once more. What does that mean? 2 renowned generals caught in a row. Is this sheer luck? Damn it. It's infuriating. How come all I pull up are plumbers and delivery men? Don't even mention it. Be grateful if you can catch an ordinary person. I once snagged a mountain bandit, and that lazy good-for-nothing just eats and does nothing, with tough skin and flesh. I can't even hit him. Yesterday, I caught a wooden box, hoping for a decent new member, only to find a pigman inside. Now, my mountain bandit associates with that pigman, wreaking havoc on my supplies. Whispering and chummy together, my mental state is collapsing. Whoa, you are in a worse predicament. Upon reading 0888's message, Jiang Tian rolled his eyes. They were in the same position, both under the blue sky and white clouds, with the ocean beneath. Where could he possibly find a location for him? Just as he was about to close the chat system, another private message popped up. 0066. You rascal, wake up. Do you know that 4144 has gone to your place? Check the chat channel. Yes, I see it. 4144 and his gang are right across from me. Upon reading the message, Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. What is this? The sun has only just risen, and you're up so early? 0066. I didn't sleep all night. Did you finish that thing you were working on? Fortunately, those logs you sent earlier allowed me to finish it after a long night's work. You wouldn't believe it. One of my buddies passed out from exhaustion. After sending this message, Jiang Tian glanced at the 2 large objects wrapped in cloth before him. He added, now that 4144 has arrived, it's just the right time to test the power of this thing. With that, he closed the chat interface. At that moment, the distance between both islands had lessened considerably, now only about 20 meters apart. 4144 sneered as he stepped forward, surveying the few individuals on the opposing island. Which one of you is 1111? Step forward. However, no one responded from the other side. Instead, their gazes were somewhat peculiar, as if they were looking at a pigman. At this, 4144's expression soured. So, you're all too cowardly to step up, huh? Fine. I'll just torture you one by one. Idiot. Jiang Tian scoffed softly. The sound just loud enough for 4144 to hear. At last, 4144 had found his target. With arrogance, he raised his finger, pointing it at Jiang Tian's nose as he cursed. Damn, you're 1111, huh? Wasn't it fun pretending before? Now that I'm here, you're dumbstruck. Aren't you? Hurry up and bow your head to apologize. I might consider taking you along in the future. On the other hand, Jiang Tian remained silent, sitting calmly on the ground, watching 4144 as if he were observing a clown in a circus. After a long pause, Jiang Tian finally spoke. 4144? Have you considered going to Gotham City to act alongside Batman? Upon hearing this, 4144's mouth twitched. Even with an army at his doorstep, he dared to be so brazen? Damn it. I was going to spare your life, but you still have the audacity to mock me? I wonder where you find your confidence and courage. Fine, I'll throw you all to the fishes later. Saying this, 4144 glanced over the individuals on the opposing island. 5 men and 1 woman. Finally, his gaze landed on Li Xiaoning, and instantly, his anger flared. Oh right, this brat has a woman on his island. I was so focused on slaughtering his island that I completely forgot about that. After all this time, he had caught so many people and ransacked so many islands. Yet he hadn't seen a single woman. Not even a female animal. This is ridiculous. It's almost made me question my own orientation. 4144 leered lewdly and shouted to his men. In a moment, throw all the men overboard and spare the woman. Understood. His subordinates replied in unison. Then, 4144 shot Jiang Tian a glance and disdainfully sized up the most muscular man among the opposing group. Huh, you're just boasting because of that Huitsubing, right? What is so impressive about that? One man can't withstand us all. As his voice fell, he waved his hand, prompting his men to step forward. The stark contrast between his group and Jiang Tian's was evident. 4144 laughed heartily, pointing at Jiang Tian. Do you not understand the current situation? We have 14 people here, while you have just Huitsubing as your capable fighter. Look at the others beside you. 2 obviously ordinary folks, 1 shorty with a pale face, and a woman who couldn't even swat a fly. 1111. What do you have to fight me with? Upon hearing this, Jiang Tian felt something was amiss. He glanced at the individuals standing beside him. The 2 ordinary people referred to were Zhang San and Li Si. The woman who couldn't swat a fly must be Li Xiaoning. But who was this shorty with the pale face? Jiang Tian measured the height and noted that among the men, the shortest was indeed Huitsubing at around 1.7 meters. Did 4144 contradict himself? He just said he could fight. Now he is calling him a shorty? Whereas Lu Bu? He wouldn't confuse Huitsubing with Lu Bu, would he? At that moment, a square-faced man stepped forward from behind 4144, requesting, "Master, allow me to go first and dampen their spirits." 4144 raised his brow, giving the square-faced man a satisfied nod. "Very well, I'll send you out first to make me proud." "Yes." The square-faced man clasped his hands and strode forward, lifting his chin to look at the opposing group. After scanning, he pointed at the most robust man among them and asked, Are you that so-called Huitzubing of great renown?" The sudden inquiry left Lu Bu and Huitzubing perplexed, caught off guard. Lu Bu frowned, unsure of the man's intent. Why point at him if he is looking for Huitzubing? Huitzubing also furrowed his brow, stepping forward to declare, "I am Huitzubing. Who are you?" "Humph, so you are Huitzubing?" The square-faced man shifted his gaze to scrutinize Huitzubing, displaying a face full of disdain. "Uft, just you? A short, pale-faced boy like you? What gives you the right to enjoy such a reputation? You must have blown your own horn too much." Seeing this, 4144 was immensely pleased. No wonder he chose this subordinate. Not only was he strong, but his aura was also formidable. He sent a message in the regional chat channel. 4144. So what if 1111 has Huitzubing? I have my own formidable generals here, and I am completely unperturbed by his Huitzubing. As everyone knows, Huitzubing is merely renowned for his prowess in battle. Observing his diminutive stature, I suspect his personal strength is not as exaggerated as history books portray. Initially, 4144 held some trepidation towards Huitzubing, but upon witnessing the latter's appearance, any remaining apprehension dissipated entirely. I knew it. The illustrious 4144 truly lives up to his reputation. This time, 1111 is utterly doomed. Short stature? So this is what Huitzubing looks like. 4144, my friend, what valiant warriors do you have? Speak up. Goodness. Could it be? Speculations flooded the chat channel. Upon witnessing this, Away inexplicably felt a surge of pride, encouraging him to send forth the warrior he had brought to hurl a few insults, adding to his own bravado. Meanwhile, Huitzubing was bewildered by the inexplicable barrage of insults directed at him, finding the young man opposite to be rather peculiar. Ever since regaining consciousness, he had been diligently working, unaware of why this individual was claiming he held any notable reputation. He could not comprehend the source of this person's erratic behavior. Beside him, Lu Bu also felt a twinge of annoyance, sensing that he had been unjustly overlooked. Pointing at the opponent, he inquired with a scowl, "And who might you be? State your name at once." At that moment, a man with a square face suddenly threw back his head and laughed heartily, his expression full of bravado. "You wish to hear my name? Speak it, and you shall be astonished. I am the foremost general of my lord, Xing Darong." Upon hearing this name, Jiang Tian's mouth twitched. Good heavens, so it is this fellow? Lu Bu and Huitzubing exchanged puzzled glances. "My lord, who exactly is this Xing Darong? Why has your expression changed? Could it be that this person is a formidable master?" "No, it matters not who he is." Jiang Tian waved his hand dismissively, explaining, "Did I not previously say their combat power resembles that of the pigmen? I realize now that I was mistaken." Lu Bu, Huitzubing, and the others exchanged glances. Could it be true, as they suspected, that this Xing Darong? Instantly, the expressions of Lu Bu, Huitzubing, and Li Xiaoning turned grave. Yet, Jiang Tian chuckled lightly. They are even inferior to the pigmen. At that moment, Xing Darong, observing the reaction from the opposing party, felt anger swell within him. Having revealed his name, they still dared to whisper among themselves. Furious, he shouted, "You rodents! Upon hearing my name, you still dare to whisper? State your names, or I shall take your heads." Upon hearing this, Lu Bu's fury ignited. With a fierce glare directed at the opponent, he roared, "I, Lu Fengxian. Stand here. If you wish to fight, then let us fight." Hearing this, 4144 was astounded. Lu Bu? This is truly Lu Bu? 1111 has a Huitzubing, and he dares to claim he has a Lu Bu. Goodness, this cannot be real. He was still processing this revelation when he was interrupted by the square-faced man challenging him and the commotion caused by his first subordinate. Bang! Xing Darong froze, as if turned to stone, staring blankly at Lu Bu in bewilderment. He could not comprehend why he felt this way, only that he was overwhelmed and believed he should not have come here. Meanwhile, Dong Zhuo, who stood to the side with his head bowed, raised his gaze upon hearing these words, only to see the imposing figure of the burly man. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, his outstretched hand trembling as he pointed forward, his face contorted in fear, cold sweat streaming down his body. It seemed he remembered something, yet nothing came to mind. He could only feel a profound sense of terror emanating from his very soul. Lu Fengxian, how could he be here? Besides that, one could also hear Ah Wei's exclamation. "What the hell? Sandao, what happened to you? Why did you suddenly kneel? Goodness, why are your pants wet?" Chapter 71, Second Lieutenant, for heaven's sake, fire the cannons. On the small 30-square-meter island, the once formidable group had descended into chaos. The man who had previously been at the forefront, clamoring loudly, Xing Darong, stood there with his mouth agape, staring blankly at Lu Bu, looking utterly daft. Ah Wei shouted while tugging at a man named Lu Sandao. Vaguely, one could see the uneven coloration of Lu Sandao's trousers. other men clad in ancient attire. Upon hearing Lu Bu's name, also froze in place, their mouths agape, uncertain of what to think. Meanwhile, the modern-dressed subordinates looked on at the disarray, utterly bewildered. As for Dongjua, he had already rolled his eyes and fainted. Witnessing this scene, 4144's expression was exceedingly complex. He might not be well-versed in history, but he certainly recognized the name Lu Bu. He was, after all, the most formidable warrior of the Three Kingdoms era. In an instant, shock, resentment, and fury flooded his heart. Just moments ago, he had thought that the burly man opposite was merely boasting alongside 1111. But observing the reactions of his subordinates, reason dictated that this individual might indeed be Lu Bu. Goodness, how could this be? 4144's gaze fixated on Jiang Tian, muttering, "You have a webtoon, and now a Lu Bu. How is this possible? This man, why does he possess such extraordinary fortune?" After uttering this, he turned and glared fiercely at his subordinates. "A bunch of useless fools. Why are you still dawdling? Do you not remember why we are here? Attack." Upon hearing this, several subordinates hesitated, pointing towards Lu Bu and stammering, "Attack? But that Lu Bu My lord, perhaps we should deliberate on this matter further. Shall we return to discuss it? Indeed, while I may not know who Lu Fengxian is, I have a feeling we would be utterly defeated by him." The more they spoke, the darker 4144's expression grew. He had not anticipated that, in addition to webtoon, there existed such a war god. Truth be told, for a moment, he entertained thoughts of retreat. However, 4144 discreetly opened the regional chat channel. The survivors within were all inquiring about how he fared against 1111, whether he had managed to seize control. Reading these messages sent a shiver down 4144's spine. He had already boasted about his intentions. Could he truly leave like this? This was utterly humiliating. He had initially envisioned reigning supreme here, and now to flee in disgrace would be utterly mortifying. In that instant, 4144's eyes turned red. Particularly upon seeing his subordinates, he felt an overwhelming surge of anger. Damn it! 4144 kicked Xing Daorong in the rear, gritting his teeth as he scolded his subordinates. "What are you afraid of? What can Lu Bu do? Even if he is impressive, can he fly over and beat us?" As he spoke, he pointed to the side. "Fools, follow the plan. Grab your weapons. Use bows and arrows to shoot them down from a distance." Oh. At his words, the other subordinates snapped back to reality. They rushed to a corner of the small island, frantically searching for the weapons scattered on the ground. They retrieved 3 curved wooden constructs, bound with hemp ropes. "My lord, we have the bows." 4144 took one and commanded, "Go. Distribute the remaining 2 to Xing Daorong and Lu Sandao." Oh, yes. After receiving their orders, the subordinates handed the other 2 bows to the bewildered duo, especially Lu Sandao, who had already soaked his trousers. Upon witnessing the scene, 4144 felt an overwhelming rage, his teeth nearly shattering from the intensity of his anger. Although he previously had no inkling of the identities of the individuals, Xing Daorong and Lu Sandao, whom they had ensnared, their bewildered expressions and sheer dismay were unmistakably indicative of their insignificance. With a swift motion, he strode forward and delivered a resounding slap to each of them. Subsequently, he pointed a finger at their noses and bellowed, "You miserable wretches, look at your pitiful state. You are a disgrace to me. We are far removed from him now. Whether it be Lu Bu or webtoon, they cannot touch us. Do you understand? Grab your bows and shoot them down." At the sound of his command, Xing Daorong and Lu Sandao finally regained their composure, hazily accepting their bows while instructing their subordinates to fetch arrows. The sight of their cowardice elicited another disdainful snort from 4144. However, now that he wielded a bow, his feelings of unease significantly diminished. After all, with a means of ranged attack at his disposal, his adversaries were destined to be the recipients of his onslaught. Striding confidently forward, a swagger returned to his demeanor. 1111. Even if you are a formidable warrior, what can you do? Can you soar through the skies to strike me? Ha ha ha. You never anticipated that I possess suddenly. 4144 found himself at a loss for words. The figures of 1111 and his companions, stationed on the opposing island, appeared entirely disinterested in him, engrossed instead in manipulating 2 large objects cloaked in tarpaulins beside them. It then dawned on him that 1111 and the others had indeed pushed these items over when they arrived. Just as his confusion deepened, the tarpaulins were abruptly drawn back. A strange yet familiar object came into view before his group. 4144 furrowed his brow. It resembled a cart, a large wooden platform mounted on 4 wheels. It was evident they had transported this contraption. Upon closer inspection, it appeared somewhat peculiar. Atop the wooden board rested a semicircular structure, approximately the size of a dining table, with a long, slender column affixed to it. The apex of this column gleamed with a metallic copper luster. What in the world is this? 4144's eyes widened in bewilderment. On the other side, having just readied their bows, Xing Daorong and Lu Sandao paled at the sight of this apparatus. "Is that a crossbow cart?" They gasped in horror. The realization sent them into a state of panic, their hands trembling uncontrollably as they gripped their bows. "A crossbow cart?" 4144 stood frozen, swallowing hard as disbelief coursed through him. How could 1111 possess such a device? His gaze fell upon the colossal crossbow mounted on the cart, alongside the thick, long arrows, and he felt his legs go weak. I must report this. 1111 is cheating. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian observed the trepidation of his adversaries with keen amusement. He let out a derisive laugh before gesturing toward the opposing island and commanding, Second Lieutenant, fire at will. As his words echoed, Huitzubing, poised and ready, gripped the large bronze trigger firmly. With a swift pull, a resounding click reverberated through the air, and the triangular-shaped cord was released with a snap, instantly straightening. In the blink of an eye, the long, robust bolt from the crossbow cart hurtled toward the distant island like a meteor. On the other side, 4144 and his companions stood in a state of shock, helplessly watching as the elongated object, tipped with a metallic arrowhead, raced toward them. In their line of sight, it grew increasingly longer and thicker. Boom. At that moment, as if frozen in time, a wooden serpent gleaming with a copper hue erupted from beneath the 1-meter-thick island. A hapless individual caught in an awkward position barely had time to scream before being struck and sent flying, vanishing from sight, leaving only a spray of crimson mist that gently settled on the faces of 4144 and his companions. In that instant, they were rendered speechless, their minds clouded with disbelief. As the warm, gritty liquid splattered across their faces, 4144 mechanically lifted his hand to inspect the substance, bewildered. Yet, reality jolted them back to the present as the serpent tore through the island, revealing a jagged fissure. In an instant, a cascade of earth rained down from the split, the crack widening and deepening, eventually forming a gaping chasm. In a flash, the fissure spread at a dizzying pace, spiderweb-like cracks branching out as the earth crumbled away, leaving the island with a gaping void. Before they could react, the individuals standing upon the unstable ground felt their footing give way, plummeting into the abyss. Several more fell, disappearing without a trace. Only 4144, Away, Xing Daorong, Lu Sandao, and the recently roused Dong Zhuo remained on the island. Shock, fear, and astonishment coursed through their minds, their expressions betraying their disbelief. Was it truly possible that a single bolt had pierced the island? What kind of power was this? Was this the defensive mechanism of 1111? Was this the very target they had boasted of annihilating in a live stream? In that moment, 4144 found himself at a loss for words. Since entering the floating island, he had always been ahead in development, while others were still caught in the rain. He had begun gathering resources to construct a wooden dwelling. Little did he know, after exhausting all his materials to create a mere 6-square-meter shelter, 1111 had conjured a structure 5 times that size. Not only that, but it seemed 1111 had consistently fared better in sustenance and shelter. Despite acquiring more fishing rods to gather resources during the plundering, he still felt his supplies paled in comparison to those of 1111. What kind of cosmic injustice was this? He hadn't even seen 1111 engage in robbery. Where had all these resources come from? Were they not cheating? Furthermore, on the day clay was refreshed, he had been among the first to procure clay and water. Yet, his construction pace still lagged behind that of 1111. Just consider the construction of shelters. He hadn't even completed his bricks while 1111 had already applied cement. How was this even achievable? While others were still crafting rudimentary weapons from stone and wood, he had already begun preparing ranged arms. Reflecting on this, 4144 glanced at the wooden bow in his hands, then over at the crossbow cart across the way, feeling as though a slingshot was pitted against a cannon. Was this truly the extent of his ranged weaponry? Ridiculous. In a fit of rage, he raised his knee and snapped the wooden bow in two. Meanwhile, the 3 generals from the 3 kingdoms plopped down in shock, each of them soiled with fear. They dared not even breathe as they gazed at the breach in the island. Away trembled, crawling on his knees toward 4144, panic etched across his face. What do we do now, Brother Jia? What can we do? Retreat, of course. 4144 kicked at the sprawled generals, spitting in frustration. Enough. Stop dawdling, and get up to hoist the sails back to port. If you don't get moving, I swear I'll toss each of you overboard. Upon hearing these words, Away and Dong Zhuo hurriedly adjusted the sails, while the other 2 warriors swiftly climbed to the windward side, preparing to hasten the departure of the airship. Just then, Jiang Tian's mocking voice echoed. Now that you've come this far, why rush to leave? Did you not proclaim your intent to slaughter me? He extended his right forefinger and beckoned towards 4144. Come here. Go to hell. 4144 spat back, anger boiling within him. Do you think I'm a fool? It's just because you have a couple of formidable warriors backing you that you strut about like a peacock. Let me tell you, fortunes turn over time. Once I develop my strength, I shall return. With that, 4144 urged Away and the others. Hurry. He.s. reloading his crossbow, and it'll take time. They might even run out of bolts. We must seize this moment to escape. However, scarcely had 4144 finished speaking when the sails were still not properly adjusted. Jiang Tian yanked the covering cloth off another object, revealing yet another crossbow identical to the first, with large, gleaming arrows aimed directly at the remaining 5. This revelation left the crew on the battered island gasping in shock. What? How do you have another one? At that moment, all hope of escape was utterly extinguished for 4144. In a fit of rage and despair, he pointed a finger at Jiang Tian, exclaiming, I wanted to ask you for ages, where do you get all those resources? I'm going to report you for cheating. He then proceeded to communicate via the world and regional channels. CNNS 4144. GM, does this game have a GM? I want to report. There's a guy named CNNS 1111. This bastard is cheating. The world channel was met with bewilderment. What? This game has cheats? Is he serious? If there are cheats, I want one too. This guy must be losing his mind. Meanwhile, the regional channel erupted with excitement. Is 1111 really cheating? What kind of cheat? 4144? Didn't you say you were attacking 1111? What is the situation now? Did you get beaten by 1111? 0888. Oh, ISNT this 4144? What happened to you? You seemed so arrogant a moment ago. Messages flooded the regional chat, and the onlookers quickly deduced the outcome. This guy got beaten. He is blabbering nonsense now. In no time, those whom 4144 had previously mocked straightened their backs and began to retort. Oh, 4144, weren't you just so cocky? What happened to that attitude? 4144? Why don't you keep boasting? Come on, share your story with us. Some who had aspired to align themselves with 4144 swiftly switched sides to join the mocking chorus, while others who had been the most vocal were now rendered speechless. After a while, 4144 realized that the GM he had hoped for had not appeared. Instead, he was met with merciless ridicule, nearly causing him to spit blood in frustration. Just then, the man on the opposite island called out in a devilish tone. Did you not hear me call you? Do you want another round? At this, 4144 was truly dumbfounded. Before he could react, Away, his face filled with panic, shouted towards the back, Sandow, didn't you hear? Get that sail moving now. For heaven's sake, stop stalling. Yes, yes. Lu Sandow's pants dripped water as he frantically waved his arms. Meanwhile, Xing Daorong looked at 4144, utterly perplexed about what to do. Witnessing this scene, 4144's eyes reddened with rage. Damn it, Away and his crew are too pathetic. They're more cowardly than anyone at the first sign of trouble. Yet he found himself in a precarious situation. If this continued, what if 1111 truly opened fire on them? He had seen the fate of the unfortunate soul struck by the giant arrow, and the others who had fallen were likely dead. Beneath the island, the sea churned violently. Several long figures thrashed about in the water. He certainly didn't want to meet the same fate. Gritting his teeth, he ordered Xing Daorong to turn the sail towards safety. He consoled himself, survive first, the mountains will stand tall, and I lack resources. The islands drew ever closer until, shortly thereafter, their small island collided with Jiang Tian's. Jiang Tian nodded, beckoning to 4144 and the others. Good, you understand. Come here. All right. Away eagerly approached Jiang Tian, kneeling before him. Big brother. 1111, from now on you're my big brother. Give me a chance to join you. After uttering this, Away gestured for Lu Sandow to come over. Hurry, acknowledge our new master. Got it. Lu Sandow stood up and ran towards Jiang Tian. Stop. Jiang Tian quickly halted him, casting a disapproving glance at Lu Sandow's dripping wet trousers. What on earth are you doing? This is too ridiculous. Kneel somewhere else. All right. Lu Sandow nodded, retreating a few steps to kneel at the edge of the island, lowering his head, unable to meet the gazes of those before him. On the other side, Dong Zhuo and Xing Daorong stared blankly at their master, awaiting instructions. Let us go over and see what they want. With a clenched jaw, 4144 kicked the two men, urging them forward. The three of them stepped onto the opposing airship, finally reaching Jiang Tian's island. However, 4144 had not anticipated they would arrive in such a manner. Seeing Away begging for mercy on his knees infuriated him. When he had landed on Away's island, this very same boy had uttered those words. Now, so soon after, Away was saying the same to another man, merely swapping out the ID. Grinding his teeth, he advanced towards the kneeling Away, unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks. Damn it, you little bastard, you turned on me faster than flipping a page. Ouch, that hurts. Brother, please don't. Don't call me brother. I'll make sure to beat you to a pulp today. Amidst this chaos, Jiang Tian and his companions remained silent, watching the unfolding drama with keen interest. Only when Away's face was bruised and battered did Jiang Tian casually wave his hand, instructing Lu Bu and Hoi Tsubing to take care of the captives while Zhang San and Li Si checked the conditions on the opposing island. Simultaneously, Jiang Tian opened the chat channel to see the flurry of messages. The chat was abuzz with excitement, messages flying by rapidly. It seemed that everyone had momentarily abandoned their tasks to inquire about the situation. 4144, how are you faring? Did you manage to escape? 4144? Weren't you boasting about slaughtering 1111? Where is he? Damn, you said 1111 was cheating. What's the deal? Update us. After such a prolonged silence, could it be that he was killed? Jiang Tian offered a faint smile and uttered a few words. 4144? I harbor a profound sense of regret for not meeting him sooner. I intend to invite him for a meal. Having said that, Jiang Tian directly commanded his companions, Lu Bu and Huatsubing, to escort the group of 4144 to the west. While binding the captives, Huatsubing inquired of Jiang Tian, "What does the 2nd Battalion commander signify?" Jiang Tian waved his hand dismissively, indicating he needn't concern himself with such details. Subsequently, Huatsubing refrained from further questioning, pondering instead whether this battalion commander was akin to a military rank. Could it be that the Lord intended to assign him a military position? To the west of the island lay a makeshift toilet, surrounded by various animals, including chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, and sheep, alongside their droppings. Soon, all the captives were securely bound. The duo led them one by one to the pig pen, akin to capturing ordinary beasts, carelessly tossing them aside. While detaining the others, nothing out of the ordinary occurred. However, as Lu Bu approached the downcast Dongjua, he frowned, pointing at his rotund face and bellowing, "You! Raise your head and let me see." Startled by the command, Dongjua stiffly lifted his gaze, revealing a visage marred by terror, especially upon locking eyes with Lu Bu. An inexplicable sense of panic washed over him. Conversely, Lu Bu felt an uncontrollable rage at the sight of Dongjua's face, his fists clenched, yearning to strike him. Yet, reminiscent of a prior encounter with the pigman, he feared that a single punch might annihilate Dongjua. "Humph, the Lord still has use for you. Once the interrogation concludes, I shall deal with you." He spat this last remark, grabbing a nearby twig and delivering a sharp strike across Dongjua's plump face, leaving a trail of crimson. Dongjua yelped in agony, unable to comprehend what had just transpired, only to find himself hoisted like a chick. With a thud, he was unceremoniously thrown beside the pigpen. Observing the scene before him, Jiang Tian leisurely approached 4144, squatting down with an enigmatic smile. "Come now, enlighten me about the current state of your island's development." Chapter 74. Eat up, or I shall beat you to death. Upon hearing these words, 4144 raised his head, gritting his teeth to feign bravado as he retorted, "What does my development concern you?" "Of course it pertains to me," Jiang Tian replied with a sardonic smile. "You've come here to deliver a message. I must inspect the situation, mustn't I? Just provide me with the location, and I shall investigate myself." At that moment, Zhang San and Li Si returned after inspecting the island to report back to Jiang Tian. "Boss, the inspection is complete. The positions of the fan and sail embedded in the earth are somewhat loose, but intact, and can still be utilized. There are also some bone knives and stone forks dropped by monsters, along with 2 bows and several arrows." Jiang Tian nodded. "Good, get back to work." "Yes, boss." Zhang San and Li Si picked up a wooden barrel and a shovel, moving aside to commence the tasks assigned by their leader. Listening to the exchange, 4144 sneered, fixating his gaze on Jiang Tian. "Why are you asking these questions? Do you desire my island? Dream on. Even in death, I shall not divulge its location. If you have the audacity, seek it out yourself." "Master, I know." Before 4144 could finish his tirade, Away suddenly sidled up to Jiang Tian, his face a mask of sycophancy. "Master, you wish to know the location of that island? I am aware of it. I shall lead you there." In that instant, 4144 was rendered speechless, staring incredulously at Away. "What the hell? You haven't finished your act yet, and already your face has been struck." Furious, 4144's eyes turned bloodshot, consumed with thoughts of eliminating Away. However, bound as he was, he could only lunge at Away, attempting to bite him. "Ah, Brother Jian, no? That hurts. Stop. I'm bleeding." Away writhed in agony, desperately trying to shake off 4144, but the latter clung on like a tortoise, refusing to let go. In response, Jiang Tian took action. Since this sycophant wished to curry favor, he saw no harm in utilizing the opportunity. He instructed Huatsubing to seize 4144 by the hair and drag him away from Away. With this maneuver, Away was finally liberated, lying on the ground, contorted with pain, yet expressing his gratitude towards Jiang Tian. On the other hand, after being pulled away, 4144 spat derisively, lying on the ground while cursing both Jiang Tian and Away. "Damn it, you sycophantic wretch, and you too, 1111. Such foul language. Worse than that found in the chat channel," Jiang Tian remarked disdainfully, casting a glance at 4144. He then turned to Zhang San and Li Si, asking, "Have you cleared away the unspeakable refuse produced by those animals?" "Almost done," Zhang San replied, approaching with a large wooden barrel filled with a grotesque assortment of unmentionable substances, the odor emanating from it distorting the very air. Upon seeing this, 4144's eyes widened in horror, a vague sense of dread creeping over him. In a flustered manner, he exclaimed, "What on earth are you planning to do?" Jiang Tian's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he pinched his nose and instructed the two, "Go. Feed young master for some food," and masked the stench from his mouth. "Yes." Zhang San and Li Si exchanged glances, dragging 4144 to the side of the barrel. But at that moment, they found themselves at a loss. According to their boss, they were to feed young master for, but how could they do so? Were they to scoop it with their hands and shove it into his mouth? What a filthy undertaking that would be. Suddenly, Zhang San devised a plan and said to his companion, "Li Si, let's lift him and let him eat from the barrel himself." "All right," Li Si agreed. The two seized 4144 by the shoulders, positioning him beside the barrel. Eat up. Upon catching a whiff of the odor up close, 4144 immediately retched, turning away to curse. Get lost. I'm not eating that. Refusing to eat, are we? With a surge of anger, Jiang Tian stormed over to a nearby stone house, snatched a brick, and returned, glaring menacingly at 4144. Eat up, or I shall beat you to death. Startled by the sight of the brick, 4144 hesitated but remained defiant. Opening his mouth to curse again. You smack. Jiang Tian raised the brick and struck 4144 squarely in the face, leaving him dazed and bleeding. In his daze, he could still hear Jiang Tian instructing Li Si, just push his head down into the barrel, let us not dirty our hands. Understood. With a splash, 4144's head was thrust into the barrel. Jiang Tian, observing this scene, was momentarily taken aback. Who would have thought that Jiang Tian, typically so unassuming, could be so ruthless? Jiang Tian, be gentle, don't kill him just yet. Yes, Jiang Tian responded promptly, pulling 4144's head from the barrel. He glared fiercely at him, demanding, do you submit? 4144 barely uttered a word before his head was shoved back down again. At that moment, his mind was filled with a torrent of frustration. Damn it. Let me finish speaking. Awai and the three generals were rendered speechless, utterly dumbfounded. Without uttering a single word, they commenced with their brutal methods. Such a ferocious treatment of captives seems excessively cruel, verging on unbearable. Are all the subordinates of 1111 so merciless? A devil. This man is a devil. In an instant, the three generals were reduced to a state of fear. Awai shuffled closer to Jiang Tian's feet, hastily ingratiating himself. Master, master. I've long harbored ill feelings towards that wretched one. Your actions were truly magnificent. From now on, I shall be your loyal servant. And you must take good care of me. Jiang Tian cast a sidelong glance at Awai. Spare me the flattery. Did you not claim to know the whereabouts of Island 4144? Where is it? To the northeast. It lies in the northeast. Awai quickly replied, Master. I know the precise location. I shall guide you there. First, tell me about the situation on that island. Certainly, regarding Island 4144. Awai then proceeded to meticulously describe the conditions of the base. The island, having plundered several territories, measures around 700 or 800 square meters. It boasts 3 large sails and 6 windmills. To lighten the load, there are no extravagant constructions, merely a few wooden houses, some farmland, a handful of animals, and an unfinished brick house. Additionally, there are 7 fishing rods on the island. As for its population, at present, only one loyal confidant of 4144 remains, along with a few imprisoned survivors. Enough, Jiang Tian pondered for a moment. Xiaoning, you will guard these captives while I make arrangements. Yes, master. Chapter 75, Am I Dreaming? Li Xiaoning took over the reins, striding towards the western part of the island. She arrived at the site where a few individuals were bound. At that moment, Jiang Tian and Li Si were still tugging at 4144's hair, pressing his head up and down while interrogating him. Now tell us, where exactly is your island? Gulyalu. What treasures lie upon your island? Gulyalu. Witnessing this scene, Li Xiaoning felt a wave of nausea. Enough. Jiang Tian, Li Si, my master has instructed me to take over. You may stand by over there. Understood. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tian and Li Si ceased their actions and hurried to Jiang Tian's side. Boss, what are your orders? Jiang Tian frowned at the two. Go wash your hands first. Afterward, proceed to the island that is approaching. Yes, boss. As the words fell, Jiang Tian and Li Si dashed toward the nearby water bucket. Meanwhile, Awai was left astonished, staring in disbelief at Li Xiaoning. Li Xiaoning? Is that the renowned Li Xiaoning of the Tang dynasty? Yes, what of it? Awai was momentarily stunned. Although he was not well versed in history, he had seen enough dramas to recognize that the seemingly defenseless woman, referred to moments ago, was indeed the illustrious leader of the Tang female warriors. Am I truly dreaming? This 1111, with figures like Lu Bu and Huitzubing, is not enough. There exists such a well-known female leader as well. This is truly extraordinary. Contemplating this, Awai looked at Jiang Tian, his sycophantic gaze intensifying. With such a formidable figure by my side, I need not worry about lacking sustenance in the future. Jiang Tian, however, found this gaze repugnant. He turned his head, summoned Huitzubing, and briefed him on the situation of the island. He then commanded, Huitzubing, shortly you will take Jiang Tian and Li Si and see if you can bring that piece of land over. Take this scoundrel and Lu Sandao along to guide you. Remember, you must retrace your steps. Should they exhibit any irregularities, dispose of them without hesitation. Yes, my lord. A flicker of delight appeared in Huitzubing's eyes as he knelt, clasping his hands in acceptance of the command. He promptly seized Awai and set off towards the island they were approaching. Just then, Jiang Tian seemed to recall something and walked towards the adjoining small island, extending his hand to touch it. In his mind, a prompt emerged. Unclaimed land detected. Would you like to assimilate it into your current territory? Yes or no? Unclaimed land. Jiang Tian turned to glance at the filthy-faced 4144. By rights, this territory should belong to him. Yet, the fellow was still alive. How could it be deemed unclaimed? After some contemplation, it appeared that the stipulation was that if there were no characters present on the land, it could be assimilated. Jiang Tian then surveyed the dilapidated small island before him. It had been pierced by arrows earlier, and its structural integrity likely compromised. Attempting to board it could be perilous. While he was indifferent to Wei and Lu Sandao's fates, he remained cautious regarding Huizubing and Zhang San and Li Si. With that, he glanced at the prompt before him and selected yes. Upon confirming, the structure of the small island underwent a transformation. The previously loose sections appeared to coalesce, forming a cross-section that merged seamlessly with his own island. At that moment, the small island became one with his territory, devoid of any gaps. Though the sails and windmills that had existed on the small island remained intact. This will suffice. Jiang Tian nodded, drawing a line in the ground with his bronze sword, and commanded, carve this section out, allowing it to reform into an independent vessel, and set it on a course toward the other island. Yes. Huizubing cast aside the bound Wei and, alongside the arriving Zhang San and Li Si, resumed their work. Jiang Tian had already given his instructions, requiring no further oversight. He turned back and returned to the western side of the island, casting a glance at 4144. Red, yellow, white, and brown, various excremental hues mingled together, adhering to his face. After Zhang San's departure, he finally managed to catch his breath, yet he remained tense, still kneeling by the bucket, retching violently. Ugh, what a revolting scene. Thankfully, he hadn't been eating when he witnessed this, or he would surely have vomited. Returning to the matter at hand, Jiang Tian contemplated the time expended in their reconnaissance mission and the subsequent assault on the island. If all proceeded smoothly, perhaps by tomorrow, Huizubing could successfully bring over Island 4144. He could only wonder how 4144 would feel upon witnessing the annexation of his territory. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoning stood aside, observing 4144's pitiful state, unable to bear the sight. Jiang Tian inquired, "What is it, Li Xiaoning? Do you find him repulsive?" Li Xiaoning replied softly. Jiang Tian nodded and approached Dong Zhuo. "By the way, I still do not know your identity. Lift your head so I may see." Dong Zhuo, taken aback, felt the familiarity of the words. Though an ominous premonition stirred within him, he was, after all, at the mercy of his captors and had no choice but to comply. Jiang Tian scrutinized his chubby face, the unkempt beard, and Dong Zhuo's reaction when Lu Bu had thrown him over, leading him to a suspicion. "Could you be Dong Zhuo?" Dong Zhuo was startled, not providing an immediate answer, but rather fearfully stammered. What do you intend to do?" "Indeed, it is you." Jiang Tian shook his head in resignation. "Ah, it seems that misfortune brings unlikely encounters. Is 4144 your master?" Jiang Tian gestured towards 4144. Dong Zhuo glanced at him, biting his lip, and with great difficulty, nodded. Jiang Tian then asked, "Seeing your master in such a state, do you feel any remorse?" This question left Dong Zhuo momentarily speechless, as his mind raced with calculations. Is this 1111 attempting to gauge my loyalty to my master? Could it be that he has taken a liking to his own talents and wishes to sway me to his side? Dong Zhuo pondered this possibility. Yet, despite his lack of prior memories, he felt an unsettling instinct that if he were to utter words devoid of loyalty towards his master, this 1111 would undoubtedly perceive him as a fickle and treacherous character. For instance, just moments ago, this 1111 had cast a disdainful gaze at Wei, who would surely meet an unfortunate end. It would be wise to employ a counter-strategy, allowing him to witness his unwavering loyalty. Perhaps, upon witnessing his steadfastness, he would be deeply moved and grant him clemency. Thus, Dong Zhuo solemnly nodded, declaring, "My lord has suffered such great humiliation. Naturally, my heart is heavy with sorrow. Spare my master. Let any ire be directed at me." "Ah, splendid," Jiang Tian replied, gesturing towards Dong Zhuo with a finger pointed at 4144's face. "You, go assist your master in cleaning his face." Chapter 76. Let him continue to indulge. Upon hearing this, Dong Zhuo was utterly bewildered, realizing he had perhaps provided an erroneous answer. Ah well, just as he attempted to offer a defense, he was interrupted by 4144 from the other side. "Dong Zhuo, didn't you hear? Hurry up and come help me clean up." He too was overwhelmed by the mess on his face. But with his hands and feet bound, he had no means of cleaning himself. This opportunity was not one to be squandered. With danger lurking behind and before him, Dong Zhuo had no choice but to brace himself and approach. Ugh, Dong Zhuo, damn it. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian had grown weary of the scene, and even Li Xiaoning instinctively turned her head away. At that moment, Lu Bu approached, watching with evident satisfaction. Jiang Tian contemplated giving Lu Bu instructions to oversee them while requesting Li Xiaoning to summon Kai Wenji, Wang Yun, and Song Yingxing to continue their work. He then moved to the side of Xing Daorong, crouching down with keen interest. "What do you intend to do?" Under Jiang Tian's gaze, Xing Daorong felt a chill run down his spine. He had witnessed Dong Zhuo's fate just moments prior. "I warn you, let us speak civilly. If it comes to that, just kill me. A soldier can be slain but cannot be humiliated." Though he spoke bravely, his trousers betrayed him, now dampened. Jiang Tian shook his head in exasperation and walked away. At this time, the others had resumed their tasks. Jiang Tian opened the trading post, contemplating the procurement of supplies. As he perused the offerings, a few items caught his attention. For sale, 1 adult rooster, exchange for wood or other animals. For sale, 1 adult boar, exchange for sheep. Other animals, or wood, quantity negotiable. Seeing this, Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. An entire pig? Who could afford that? Previously, he had attempted to sell such livestock, which could indeed be traded as living creatures. Generally, as long as one had sufficient food, these animals capable of reproduction would be kept rather than sold. Only in dire circumstances would one part with livestock. Moreover, it was typically male animals that were sold, unless there was an overabundance of female livestock. Keeping multiple males offered little value for breeding. Typically, chickens, ducks, and geese were sold, and most people lacked the means to purchase even a pig if caught. Such viable livestock held considerable value, and an entire pig was even more so. Normally, pigs were slaughtered and sold by the cut. Who would sell a whole pig without slaughtering it first? Contemplating this, Jiang Tian glanced toward the pig pen, where 7 pigs were present, 3 males and 4 females. He could consider selling one of the boars or consuming it. Which one to choose? As he mused, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Xing Daorong, who was shifting beside the pig pen, trying to avoid Jiang Tian's line of sight. At that moment, Jiang Tian's eyes paused. A bold idea formed in his mind. If live creatures could be sold, what of this warrior? With this thought, Jiang Tian returned to the trading post, searching for live creatures. Chickens, ducks, geese, pigs. After flipping through several pages dominated by poultry, he finally spotted something of interest. Tied up ordinary goblin for sale, exchange for wood or food. Selecting the item details, a phantom image appeared before Jiang Tian, revealing a goblin bound tightly. Elated, Jiang Tian thought, monsters can be sold? In that case, I could sell any monsters I catch in the future. This could prove a significant resource. Had he known earlier, he would have sold those monsters he had previously caught. However, selling monsters was not his primary objective. Jiang Tian then approached Xing Daorong once more, selecting the option to list an item for trade, and pointed at him. This subordinate does not belong to you. Please choose again. What the hell? It really works? Jiang Tian felt a surge of excitement, as if he had unlocked a new realm. However, it seemed only the subordinate's master could sell them. At that moment, 4144, disgusted by Dong Zhuo's predicament, noticed Jiang Tian's unusual behavior and sneered. Oh what? You wish to sell my subordinate? Before he could finish, Li Xiaoning kicked him sharply. Speak again, and I shall ensure you endure further humiliation. With that, 4144 glanced at a nearby bucket, immediately falling silent, his mouth tightly shut. Jiang Tian was taken aback. Approaching to inquire, do you know that this subordinate can be sold? 4144 shot a sidelong glance at Li Xiaoning before changing his phrasing. Of course I know. After catching Dong Zhuo, I caught an ordinary person whom I traded for food to survive in the early stages. It dawned on Jiang Tian why he had received numerous private messages when he had been exposed for having huatsubing, with many expressing a desire to acquire him. Intrigued, Jiang Tian glanced at Dong Zhuo and asked, if memory serves, you were rather disdainful of this old fool. Why did you choose to sell an ordinary person instead of him? 4144 scoffed again. The suggestion to sell people was provided by Dong Zhuo, and he has offered various other ideas. They do hold some merit. However, at this, 4144 shot a resentful glance at Dong Zhuo, his face contorted with fury. I once attempted to list him in the trading post, but the damned thing couldn't even fetch the price of a loaf of bread. People mocked me, saying, you fool. This thing is old and ugly. What use is it, except to cause chaos in the harem? Ha! Jiang Tian burst into laughter. Well, that criticism strikes a chord. Yet, this also confirmed his suspicions. Unable to resist, Jiang Tian decided to experiment with selling a subordinate. Naturally, he had no intention of truly selling his subordinates. Crouching down, he inquired of 4144 with keen interest. Since subordinates can be listed for sale, they must also be tradable, yes? How about you give me the Xing Daorong? Huh? 4144 sneered again, mocking, you wish to have my subordinate do your bidding? Dream on. Although Xing Daorong is useless, I want to just hand over my labor for free. To speak frankly, as long as I refuse to part with my subordinates, even if you were to take my life, my subordinates would never acknowledge you as their master. You might as well abandon that notion. Ah, so that is the case. Jiang Tian nodded, having grasped yet another piece of information. Naturally, 4144's curiosity regarding the sale of his subordinates had yet to be satiated, and he could not relent just yet. He then instructed Li Xiaoning. Since he possesses such resolute spirit, let us allow him to indulge himself further. Yes, master, Li Xiaoning responded, picking up a stick from the ground and pressing it against 4144's head, preparing to shove him into a barrel. At this moment, 4144 was thoroughly terrified. He hurriedly exclaimed, No. It's just a useless subordinate. I'll give him to you. I'll give him to you. Chapter 77. You would sell this? How utterly wicked. After a calm discussion, 4144 successfully traded for Xing Daorong. Upon completion of the transaction, Xing Daorong was momentarily taken aback. He then turned to Jiang Tian and called him master. Jiang Tian, disinterested in further conversation, directly accessed the trading interface, selected the item for listing, and pointed at Xing Daorong. He listed him with the note that he could be exchanged for metals and animals. The listing process went remarkably smoothly, following a successful prompt. Xing Daorong's information appeared on the trading platform. However, unlike other items, he did not transform into a mere specter after being listed. Instead, he bore a tag indicating that he was currently for sale. After listing Xing Daorong, he exhibited no reaction, as if nothing had transpired. Jiang Tian nodded, indicating that a character could still assist others even before a transaction was finalized. Subsequently, he did not assign any tasks to Xing Daorong, as his damp appearance made him unapproachable. He simply left him there and began attending to his own affairs, inspecting the state of the island. Today marked the 21st day. The chicks and ducklings that had been nurtured had grown and were now chirping and quacking in another cage, while the goslings were nearing maturity as well. Aside from the 7 pigs that had just been accounted for, there were also 4 sheep grazing in their pen, occasionally bleating. He then proceeded to the northern area. The cucumbers, tomatoes, and other fruits had been harvested, seeds extracted, and were planted alongside other acquired seeds. All of this was entrusted to Song Yingxing for management. Much to Jiang Tian's relief, the saplings that had been planted previously had now grown over 3 meters tall, bearing unripe fruits. Based on the shape of the fruits and Song Yingxing's descriptions, Jiang Tian could discern that what had been planted was an apple tree. Its nutritional value hardly needs elaboration. Being able to cultivate a variety of fruits to diversify the palate was indeed a delightful prospect. Once the assortment of fruits increased, perhaps he could even prepare a fruit platter and enjoy a karaoke session. Jiang Tian covered his face, feeling he was getting ahead of himself. After exchanging pleasantries with Song Yingxing, who was tending to the plants, Jiang Tian made his way to the fishing spot. At this moment, Hua Tsubing and Zhang Sanli had already separated from the island, taking away and Lu Sandao with them. Only Kai Wenji and Wang Yun remained there, fishing. Nearby, a pile of lumber lay stacked. As it stood, there were already 17 fishing rods. Given the daily addition of 1 rod, today should have brought the total to 18, barring the days when empty land was duplicated. However, in the early hours of today, Jiang Tian had replicated something of greater significance, the ballista. Yesterday, after exhausting the efforts of Shiji Gang and others, they had managed to hastily construct 1 ballista. The other was naturally replicated by Jiang Tian using his abilities. Truthfully, Jiang Tian had initially approached the assembly of such items with a trial-and-error mindset. He was taken aback when the system indicated that replication was possible. After canceling the replication, Jiang Tian mounted the large crossbow on the ballista and attempted to replicate it again. This time, however, the replication failed. After some contemplation, Jiang Tian surmised a likely reason. While the ballista as a standalone unit could be replicated, the more complex unit of the ballista equipped with a crossbow could not. He was unconcerned by this. As long as the core components could be replicated, the additional accessories could be managed with his own strength. Since Li Xiaoning was monitoring the relationship between 4144 and Dongjua, Jiang Tian summoned Lu Bu to oversee the fishing operation. He instructed Lu Bu to try to keep any captured monsters alive, and after packaging them, Jiang Tian proceeded south. At this point, the furnace being built there had been constructed into a high oven using clay. Once Shiji Gang and Zhang Sanli returned, they could establish a blacksmith's shop nearby. Observing the harmonious scene on the island, Jiang Tian revealed a satisfied smile. With the north water Xuanwu, south fire Zhuke, east wood Qinglong, and west gold Baihu surrounding him, he envisioned expanding in this manner indefinitely. After completing a circuit of inspection, he returned to the warehouse to begin collecting supplies. Speaking of which, this small warehouse seemed somewhat inadequate. Once Shiji Gang regained consciousness, he would need to coordinate with Zhang Sanli to find a time for expansion. Goodness, it felt as though Shiji Gang was merely a tool being exploited. Jiang Tian shook his head with a smile, clearing his mind of distractions. He entered the trading interface to procure various metals and water. After more than an hour had passed, Jiang Tian shook his sore, fatigued arms and took a brief rest. Upon exiting, he was astonished to discover that Xing Daorong was still there. Not sold yet. Upon witnessing this scene, Jiang Tian felt somewhat speechless. Perhaps most people were still unaware of the possibility of purchasing generals from the trading platform, hence the lack of inquiries. In order to facilitate the sale of Xing Daorong, Jiang Tian opened the regional chat channel. At that moment, the chat was bustling with activity. What happened to 1111 and 4144? They Haven T made a sound, right? It's been so long. They Haven T wiped each other out, have they? Nonsense. Didn't TUC 4144 accusing 1111 of cheating? He must VE gotten crushed. If 4144 is forced to claim cheating, then 1111's strength must be incredibly formidable. I'm quite curious about how far the boss has progressed. By the way, 1111 hasn't T appeared either. Is he busy torturing 4144? That seems plausible. Seeing these messages, Jiang Tian replied dryly, "What do you mean by torture? Do you really believe that I am so malicious? I merely invited him to a meal." Is that so? I find that hard to believe. I don't believe it either. Boss, what level are you at now? Can you share with us? Jiang Tian paid no heed to these messages. His primary objective this time was simply to promote and sell Xing Darong, expediting the process to avoid wasting space and provisions. He then posted a message to entice the crowd. Let us put that aside. I have some good news for everyone. To express my gratitude for your patronage and support of my business, I have decided to part with a general. The general has been listed on the trading platform. His name is Xing Darong. First come, first served. Once this message was sent, the regional channel erupted. What? You can actually sell generals? I just found out. Wait. Does this mean that ordinary people can sell too? My 3 ordinary folks are useless and merely waste food. I'm going to sell one right now to see what happens. To be honest, I was aware of this too, but in the current situation, would anyone actually sell a general? Wait a minute. Isn't Xing Darong that braggart? Indeed. What purpose does purchasing him serve, akin to a fool, while wasting resources? I am unfamiliar with Xing Darong, yet upon glancing at the trading post, I find the description of this filthy individual utterly revolting. Just as I was contemplating a purchase, your remarks have dissuaded me. I appreciate the heads up. How could you possibly sell such a wretched being? Chapter 78. So this is how characters are traded. Following the dissemination of this information, the regional channel erupted in chaos. Many were astounded, feeling as though they had stumbled upon a new realm. What left Jiang Tian rather speechless was how some individuals were brazenly revealing the details of Xing Darong, effectively shattering their own schemes. Huh, filthy pants? Jiang Tian, perplexed, opened the trading post once more to examine the status of Xing Darong. Indeed, the description was unequivocally clear. Filthy pants Xing Darong. Nature, subordinate. Gender, male. Condition, healthy. Goodness. With such a description, it's no wonder he remains unsold. According to the last system announcement, certain additional attributes of listed items would be forcibly annotated. After pondering, Jiang Tian resolved to conduct an experiment. He approached Xing Darong and commanded, "You, remove your trousers and wash yourself with water." "Yes, master." Upon hearing this, Xing Darong cast a subtle glance at Jiang Tian, yet he complied without objection, shedding his odorous trousers and swaggering to the water bucket by the restroom to commence his cleansing. Li Xiaoning stood by, her face a canvas of confusion, her eyes widening in disbelief as she regarded Jiang Tian. "Master, you can't possibly be." No, don't misconstrue." Jiang Tian waved his hands in exasperation. "I'm not what you think. I merely wish to conduct an experiment." Li Xiaoning, skeptical yet blushing, refrained from pressing further, stating, "Then, master, I shall excuse myself." "Yes, you may go elsewhere for now. I shall notify you once I am finished." Li Xiaoning said nothing more, her cheeks flushed as she departed. Meanwhile, 4144 and Dong Zhuo were left dumbfounded. 4144 pointed an accusatory finger at Jiang Tian, exclaiming, "What the hell? Do you have some peculiar fetish? Damn it. You've locked me in here. What are you planning?" "I assure you, I am not that kind of person." Jiang Tian, equally exasperated, seized a plank and struck it down. "Damn it, stop your wild imaginings." After dealing with 4144, he chose to ignore him. At that moment, a now bare-bottomed Xing Darong returned. Jiang Tian promptly opened the trading post and pointed at him, selecting to list him. This time, the listing failed. The system alerted, "This person's status is too vulgar to pass review." Jiang Tian was left speechless. Why is there a review process for everything? He fetched a piece of wrapping cloth for Xing Darong to wear. Once more, he attempted to list him. This time, the listing was successful. Xing Darong. Nature, subordinate. Gender, male. Condition, healthy. That said, the details provided were rather rudimentary, consisting solely of name, gender, and physical condition. As for additional information, one had to add their own notes, which must align with the actual information. In order to expedite the sale of this Xing Darong without contravening the system's regulations, Jiang Tian contemplated for a moment and began to annotate the product information. Xing Darong. Note, a general of the Zero Ridge during the Three Kingdoms period. A figure bold enough to duel with Zhao Zilong of Changshan, the mightiest general of the Three Kingdoms. Exchange, metal or animals. With a satisfied grin, Jiang Tian clicked to list. This time, the listing was remarkably successful. After all, the information he had crafted was factual. Just then, a commotion erupted from the fishing area. "Ah, master, look, today I caught a cow. Moo." As the sound of the cow echoed, Jiang Tian turned to see a 2-meter-long yellow cow. Its head adorned with 2 rounded horns, bound with hemp rope, collapsed at the fishing spot. Kaiwenji, having set down her fishing rod, squatted to caress the cow's head while beckoning Jiang Tian. Wang Yin also set down his rod and approached curiously to inspect the creature. Lu Bu, wielding a spear, was cutting the ropes binding the cow, his gaze fixed hungrily upon it. Witnessing this, Jiang Tian felt a surge of joy. To think he had stumbled upon a cow today. It seemed the variety of ingredients for the banquet was about to expand. Of course, for now, he needed to tend to this cow. Purchasing beef later at the trading post would suffice as well. With insufficient personnel, Jiang Tian personally approached the cow, fashioning a makeshift enclosure from hemp rope to secure it. He then led the cow to the western side of the island. 4144 and Dong Zhuo stared, their eyes wide. 4144 cast several glances at the cow while shooting furious looks at Jiang Tian. Were it not for his current captivity, he might have already procured some beef and ordered his subordinates to prepare a meal for him. However, now he could only endure. The thought brought fresh tears to 4144's eyes. Yet, with Li Xiaoning's return, he dared not express his ire. Instead, gritting his teeth and glaring fiercely at Jiang Tian. Unbothered by their presence, Jiang Tian tethered the cow at a distance from them, intending to continue with his tasks. At that moment, he suddenly recalled that he had intended to sell Xing Daorong. He opened the trading post to review the product information. Numerous purchase requests had already flooded in. 30 pounds of copper, 10 pounds of iron, 20 pounds of tin. Ultimately, Jiang Tian selected the offer that best suited his needs and accepted the trade. Upon agreeing to the transaction, he immediately turned to observe Xing Daorong's condition. Just as he clicked to confirm, Xing Daorong's form began to dissolve into a cascade of fragmented light, gradually dissipating. In its place, a small, elongated shadow of iron materialized on the ground. After choosing a suitable location, a bar of iron measuring over 20 centimeters in length, 10 centimeters in width, and 5 centimeters in thickness appeared before him. So this is how characters are traded, Jiang Tian mused softly. He then accessed the world chat channel to see if anyone was inquiring about the sale. As for the regional chat, it was clear that the residents had grown wary and would not consider purchasing a character like Xing Daorong. Indeed, within the world chat, Jiang Tian encountered a fortunate soul. JPN 7423. I just perused the trading post and happened upon a sale of a Three Kingdoms general. I have the utmost admiration for the warriors of their nation. It is simply splendid, amazing. According to the note, this General Xing Daorong is touted as the mightiest general of the Three Kingdoms. What does this self-proclamation imply? Oh my god, are you referring to the warriors of the Three Kingdoms? I've heard they are all exceedingly valiant. You are incredibly lucky, my friend. Warriors? My Davarishi. I've heard that warriors love to drink. They carry alcohol wherever they go. Does this warrior possess any alcohol? Wait, Xing Daorong? The self-proclaimed mightiest general of the Three Kingdoms? To this foreign fellow, are you perhaps being duped? Friend, heed my advice. It would be wise not to place too much hope in him. Alas, why haven't I seen any of our warriors here? Observing these messages, a sly smile crept across Jiang Tian's lips. It appeared he had not only successfully sold this character, but had also uncovered a logical loophole within the system. Henceforth, this would greatly assist him in his future ethical dealings. Now, it was time to contemplate the matters ahead. Chapter 79. How is it that you sell everything, Great One? Jiang Tian cast a glance at 4144, an enigmatic glimmer flickering in his eyes. He pondered whether this survivor could be of any value for trade. Sensing something amiss, 4144's heart sank, and he hastily pointed a finger at Jiang Tian, exclaiming, "What do you intend to do? I've already made it clear. I am not that kind of person, and I would rather die than submit to you." Realizing that he had misinterpreted his intentions, Jiang Tian found no inclination to clarify. If trading survivors were indeed possible, it would likely involve a form of teleportation. This 4144 was undoubtedly scheming to send him to the depths of the sea, and he could not afford to let his experiment grant him such an opportunity. It would be wiser to wait for Awei to return before attempting any further actions. The reason for temporarily retaining 4144 was the fear that Awei might resort to deception. Should he provide a false location, Jiang Tian would still need to extract the true coordinates of his island from 4144 to facilitate his recruitment. With that thought, he disregarded the anxious 4144 and resumed his perusal of the chat channel, seeking potential opportunities. At that moment, it seemed as though the individuals in the regional chat had stumbled upon the gateway to a new world. They were all fervently posting information regarding the sale of characters. Selling character Li Lei, pre-orders welcome. Selling character Xi Minqing, discounted. What? Xi Minqing? What on earth would we want with him? Selling a character with special skills. Named Jiang Yixiao. He claims to have been a medical student. Is there someone selling Li Lei? Is that the Li Lei who speaks in a dialect? What use do I have for him? Where's Han Mimi? Selling her would be more worthwhile. You actually want to buy the female character? Dream on. Exactly. Selling a plumber. From the looks of it, everyone is offloading those seemingly useless individuals. However, the locals were unlikely to fall for such tricks. According to a survivor selling Xi Minqing, he discovered that his character had been purchased by someone with an ID beginning with SK while checking the world channel. It appeared that the buyer, while shouting Shiba, intended to acquire Xi Minqing to bolster his presence, clearly mistaking the individual. At this juncture, many survivors, through their research, began to speculate whether monsters could also be placed on the trading market. Hey, since we can sell our subordinates, could we sell those goblins we fish up? Goodness. How novel. You find them bothersome to catch, yet you'd buy them? Well, it's just a thought experiment, but believe it or not, I actually saw someone selling a goblin on the trading market. Is that even possible? Our subordinates have a subordinate relationship, and aren't these monsters from opposing factions? How could they be listed? The one on the trading market was a goblin that had already been bound. It must have lost its capacity to resist to be sold. What on earth are you thinking? Who would buy such a thing? Goblin spiders and fishmen seem useless to me, but pigmen are quite valuable. I caught one yesterday that helped me slay a fishman. I'm so envious. For those of us who can only catch ordinary individuals, a pigman is practically a savior. I want a pigman. Me too. Is anyone selling pigmen? I want to buy. Upon seeing this, Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. An opportunity had arisen. He closed the interface and strode towards the fishing spot. By midday, the area had accumulated several bound monsters, goblins, fishmen, and skeletons. Jiang Tian placed them on the trading market, though none had garnered interest thus far. The only hassle was the spider. It was rather difficult to bind. He could only continue to detach its 8 legs and 2 pincers, packaging them together as a disassembled spider. However, the most valuable item had yet to be caught. After another 10 minutes, a slightly larger wooden chest was pulled up. Shortly after landing, the top wooden panel was shifted aside from within. 2 pig hooves clung to the edge of the chest, revealing a large pig head. There it is. Jiang Tian commanded, Lu Bu, grab it. Be gentle. Don't kill it. Understood. Lu Bu replied, stepping forward and effortlessly lifting the pigman from the chest. Due to its considerable size, standing 2 meters tall, Lu Bu hoisted it with both hands gripping its back, resembling a weightlifter's stance. The pigman was bewildered. Feeling a massive hand grasping the nape of its neck, while another hand clutched its loin, it stared wide-eyed at the sky, its front and back legs thrashing about in futile struggle. Now bring it down. Yes, my lord. Lu Bu acknowledged, tilting to the side and releasing his grip, sending the pigman crashing to the ground. Thud. A shallow imprint was left in the earth, with a portion of the pigman's back sinking into it. Yet, even from that height, gravity failed to render the pigman unconscious. It lay on the ground, yelping in pain. Jiang Tian waved his hand. Enough, let us bind it directly. As you command. Before the pigman could comprehend, Lu Bu swiftly wrapped several loops of rope around its 2 arms, followed by its hind legs. By the time the pigman regained its senses, it was sprawled on the ground in a helpless position. Alarmed, it gaped, attempting to bite, but with its body restrained. It could only snap at the air. Its round eyes glared at Lu Bu, a mix of fury and fear evident. Observing this, Jiang Tian opened the trading market and initiated the listing. Tentatively, he pointed towards the bound pigman. The pigman was successfully listed for trade, exchanging for metal. A label indicating currently listed appeared on the pigman. At that moment, Jiang Tian also noted that while listing ordinary creatures and items, the font color was white. However, for this forcibly restrained monster, the details were inscribed in blood red. The previously listed bound goblin had also utilized the same crimson font. Perhaps this signified a degree of danger. This was indicative of the pigmen not being part of their faction. Nevertheless, such details held little significance for Jiang Tian. Since this creature was so sought after, he would simply ride the wave and sell it. He opened the chat channel and announced, selling pigmen. Freshly caught pigmen. Pigmen security. Safeguarding peace. Now available on the trading market. Act swiftly to purchase. At this, the regional chat erupted. What? Just as you mentioned the pigmen, a big shot catches one? Impressive, big shot. I can't even handle 2 of them. How did you manage to catch it? You just sold a subordinate, and now you're selling a pigman? How do you have such a variety? Chapter 80. What on earth do you intend to do? Upon reading this message, Jiang Tian smiled faintly. There were plenty more items to sell in the future, potentially exceeding their wildest imaginations. As the chatter and transactions continued, time passed slowly. The pigman had been sold, yielding 20 caddies of copper ingots. To Jiang Tian's surprise, the spider and skeleton also found buyers. According to the purchasers, they intended to roast the spider legs and use the skeleton's large bones for soup. These revelations left Jiang Tian astounded. While spider meat was said to be 6 times the protein of beef, the notion of skeleton broth was quite grotesque. At this point, it was mealtime. After preparing lunch, Kai Wenji, aside from supervising Li Xiaoning and the others, enjoyed a hearty meal. Then, Lu Bu went to change shifts, allowing Li Xiaoning to have her meal. In reality, there was no need to be overly anxious about monitoring 4144 and his companion at this moment. The recent commotion had rendered Dong Zhuo utterly exhausted, and 4144 lay on the ground, his face as pale as a ghost, resembling a lifeless dog. Gradually, he succumbed to slumber. On another part of the scene, a small island of approximately 30 square meters was drifting towards the northeast. Zhang San, Li Si, Away, and Lu Sandao were vigorously shaking their hands. Hua Tsubing stood nearby, his gaze fixed intently on Away and Lu Sandao, vigilantly supervising their actions for any irregularities. Just then, Away squinted into the distance. He halted his movements, standing upright, and pointed towards a faintly visible island ahead, exclaiming, "Brother Hua, we are almost there. Look, that's the one." Upon hearing this, Hua Tsubing furrowed his brow. No need for familiarity. Address me as Captain Hua. Captain? Away was taken aback, quickly rearranging his expression to flatter. Yes, Captain Hua. Enough. Continue operating the fan and prepare for landing. Understood, Captain Hua. On the opposite side, upon an island spanning 700 to 800 square meters, a young man dressed in a green striped shirt and blue jeans sat on a wooden stump, grumbling. When on Earth will the master return? It's utterly tedious to be alone here. While grumbling, He lethargically munched on a piece of sweet potato. In fact, he was not alone. At his feet lay 3 tightly bound men, clad in modern attire. Their faces appeared fatigued and pallid. Their eyes fixated hungrily on the sweet potato in the young man's hand. At that moment, the young man frowned. With a sudden motion, he tossed the half-eaten sweet potato onto the ground, cursing, "Damn it, eating this every day is making me want to vomit. I wonder what delicious food the master will bring back from this siege." Upon hearing this, the 3 men lying on the ground, starved and desperate, gazed at the discarded sweet potato, drooling as they shifted their bodies in an attempt to inch closer for a taste. Observing their plight, the young man stood up, a peculiar smile creeping across his face. He stepped forward and directed a kick at the half-eaten sweet potato on the ground. With a squelch, he flattened it into a mushy mess. Not stopping there, he ground it into the dirt with his shoe, mixing the sweet potato flesh with the soil. "Oh, you!" The 3 men, clearly famished, felt their hearts shatter at the sight. 2 of the shirt-clad men pleaded, "Lord Zhang, have mercy on us. Please give us something to eat." "Yes, we haven't eaten in over 2 days. Ha. Witnessing their torment, Zhang, in his green striped shirt, felt a sense of satisfaction. With a beaming smile, he declared, "You want food? You do." The 2 shirt-clad men bowed repeatedly, their heads bobbing like garlic being pounded. The only one remaining, clad in a black t-shirt, sighed resignedly, his face ashen, choosing not to plead like the others. "Very well, I shall let you eat." Zhang chuckled sinisterly, stepping forward. He seized one of the shirt-clad man's hair and forced his head down onto the spot where the sweet potato had been crushed. "Eat. You said you wanted to, didn't you? Enjoy." The 2 shirt-clad men found themselves with mouths full of dirt, their already weak bodies convulsing once more. Observing their agony, Zhang reveled in the delight of their suffering. Ha. In such circumstances, having you to pass the time is quite enjoyable. Just then, he glanced into the distance and noticed a shadow slowly approaching. "Master, it's the master returning." Ha. Zhang joyously leaped in place, stripping off his shirt and waving it above his head. "Master, you have finally returned. I've missed you dearly." Meanwhile, on the other island, Away temporarily halted, pointing towards the 700 to 800 square meter island, announcing, "Captain Hua, that is the lair of 4144. Huatsubing squinted his eyes, surveying the island's condition. At that moment, he heard someone from the island shout, Master. Frowning, Huatsubing inquired, "Who is that person on the island?" Away, glancing over, displayed a somewhat complex expression. "That guy. He was also brought in by 4144, named Zhang. This time, 4144 brought along all the available manpower, leaving him here to guard and watch over the imprisoned survivors. To be honest, this fellow seems a bit psychologically unhinged and particularly enjoys tormenting others." "I see." Huatsubing responded expressionlessly. "Let us board the island and address the situation." "Understood." Shortly thereafter, the drifting island nestled against the edge of the expansive main island. Huatsubing, along with Zhang San, Li Si, Away, and Lu Sandao, stepped out in succession from behind the sail. They advanced, intending to land on the Grand Island. "Wait." Upon seeing the newcomers, Zhang sensed something amiss and barked, "Who are you? Yang, who the hell did you bring here? Where are the masters?" At that moment, the descending group could scrutinize the island's condition more closely. The expression of the somewhat sinister-looking young man and the 3 pitiful souls lying on the ground, stripped of their combat abilities, came into view. Huatsubing cast a brief glance, remaining silent. He continued walking forward, slowly gripping the bronze sword at his side, bestowed upon him by his master. "What are you planning to do?" Realizing Huatsubing was drawing a weapon, Zhang was instantly startled. He soon realized his master might have encountered misfortune and turned to flee. Just as Zhang spun around, Zhang San, standing beside Huatsubing, unexpectedly pulled out a brick from his pocket and hurled it at Zhang. The brick soared through the air like a grenade, tracing a parabolic arc. With a thud, it struck Zhang on the back of his head, blood splattering forth. Zhang collapsed to the ground, unconscious, perhaps even dead. This sudden turn of events left Li Si, Away, and Lu Sandao utterly stunned. What the hell? Why does it seem like Zhang San is even more ruthless than Huatsubing? Without a word, he simply launched an attack, showing no regard for reason. Even Huatsubing appeared taken aback. However, he held no objections to this method of handling the situation. Calmly, he stated, "All right, clear the way." Yes. Quickly, Lu Sandao lead the way. Away quickly nodded in response. Chapter 81. Hoist the sails, prepare to return. Away's ingratiating demeanor intensified, giving Lu Sandao a nudge to take the lead, guiding them based on the island's existing structures. As Li Si observed the fallen Zhang and the bound captives, Huatsubing, accompanied by Zhang San, trailed closely behind Lu Sandao, while Away hunched over, providing them with an overview of the island. The island resembled Away's prior descriptions. The first sight that greeted them were 3 retracted sails and 6 fans standing atop the island. Among them, 2 larger fans served as the primary propulsion, while the other 4, slightly smaller, were likely positioned on either side for steering the island. Additionally, there were 3 wooden huts, 2 measuring 10 square meters and 1 a smaller 6 square meter room. Nearby, there was an unfinished brick house, approximately 50 square meters in size, with brick walls already built to a height of about 1 meter. A pile of bricks and some lumber lay adjacent. Clearly, 4144 was indeed preparing to construct a brick house. Regrettably, before the house could be completed, he rushed to his master only to meet his demise. A truly lamentable and laughable fate. Huatsubing averted his gaze and calmly instructed his companion to continue leading the way. Soon after, they had thoroughly inspected the entire island. Among the 3 wooden cabins, one measuring 10 square meters contained a reclining chair, while another of the same size was utilized as a storage shed, stocked with a few supplies. The 6 square meter room housed 2 wooden cages, resembling a prison cell. Additionally, a water pit had been excavated nearby, accompanied by 2 small plots of land where sweet potatoes and vegetables were cultivated. In the vicinity, a few chickens, ducks, and geese were being raised, along with 2 sheep. At the edge of the island, 7 or 8 tents were pitched. In summary, the supplies were rather meager, with the most valuable items being the several sails and a large fan. After completing their round, the group returned to the spot where they had disembarked. Zhang Xiao, who had been struck, remained sprawled on the ground, motionless. Huatsubing turned Zhang Xiao over and checked for a pulse. There was still breath. To his surprise, he was alive. Huatsubing nodded, instructing Away and the others to bind the young man. On the other side, the 3 bound captives stared intently at Zhang Xiao, their expressions tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. When Huatsubing and Zhang Xin glanced at them, their faces shifted to one of apprehension. Who are you? What do you intend to do? Observing this, Away explained. The one in the black t-shirt seems to be the earliest captive taken by 4144 when they first arrived at the Sky Island. He has been confined here to operate the fan ever since. The other 2 are the owners of the island who were captured a couple of days ago. They were originally meant to be discarded, but due to the busy preparations for war, they were left here for the time being. Huatsubing nodded, disregarding the captives' inquiries, and directly commanded Away and Lu Sandao to throw them into the prison cell. Once everything was concluded, Huatsubing waved his hand. Everyone, hoist the sails and prepare to set sail. The sun gradually traversed the sky. Unbeknownst to them, it had already descended in the west. Jiang Tian and his companions paused their tasks, beginning preparations for dinner. Boss. Shi Jigang, you're awake? Upon seeing Shi Jigang emerge from the cabin, Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow, handing over a recently acquired piece of meat. You woke up just in time. Come, slice this meat into thinner pieces. We shall enjoy a splendid dinner. Understood, boss. Shi Jigang took the meat and ambled into the kitchen. Kai Wenji jogged over and nestled into Jiang Tian's embrace. Master, what do you want to eat tonight? On the other side, Li Xiaoning also glanced in Jiang Tian's direction, uncertain whether to continue monitoring the 2 captives or assist in the kitchen. Jiang Tian ruffled Kai Wenji's hair. You won't need to cook today. We will have something fresh for dinner. Fresh? Is the master going to cook himself? What will it be? Kai Wenji's large eyes sparkled with curiosity and anticipation. Hearing this, Lu Bu approached, his gaze intense, his stomach growling audibly. Jiang Tian chuckled helplessly. You will find out soon enough. Though I must say, calling this a fresh delicacy may be somewhat inaccurate. You may have had it before. Now, Kai Wenji, please gather some vegetables and wash them clean, cutting them into large pieces. Lu Bu, bring out a stove from the kitchen and fetch a larger pot. Yes, my lord. Understood, master. Shortly thereafter, everything was prepared. Following Jiang Tian's instructions, a stove was set outside the kitchen, topped with a large iron pot. Charcoal was burning in the stove, and steam was rising from the hot water in the pot. Nearby, 2 tables and several stools were arranged. One table bore bowls and chopsticks, with Kai Wenji and others seated around it. The other table was filled with bowls containing slices of beef, lamb, sausages, and various vegetables. At this moment, Jiang Tian approached the stove, holding a plastic-wrapped item, humming a tune. I'm having hot pot, and you shall have the hot pot base. He tore open the packaging and placed a solid chunk into the pot, stirring it with a spoon until it melted into a rich red broth. As he hummed, Jiang Tian glanced at the packaging. Delicious beef tallow hot pot base. This was caught by Kai Wenji this afternoon, an entire box of assorted flavors. Since we have it, we must indulge ourselves with a delightful hot pot feast. All right, let us add the meat now. Yes, master. So fragrant. Indeed, my lord. Li Xiaoning, bind those 2 together. And you come join us for dinner. Yes, master. Sensing the enticing aroma of beef tallow wafting through the air, Li Xiaoning's beautiful eyes lit up. She took a long piece of rope and tied the legs of 4144 and Dong Zhuo together, then secured the other end to a post in the pig pen. After washing her hands, she strode towards the stove. At that moment, 4144 and Dong Zhuo, who had been sprawled on the ground, began to stir. Master, I'm so hungry. Damn it, do you think I'm not hungry? The 2 exchanged weak remarks. Since their arrival at the island, they had not eaten all day, having expelled all manner of irregularities from their systems. Now, their stomachs were empty, leaving them utterly drained of energy. Simultaneously, their bellies emitted a rumbling sound. At that moment, the enticing aroma of beef tallow wafted into their nostrils. 4144 and Dong Zhuo instinctively swallowed hard. What is that smell? So familiar. Sniffing the air, 4144 lifted his head. Upon seeing the scene before him, his eyes widened in shock. What the hell? This 1111 is having hot pot. I've been starving all day. And you're cooking meat in front of me. Is this what humans do? Chapter 82. Master, I'm familiar with this task. Master, I can't eat anymore. Then take a break for a while. Lu Bu, you eat. Have you had enough? Burp. Yes, my lord. Where are Huatsubing and the others? If I had known, I wouldn't have prepared so much. Boss, what should we do now? There are still some noodles and vegetable leaves left in the pot. Should we fish them out? Forget it. Pour them into the bucket. We'll use them to feed the pigs tomorrow. That night, 4144 and Dong Zhua had no idea how they endured. Their stomachs growled ferociously as they watched the group nearby, feasting on hot pot for over an hour right before their eyes. Their ears were filled with words like so fragrant and delicious, and they could hear 1111 occasionally calling for someone to bring over the cola. Witnessing this scene, 4144 and Dong Zhua felt as though their eyes would pop out of their heads. It was pure torment. What was even more infuriating was that after finishing the pot, they still had food left inside, yet they claimed it would be used to feed the pigs. Dong Zhua tentatively asked if they could have some of the leftovers. But the group acted as if they hadn't heard him, tossing the scraps into the slop bucket and placing it not far from them. Throughout that night, they stared at the slop bucket, their mouths watering uncontrollably. However, a bald middle-aged man stood nearby with a large stone hammer, watching them. So they dared not approach to steal a bite. They could only press their faces into the dirt to avoid catching a whiff of the hot pot aroma. Finally, the night passed. The crowing of roosters accompanied the rising sun, rousing everyone from slumber. After washing up and having breakfast, Jiang Tian stepped out of his door. At this moment, all was back to normal. Old Master Song Yingxing was inspecting the growth of the plants and feeding the fish. Shi Jigang remained in the newly constructed stone house, checking the interior and tidying up. Li Xiaoning was tending to two captives while feeding the chickens and ducks to the west. Lu Bu patrolled nearby, occasionally glancing at 4144 and Dong Zhua, who were sprawled on the ground like dead dogs. Jiang Tian paid them no mind, instead heading to replicate the crossbow cart. After yesterday's battle, he had tasted the sweet fruits of this contraption. In the current environment, such weaponry was indeed invaluable, albeit the crossbow bolts were somewhat costly. As the two bolts used yesterday were equipped with large bronze tips, he would have to discuss with Shi Jigang about experimenting with stone cement for the arrowheads. Master, there's a wooden box. All right, I will handle it. Jiang Tian approached the fishing spot, where a slightly larger wooden box was placed. The boards of the box shifted, revealing a pig's head and trotters. It was a pigman. A smile crept onto Jiang Tian's face at the sight of this familiar friend. The afternoon before, Lu Bu had caught two pigmen, and Jiang Tian had dealt with them to test his current strength. He was astonished to find that his physical prowess had significantly improved. One pigman was accidentally killed, while the other fainted under Jiang Tian's controlled force. Moreover, he discovered that the pigman was remarkably marketable. Purchase requests began flooding in shortly after he listed it, with prices steadily climbing. With a grin, he beckoned to the pigman. Come, step out of the box. The pigman paused, taken aback by the smiling face, but slowly crawled out, assisted by Jiang Tian. Just as it was about to scurry towards the vegetable patch, it noticed the man standing before it, palm extended. Smack! The pigman received a resounding slap, losing two teeth and collapsing to the ground. After binding the pigman, Jiang Tian opened the trading post, tossing in the item while checking the current market situation. Besides resources, various creatures like spider goblins and some subordinates were also displayed. These subordinates, with diverse eye and hair colors, hailed from various regions, indicating that the news of their marketability had spread globally. However, they appeared lackluster, fit only for menial tasks, lacking combat prowess, and seemed inferior to a pigman. While Jiang Tian perused the trading post, Lu Bu shouted from the northeast, "My lord, it seems an island is approaching us." Upon hearing this, Jiang Tian furrowed his brow slightly. Indeed, a large object was slowly moving towards their direction. If his guess was correct, it must be Huatsubing and his men returning. However, to be safe, Jiang Tian summoned a few people to prepare for battle and pushed the crossbow cart forward. As time passed, the object drew nearer, revealing sails and a propeller. It was undeniably an island, and remarkably, it was larger than their current one. At 500 meters, the sails were furled. At 300 meters, several figures could be seen atop the island. Finally, at a mere 100 meters, the propeller ceased its rotation, and the massive island drifted in on inertia. Upon spotting a figure wielding a bronze sword, Jiang Tian smiled faintly. No need for caution. It's Huatsubing and Zhang San and Li Si returning. At this moment, Lu Bu and Kai Wenji widened their eyes. They only knew Huatsubing was out to conquer land, unaware it was of such vastness. Each craned their necks to glimpse what lay on the island. Shortly thereafter, feeling a slight tremor beneath their feet, the two islands gently collided, connecting at the fishing spot to the east. Huatsubing strode up to Jiang Tian, knelt on one knee, and clasped his hands, stating, "My lord, I have fulfilled my mission and brought back the land." He then recounted the circumstances of the island. Excellent. Jiang Tian nodded. You and Zhang San and Li Si should rest and have something to eat. I will handle the arrangements from here. Yes, my lord. Following his orders, Huitzubing led Jiang San and Li Si towards the tent. Lu Bu, Li Xiaoning, you both go to the island and bring those captives over. Just as he issued this command, Away suddenly darted over, his face beaming with flattery. Master, I'm well versed in this task. Let Lu Sandao and me handle it. Jiang Tian regarded Away with a hint of peculiarity, but still managed a warm smile. Very well, you two can take care of it. Lu Bu will supervise, and Li Xiaoning will return to the west. He got it, exclaimed Away, his heart racing with excitement, unaware of the fate that awaited him. He hurriedly called his subordinate to begin work, eager to leave a good impression on his new lord. Meanwhile, 4144, feeling the tremors beneath him, weakly lifted his head. In an instant, he was utterly bewildered. This island's setup, large windmills and furled sails, was unmistakable. Was this truly his island? Had 1111 actually brought it over? At that moment, 4144 could no longer contain his anger and shouted, "What the hell, 1111? What do you think you're doing? I swear." Before he could finish, he was met with a kick from Li Xiaoning. Ignoring the commotion behind him, Jiang Tian extended his hand to touch the island. No information about merging the land surfaced. He furrowed his brow slightly, observing Away and Lu Sandao carrying the captives, and formed a conjecture about the criteria for merging land. He then called out to the two men, "Hurry up and bring those captives over here." "Right away, master," replied Lu Sandao eagerly. Upon hearing Jiang Tian's command, Away's beaming smile was radiant. Soon, the two men brought 4 captives and tossed them onto the ground. At this point, only Lu Bu remained on the adjoining island. Jiang Tian squatted once more and touched the land. Detected unclaimed territory. Do you wish to merge it with the current land? Yes, no. As anticipated. A faint smile graced Jiang Tian's lips. Yes. After making the selection, the island with the sails underwent a transformation. The junction between the two islands began to meld seamlessly, ultimately uniting without a trace of a gap. Jiang Tian also grasped the concept of merging islands. If there were characters from other factions on the adjoining island, it would not be considered unclaimed territory. Only by moving those characters off the island could it be designated as a territory for merger. Once the merging was complete, Jiang Tian turned to 4144 with a smile that danced on the edge of mockery. On the other side, upon seeing Jiang Tian's grin, 4144's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never anticipated that, after leading a large force here in a fierce manner, he would become a captive. Losing the 700 or 800 square meters of territory he had painstakingly amassed, essentially delivering a grand gift to his adversary. At that moment, he regretted not slapping himself twice. With red-rimmed eyes, he glared at Jiang Tian, cursing, "What the hell?" Before he could finish, Li Xiaoning shoved his head down with a stick. Jiang Tian disdainfully turned his gaze back to the 4 captives lying at his feet. 2 were dressed in shirts, appearing to be in their 20s, while one wore a black t-shirt and was a middle-aged man. There was another young man clad in a green shirt, his head bleeding profusely. The 2 men in green shirts wore expressions of sheer terror, incessantly questioning, "Who are you? What do you want? Please let us go." Meanwhile, the man in the black t-shirt sat silently on the ground, his countenance ashen. The bleeding youth remained motionless with his eyes closed, yet his body still radiated warmth, suggesting he had merely lost consciousness. It was time to address this group. Furthermore, with the island now securely in hand, the presence of 4144 and Dong Zhua had become unnecessary. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Tian instructed Away and Lu Sandao to continue holding on to these 4 individuals and relocate them to the west. Once they were set down, the trio spotted 4144 and Dong Zhua not far off. The 2 men in shirts were initially taken aback, only to realize that they too were bound and had unspeakable objects atop their faces. This revelation bolstered their confidence, and they began to hurl scornful insults at 4144. At that moment, 4144, with his sullied head, lifted it slightly. Weak as he was, he could only tilt his head and emit a cold smirk in response to their taunts, unusually refraining from retorting. The man in the black t-shirt, however, continued to exude an air of despondency. Through the earlier introduction by Huitzubing, Jiang Tian had grasped the situation. The one with the bleeding head was a subordinate of 4144, exhibiting a somewhat twisted personality, while the other 3 were captives. Additionally, this man in black was the one who had delivered a fan to 4144. Did he possess some unique skill? Intrigued, Jiang Tian crouched before the man in black and inquired, "Now, tell me, aside from making fans, what else are you capable of?" The man in black began, slowly recounting his experiences. After hearing him out, Jiang Tian was left speechless. This old fellow had merely been a factory worker assembling fan blades. He was utterly inept at anything else and possessed a timid disposition, leading Jiang Tian to conclude he held little value. At that moment, the 2 shirt men seemed to tire of their insults. Catching a whiff of something, they glanced towards the slop bucket. Was that the aroma of hot pot? It seemed to carry a tantalizing scent of beef fat. After muttering this, the 2 men shuffled toward the slop bucket and began to indulge in its contents. Observing this scene, Jiang Tian found himself at a loss for words but chose not to intervene. Noticing this, the man in black cautiously moved closer to the bucket, seeking an opportunity to peer inside. At this juncture, Jiang Tian turned his attention to 4144 and gestured towards the bleeding youth. Is this your subordinate? 4144 snorted derisively. What? Do you wish to sell him to? Next, you won't be considering selling Dong Zhuo as well, will you? Indeed. Spare me the trivialities and expedite the transaction. Having suffered losses previously, 4144 reluctantly acquiesced. After unbinding one of his hands for the transaction, he promptly resecured it afterward. The exchange proceeded smoothly. Although the subordinate remained in a state of unconsciousness, he was now ready to be listed for trade. Following Away's introduction, Jiang Tian began composing the listing details. Zhang Xiao. Head injured. Nature, subordinate. Gender, male. Condition, injured, unconscious. Remarks, warden of the solitary island. Instilling fear in enemies. Battle capability unaccessible. Exchange, metal or animals. Once successfully listed, Jiang Tian turned back to Away. All right, bring Lu Sandow here. My lord, are you planning to keep Lu Sandow for yourself? Enough with the nonsense, hurry up. Understood. Away felt an ominous premonition but complied and transferred the ownership of Lu Sandow. Without hesitation, Jiang Tian listed Lu Sandow as well. Luli, with a somewhat inexplicable odor on his trousers. Nature, subordinate. Gender, male. Condition, healthy. Remarks, a warrior from the Three Kingdoms era, also known as Lu Sandow. Possessing the strength to defeat Lu Bu within 3 strikes. Pleased with the descriptions he had crafted, Jiang Tian nodded in satisfaction. Truly, his writing bore an impressive flair. And it was all factual. Just as he listed Lu Sandow, he noticed that Zhang Xiao had already received several purchase requests. One individual displayed particularly fervent interest, offering 40 pounds of iron and beseeching Jiang Tian to sell him this man of unquantifiable strength. Satisfied with the request, Jiang Tian acquiesced, and a smile crept across his face as iron ingots materialized beside him. The figure of Dong Zhuo was certainly reserved for Lu Bu to deal with. Thus, matters concerning his subordinates were now settled. Next, he would need to contemplate the issues surrounding the survivors. Chapter 84. Are you going to sell me? At this moment, the 3 survivors had nearly finished their meal. Once done, they sat on the ground, surveying their current predicament. One of the shirt men glanced at the bound 4144, his expression shifting subtly as if a thought had crossed his mind. He then turned to Jiang Tian and asked, Brother, seeing how you've dealt with that scoundrel 4144, you must be a good person, right? Could you let us go? Don't be so eager to hand me the good guy card. Jiang Tian waved his hand dismissively, casting a disdainful glance at the man smeared with hot pot remnants. Let you go? Where do you intend to go? At that moment, another shirt man seemed to come to a realization, surveying the serene surroundings, the elderly and children near the island's edge. His eyes darted, and he addressed Jiang Tian, Boss. You seem like a kind-hearted person. How about this? You could share a piece of land and a fan with us, and perhaps give us a fishing rod so we can be self-sufficient? Yes. I don't need much, just 120 square meters will do. Me too. I only require 110 square meters. The 2 shirt men chimed in unison, their faces alight with hopeful anticipation as they looked at Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian's expression turned incredulous. Why should I? Why would I distribute my land to you? At this declaration, the men's faces stiffened. After exchanging glances, they began to coax him. What do you mean why? Boss, look at all the land you have. You're not lacking a mere 100 or so square meters, right? Just give it to us. Indeed, besides, that piece of land was originally ours. Listening to their words, Jiang Tian's expression grew increasingly frigid. Ignoring the 2 men, he turned to the middle-aged man in the black t-shirt. And you, what do you wish to receive? The middle-aged man began to speak, but the 2 shirt men immediately turned their intense gazes upon him, hoping he would align with them. However, the middle-aged man glanced at the bound 4144, then back at Jiang Tian, swallowing hard. Boss, I don't want any empty land. I just want to survive. If you could provide me with a small corner and some leftover food, I would be forever grateful. Understood, Jiang Tian replied, offering the middle-aged man a faint smile and a nod. He then looked back at the bound 4144 and inquired, Did these 2 boys discuss any such conditions with you before? 4144 cast a sidelong glance at the 2 shirt men, letting out a cold laugh. These 2 wretches see me and wet themselves. What nerve do they have to negotiate with me? Is that so? Jiang Tian turned his icy gaze upon the 2 shirt men. If you lack the courage to negotiate with him, what emboldened you to approach me? Do I seem more amenable than 4144? The 2 men, taken aback by Jiang Tian's demeanor, felt a wave of foreboding wash over them and hastily began to explain. No, esteemed one, you are so formidable that even 4144 cannot rival you. Surely you lack for nothing in terms of resources. Indeed, we were merely jesting. We no longer desire it. The hearts of the 2 men raced as they stammered, shifting nervously on the ground, contemplating their escape from this place. Where do you think you're going? Jiang Tian approached them, a bemused smile playing on his lips. This entire island belongs to me. Where do you think you can flee? I was wrong, esteemed one. Please spare me. Yes, great one, grant me a chance at life. At this, the two men turned ashen, their trousers damp with fear. Li Xiaoning, present. How may I serve you, my lord? Li Xiaoning knelt on one knee, clasping her fists and regarding Jiang Tian with utmost seriousness. She had been displeased by the banter of those two ruffians earlier. However, since they posed no threat and her master had not spoken, she had not intervened. Now, it seemed she had tasks to undertake. Jiang Tian gestured dismissively, throw them overboard. Yes, Li Xiaoning replied, stepping forward and effortlessly lifting the two men clad in shirts. Ignoring their cries and pleas, she hurled them into the distance. Moments later, a resounding splash echoed. Below the island, the tumultuous waves rose and fell. Though unseen, it was not difficult to surmise that the great fish below were indulging in a feast. The captives present, including Awei and the yet-to-be-sold Lu Sandao, felt a chill run down their spines at this spectacle. Meanwhile, 4144 snickered disdainfully. Do not be deceived by 1111's outward amiability. He had previously dispatched many to the sea with a crossbow, without so much as a flicker of remorse. The audacity of these two fools to negotiate with him was utterly foolish. On another front, a middle-aged man clad in a black t-shirt trembled, his face pale as he crawled toward Jiang Tian. Esteemed one, I desire nothing but to be spared. I am a man of integrity, willing to undertake any task as long as I have food to eat. Truly, you may ask 4144. I have never resisted. Observing the middle-aged man, Jiang Tian felt a twinge of pity. Had he been one of his subordinates, this attitude might have warranted consideration. Through his observations, he had learned that those under his command rarely harbored thoughts of rebellion. Even Dong Zhuo had not dared to oppose 4144, which underscored this truth. However, this man was a survivor, one capable of controlling his own thoughts. The nature of human sentiment is often elusive. He could not allow him to remain on his island. Yet, seeing his pitiful demeanor and previous attitude, Jiang Tian hesitated to cast him aside. With that thought, Jiang Tian turned to the man in the black t-shirt and offered a slight smile. I can grant you an opportunity, but you must cooperate with me in an experiment. Experiment? The man looked startled. Esteemed one, what kind of experiment do you speak of? Jiang Tian did not respond, silently accessing the trading interface. He selected to list an item and pointed at the middle-aged man. At that moment, the man appeared taken aback, as if something extraordinary had occurred. Jiang Tian inquired, what is the matter? Has something happened? With a complex expression, the middle-aged man looked at Jiang Tian and, after a moment of silence, replied, I received a notification. The lord of this island intends to sell you. Do you agree? There are options for yes and no. Is that so? Jiang Tian felt a twinge of surprise. He had merely intended to conduct an experiment, but had not anticipated that a survivor could indeed be sold. He continued to inquire, is there more? Yes. It also states that if the player agrees, they will lose their player identity and will no longer be able to utilize the chat system or trading interface. Please choose wisely. Is that all? Yes. Jiang Tian narrowed his eyes, contemplating for a moment. He then looked at the middle-aged man and said, very well. I shall release one of your hands. You may choose to accept. Ah, you intend to sell me? The middle-aged man was incredulous. This game allows for the sale of survivors? Jiang Tian waved his hand, interrupting his astonishment. To be frank, I will not permit you to remain on my island. Whether others are willing to accept you is a matter of fate. The opportunity lies before you. Consider it carefully. His words were blunt. The middle-aged man remained speechless for a moment before finally nodding. I agree. Chapter 85. Once the middle-aged man uttered his agreement, Jiang Tian nodded and instructed Li Xiaoning to release his other hand. The middle-aged man, trembling, pointed into the void. Instantly, a system notification sounded. CNNS 4150 has accepted your arrangement and has been successfully listed. Concurrently, the trading interface displayed the middle-aged man's information. CNNS 4150 type, survivor gender, male condition. Weak. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Tian began to edit the notes. Notes, a wandering artisan, diligent and easy to sustain. As a survivor, he may possess some unknown capabilities. Once the notes were complete, a listing tag appeared on the middle-aged man. The details of the listed item were displayed in brown font. Perhaps this was the color denoting survivors. Throughout this process, the middle-aged man's face turned ashen. He was uncertain where to turn next. Since entering this bewildering game, he had never had the liberty of choice. All he could do was accept what was presented to him. Jiang Tian, uninterested in probing into his inner turmoil, instructed Li Xiaoning to rebind the middle-aged man's hands before approaching Awei. At that moment, Awei was utterly bewildered. As he watched Jiang Tian approach, his unease escalated. He had an inkling of what fate awaited him. Swallowing hard, he forced a smile and said, Esteemed master, do you have any tasks for me? Do not call me master. Your true master awaits you. Jiang Tian smiled faintly, accessing the trading interface and gesturing. Now, quickly choose to accept. Ah, this. Awei looked up at the notification in the void, cold sweat instantly pouring down his back. He had overheard the previous conversation between 1111 and the middle-aged man. If he were sold, he would lose his player identity. Although he had never truly contemplated what this player identity entailed, Losing it could not bode well. Furthermore, if he were sold, he had no idea what kind of person might purchase him. What if he encountered something monstrous? He merely wished to find someone formidable to survive alongside, not be devoured by some unknown entity. With this thought, Awei's legs buckled. With a thud, he knelt down. Tears and snot streaming down his face as he clutched Jiang Tian's pant leg, pleading, "Great one, please let me stay with you. Look, I informed you of 4144's whereabouts. I may not have contributed much, but I did endure hardship. Enough with this charade." Jiang Tian kicked Awei aside. "Did you think I had forgotten when you mocked me alongside 4144? Had you not created some value these past few days? You would share the same fate as those two men. Do you understand? You can either accept or leap into the abyss. I will not stop you." Awei glanced westward, towards the direction where the two men had been cast off, and fell silent, his fire extinguished. He could only tremulously raise his right hand and click in the void. Upon receiving feedback, Jiang Tian instructed Li Xiaoning to bind Awei's hands and feet to prevent any further complications. The only remaining matters pertained to 4144 and Dong Zhuo. Casting a glance at the two, Jiang Tian exhaled deeply. "Li Xiaoning, summon Lu Bu. You two shall switch shifts for now." "As you wish, master." Li Xiaoning nodded and departed. At the mention of Lu Bu, Dong Zhui's complexion turned ashen. He had been awake since 4144 had regained consciousness, yet he feigned sleep, fearing persecution. However, upon hearing that the captor, 1111, intended to call Lu Bu, a sinking feeling enveloped him. This was undoubtedly a grave situation. "Not long thereafter, my lord. You have arrived." Jiang Tian nodded at Lu Bu and gestured towards Dong Zhuo. "This rotund individual is Dong Zhuo. He is yours to handle." Dong Zhuo? The name struck Lu Bu, and he paused momentarily, repeating it as he approached Dong Zhuo, his fists clenched tightly. Soon, he stood beside the feigning Dong Zhuo, disregarding the filth on his person as he seized Dong Zhuo's neck with his right hand, lifting him high into the air. At this juncture, Dong Zhuo could no longer maintain his charade. With his center of gravity lost, his corpulent body squirmed, his eyes wide with terror. He appeared to want to speak, yet his grip constricted his throat, rendering him mute. Meanwhile, his pants grew damp, droplets cascading downward. Simultaneously, Lu Bu observed Dong Zhuo, his gaze a mixture of confusion and simmering wrath. Dong Zhuo, staring at the familiar yet foreign visage before him, he felt an intense enmity. The more he mulled over the name, the more his anger ignited. "So you are called Dong Zhuo, are you?" he muttered, squeezing ever tighter. Crack. Under the immense pressure, 2 syllables escaped Dong Zhui's throat. His eyes bulged, as if they might pop from their sockets, and his face turned a deep shade of purple. Ultimately, his heavy head tilted at an awkward angle, drooping lifelessly. His previously thrashing body now hung limply in Lu Bu's grasp. Standing motionless, Lu Bu gazed down at Dong Zhuo, whose vital signs had faded, his expression one of deep bewilderment. Jiang Tian sighed. "Enough, cast him aside." "Yes, master." Lu Bu regained his composure, tossing Dong Zhuo away. A resounding splash echoing as the weight struck the water. "Clean your hands. You have the day off to rest." "Understood," Lu Bu replied quietly, turning towards the restroom. "All right, stop idling there." Jiang Tian crouched before 4144, his expression returning to a bemused smile. "Now, it is your turn. Witness how your island has been devoured. Your subordinates either dead or sold. How does that make you feel?" You, faced with Jiang Tian's affable demeanor, 4144 found himself momentarily speechless. A glance at the harmonious surroundings revealed an elderly man and a young girl diligently working amidst blooming flowers, stone houses, tents, a furnace, a pond, and small animals. Turning back to the listless Awei and the middle-aged man nearby, along with Jiang Tian's smiling visage, 4144 felt an unsettling chill creep over him. "You," he stuttered, unable to articulate a single word. "Finished?" Jiang Tian sighed, grasping 4144 by the ankle. With a flick of his wrist, he proclaimed, "Off you go, Pikachu." 4144. Splash. Chapter 86. Now, I shall send you to him. Under a blue sky, with white clouds and a gentle breeze, the ocean below murmured with rhythmic waves. Everything appeared harmonious and tranquil, as if nothing had transpired moments before. Jiang Tian stood still, gazing into the distance like a statue. Nearby, Awei and the middle-aged man lay sprawled on the ground, along with Lu Sandao, who stared at Jiang Tian, their bodies tense, afraid to breathe. After a long pause, Jiang Tian turned away. "Lu Sandao, keep a close watch on them." "Yes, master." Lu Sandao swallowed hard, promptly complying. He kicked Awei and the middle-aged man together, standing upright and resolutely observing them. Jiang Tian sauntered eastward, where the land had expanded significantly. Li Xiaoning was fishing at the juncture of 2 islands, alongside Kai Wenji and Wang Yun. Upon seeing Jiang Tian, the 3 stood upright. "Master, I just caught a large piece of barren land." "Master, is everything resolved?" "I've tied up a goblin I just caught." Kai Wenji set down her fishing rod and trotted over, her large eyes filled with concern. "Master, what troubles you?" Why do you ask? You seem a bit upset." Looking at Kai Wenji's worried expression, Jiang Tian was taken aback, realizing his demeanor was somewhat cold. He then smiled. It's nothing. I'm quite well. There's no need for concern. Kai Wenji nodded, leaping into Jiang Tian's embrace. Master. She tilted her head up, her large eyes sparkling with joy. Master, what would you like for dinner tonight? I'll prepare it. Anything will do. By the way, it's not even noon yet. Why are you already thinking about dinner, you little glutton? Hee hee. Then master, I'll go fishing now. All right, off you go. Jiang Tian ruffled Kai Wenji's hair, and her petite figure hugged him once more before retreating to her previous spot. Jiang Tian continued to stroll, surveying the spoils of this conquest. Wooden houses, vegetable patches, and animals, along with several tents. This island still had 7 fishing rods, which Lu Bu had previously retrieved. One wooden house had been repurposed as a storage facility for food and various tools. Overall, the resources were not abundant. The most valuable assets were the land and those fishing rods, with little food left. Considering that 4144 had plundered so many subordinates, the food consumption was significant. Even with 7 fishing rods, sustaining such a number of people was insufficient. Coupled with the exchange of resources for wood and clay, little remained. This could be beneficial. It would allow for some of the items in the previous storage to be redistributed here. As for the land, with this acquisition, his island now spanned over 300 square meters. Most of this land had originally been seized by 4144, featuring a thickness of 3 meters. This wave of conquest had indeed enriched him considerably. After a thorough inspection, Jiang Tian settled down, immersing himself in the chat interface. First, he entered the world channel to see if any changes had occurred today. Hey, look what I caught, a cow? Haha, we'll have beef, rich in protein. I sent you a private message. Please sell me some beef. Haha. I just reeled in another pigman. Our island's defense has strengthened. Wow, this pigman is quite formidable. A left hook followed by a right hook. And the spider skeleton is in peril. Brother, are you selling the pigman? I want a pigman too, but their price is too steep right now. Selling vegetables, fresh vegetables. The channel remained as usual, predominantly filled with individuals hawking various goods. Apart from the pigmen, no one seemed to discuss the matters concerning monsters, and it appeared that the types of monsters present today had not increased. Jiang Tian continued to observe as the messages on the channel refreshed rapidly, and the topic shifted to discussions about subordinates. How many subordinates do you have now? I've had no luck. Since the beginning, I haven't caught a single subordinate. I have to deal with all the monsters myself. Is anyone willing to sell me a decent general? The trading posts were mostly frequented by ordinary folk, and there was no one selling capable individuals. Indeed, my friend, why not give the pigmen a try? They possess quite commendable combat abilities. Oh no. I bought someone with the surname Shiman yesterday, thinking he was Shiman Shui Shui, but it turns out I made a mistake. Now this fellow stares at my female subordinate all day, drooling. Haha, Shiman Qing? Brother, you're quite the character. What the hell? I just saw a survivor at the trading post. What? No way. My god, can survivors be sold too? I saw it as well. It's clearly marked as a survivor, with a serial number. I'll go take a look. With the emergence of this news, the topic on the World Channel converged once more, with everyone discussing the appearance of survivors at the trading post. At that moment, Jiang Tian recalled that he still had several individuals listed at his trading post. Opening the trading post, he indeed found that the information of the middle-aged man and Away had received trading requests. However, it seemed that the bids were rather low, even less than that of a pigman. After all, items at the trading post displayed a virtual image for estimating their value. These 2 individuals had already been bound and appeared feeble, lacking any semblance of combat capability, seemingly of little use. Those intending to purchase them likely did so out of mere curiosity, wishing to acquire them for study. Conversely, the trading value of Lu Sandao was steadily rising. After a moment of contemplation, deciding to let Lu Sandao's value simmer for a while, Jiang Tian selected the order for the middle-aged man. Upon clicking the transaction, a copper ingot appeared before him. Grasping the copper ingot, he returned to the place where the few individuals were confined. At that moment, the middle-aged man's figure had vanished, as if he had never existed. Nearby, Away stared blankly at the spot where the middle-aged man had lain, his face pale. He then glanced at Jiang Tian, his lips quivering, uncertain of what to say. Ignoring his expression, Jiang Tian reopened the trading post. To his astonishment, he discovered someone had placed a significantly high bid for Away, 40 pounds of iron ingots. Now, Jiang Tian was intrigued. Why was the middle-aged man's price so low, while Away, another ordinary survivor, suddenly commanded such a high bid? Glancing at Away, he appeared to be an exceedingly common youth, slight of build, with thin arms and legs, lacking any distinctive traits. Noticing Jiang Tian's peculiar gaze, Away felt a chill run down his spine, sensing something was amiss. Boss, what do you intend to do? Jiang Tian smiled faintly. Your new master has been found, and the conditions seem quite favorable. I shall send you to him now. Huh. No, boss, please. Before he could finish his protest, Jiang Tian agreed to the transaction. Away's form shimmered with luminescence, dissipating into the air. Chapter 87. Have you noticed that the weather has turned a bit warmer? Where am I? On an island. Away slowly awakened. Just moments ago, it seemed he had endured a terrifying dream. Attempting to move his limbs, he realized they were bound. He tried to summon the system. But regardless of how fervently he called in his mind, the system interface failed to materialize. It dawned on him that he had been sold by 1111, losing his player functionality. What the hell? Who have I been sold to? Away writhed on the ground, trying to assess his surroundings. At that moment, he noticed a man approaching him. The man was donned in a black hood, his upper body bare, and clad in black leather pants. He stood diagonally before Away, scrutinizing him with a peculiar smile. That's good. Away was taken aback. The man spoke in English? Although he did not comprehend foreign languages, he could understand the man's words, suggesting the system was still looking out for him. However, it seemed the man was quite satisfied with him. Away felt uneasy and quickly inquired, Who are you? With the system's enhancement, the leather-panted man could also understand Away's language. With a grin, he elegantly introduced himself. My name is Van. I am an artist, a performance artist. Away was bewildered. Performance artist? What does that mean? What do you do? The man's expression became slightly nuanced. I am hired for people to fulfill their fantasies. Huh, fantasies. Away was even more confused. What fantasies? The man's grin widened, his eyes gleaming with fervor from the holes of his hood. They're deep, dark fantasies. Before Away could grasp the situation, he suddenly felt himself lifted. What the hell? What are you doing? Don't touch my pants. Back on the other side, after selling the two individuals, Jiang Tian continued to peruse the chat channel. Wow, those two survivors were just sold. Honestly, I wanted to buy one to test if they had any special abilities, but I missed out. I wonder what price the buyer offered. I'd like to acquire one myself. So, survivors can be sold too? Haha, it seems my income will increase. I must hasten the development of a mobile device. Damn it, you wouldn't be thinking of selling survivors too, would you? Hee, I want to be a sky pirate. I'll sell you all. No, don't. What are you all thinking, you devils? Damn it. You robbers, come at me if you dare. I'm not afraid of you. Oh my god, I'm so weak. Please don't hurt me. We should unite to resist these sky pirates. By the way, the IDs of the two individuals sold earlier were both CNNS. If I'm not mistaken, they were sold by someone from the same region, right? Wow. Are the people from that region so terrifying? Could it be a den of sky pirates? Hey, I warn you, don't use a map to generalize. Upon reading this, Jiang Tian sighed. He had not anticipated that one of his actions would stir such a commotion on the World Channel. Furthermore, from the messages in the chat channel, it seemed the method to mobilize the floating islands had been fully disseminated. Many individuals across the world began preparing mobile devices for floating islands, with some already completed, just waiting to venture out and loot. It appeared that the future would become increasingly tumultuous. At that moment, Jiang Tian received several private messages. 0888. Wow, dude. What did you do to 4144? The regional channel is going crazy. 0066. Did you drive them back? By the way, did you sell that away? Who was the other middle-aged man? Did you sell him to? The leaders of these messages were the two individuals, followed by others with whom he had previously communicated, all clamoring to inquire similar questions. Jiang Tian remained silent for a moment, refraining from responding to them. Switching to the regional chat channel, he found it had indeed erupted into chaos. The topic of discussion revolved solely around themselves. I just strolled through the trading post, and do you know what I discovered? That lackey from 4144 has been listed for sale at the trading post, and he was actually sold. I recognized him instantly. I remembered his ID from when he was flaunting earlier. My heavens, that lackey from 4144 should be with his master, attacking the esteemed 1111. Could it be that he was sold by 1111? And who is that other one listed for 1150? Surely, he wasn't sold by 1111 as well? This is astonishing. I never imagined there was a market for selling survivors. I never even considered that this 1111 is truly ruthless. Can someone tell me where this 1111 is located? No. My friend, if I recall correctly, you were just shouting about wanting to take on air thieves, right? Why are you inquiring about his location? Are you planning to seek trouble with 1111? Don't you fear for your life? What nonsense. If I knew his location, I would steer clear of him. Indeed. One should never provoke him. Heaven forbid he turns around and sells you off. How utterly foolish that would be. The clamor continued, with some individuals eager to confront him for an explanation. Jiang Tian, somewhat exasperated, received no replies and promptly closed the chat interface. Dismissing the matter from his mind, he returned to his newly acquired island, relocating various items. Thus, he toiled diligently, adhering to the usual routine. In the afternoon, Huitsubing and Zhang San, Li Si rose from their slumber. Shi Jigang also emerged from the stone brick house, reporting back to Jiang Tian. Boss, the house has been tidied up. Well then, we can move in right away, can't we? Yes, indeed. All right, this afternoon's task is to allocate the newly acquired resources, placing food in the warehouse near the stone brick house, while all other materials should be stored in the wooden house on the newly acquired land. Understood. The four of them busily transported various supplies to their designated locations. Midway through the process, Shi Jigang wiped the sweat from his neck, gazed up at the sun hanging low in the sky, and inquired, does anyone else feel that the weather has gotten a bit warmer? Chapter 88. The stone brick house completed, drought conditions looming. Upon hearing Shi Jigang's remark, Jiang Tian and Li Si also looked up at the sun, wiping the sweat from their brows. Indeed, it seemed that the temperature had risen. They had initially thought it was merely fatigue from labor. Huotsubing, however, remained unfazed, continuing with his work. At that moment, Jiang Tian, who was seated nearby examining the trading post, noticed the peculiar behavior of the others. He closed the interface and approached them. What's the matter? Boss, we feel the temperature is a bit high. Do you think summer is approaching? Summer? Jiang Tian paused, assessing the warmth enveloping him. Compared to before, it indeed felt somewhat warmer. Aside from the chilly moments during the rain, the climate had generally maintained a temperate quality. With the rising temperature, could it be that summer was truly on the horizon? When confronted with seasonal changes, Jiang Tian became cautious. The parchment had clearly indicated that in this world, calamities, both natural and man-made, could strike at any moment. While he had experienced human-made disasters, natural disasters had yet to truly manifest. Technically speaking, the rain from the 9th day did not qualify as a natural disaster. It merely served as a warning to the survivors. However, this time, a drought could very well occur. He needed to expedite the accumulation of water. A shortage of this precious resource was unacceptable. Furthermore, summer weather could bring about torrential rains and hail, which necessitated preparations to safeguard his crops. The unpredictability of summer was indeed quite troublesome. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Tian instructed, "Let us organize these items first, then promptly construct a greenhouse beside the plants. With the acquisition of a new plot of land featuring a wooden house, we can temporarily set aside the construction of a warehouse and prioritize the establishment of the vegetable greenhouse." "Yes, boss." The trio acknowledged in unison and resumed their tasks. Jiang Tian reopened the trading post to begin gathering supplies. Primarily, water was essential. He needed to procure more. Although they had amassed a considerable amount recently, their consumption was equally substantial, and the previously manufactured 100 cubic meter water reservoir was only half full. He needed to replenish it within the next few days. Additionally, it seemed that the prices for rainwater and clay were beginning to rise. More individuals appeared to be preparing to construct brick houses, indicating a trend of replacing wooden structures. Fortunately, he had already completed the stone brick house and had stockpiled a significant amount of clay, mitigating immediate demand. However, the price of timber remained exorbitantly high, as many were preparing to craft fans from wood. Reflecting on this, Jiang Tian couldn't help but recall the chatter in the chat channel and the private messages he had received. He felt a wave of frustration wash over him. It was others who had sought trouble with him, only to be met with his counterattack. Though his methods may have been ruthless, he merely acted in accordance with necessity. His guiding principle, "I do not provoke others, nor will I be provoked," seemed to have painted him as the villain in the eyes of those around him. Moreover, he couldn't shake the memory of that 4144's fearful gaze directed at him. Did even a villain feel fear in his presence? For a moment, Jiang Tian's thoughts became tangled. Perhaps this was for the best. If his notoriety spread, fewer would dare to provoke him. Particularly now, as survival and development took precedence. He lacked the time to engage in futile conflicts. Sighing, he cast aside these chaotic thoughts and proceeded to the warehouse, exchanging salt for some meat and vegetables. In the midst of his busyness, he lost track of time until the sun began to set. The group completed their tasks as per the original plan, relocating food from the warehouse on 4144's land to a closer repository near their living quarters. Construction materials and tools were also transferred from the original warehouse to the wooden house. Snacks and beverages were stored in the newly erected stone brick house. Upon entering the stone brick house, Jiang Tian surveyed the interior. It had been cleaned thoroughly, divided into 4 rooms, 1 master bedroom and 3 secondary bedrooms. Aside from 1 secondary room facing east, the remaining rooms faced south. To the left upon entry, a kitchen area was partitioned off, adjoining a dining room and a living room. Additionally, a toilet was constructed with stone bricks, though the pit beneath it had yet to be excavated. Song Yingxing suggested that Jiang Tian consider building a septic tank, as human waste could serve as fertile nourishment for crops and plants. Jiang Tian acknowledged this suggestion, but noted that the septic tank would need to be situated at the edge of the island due to its potent odor. The windows within the stone brick house had been installed, but as glass was still unavailable, they were merely fitted with sliding wooden boards. The center of the boards was hollowed out and covered with plastic film. Everything appeared quite standard. Additionally, the interior of the stone brick house was rather dull and gray, given the lack of conditions to apply a fresh coat of paint. However, in this environment, such concerns seem trivial. Compared to others, it is quite commendable. It is worth noting that some, unfortunate in their endeavors, scarcely manage to haul in a few pieces of wood. As timber prices escalate, the lack of a wooden abode forces one to make do with a mere tent. Stepping outside with satisfaction, I fortuitously encountered Kai Wenji, who came bouncing towards me, colliding directly into Jiang Tian's embrace. "Master, you've worked hard." Jiang Tian affectionately ruffled Kai Wenji's hair. "So, what treasures have we reeled in today?" "Indeed, we have quite a haul." Kai Wenji proudly raised her little face, eager to present the spoils of our day's labor: timber, clay, cattle, sheep, and seeds. With the 7 fishing rods acquired today, Our total now stands at 24. The resources gathered today render a stark contrast to those who possess only a single rod. Naturally, we also caught a fair share of monsters, over 30 to be precise. These creatures have been efficiently managed. The pigmen are bound and ready for sale, while half of the skeletons will be ground into bone meal and the other half offered for sale. As for the goblins and fishmen, Jiang Tian discovered that they are not particularly marketable. In the chat channel, he noted that attempts to tame these two creatures often ended in failure. Others even dared to sample their meat, only to find it sour and unpalatable. It remains a mystery why the pigmen and the larger fish seem to relish their meals so. Consequently, Jiang Tian instructed Li Xiaoning to spare the weapons when encountering these two types, simply kicking them overboard. According to the chatter in the channel, the most delectable option appears to be spiders. Therefore, he directed Li Xiaoning to remove all limbs from the spiders and package them for sale. Previously, Jiang Tian had also asked Li Xiaoning to dissect a spider to investigate for any peculiarities, only to find that it contained no silk whatsoever. After Kai Wenji finished her report, she curiously glanced at the adjacent stone brick house. Master, is the new house completed? Yes, it is ready for occupancy tonight. Oh, Kai Wenji blinked her large eyes and inquired, how many rooms does it have? Upon hearing this question, Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. There are 4 rooms in total, 1 master bedroom and 3 secondary bedrooms. As he spoke, he led Kai Wenji inside for a brief tour. Observing the modern layout, Kai Wenji was filled with curiosity. She then asked, Master, we now have 10 people in total. How will the rooms be allocated? At this, Jiang Tian furrowed his brow in contemplation. For now, I will occupy the master bedroom. I will ask everyone to choose their preferred room shortly. Kai Wenji, which room would you like to sleep in? Hee. Kai Wenji's eyes crescented with delight. Without answering Jiang Tian, she dashed outside. Master, I will go prepare dinner. Jiang Tian smiled and summoned Shi Gang and the rest, instructing them to move the tables, chairs, beds, and kitchenware from the wooden house to the new one. Given that it was mealtime, they decided to leave the stove for tomorrow, planning to transfer the kitchen utensils later and to craft a few more wooden beds. An hour later, the meal was ready and served in the dining area of the new house. The dining room featured a large square table, newly constructed by Shi Gang, accommodating 10 diners. The menu included beef stew with potatoes, duck soup with carrots and tomatoes, and stir-fried greens. The men, women, and children gathered around, enjoying their meal and engaging in cheerful conversation, all praising the newly built house. Among them, Shi Gang beamed with pride, his smile outshining the rest. During the meal, a head suddenly peeked in from outside the stone brick house, watching longingly. Upon recognizing the intruder, Jiang Tian felt somewhat speechless. Well, it's Lu Sandao still lingering outside. Initially, there were plans to sell Lu Sandao, but he had been forgotten amid the busyness. Considering that he was now technically a subordinate, and aside from his unfortunate habit, had not committed any other misdeeds, Jiang Tian decided to bring him a bowl of food, allowing him to eat outside while keeping an eye out for any unusual occurrences around the island. This arrangement was not meant to ostracize him, but rather a practical decision given the odor of his trousers. Upon seeing the food, Lu Sandao was overwhelmed with gratitude, wiping away tears as he took the bowl and exited. Shortly thereafter, the meal concluded. As everyone sat digesting their food, Jiang Tian began discussing the allocation of rooms. Most were agreeable to the arrangements. Wang Yun had no special requests, simply insisting he should not share a room with Lu Bu, to which Lu Bu concurred. Ultimately, it was decided that Lu Bu and Shi Gang would share one room, Zhang San and Li Si another, while Li Xiaoning would have a room to herself. Hui Yubing would stay with Wang Yun and Song Yingxing in the previous wooden house. Kai Wenji remained silent, and Jiang Tian did not press her further. Once the room assignments were finalized, Kai Wenji and Li Xiaoning took turns washing the dishes, while the 2 elderly men tidied the dining table. Shi Gang, along with the other strong men, continued crafting wooden beds. Amid the rhythmic sounds of hammering, night deepened, and the moonlight cast a gentle glow. Boss, the beds are ready and placed in their respective rooms, Shi Gang reported as he approached Jiang Tian, who was seated on the floor. Jiang Tian peered through the window at the sky and nodded. Well done today, everyone. You may return and rest. By the way, summon Hui Yubing. Understood, boss. Shi Gang nodded and left the living room, soon returning with Hui Yubing in tow. Hui Yubing, you will be on night patrol with Lu Sandao. Also, bring him a pair of pants so he can wash his soiled ones. Yes, my lord. Hui Yubing acknowledged, taking his weapon and stepping outside to instruct Lu Sandao on his duties for the night. Jiang Tian was not particularly keen on retaining Lu Sandao. However, as a subordinate, he would not rebel, and given the current circumstances, it was prudent to keep him for a while longer before selling him off. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Jiang Tian entered his bedroom. The master bedroom, spanning 20 square meters, was aglow with candlelight, illuminating the furnishings. The most prominent feature was a wooden bed, the same one previously placed in the wooden house. Beside it stood a round table laden with snacks and drinks, and a waste bin was positioned nearby. The absence of modern amenities like televisions or computers rendered the room surprisingly spacious. Lying on the bed, Jiang Tian closed his eyes, preparing to drift into slumber. At that moment, the wooden door creaked open and a small figure tiptoed in. Master. Jiang Tian feigned sleep, keeping his eyes shut. Seeing this, the tiny figure quietly closed the door and stealthily extinguished the candle. The following day dawned with the crowing of roosters. Everyone rose from their slumber. After breakfast, the night watchman Manhwaedit returned to his room to rest, while Lu Sandao was assigned a tent outside. Subsequently, everyone commenced their new day's labor. The fishing personnel remained busy, while old Song Yingxing began tending to the fruits and vegetables by the pond. Following Jiang Tian's instructions, he also headed to the newly acquired land to consolidate the farmland. Shi Jigang, accompanied by Zhang San and Li Si, gathered plastic sheets and timber to construct a vegetable greenhouse. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. After replicating a siege crossbow, Jiang Tian casually opened the world channel, eager to see if there had been any changes in the world today. Hey, have you noticed that these monsters seem to have grown stronger again? Indeed, just moments ago, I managed to reel in a goblin, whose muscles seem to have grown more robust, and his weapon has transformed from a mere stone club to a formidable stone axe. Goodness, the fishman I encountered earlier has also sprouted biceps. Can you imagine how bizarre that scene was? Furthermore, it appears the skeleton's bones have become noticeably sturdier. I have made a discovery. My pigman seems to have grown stronger as well, facing these enhanced monsters without a hint of trepidation. How could this be? My pigman feels more ferocious than before. It seems that their consumption of monster flesh has catalyzed these changes, and they have even sprouted some dark fur. Could it be? The pigmen can level up by consuming monster meat? I must procure a few creatures for them to feast upon. By the way, my friends, do refrain from purchasing skeletons. They consume everything except for skeletons, as there is no meat on them. Thank you for the warning. I shall head to the market now. At this, Jiang Tian paused momentarily. The monsters have grown stronger? The pigmen can level up? Is such a phenomenon even possible? He opened the trading hall to take a look. Subsequently, he approached Li Xioning and relayed the situation, cautioning her not to discard the goblins and fishmen they had caught today, adhering to the old custom of binding them. He then reopened the trading hall. Previously, he had saved a goblin to observe its market value, and he altered the trading conditions from food to metal or animals, curious to see if anyone would make a purchase. After concluding that, he opened the world chat channel once more. Jiang Tian discovered that within the brief span of time he was advising Li Xioning, the topics had shifted dramatically. Help! An empty island is approaching me, adorned with a grand sail featuring a black skull. Chapter 90, Sky Pirates? Self-disciplined fishmen. This announcement incited a flurry of panic. What? A skull on the sail? My friend. From your description, it sounds like a pirate ship. Could it be that you've encountered sky pirates? Ha ha. I am battling alongside Captain Blackbeard. Tremble, you peasants. My heavens. Blackbeard, is that the infamous Edward Teach? Have the sky pirates already begun their raids? Woohoo. My mobile device is ready. I shall embark at once in search of prey. I am joining too. I shall claim the title of the pirate king of this world. Messages in the world channel can only be sent once a day. Just moments ago, the survivor who reported seeing the skull has gone silent. Perhaps due to the message limit, they can no longer speak in the world channel. Alternatively, they may be seeking help in their regional channel, or perhaps they have met an unfortunate fate. The chatter in the world channel continued to roll on, essentially dividing into three factions. One group clamoring to craft mobile devices for escape, another shouting to move islands into battle, and yet another calling for alliances to collectively resist these marauders. While observing these developments, Jiang Tian received a private message. 0066, are you there? Is it convenient to chat? I have a matter I wish to discuss with you. What is it? There has been another robbery in our area, and survivors were sold. Are you aware of this? Upon reading this, Jiang Tian was taken aback. He switched to the regional chat window. Ha ha ha, I finally seized an island. I have acquired over 100 square meters of land and materials. What a bonanza. No wonder 4144 was so fond of plundering. I too have captured one. TSK, and there are women aboard. How delightful. I am en route. Goodness, have you all lost your minds? It's one thing to be a bandit, but to boast so brazenly? Help. These bastards are going to sell me. Save me. Did you see the world channel? Someone has transformed a mobile island into a pirate ship, adorned with a skull. It's so damn cool. I want to paint one too. Of course I saw it. I'm currently painting mine. This time, I shall be the pirate king. The uproar within the channel mirrored the chaotic scene in the world channel. At that moment, 0066 sent another private message. I never expected that after 4144's demise, such events would unfold. Therefore, I wish to prepare some defensive measures on the island. As previously agreed. Could you sell me some crossbows? It was then that Jiang Tian recalled their earlier arrangement. He had utilized her logs to craft some ranged weapons for her. He had become preoccupied with dealing with the others and had forgotten this matter. Glancing at the 4 crossbow carts nearby, he pondered for a moment before replying. To be frank, I have created a crossbow cart. The materials you provided earlier only allowed me to construct one, so I cannot supply you with any more at the moment. Unless you could provide me with a few more logs, I would have spare crossbows to sell you. However, should you find yourself under attack, do let me know. I can lend you a crossbow cart for your use. By the way, the crossbow bolts are not included. You'll need to prepare those yourself. This was the truth. The materials given by 0066 could only yield one such crossbow cart, consuming a significant amount of effort. The subsequent carts were replicated using Jiang Tian's skills. Thus, his statement held no flaws. Moreover, even if he now had additional crossbow carts, in this tumultuous environment, having more would only serve to fortify against potential sieges on his island. Therefore, it was not prudent to casually sell one to someone else. Upon hearing this, 0066 remained silent for a moment before responding. Was this the same contraption you used against 4144? How effective was it? Very effective, considering the cost involved. Alright then. To be honest, I am looking forward to the new batch of crossbow carts. The logs are already being cultivated, and I hope you will honor your promise. However, we have made an agreement, and given the current chaotic state of the world, even if you cannot provide me with a crossbow cart, you must supply me with some other weapons for self-defense. Jiang Tian did not refuse this request. After all, the materials he used were indeed sourced from her without any payment. Furthermore, he would need to continue procuring supplies from her in the future and could not afford to take advantage of her too heavily. After a moment's contemplation, he gathered some weapons dropped by monsters, along with the 2 wooden bows from earlier, and sent them over. These weapons were rather crude, suitable only as consumables, and Jiang Tian hardly valued them. Soon, the trade was completed, and both parties exchanged staples such as potatoes and wheat. Before concluding the conversation, 0066 reminded Jiang Tian to ensure he sells her a crossbow cart when the time comes. Jiang Tian, in turn, tentatively inquired if she could sell him some log seeds. However, 0066 declined. With a resigned shake of his head, Jiang Tian closed the chat window. As he strolled about, he checked on the progress of others' work. Upon reaching the fishing area, he found Kai Wenji just pulling up a box. With a thud, Jiang Tian approached the box and instructed Li Xiaoning, "Open it. But remember to leave it intact." "Understood," Li Xiaoning replied, crouching down to retrieve something. She then picked up a long wooden hook and hooked it onto the movable plank of the box. This hook was crafted by Shi Gang during his spare time over the past few days and did not take long to make. The primary intention was to maintain a safe distance while opening the box, just in case. Given that spiders could potentially leap out from the box now, one could not rule out the possibility of facehuggers appearing later. That would be rather unpleasant. As the movable plank slowly opened with the hook, before long, a fishman wielding a spear leaped out. The merman possessed a pale blue body, its large green eyes wide open, as it brandished its muscular arms and bared its teeth. With a fierce cry of woo, the merman lunged towards the nearest Li Xiaoning, spear in hand. Unperturbed, Li Xiaoning flicked her fair right hand, sending a stone the size of her palm flying. Crack! The projectile struck the merman above its lips, hitting 2 small holes, causing it to tumble down, unconscious and bleeding profusely from its nose. "Master, the situation has been dealt with." Jiang Tian nodded, strolling forward with his hands clasped behind his back to assess the situation. The previous mermen he had encountered were all clad in green skin, with slender limbs. This one, however, was blue and, as the channel had indicated, its arms were muscular, exuding considerable strength. Jiang Tian was somewhat at a loss for words. It was his first time witnessing a fish-like creature with biceps. Did all monsters now indulge in fitness? Were they so disciplined? Chapter 91. You first. Try the hardness of this creature. Nevertheless, no amount of discipline could escape Jiang Tian's grasp. As was customary, he first bound the merman's limbs. Then, crouching beside it, he picked up a twig and prodded the merman's arm. Indeed, its muscular density was significantly greater than before. The blue skin appeared smoother compared to its previous state. Common stone weapons would likely prove ineffective against it. It was likely that others had already suffered losses at its hands. Beside the merman lay its stone spear, which was rather unremarkable, a piece of trash. He decided to sell it in bulk at the trading post. Before long, another wooden box was reeled in. As he opened the movable plank, another similarly muscular creature stood up, a goblin. Its green skin, protruding nose, and stone axe in its right hand marked it as an old acquaintance. Yet, it had become significantly more robust. The formerly hunched posture had vanished, and it now boasted 4 distinct abdominal muscles. Of course, its visage remained as grotesque as ever. Jiang Tian examined it, bewildered. Goodness, in just a few days, had monsters transformed into such fitness enthusiasts? Which gym were they attending? As Jiang Tian silently lamented, the goblin grinned and lunged towards Li Xiaoning. Weewa! Crack! Another stone struck, landing squarely in the goblin's gaping mouth. Its eyes bulged, and it collapsed. Following the usual protocol, Jiang Tian bound the goblin and packaged it with the stone axe for sale at the trading post. After another period of fishing, yet another wooden box appeared, within which stood a familiar yet unfamiliar entity, a skeleton. This skeleton bore a resemblance to those previously encountered, yet its bones faintly glimmered with a blue hue. In its right hand, it gripped not the small bone knife of yore, but a bone sword measuring 70 to 80 centimeters in length. Upon seeing this entity, Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. According to recent discussions in the chat channel, this skeleton had merely experienced increased bone hardness. There had been no mention of a color change. Had it mutated? He nodded at Li Xiaoning, who repeated her previous tactic, picking up a stone and striking the skeleton's nasal cavity. Thud! The stone shattered, scattering debris. At that moment, the skeleton emerged from the wooden box, bone sword in hand, advancing step by step toward Jiang Tian and Li Xiaoning, exuding an aura of menace. Li Xiaoning frowned, grasping the bronze short sword from the ground. Jiang Tian stood still, observing the skeleton with no reaction. Moments later, the skeleton reached them, raising its bone sword for a downward strike. Clang! The bone sword clashed against Li Xiaoning's bronze short sword, resulting in a notch forming on the bone sword, with bone fragments cascading down. Although the skeleton's expression was indiscernible, it seemed to sense something amiss and attempted to retract the sword. At that instant, Li Xiaoning sidestepped, her short sword sweeping toward the skeleton's neck. Crack! Clatter! The blue skeleton's neck snapped, its head rolling away. Even so, the body below continued to move, raising the bone sword to strike at Li Xiaoning's head. Yet, Li Xiaoning was no novice. She evaded this attack with another sidestep. Through her recent battles with monsters, she had come to understand their characteristics. For instance, even without a head, their bodies could still function. After dodging the attack, she swung her short sword repeatedly, targeting the inner sections of its joints, dismantling the blue skeleton's form. Once she confirmed that the bones had ceased movement, she returned to Jiang Tian and cupped her hands in salute. Master, the issue has been resolved. Jiang Tian nodded, approaching the skeleton. He crouched down, resuming his examination. Picking up the stone axe dropped by the goblin, he struck the skeleton's rib cage. Thud! The collision produced a dull sound, and cracks appeared on the axe's head, with shards scattering across the ground. He then took the bronze short sword and struck the rib cage. Crack! A fissure emerged on the rib, and the edge of the bronze sword dulled slightly. Having gauged the force, Jiang Tian formed a preliminary assessment of the skeleton's bone density. This creature was indeed significantly tougher than the previous skeletons. Despite the fissures, they were merely a result of its own forceful impact. An ordinary person wielding this short sword might not even leave a scratch. Others encountering this creature could find themselves in grave peril. Its only vulnerability appeared to be the joints. If those were disassembled, the skeletal structure would be rendered immobile. With that, Jiang Tian had witnessed the transformations of the goblin, merman, and skeleton. Subsequently, he summoned the patrolling Lu Bu. Since the monster's strength had changed, it was imperative to familiarize them with the situation. Master, what is it? Do you need a shift change? Lu Bu inquired, to which Jiang Tian shook his head, gesturing towards the skeleton. Indeed, you should first test the hardness of this creature. Understood. Observing the blue-tinged skeleton, Lu Bu was intrigued. He crouched down and grasped a leg bone. With a firm pull, he snapped it in two. Crack! Lu Bu nodded. This thing is indeed quite hard, stronger than other skeletons. Jiang Tian was taken aback. Goodness, was Lu Bu's strength so great that he could break it so effortlessly? However, it was advantageous for Jiang Tian that his subordinate possessed such formidable strength. He shifted his focus to the remaining half of the leg bone, which had formed a hollow cavity. It was empty, devoid of marrow. He wondered how anyone could have made bone broth with such a thing. Afterward, Jiang Tian opened the chat channel to peruse the discussions. Although monsters had undergone mutations today, the primary topic remained the issue of air thieves. Occasionally, he spotted a few comments about the monsters growing stronger, but regarding the skeleton, they merely noted that its bones had hardened. Some even remarked that the skeleton's bones seemed whiter, with no mention of any blue hue. This indicated that, apart from himself, many had yet to encounter this rare blue skeletal creature. He had stumbled upon an unusual monster, though it seemed of little practical use. Jiang Tian contemplated for a moment and instructed Li Xiaoning to gather the multitude of skeletons, intending to transform them into bone powder to explore any potential special properties. Naturally, based on the recent analysis, it was evident that a stone hammer would prove ineffective. At the very least, a bronze or iron hammer was requisite. The creation of such an implement necessitated the services of a blacksmith's forge. Chapter 92. My goodness, are those spider legs? The establishment of a blacksmith's forge had become rather awkward. The time spent constructing the house had delayed the progress of the forge until now. Once Shi Jigang and his team completed the greenhouse as a precautionary measure, it would be imperative to expedite the construction of the blacksmith's workshop. Otherwise, the subsequent creation of weapons would be rendered cumbersome. The previous endeavor of crafting a mechanism had been quite distressing, involving the fusion of collected iron ingots to form a rudimentary iron block, which served as a makeshift anvil. Following that, bronze was smelted and poured into a mold fashioned from clay. Utilizing a hammer previously caught, it was then shaped. The mechanisms of ancient crossbows were not overly complex. Thus the equipment could suffice for the time being. However, future tools and weapons could not be fashioned in such a haphazard manner. Assigning Lu Bu to oversee the fishing site, Jiang Tian proceeded to the fields, where a group was diligently toiling. They were digging holes with shovels, driving wooden stakes into the earth, and subsequently filling the holes with soil. It appeared that the task would not be accomplished swiftly. Jiang Tian, not one to remain idle, took up a shovel and, under Shi Jigang's guidance, commenced work alongside them. Fortunately, there were not many crops on the island requiring protection at present. By the time lunch arrived, the greenhouse was already more than halfway completed. After enjoying a meal and a brief nap, he awoke an hour later and stepped outside, only to find Huotsubing emerging at the same moment. Upon seeing Jiang Tian, he offered a greeting. My lord. Indeed. Jiang Tian nodded and instructed, first, find something to eat to quell your hunger. I shall have a task for you shortly. Of course, my lord. Please give your orders. Huotsubing replied, his expression earnest. Noting this seriousness, Jiang Tian continued. We should have some leftover materials from the construction of the crossbow, correct? Yes. Could those remnants be fashioned into wooden bows? Upon hearing this, Huotsubing pondered for a moment. Excluding the unusable scraps, there remained sufficient materials to create 1 or 2 bows. Very well, let us proceed thusly. Jiang Tian nodded. This matter is not of utmost urgency. First, eat something, and then this afternoon, craft the wooden bows. Understood, my lord. After Huotsubing departed, Jiang Tian resumed his stroll, ready to hasten the greenhouse's construction. Just then, a loud thud emanated from the fishing area. Looking up, he noticed a box positioned before Lu Bu. Intrigued, Jiang Tian approached the fishing site. Lu Bu, use the wooden hook to open the box. I wish to see what lies within. Yes, my lord. Lu Bu nodded and complied with Jiang Tian's request, diligently prying open the movable wooden panel. Expecting a monster to leap forth, he was astonished to find a young man standing inside. The youth had tousled hair and a robust physique, clad in a gray vest and black trousers. Another modern individual, it seemed. Upon seeing Jiang Tian, the young man nodded in greeting. Master. Jiang Tian acknowledged with a nod. Please introduce yourself. What is your name? What do you remember? And do you possess any skills? The young man regarded Jiang Tian, contemplating for a moment before responding. Master. My name is Tang Yan, and I believe I possess skills in blacksmithing. Blacksmithing? Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. Indeed. It appears that despite the recent lack of success in fishing for individuals, fate has smiled upon me by bringing forth a blacksmith. Come along with me, he commanded. Yes, master. From now on, do not call me master. Refer to me as boss. Understood, boss. As they walked and conversed, Jiang Tian soon led Tang Yan to the smelting furnace. Do you know how to operate this? Tang Yan did not immediately respond, but squatted down to examine the furnace closely, ultimately nodding in affirmation. Although rudimentary, the furnace was functional. Jiang Tian then pointed to the anvil crafted from a large iron block and the small hammer they had caught. You are familiar with the anvil and hammer, I presume? Upon seeing these items, Tang Yan's expression grew notably complex. This thing can be called an anvil? Who created this? It's utterly absurd. Jiang Tian felt somewhat embarrassed. Although he had not constructed it himself, the design was his suggestion. Nonetheless, such a reaction indicated his proficiency in blacksmithing. He then patted Tang Yan on the shoulder, saying, Very well, from now on, the furnace and the blacksmith's workshop shall be under your purview. Where is the blacksmith's workshop? I do not see it, Tang Yan inquired. Glancing around in bewilderment, Jiang Tian smiled. It has yet to be constructed. First, let us complete the greenhouse, and then we shall begin work on the blacksmith's forge. Boss, what particular connection exists between the greenhouse and the blacksmith's workshop? Is it not preferable to construct the forge first? Enough questions, let us get to work. After dispatching the loquacious blacksmith to assist Shiji Gang, the only tent on the ground began to make noise. Lu Sandao emerged, nodding at Jiang Tian. My lord. Since Jiang Tian intended to continue utilizing Lu Sandao, he allowed him to alter his address, sparing them both the awkwardness. Subsequently, he entered the tent, retrieving a piece of bread, a sausage, and a bottle of mineral water to toss to him. Consume these, then join Shiji Gang in labor. Yes, my lord. After Lu Sandao departed, another thud echoed from the fishing area, prompting Jiang Tian's curiosity to lead him back, instructing Lu Bu to open the box. As the movable wooden panel was drawn apart, 2 elongated objects emerged through the gap. Observing these peculiar items, Jiang Tian frowned. They were approximately as thick as rolling pins, covered in fur, with sharp tips that had already punctured the wooden panel of the box. The lethality of these appendages, if they were to pierce a human body, was readily apparent. Good heavens, are those 2 spider legs? Stop. Jiang Tian raised a hand, halting Lu Bu's movements. There is a spider within. We need only push the wooden panel slightly to allow its legs to emerge. Lu Bu complied, carefully adjusting the panel to ensnare the spider's legs. The gap was just right, preventing the spider from escaping while its legs flailed in vain, eliciting hissing sounds from within the box as it seemed to threaten those outside against their meddling. Intrigued, Jiang Tian leaned closer to observe the spider caught in this predicament. Comparing its legs to those of previous spiders, he noted a similar size, but the force with which they had punctured the wood indicated a different caliber. Furthermore, while ordinary spiders were entirely coated in black fur, these legs bore patterns of yellow fur among the black. Indeed, it was evident that even spiders had been enhanced. Chapter 93. Lu Bu noted the approach of an island, seeking your counsel. At this moment, the yellow-furred spider's exposed legs were still writhing, desperate to reclaim their freedom. However, Jiang Tian and Lu Bu had no intention of granting its wish, keeping it firmly ensnared. Moreover, Jiang Tian picked up 2 branches from nearby. With the sharp tip of the spider's leg pinched between his fingers, Jiang Tian scraped it against the wooden box a couple of times. Noticing the scratches left on the box, he raised an eyebrow. Hey, this thing is surprisingly sharp. Meanwhile, the spider inside the box was nearing insanity from the humiliation of having its limbs toyed with. Its indignation grew, causing its appendages to twitch more vigorously, while its body thrashed against the wooden lid above. Observing this, Jiang Tian calmly commanded, "Lu Bu, push the lid down." "Yes, my lord." With a swift motion, Lu Bu shoved the lid, causing 2 severed spider legs, oozing green ichor, to plummet to the ground. The remaining spider let out a furious hiss, feeling its pride wounded by such an entrance. As the spider writhed in agitation, Jiang Tian crouched down to examine the severed appendages. One appeared to be a front leg, adorned with a sharp, conical spike at its tip. The other leg, while also pointed, lacked the same degree of sharpness. Prodding the spike on the front leg, Jiang Tian noted its commendable hardness. Furthermore, this spike could be detached from the softer part of the spider leg, resulting in a hollow, conical weapon. Upon observing this hollow section, a bold idea sparked in Jiang Tian's mind, to use this as an arrowhead. It was superior to sharpened wood, and although it could not rival a bronze tip, it was naturally formed and cost-free. With this thought, Jiang Tian's interest shifted to the other front leg of the spider. Lu Bu, open the box just enough for it to extend the other leg. Lu Bu complied, gradually pulling apart the wooden slats, allowing a beam of sunlight to penetrate the box. However, this time the spider had learned its lesson, retreating into a corner and remaining motionless. Just as Jiang Tian contemplated instructing Lu Bu to fully open the lid and eliminate the spider, he heard the familiar sound of bells from Kai Wenji, who was fishing nearby. Raising her fishing rod, she dropped her catch. Bang! Another box appeared. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Tian instructed Lu Bu to maintain their position while he approached the new box, carefully prying the wooden slats apart. As he speculated whether this box contained another spider, a green hand emerged, grasping the edge of the box, attempting to push the slats aside. A goblin? Upon seeing the goblin's hand, Jiang Tian was struck by another idea. He yanked the slats away. The goblin, taken aback, quickly stood up, just as it prepared to unleash a piercing scream and swing its stone axe. It suddenly felt a sharp pain in its right arm, discovering that the arm wielding the axe had been severed. Before it could utter a cry, it felt itself being lifted by the neck. Lu Bu, pull the wooden slats aside. Yes, my lord. Lu Bu complied, and Jiang Tian unceremoniously tossed the goblin into the box, then pushed the slats back into place. The spider, already in a foul mood, suddenly felt an impact against its surroundings. Enraged, it lunged to bite the intruder. Just as the goblin regained its bearings, it felt a sharp bite, prompting it to retaliate with furious cries. Bang, bang, bang. The box erupted into chaos. Moments later, silence fell. Upon reopening the box, Jiang Tian found both the goblin and the spider motionless, their bodies marred with bloody wounds. What a fierce rivalry, Jiang Tian mused, instructing Lu Bu to empty the contents of the box. At last, the spider's form was fully revealed before Jiang Tian. Although its legs matched the thickness of an ordinary spider's, its body was significantly larger, adorned with yellow stripes. Its pincers and fangs were also more robust and sharper, suitable for affixing to arrows. After inspecting the goblin's wounds, Jiang Tian noted that aside from muscle damage, there were no abnormalities. The spider appeared to be non-venomous. Nevertheless, its lethal capabilities rendered venom unnecessary against ordinary creatures. Upon dissecting its abdomen, he found nothing of particular significance. After conducting a thorough examination, Jiang Tian instructed Lu Bu to retain the spider's fangs and the conical spikes from its foremost legs for future use, while the remainder could be cut into segments for sale. After acknowledging his orders, Lu Bu resumed his fishing duties. Jiang Tian then proceeded to join Shi Jigang and the others to continue constructing the greenhouse. With Jiang Tian's assistance, along with the recent catch of Tang Yan, the pace of their work quickened considerably. Approximately 2 hours later, a rudimentary vegetable greenhouse was erected over the newly acquired farmland. Well done, everyone. Let's take a moment to rest, Jiang Tian called out, prompting the group to sit on the ground. Fanning themselves with their collars, they wiped the sweat from their brows. The weather had certainly grown warmer. After working for a while, the sun had drained some moisture from their bodies, leaving them parched. All right, it's getting a bit hot out here. Let us head inside, Jiang Tian suggested. Yes, boss. The 6 of them stood and returned to the stone brick house. Thanks to Lu Sandao washing up and changing his trousers the previous night, there was no unpleasant odor about him, and Jiang Tian allowed him inside. Each person took a bottle of mineral water, pressing it against the cool cement wall to drink, feeling significantly refreshed. After arranging for Lu Sandao to deliver several bottles of water to others at their respective workstations, Jiang Tian opened the trading post to see if there were any cooling mats or bamboo available, preparing for the evening's rest. While the others rested, he searched for a while but found no direct sellers of cooling mats, though bamboo was available. He managed to exchange a higher price for a finished bamboo mat from seller 0888, and he also purchased some long bamboo poles for handmade construction. After placing the cooling mat back in his room, the group had nearly finished their rest. Jiang inquired, "Boss, now that the greenhouse is complete, what shall we do next?" Tang Yin chimed in, "Boss, let us build the blacksmith shop." Jiang Tian pondered the weather for a moment before responding, "All right. Let us divide our tasks. Jiang will lead you all to fire the bricks and construct the blacksmith shop. I still need to glue the plastic sheets together to create a large transparent cover for the pond to prevent evaporation." He added, "By the way, since the weather is quite warm, let us have Elder Song make us some straw hats to wear." Just as he finished giving these orders, Song Yingxing burst into the room, reporting, "My lord, Lubu has spotted an island approaching from the north and requests your instructions." Chapter 94, Brave Warriors, I support you. At this, Jiang Tian furrowed his brow. "Elder Song, which direction does ahead refer to?" "Directly north. I happened to see something flying over while fertilizing, and I informed Lubu. He asked me to notify you while he kept watch." "Understood. Everyone, prepare the crossbows and load the bolts. We head north." "Yes." The group exited together, heading towards the crossbows station to the east and south. Jiang Tian's expression remained impassive as he strode northward. Observing the bustle around him, Tang Yin, puzzled, followed Jiang Tian and asked, "Boss, what is going on? What is happening?" "You'll find out soon enough. Come on, just tell me already. What is this about an attack?" "Enough, be quiet." Jiang Tian found himself slightly exasperated by the incessant chatter of the blacksmith. Arriving at the northern location, Lubu bowed and said, "My lord." As Jiang Tian gazed ahead, he discerned an object floating in the sky not far off. The speed of its flight was not particularly swift, yet it was undoubtedly approaching his position. It was another person's floating island. Jiang Tian let out a sigh. Although he was already aware that many individuals had crafted devices for airborne islands to engage in aerial plundering, he was taken aback by the rapidity of this encounter. Just as he had dispatched one, another had appeared. If he were to underestimate the situation, he would have no choice but to send this one on its way as well. On the other side, a small island, approximately 100 square meters in size, with large fans on either end, was leisurely gliding through the air. The sails were billowing in the southern breeze, while three subordinates at the rear were vigorously turning the fans. A young man with short hair, a fair complexion, and a notably sunny disposition stood at the forefront of the sails, embracing a flamboyantly dressed woman. As he beheld the island emerging in his line of sight, a smile crept across his face. To his surprise, he had encountered another's floating island so soon. It seemed fortune was favoring him. He pondered the state of that person's island and how many resources it could potentially yield him. After muttering this to himself, the young man activated the global chat channel. The chatter was a cacophony of voices, predominantly centered around a singular theme. "Wow, I just raided a floating island and acquired a fishing rod. The resources I gain now can be doubled. This feels absolutely exhilarating. Haha, I too have plundered an island. Survivors are now available for purchase. Everyone, hurry and buy. Good heavens, these aerial thieves are utterly rampant. Is there no one to rein them in? I am the king of this airspace. Who can challenge me? What audacity! You dare to call yourself king? The title of Aerial Pirate King belongs to me. I've been meaning to ask for a while. What does this Aerial Pirate King actually mean? Is there even such a thing? Dude, where are you from? Haven't you heard of the Pirate King? I'm a bit confused too. I've seen a little of that Pirate King story. There seem to be two distinctive characters named Luffy and Zoro." Upon reading this, the young man closed the chat channel, a smirk forming on his lips. Others had begun their endeavors. He too needed to act swiftly, to annex other islands and bolster his power, securing a place for himself in this new world. "Annex?" The woman in his arms displayed a hint of confusion. "Are we really going to seize that island?" "Of course we must," he replied, "and I intend to deal with the natives to exchange for even more resources. But what if those people resist?" Resist? They won't stand a chance against me, for I possess the strength." The young man's expression was one of supreme confidence. In his eyes, ordinary individuals in this region were utterly incapable of contending with him. In a land where the average person had two subordinates, he had, through his own efforts, amassed four, including the woman in his embrace and 3 burly men behind him. However, this did not imply that he frequently recruited individuals. In reality, he had only managed to recruit 2 people thus far. Yet, he had been fortunate enough to land 2 exceptionally rare women. Just yesterday, he had sold one of his female subordinates, acquiring the 3 strong men and the floating island mobility device in return. One of these strong men, it seemed, was an ancient warrior known as the Short-Legged Tiger, Wang Ying. Though he was not well versed in ancient history, the information circulating in the global chat suggested that such figures were quite formidable. Thus, he felt an overwhelming sense of confidence. The floating island mobility device he possessed was also quite advanced, having replaced the fans with 2 new ones, one at each end of the island, allowing for greater maneuverability. His aim in procuring these was to catch up with the grand vessels of this era, enhancing his strength through plunder. With these thoughts in mind, the young man turned his gaze to the woman in his arms. "Wait, this plundering might get a bit brutal. You should step aside." "No need," she replied, her eyes sparkling with an unusual light as she playfully insisted, "I want to watch you in action." Upon hearing this, The young man felt a surge of exhilaration and flashed her a devilish grin. All right, just stand by and watch me seize this island. Once I claim it, I will ensure the entire world knows it is under your dominion. My dear, you are so manly, she exclaimed, affectionately nuzzling against him. The young man, brimming with ambition, commanded his burly subordinates. You three, hurry up and get those fans turning. Then arm yourselves and prepare to charge. Yes, the three men responded in unison, intensifying their efforts. Before long, the distance between the two islands began to diminish, now only a mile or two apart. The inhabitants of both islands could clearly discern the size and some structures present on one another's islands. At that moment, the young man and the woman in his arms were struck dumb by the sight before them. What the hell? Just moments ago, from afar, we couldn't see it clearly. Who would have thought this island was so large? Indeed, that island across from us must be 10 times the size of ours. My dear, look, it seems to have a large house. A stone brick house? The young man paused, seemingly recalling something. Suddenly, a shiver ran down his spine, and cold sweat trickled down his brow. Trembling, he opened the regional chat channel and inquired. CNNS 2111. May I ask if the person who previously mentioned constructing a stone brick house is that 1111? Yes, that SM. Why do you ask? Aside from that 1111, no one else could have possibly constructed a brick house at this time, right? What? Are you interested in raiding his brick house? Warrior, go forth, I support you. As he read through the chat records, the young man's body was drenched in cold sweat. Such a vast expanse of land, coupled with that brick house, could only belong to 1111. Wasn't he the one who had swallowed up the notorious aerial pirate leader, 4144? No wonder the territory was so extensive. This individual was not someone he could provoke. To think my first foray into battle would encounter such a tough opponent. If we truly clash, I might just end up being sold by that 1111. With this thought, the young man shouted in alarm. Crap, you three, stop turning those fans immediately. What? The three burly men were taken aback, unsure of what was happening. The young man, his face a mask of panic, offered no explanation. Stop advancing. Quickly. Bring in the sails. Reverse. Hurry up and reverse. Okay, got it. Though the three men were puzzled, they complied, hastening to turn the fans in the opposite direction. The young man joined them, straining to help turn the mechanism. While they worked, he scolded the bewildered woman standing nearby. Damn it. What are you staring at? Hurry up and come help. Meanwhile, on the other island, Jiang Tian observed the sudden halt and swift retreat of the opposing island with a bemused shake of his head. Judging by their demeanor, it appeared they had been frightened off. He was left wondering just who this individual was who had encountered him. Subsequently, he opened the chat channel to review the records. Upon seeing the inquiry regarding the stone brick house, Jiang Tian's expression sharpened, murmuring to himself, this person's ID is 2111? Chapter 95. Someone is calling for an alliance to deal with you. The ID CNNS 2111 was unfamiliar to Jiang Tian. He had never conversed with this individual nor engaged in any transactions, not even exchanging a single word. Nonetheless, this ID piqued his interest. The IDs of both parties differed by a mere digit, and the other party hailed from the north. Could it be that 2111's original position was directly north of him, above the numbered 1111? Furthermore, 4144 encountered the middle-aged man, numbered 4150, who was the first to employ the fan for movement, and whose number was strikingly close to his own. This suggests that the initial positions within the game are likely arranged according to their numerical identifiers. Contemplating this, Jiang Tian crouched down and drew a square in the dirt with a stick. Above the square, he inscribed the letters CNNS. The distribution of their current positions might indeed be aligned with this square. From left to right and top to bottom, the positional information sequentially runs from 0001-0002 up to 1000, constituting the first row. Above 0001 lies 1001, progressing onward to 2000, and so forth. Observing the grid of intersecting lines he created, Jiang Tian felt a revelation dawning upon him. The game's map may very well be configured according to these identifiers, with the number following each player's ID representing a coordinate within this region. This realization elucidated many uncertainties. It became clear why 4144 had rushed in from his northeast. As for the middle-aged man, 4150, who first navigated the floating island, the reason he had not been detected by 4145 or the other intervening players prior to encountering 4144 may lie in the absence of reference points during his flight, which allowed him to follow a curved trajectory that bypassed them. It is also possible that those 5 individuals had already perished. These were minor matters and not worthy of excessive concern. As others continued their plundering, this information would likely be uncovered by an increasing number of players. Now, however, he had more pressing tasks at hand. Well then, since the others have departed, we should not linger here. Jiang Tian waved his hand, interrupting the thoughts of his subordinates. Return to your respective duties. Lubu, continue your patrol. The others, accompany Tang Yen to gather some bricks in preparation for constructing the blacksmith shop. Sure, Jigang. Come over here. Boss, what is it? You are to cut a square of paper measuring 1 meter on each side and divide it into 100 equal squares to create a map. Meanwhile, on a small island of about 100 square meters, 2111, accompanied by 3 men and 1 woman, was feverishly rotating the fan, resulting in a rather bizarre scene. After some time, both 2111 and the woman collapsed in exhaustion onto the ground. How long have we been moving, my lord? We should have been in motion for half an hour. Has the large island failed to catch up? It appears not, my lord. That is good. Upon hearing this, 2111 finally breathed a sigh of relief. Once he relaxed, he began to reflect on the events that had transpired. He had set up the fan and, with the wind direction, drifted southward, only to encounter 1111. After pondering for a moment, he connected the IDs of both parties and discerned the distribution pattern of the islands. Realizing this, 2111 felt a surge of joy. He had inadvertently uncovered this information. Indeed, I am a genius. After a moment of elation, 2111's thoughts returned to his earlier encounter with the island of 1111, and he felt a chill run down his spine. 1,000 square meters, given the efficiency of a fishing rod, could hardly yield such rapid gains. That individual, aside from 4144, must have also devoured the islands of others. This was terrifying. Surely no one else possessed land as extensive as his. Yet, he remained silent in the chat channel about his conquests, feigning humility while occasionally flaunting resources to draw attention and provoke attacks from others. Was he enticing them to deliver a parcel? This was certainly far more efficient than his own solitary plundering. Damn, how insidious this fellow is. I'm fortunate to have fled swiftly. Reflecting on this, 2111 felt immensely grateful. However, recalling his earlier bravado in front of the woman, only to be left trembling, he experienced a sense of humiliation. It was infuriating. Yet he felt powerless, as he truly could not contend with him. He opened the regional chat channel, seeking to distract himself. At that moment, messages were rapidly rolling in, many discussing him. Hey, 2111, were you looking for trouble with 1111 earlier? Did you confront him? What is the situation now? He hasn't spoken since. He hasn't been killed by 1111, has he? I think it's possible. He might have ended up on the trading post. I just checked the trading post. I didn't TC 2111 there, so I suspect he has been slain. Many began to speculate that 2111 had ascended to paradise during this time. Viewing these messages, 2111 felt a surge of anger. He sent a reply. 2111, stop talking nonsense. I saw him earlier. His land area is substantial, at least 1,000 square meters. Thankfully, we were at a considerable distance, and I managed to escape quickly. Haha, you ran away? I thought you were impressive, right? Why don't you confront him? You might score big. Wow, 1,000 square meters? How many people must he have consumed to amass such territory? 2111, shut up. If you're so capable, why don't you go? After this statement, silence fell over the channel momentarily. Then, someone chimed in. I've been uncomfortable with 1111's arrogance. If this continues, he will only grow stronger. What if he devours us all? Indeed, it seems 1111 hasn't spoken in the regional channel for a few days. Perhaps he is plotting against us. I'm not too worried. If his land is as vast as they say, he probably can't fly over here. Who can say for sure? What if we happen to cross paths while looting? That would be quite awkward. I've seen many calling for alliances in the world channel. Should we not form an alliance to take him down? I think that is a good idea. The early bird catches the worm. Where are you located? I'll come find you. In the regional channel, discussions flowed freely. Those equipped with mobility devices began to deliberate on uniting to attack 1111, and 2111 actively participated, with conversations becoming particularly intense. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian surveyed the coordinate map he had drawn and nodded, instructing Shi Jigang. All right, you may continue with the blacksmith shop. Yes, boss. Shi Jigang nodded and exited the room. Jiang Tian then opened the chat channel, intending to procure some construction materials like metal and plastic sheets. At that moment, he received 2 private messages from 0066 and 0888, both conveying the same urgent message. Hurry to check the regional chat channel. Someone is calling for an alliance to take you down. Chapter 96. Have I caught another maiden? Upon reading these messages, Jiang Tian furrowed his brow. He did not respond immediately, but instead opened the regional channel to take a glance. Sure enough, the chat history revealed several individuals brazenly discussing how to form an alliance to attack him. While debating their positions, players with larger ID numbers began suggesting heading southwest. Undoubtedly, the earlier ID holder, 2111, had exposed his location. Jiang Tian felt somewhat exasperated. This fellow had been a considerable distance away, just beyond the range of his crossbow. Moreover, given the smaller size of his island, he could flee rapidly. With such an expansive island and numerous items on board, it was uncertain whether he could catch up. In such a modest place, Jiang Tian found little to be impressed by. However, should this individual choose to flee without consequence, it would have been one matter. Yet, the audacity to clandestinely reveal their location was something Jiang Tian took note of. Subsequently, those individuals, having exhausted their conversations, faded into the regional chat channel. Nevertheless, based on their previous exchanges, it seemed they had transitioned to private discussions. Jiang Tian responded to 0066 and 0888 with an acknowledgement, then refrained from further dialogue. With his mind occupied, He closed the chat interface and resumed his work. The pressing task at hand was to complete the blacksmith shop and subsequently forge equipment from metal. This would provide substantial aid whether they encountered monsters or other survivors. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the fruits of their labor began to manifest. With the brick molds already arranged for firing in the kiln, by this time tomorrow, they would be ready for use. Coupled with the remaining bricks, constructing a blacksmith shop posed no significant challenge. After their meal, Jiang Tian did not permit his companions to idle. Aside from a few engaged in fishing, he instructed the others to craft crossbow bolts outside the dwelling. Alone, he circled the island to assess the situation and strategize for future developments. While meandering leisurely, the sounds of animals drew his attention from the west. Clucks, honks, and moos resonated harmoniously. Turning to regard these creatures, Jiang Tian felt a surge of satisfaction. His meat supplies were steadily increasing: 10 pigs, 5 sheep, and 2 cows, along with a variety of poultry. With the growth of his livestock, some animals roamed freely outside, tethered to stakes driven into the earth. Once the blacksmith shop was completed, he would need to enhance the livestock enclosure. Furthermore, the issue of animal waste, previously managed by Song Ingsheng, had been utilized as fertilizer in the fields or disposed of elsewhere. The construction of the septic tank he mentioned also required attention. At that moment, the patrolling Lu Bu approached to report, "My lord, another person has been caught while fishing." "Bring him over," Jiang Tian replied. "Yes, my lord." Lu Bu acknowledged, returning to the fishing site. Moments later, he arrived, escorting an unusually dressed individual. She appeared to be around 20 years old, with a graceful figure and sun-kissed skin. Adorned in a leopard-patterned top and skirt, her flaxen hair was braided and cascaded down her back. Her bright eyes sparkled as she called out to Jiang Tian, "Master." "A woman?" Jiang Tian was taken aback and quickly inquired, "What is your name?" "I." The woman hesitated, reflecting for a moment. "I cannot recall my name. It seems many refer to me as the leopard woman." "Leopard woman?" Jiang Tian exclaimed in surprise. "Can you transform into a leopard?" As soon as the words left his lips, all eyes on the island turned toward him, their gazes imbued with a peculiar glow. Tang Yen laughed heartily and jested, "Oh my boss, why inquire about such things? I didn't realize you had such curious inclinations." Following Tang Yen's teasing, the expressions of those around became quite peculiar. The leopard woman stood frozen, bewildered. "I cannot do that." Jiang Tian shot a glare at Tang Yen, then awkwardly waved his hand. "I was merely jesting. Do not take it to heart. Do you remember any skills you possess?" She remained perplexed, scanning her surroundings as if entirely lost, resembling an ordinary person. At that moment, Song Ingsheng approached and suggested, "My lord, perhaps this young lady could accompany me to tend to the fields." Just as Jiang Tian was about to nod in agreement, the sound of animals echoed from behind. Drawn by the noise, the leopard woman turned to see the cows, sheep, and pigs. Instantly, her eyes lit up as if a memory had resurfaced. "I can tend to these cows and sheep." Song Ingsheng smiled warmly. "Very well, let her care for the animals. I see that Kai Wenji struggles to feed them all every morning." Jiang Tian nodded in agreement. He had just conducted a rough assessment, noting that there must be over 100 chickens, ducks, and geese. With those cows, sheep, and pigs, Kai Wenji had been managing their care alone. Previously, with fewer animals, it had been manageable, but now it seemed she might indeed be overwhelmed. Turning to Kai Wenji, Jiang Tian noticed her somewhat dirty face and sighed softly. After all, she was still a girl, barely in her youth. In modern society, she would be carefree in an ivory tower. Yet now, aside from fishing, she had to tend to animals, boil water, cook meals, and serve as her own caregiver. Such a diligent young lady faced unjust criticism, accused of being a liability. To Jiang Tian, as long as one was able-bodied and obedient, they were of value. Ahem, there are no useless individuals. He approached and gently ruffled Kai Wenji's hair. Henceforth, the responsibility of raising the cattle and sheep would fall to the leopard woman.